As expected, as long as it's free, no matter the taste or past experiences, people will want to try it. Once they taste it, Jiang Wanning isn't worried they won't come back. If the feedback is good, she can even try selling them in her live stream later. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Jiang Dahai walking in with a gloomy face. "Uncle Village Head, what's wrong?" Jiang Wanning asked curiously. Wasn't he just having fun fishing? The old man's mood is as hard to read as the depths of the sea. Jiang Dahai shook off his strange jealousy and said seriously, "Ning girl, I need to tell you something. A fishing buddy of mine saw my fishing videos and wants to come to your pond to fish. Is that okay?" Jiang Wanning was a bit confused. "Does he want to buy my fish?" Jiang Dahai sat down across from her and filled his cup with water from the kettle. "No, he mainly wants to fish for your fish. He can buy the fish he catches." Jiang Wanning didn't understand the difference. But if someone wants to buy her fish, she naturally agrees. Before getting new fish fry, they need to clear the pond. The fish they catch will also be sold. If they can help her by fishing, that saves her some effort. If he can buy all the fish he catches, anyone who wants to fish can come. Great. I'll promote it in the fishing group. When they come, you can let them taste the persimmons, and I'm sure you'll make some sales. Thinking of the friends in his circle asking him to share the address, Jiang Dahai took out his phone, ready to send them a message. After sending the message, he suddenly felt a sense of urgency. In the fishing community, he is known as a notorious amateur. Now, thanks to the pond at Ning's family, he has finally gained some respect. But if the old guys come over, he might end up at the bottom again. At this moment, Jiang Wanning's attention returned to the group chat. When she saw someone mention how to eat persimmons, she felt intrigued and quickly searched for the prices of processed persimmons. Jiang Dahai looked like he wanted to say something but hesitated. Seeing that Jiang Wanning was ignoring him, he finally spoke up. "Ning, it's not that I want to pry into your secrets. I'm just curious why the fish in your pond are so easy to catch. Is it because of the fishing rod, the bait, or the fish themselves? There must be a reason. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to catch fish anywhere else." Here, he was suddenly a master fisherman with just one rod and one fish. But the fishing rod was a simple homemade one, and the bait was just common earthworms. Could it be that the fish are a bit foolish? Jiang Dahai wanted to figure out the secret to successfully catching fish, so he wouldn't be left behind when the old guys arrived. Jiang Wanning couldn't just say it was because the fish were attracted by spiritual energy. So she rephrased, "It's because I used a special bait." Special bait? Jiang Dahai was confused. There are indeed special baits sold on the market, usually tailored to the preferences and habits of different fish species, like how crucian carp prefer light bait while carp like darker bait to increase the chances of catching fish. But he asked, "Isn't your bait just the earthworms you dug up in the bamboo forest? What's so special about that?" "That's true. These earthworms are from the bamboo forest. But you might not know, I sprinkled some special nutrient solution in my backyard garden and the bamboo area. The earthworms absorb this solution, so they are definitely different from regular earthworms," Jiang Wanning said calmly, confidently. This made Jiang Dahai start to believe her. "Ning, are you sure you're not pulling my leg? Don't joke around with me." Jiang Wanning replied, "Village chief, what good would it do me to trick you? If you don't believe me, go dig up some earthworms from another place and compare them. It will be obvious. Let's give it a try. If it really is because of Ning's special bait, does that mean he could catch fish elsewhere too, just by using this special bait?" Excited, Jiang Dahai ran out. Then they also involved Jiang Yichen as a reference. In the end, it was confirmed that Jiang Wanning was not joking. The earthworms in their backyard were particularly liked by fish. At this moment, Jiang Dahai didn't care about being the elder anymore and said with a smile, "Ning girl, can you secretly sell me some of that special fish bait?" Jiang Wanning chuckled and replied, "Uncle, if you want it, just go dig it up in the backyard, but we agreed. You can only dig 3 a day." Jiang Dahai rubbed his hands happily and said, "That's enough. 3 is plenty. Ha ha ha." Just thinking about showing off in front of the other old folks made him very happy. He completely forgot that when those fishing friends came over, they would eventually find out about the special bait. Otherwise, with regular bait, the fish in that small pond wouldn't bite. Seeing Zhang Dahai getting ready to leave, Zhang Weining quickly added, "Village uncle, just a heads up for your friends. My fish is 50 yuan per pound. No negotiation." Zhang Dahai was so shocked he almost stumbled. "How much? Did you say this fish is 50 yuan per pound?" Zhang Weining replied casually, "Yes, 50. Is there a problem?" 50 yuan per pound. And he still asked if there was a problem? Zhang Dahai thought Zhang Weining must be a bit out of touch. "Ning girl, you might be used to the big city prices and don't understand our local prices." He turned around, ready to explain the local prices to her. But before he could start, he heard Zhang Weining say with confusion, "Uncle, do you think 50 yuan per pound is too expensive?" Zhang Dahai nodded. "That's quite expensive. In the supermarket, aside from some rare types, sea fish is usually around 20 yuan and river fish is cheaper, about 10 yuan. Your 50 yuan per pound is comparable to imported deep-sea fish. But my tomatoes are 30 yuan per pound, and persimmons are 40 yuan per pound. The fish can't be cheaper than tomatoes and persimmons, right?" Zhang Weining said this, as if it were obvious. Wild fish, not fed with artificial feed, are naturally more expensive. Plus, considering the special quality, she felt she was already selling it at a low price. Just as she was thinking about whether to raise the price a bit more, she saw Zhang Dahai looking like he was about to faint. "How much are the persimmons per pound?" At that moment, Zhang Dahai felt a bit lightheaded and couldn't think straight. Zhang Weining patiently answered, 40. "Didn't I tell you before? When did you tell me?" Zhang Dahai had a look of frustration on his face. If only he had said something. But it seemed he had no way to change things. Tomatoes for 30 yuan a pound, persimmons for 40, fish for 50. Oh my! Even so, the taste of those tomatoes and persimmons was indeed quite good. But at such high prices, how did that girl manage to sell them? "Ning girl, with such high prices, are you sure you can sell them? There are so many persimmons. If they don't sell, you'll be stuck with them and lose money. There's an old saying, small profits but quick turnover. That's the way to do business," Zhang Dahai said earnestly, trying to guide her. "Uncle Village Chief, I've already set a low profit margin. If I lower the price any more, I'll lose money," Zhang Weining said, feeling truly wronged. Those were special fruits. Even in a world of cultivation, they would be priced with spirit stones. The exchange rate between spirit stones and ordinary money was vastly different. But she understood that the village chief was genuinely concerned for her. So she pulled out the order sheet from the Zhang family vegetable basket group and handed it to him. "Uncle Village Chief, don't worry. As long as my family's products are tasty, there will be buyers. Look, here are the orders for the persimmons. The money has already been paid, and they need to be delivered to the city first thing tomorrow." Zhang Dahai's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the order quantity. "This? So many? There are really that many people willing to pay 40 yuan a pound? Uncle Village Chief, Ning Ning's persimmons at 40 yuan a pound are really not expensive at all." At that moment, Zhu Jingjing finished her work on the mountain and came by Zhang's house. As soon as she entered the yard, her eyes were drawn to the big fish, and she couldn't move away. She had been discussing how to cook the fish with Jiang Yichen while squatting by the water basin when she heard the village chief's exclamation. So, she shouted from inside the house. "Uncle Village Chief, think about it. Those imported fruits in the supermarket often cost over 100 yuan a pound, and their taste isn't even as good as Ning Ning's persimmons. Yet, many people still buy them, right?" Zhang Dahai instinctively retorted, "That's different. Imported goods have their costs, so they are naturally more expensive." "How is it different?" Zhu Jingjing replied, looking unconvinced. "As consumers, we care most about taste and quality. If imported goods are indeed better than ours, people will accept the higher price. But if their quality is worse than ours and the price is ridiculously high, why should we be the ones to pay for it?" Zhang Dahai was momentarily speechless. However, he realized that this was indeed true, especially when it came to food. Of course, whoever has the better taste will be chosen, whether it's imported or locally produced. "Uncle Village Chief, you can rest assured, Ningning's products will sell well. Just wait for Ningning to help our village become prosperous, Zhu Jingjing said, noticing the village chief looking down and not responding to her words. She felt a sudden worry, thinking she might have spoken too harshly and upset him. She quickly approached him quietly and found that he was focused on typing a message on his phone. The message on the screen read, "Attention, my niece's fish is wild-caught, not farmed. Although the price is relatively high, it is definitely worth it. If you mind the price, then don't come. Big Crucian carp, big white catfish, big blue catfish, fixed price, 50 yuan per pound." Zhu Jingjing couldn't help but laugh at this little old man who had just been stubborn but was now promoting the fish. However, her attention was quickly drawn to the 50 yuan per pound price. "Ningning, can we buy your fish?" Zhu Jingjing's eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at Jiang Wanning as if she had discovered a treasure. Jiang Wanning raised an eyebrow. "You want to buy?" Zhu Jingjing nodded eagerly, "Yes. With such delicious fish, I have to let my parents try it too. Such a good thing. Must be shared with family. How do you know the fish is delicious?" Jiang Dahai was feeling anxious as a few old friends were questioning him in the group. After all, he hadn't tasted the fish himself and didn't know how to praise it convincingly. Hearing Zhu Jingjing's words, he quickly asked, "Have you tried it?" Zhu Jingjing's face lit up with a proud smile. "Hee, I've only had it once. Uncle Village Chief, I tell you, that was definitely the best fish I've ever eaten, no doubt about it." Hearing this, Jiang Dahai felt a wave of jealousy. He pouted and looked at Jiang Wanning with a sad expression, as if to say, "Why didn't you let me try it?" Jiang Wanning instantly understood what he meant and immediately called out to Jiang Yichen, who was playing with the fish in the yard. "Chun Chen, the village head and Sister Zhu are staying for lunch. Can you go to the store and buy a piece of tofu? We'll cook Crucian carp with tofu for lunch." "Okay." Jiang Yichen shouted back loudly, grabbed 2 coins from the old lady, and happily skipped away. "You girl, when did I say I wanted to stay for lunch?" Jiang Dahai felt a bit embarrassed. At his age, he was actually looking forward to a meal and had been caught by this little girl. It was quite embarrassing. "Village head, you caught this Crucian carp. Don't you want to know how it tastes? Plus, if you try it, you can help me promote it better, right? After all, experiencing good food firsthand makes it more convincing." Jiang Dahai cleared his throat and said seriously, "That's true. If this fish really tastes that good, when my friends come, I'll definitely promote it to them." Then he looked at Zhu Jingjing and said, "Sister Zhu, didn't you say you wanted to buy fish? How many do you want? I can help you catch some." Jiang Wanning added, "I have a delivery scheduled for this afternoon, so I can send them together." Zhu Jingjing looked at Jiang Dahai in disbelief. "Village head, can you really catch fish now?" "Hey, what do you mean by can I really catch fish?" Jiang Dahai was unhappy to hear his fishing skills questioned. He glared and pretended to be angry, saying, "Come on, today I'll show you what a real fishing expert is like. You'll see we're not just all talk." With that, he straightened up, put his hands behind his back, and walked confidently out of the yard. Zhu Jingjing and Jiang Wanning exchanged glances, both amused and helpless, and quickly followed him. "Village head, Sister Zhu, lunch is ready." Jiang Yichen shouted towards the pond. With Jiang Wanning's special bait, Jiang Dahai caught 3 big fish in one go. He showed off in front of Sister Zhu. At that moment, he was in high spirits and didn't want to put down his fishing rod. However, just as he was about to show off his skills again, he turned around and noticed that Sister Zhu, who had been squatting beside him, gasping in amazement, had suddenly disappeared. Sigh. Without anyone cheering him on, his interest in fishing dropped significantly. He helplessly sighed and slowly put away his fishing rod, making his way back to the house. "Wow, this Crucian carp with tofu smells amazing. Grandma Jiang, your cooking is incredible. It's almost as good as a Michelin chef." As Zhu Jingjing entered the house, her eyes were immediately drawn to the large pot of steaming Crucian carp with tofu on the table. The creamy broth was thick and fragrant. Tender pieces of tofu peeked through, and the fish was cooked perfectly. The skin of the fish glimmered slightly golden, garnished with green onions and cilantro, making it look very appetizing. The rich aroma filled the air, instantly awakening Zhu Jingjing's appetite, nearly causing her to drool. Grandma Wu set the bowls and chopsticks and cheerfully said, "Little Zhu, you're mistaken. All these dishes were made by Chen today." All made by Chen? Zhu Jingjing's eyes widened in disbelief, as if she had heard something unbelievable. Jiang Yichen had been a bit slow in his development as a child, and his maturity seemed to have stayed at a young age. His speech and actions were almost identical to those of Jiang Mushuan and Jiang Mudong. Yet now, this table full of delicious dishes came from the hands of this boy with a childlike mind, which amazed Zhu Jingjing. Even though there were only 3 dishes on the table, a main dish of Christian carp with tofu, along with scrambled eggs with wild onions and vegetable meatball soup, just looking at the vibrant colors, smelling the enticing aroma in the air, and seeing the careful presentation, anyone unaware would think it was the work of a master chef. Once everyone was seated, the elderly lady smiled and said, "We don't have any fancy dishes at home, so please don't hold back. Just treat it like your own home and enjoy." As soon as she finished speaking, everyone's chopsticks reached for the Christian carp with tofu in the center of the table. The first bite of fish melted in their mouths, and the rich flavor burst on their tongues. So delicious. It was truly amazing. The eyes of those present lit up instantly, and they quickly picked up their chopsticks again. Soon, the only sounds at the table were the clinking of bowls and chopsticks. The meal was eaten quickly and quietly, and everything was left clean. Aside from the fish bones, not even the slices or green onion pieces were left behind. "Chen, your cooking is so good. It's almost as good as Grandma Zhang's." Zhu Jingjing sincerely praised. "This scrambled egg with scallions is such a simple dish, yet you made it so delicious. How are you so amazing?" Her compliments were like a series of sweet surprises, making Jiang Yichen blush and feel proud. Zhang Dahai quietly loosened his belt, clearly feeling a bit full. He looked amazed and said, "Aunt, how did you teach him to be so skilled? With this talent, he could easily be a chef." He knew Jiang Yichen could cook. The old lady often worried that if something happened to her, no one would take care of him, so she frequently taught him various tasks. Previously, when the old lady had an accident, Zhang Dahai had seen Jiang Yichen make porridge and scramble eggs. But those dishes were nothing compared to the ones on the table today in terms of color, aroma, and taste. The old lady was extremely happy. She looked at her praised grandson with pride and satisfaction. "Actually, Yichen cooks better than I do. I only taught him a few simple home dishes, but today's dishes were taught by Lingling." Everyone turned their attention to Jiang Wanling. She was also very pleased with the braised Christian carp with tofu she made for lunch. At that moment, she was searching for various cooking methods for fish, planning to have Jiang Yichen try each one. Noticing the gazes on her, she confidently took out her phone and pulled up a cooking video. The screen showed the detailed process of making braised Christian carp with tofu.
Wow.
Lingling, you're not saying Yichen learned just by watching the video, right? Zhu Jingjing couldn't help but exclaim. Jiang Wanling smiled proudly and said, "Wait until the end." Zhu Jingjing and Zhang Dahai were puzzled, but watched the entire video attentively. It was an ordinary cooking video until they saw the final dish. Oh my, the presentation. It looked almost identical to the one in the video. Upon closer inspection, even the number of scallions floating on the soup was nearly the same. Zhang Dahai's eyes widened in disbelief. He slowly turned to look at the innocent Jiang Yichen beside him, as if he were re-evaluating this familiar yet unfamiliar child. Lingling, is Yichen just this skilled in cooking, or does he have other talents too? Jingjing finally found her voice after a while. Not just cooking. Before Jiang Weining could respond, Zhang Dahai suddenly exclaimed, as if he remembered something important. "Before, when Chen went fishing, he learned just by watching me." Jingjing instinctively blurted out, "So, if it weren't for that fever back then, Chen might have been a genius?" As soon as she said it, she regretted it. That fever was undoubtedly the deepest pain in the hearts of the Zhang family. Bringing it up so casually felt like rubbing salt in their wounds. She looked at the elderly lady with some regret and guilt, fearing to see a sad expression. To her surprise, the elderly lady was very open-minded. She looked at her grandson with a loving face and smiled, saying, "What genius! In my heart, as long as they are healthy and happy, that's what matters most." "Yes, yes. You see things clearly, Auntie. In life, health and happiness are the most important. Everything else is just noise." Zhang Dehai laughed heartily, trying to lighten the mood after the brief sadness. Just then, a loud engine roar came from outside. As everyone was puzzled, a loud shout came in, "Old Zhang! Old Zhang! I'm here!" Upon hearing the voice, Zhang Dehai immediately reacted. He quickly stood up and strode toward the door. A figure with a fishing rod emerged from a car. It was none other than old Zhang, who had been eager to go fishing. "Why are you alone? Didn't old you and the others say they were coming too?" Zhang Dehai asked, puzzled. "Well, you said the fish would cost 50 per pound, and that scared them off. They didn't dare to come," old Zhang said while curiously looking at the fish pond, his eyes showing some doubt. "The big fish you posted earlier, they didn't come from this little pond, did they?" His tone carried a hint of disdain. To be honest, this small pond did look a bit pitiful. It seemed to be less than an acre in size. In old Zhang's eyes, such a tiny place couldn't possibly have any decent fish. Hearing this, Zhang Dehai became displeased. "What's wrong with a small pond? The size of the pond doesn't matter. As long as you can catch fish, even a small puddle can be a treasure spot." Old Zhang scoffed. "I just can't believe that. What big fish could possibly be in this little pond? Did you buy some and put them in here yourself? After all, many fishing spots do that. The fish caught are often half dead and lack any energy. Seeing is believing. Come on, today I will show you how to catch fish, and open your eyes." Zhang Dehai was completely provoked by old Zhang's doubts. Especially when he heard the other man question Ningyata's pond. It made him angrier than being called an Air Force guy. At that moment, he didn't care that it was the middle of a hot day. He grabbed a straw hat and pulled old Zhang towards the pond. Halfway there, Zhang Dehai suddenly remembered something and hurried back. He shouted into the house, "Xiao Zhu, how many fish do you want me to catch?" "I'm going now." 5. Zhu Jingjing quickly calculated. She planned to leave 3 for her parents so they could enjoy a good meal, to avoid them pestering her like last time with the tomatoes. She would leave 1 for each of her grandparents. Looking out at the bright sun, Zhu Jingjing worriedly advised, "Uncle, it's really hot outside. Shouldn't we wait a bit? It wouldn't be good if you got heat stroke." Zhang Dehai waved his hand dismissively and said loudly, "It's not that hot. It's already 35 degrees. How is that not hot?" Zhu Jingjing murmured. As soon as she said it, she felt something was odd. Upon closer inspection, it seemed that today wasn't as unbearably hot as she had imagined. What she didn't realize was that the slight spiritual energy in the air had dispersed some of the heat, making it feel more comfortable. Once they left Zhang's territory, the temperature would be different. Meanwhile, the cause of all this, Jiang Wanning, was peacefully lying in a bamboo chair, resting her eyes and enjoying her uninterrupted nap time. Poor old Zhang had just arrived and hadn't even entered Zhang's house when Zhang Dehai dragged him to the pond. However, he wasn't angry. After all, he was quite curious whether this seemingly unremarkable little pond could actually yield fish. "Are you really going to use that fishing rod?" Old Zhang stared in surprise as Zhang Dehai attached a worm to the hook. To him, the fishing rod seemed too simple. Could that frayed line be cotton? With this, can we really catch the big fish from the video? Zhang Dehai glanced at old Zhang with a proud look, as if to say, "What do you know?" He then casually flicked the fishing rod, and the hook gracefully arced through the air before splashing into the pond. Seeing Zhang Dehai's confident demeanor, old Zhang momentarily thought he might be imagining things after spending too much time without catching anything. This small pond, filled with weeds and so small, didn't seem like a place where big fish would be found. Old Zhang felt regretful, thinking he must have been foolish to trust Zhang Dehai's words. After driving over 30 bumpy kilometers to get here, He wondered if the claim of fish costing 50 per pound was just Zhang Dahai trying to scare them away. Look at how old you and the others were frightened off by that ridiculous price. The more old Zhang thought about it, the angrier he became, his face showing his frustration, and he looked at Zhang Dahai with a hint of resentment. He silently scoffed, thinking that if they didn't catch any fish, he would definitely tease Zhang Dahai about it, making him understand the consequences of boasting. However, just as old Zhang was planning how to mock Zhang Dahai later, he was stunned by what he saw. The once calm surface of the water suddenly rippled without warning. Before he could take a closer look, the thin bamboo rod bent sharply, as if being pulled by a great force, almost breaking. Oh my goodness! Old Zhang jumped his feet, eyes wide, and shouted excitedly, "We've got one! Quick, reel it in! Reel it in!" At that moment, all his earlier doubts and frustrations vanished, replaced by excitement and anticipation of catching a big fish. As for Zhang Dahai, he remained calm and composed, just like Jiang Weining at the beginning, with a hint of pride on his face. He steadily gripped the fishing rod and slowly began to reel it in, his movements steady and practiced, as if everything was under his control. With a splash, a large, plump fish broke the surface of the water, glistening in the sunlight and catching all of old Zhang's attention. "Haha! It's a big carp. This one is huge, definitely over 10 pounds. Old Zhang, you're amazing. I can't believe we caught such a big fish in this little pond." Hey, old you and the others insist on saying you're just bragging, and they even try to scare them off with a price of 50 per pound. But I don't think so. Looking at the lively big catfish in the basin, old Zhang couldn't stop talking excitedly. After all, he had been fishing for over 10 years. Just by looking at the fish's energy, he knew it was nothing like the farmed fish bought at the market. It seemed he had come to the right place this time. Old Zhang was eager to try his luck. As for the earlier doubts, the moment he saw the big catfish come out of the water, he had already thrown them far away without hesitation. Watching Zhang Dahai catch one big fish after another, in less than 15 minutes, his net bag already held 3 fish. Meanwhile, old Zhang's side had no action at all. Normally, even if there was no movement for an hour or two, he wouldn't be anxious. After all, fishing is about enjoying the moment. Whether he caught fish or not wasn't very important. But now, just a few minutes without any action made old Zhang restless. Could it be that the fish in this pond recognize people? Otherwise, why is it only biting your hook? Old Zhang said, puzzled, unable to hold back a murmur. Zhang Dahai, hearing this, almost burst out laughing. He struggled to keep a straight face and pretended to be smug, saying, "What if I have some secret fishing technique that makes my skills improve rapidly?" He looked as if he had become a master fisherman. "All right, you old rascal, are you trying to tease me?" Old Zhang immediately sensed that Zhang Dahai was hiding something. He put down his fishing rod, determined not to give up until he got to the bottom of it, and started to pressure him. "One drink, spill it." Zhang Dahai instinctively licked his lips and replied, "2 drinks." Old Zhang's mouth twitched, gritting his teeth. He squeezed out a few words, "Hurry up and tell me." Seeing he had the upper hand, Zhang Dahai smiled and picked up an unassuming small jar from the side, pretending to be mysterious, and said, "Hee hee, the secret is in here." Old Zhang leaned in to take a look and was stunned. Inside was just an ordinary worm. "You can't be telling me that the fish in this pond prefer worms and look down on my high-end bait, right?" Zhang Dahai confidently replied, "Just try it, and you'll find out." Old Zhang was skeptical. After hesitating for a moment, he reached into the jar and grabbed a worm, ready to use it. But unexpectedly, Zhang Dahai was quick and snatched the worm back. "This isn't an ordinary worm. We need to use it sparingly," he said. Ning, the girl, only gives 3 worms a day, and this was already the last one, so it couldn't be wasted easily. While saying this, Zhang Dahai carefully cut the worm in half and handed it to old Zhang. Looking at the half-worm, old Zhang almost laughed out of frustration and said, "Old Zhang, how come I never noticed you were so stingy before?" Zhang Dahai pretended not to hear and moved the jar with the remaining half-worm to a place out of old Zhang's reach, afraid he might find the tasty part and take it. Old Zhang couldn't bear to look. He took the half-worm and put it on the hook. As he cast the line again, he still wondered to himself how much good a small worm could do. Just then, the fishing rod suddenly pulled hard, and he felt a strong tug.
Fish!
Old Zhang shouted excitedly, jumping up to reel it in. After an intense struggle, a white fish, as long as his arm, broke the surface, shimmering in the sunlight. Haha, I really caught one. Looking at the lively fish, old Zhang completely believed Zhang Dahai's words. This worm was indeed special. Thinking of this, old Zhang's mind started racing. His eyes fixed on the jar in Zhang Dahai's hand, he began to plot for the remaining half-worm. Old Zhang, we've been friends for so many years. It's just half a worm. You wouldn't really be that stingy, would you? Old Zhang said with a big smile, trying to appeal to their friendship. Without thinking, Zhang Dahai shook his head vigorously. Seeing this, old Zhang gritted his teeth and said, "How about 2 cups of 5-star wine for that half-worm?" Zhang Dahai still shook his head, firm in his decision. Old Zhang was determined. 3 cups. Zhang Dahai thought of the rich taste of the 5-star wine and almost wavered. But in the end, he resisted the temptation. He planned to show off the remaining half-worm later during night fishing. Old Zhang, it's not that I don't want to give it to you. My niece said that any fish caught must be sold for 50 per pound. Just look at this white fish. It's big enough for you to show off. If you catch another one, your wife will definitely say you're wasting money and might not even let you back in the house. Zhang Dahai said this while hiding the jar behind him, worried that old Zhang might suddenly try to grab it. Thinking about his strong-willed wife at home, old Zhang realized that if she found out he bought this expensive fish, she would nag him endlessly. She might even stop him from going fishing altogether. With that thought, he lost his resolve and said, "Well, you have to tell me where you got those worms." He didn't believe that ordinary worms could be so effective. If any random worms could attract fish like that, fishermen wouldn't need to search for all those expensive and rare baits. Zhang Dahai's mind raced as he struggled with his thoughts. He had hoped to use this special bait to catch a lot of fish. But if old Zhang found out where it came from, his plans would be ruined. However, he also thought about how much fishermen craved unique baits. If he spread the word, it might even create a new income source for Ningyadu. After a fierce internal debate, Zhang Dahai pretended to be heartbroken and said, "To tell you the truth, these worms were carefully cultivated by my niece. They are not ordinary worms. If you want." Before he could finish, he noticed that old Zhang had already disappeared. Confused, he shouted, "Where are you going?" Old Zhang replied, "To buy bait." At that moment, the old lady was sorting and weighing persimmons with old lady Wu under the eaves. When she heard this, she paused and asked, "What bait?" "We don't sell bait at our house." Old Zhang said, "The worms, the kind that fish really like. Don't you have them?" The old lady was even more confused, looking at old Zhang with no idea what he was talking about. Just as she was about to ask for clarification, Zhang Wanning's clear voice came from behind. "Are you buying worms?" Old Zhang quickly nodded, his face full of hope. "Can I buy them?" "What's the price?" He eagerly asked. "Can I buy them?" "What's the price?" Zhang Wanning truly didn't expect that someone would come specifically to buy worms. She had never thought about selling worms, so she hadn't considered what a suitable price would be. After a moment of thought, she said, "It's 10 yuan each, and you can buy a maximum of 3 per day." She had considered raising fish, chickens, and pigs before, but never thought about raising earthworms. She had never thought about it before, and she wouldn't plan to in the future either. To prevent the earthworms in the field from being completely taken, there had to be limits. She agreed to sell earthworms not to make money, but to secure some buyers for the fish in her pond. She was confident in the quality of her fish and knew they would sell easily. However, whether delivering to the market or using a courier was too much trouble. If buyers could come and pick them up, it would be much more convenient. When old Zhang heard this, he anxiously said, "I live far away. Making a round trip is hard. Can you sell me a few more? I can pay double." The 2 elderly ladies nearby were shocked to learn that earthworms could actually be sold for 10 yuan each. They were even more surprised that a seemingly smart person would voluntarily raise the price. They exchanged glances, wondering, could he be a fool? Zhang Wanning remained firm, insisting, no, you can only buy 3 per day. That's the rule. At that moment, Zhang Dahai, who had just returned, explained, Old Zhang, don't make it hard for my niece. I only have a share of 3 earthworms a day. Old Zhang gave up completely upon hearing this. He pointed to the lively big white fish at his feet and said, all right then, let's add 3 earthworms to this fish and see how much it costs. The fish weighed 6.2 kilograms, rounded down to 6 kilograms. Adding the 3 earthworms, the total came to 330 yuan. After Zhang Wanning collected the money, she asked Old Zhang to wait a moment while she went to the backyard to dig up the earthworms. The elderly lady asked Zhang Dahai to bring out 2 bamboo chairs from the house and invited Old Zhang to sit down. Grandma Wu went inside to get him a glass of water, smiling as she said, you've been sitting in the sun for half a day. You must be hot. Drink some water and take a break. Old Zhang was indeed very thirsty. After taking the water, he gulped it down in one go. Auntie, this water is really good. Is it spring water from your area? Old Zhang asked curiously, smacking his lips. Zhang Dahai laughed and said, haha, you think this water is good, right? He poured him another glass. The elderly lady chuckled, what's spring water? Since the village got running water, no one goes up the mountain to fetch water anymore. You must have been under the sun for too long and are really thirsty, which is why this water tastes so good, said the old lady. Old Zhang thought this made sense, so he stopped worrying about the water. Instead, he looked at the many persimmons in the yard and couldn't help but exclaim, Auntie, are all these persimmons grown by you? The old lady smiled warmly, her wrinkles showing kindness, and nodded, saying, yes, they say you live off what the mountains provide. We don't have much here, just a lot of hills, so we thought we'd grow some fruit to earn a little money to help with household expenses. As she spoke, she bent down and carefully searched through a basket. She picked out 2 beautiful persimmons and handed one to Old Zhang and one to Zhang Dahai, enthusiastically saying, here, try our homegrown persimmons. Old Zhang took the persimmon and examined it but hesitated to take a bite. Seeing his hesitation, it was clear he had been disappointed by bitter persimmons before. However, refusing to eat when invited by the host felt a bit rude. Just then, he noticed Zhang Dahai had already started eating eagerly. His eyes were slightly squinted, and he looked completely delighted. To an outsider, it might seem like he was enjoying a rare delicacy. Seeing Zhang Dahai enjoy it so much eased Old Zhang's worries. If it tasted that good, it surely wasn't bitter. So, he gathered his courage and took a bite. Wow! The sweet flavor burst on his tongue, and he couldn't help but softly exclaim. The rich, sweet taste quickly dispelled any last doubts he had. He took another big bite. The sweet juice filled his mouth like a clear spring, sliding down his throat and bringing a refreshing and satisfying feeling. Watching the 2 finish a persimmon in just a few bites made the old lady feel as sweet as honey inside. Her smile grew brighter as she eagerly asked, so, how is it? Does it taste good to you? Old Zhang nodded quickly, his tone full of praise, delicious. It's so good. Auntie, I've never had such tasty persimmons before. What kind of persimmons are these? Why do they taste so unique and sweet? The old lady's smile widened, her eyes squinting with joy as she proudly replied, oh, there's nothing special about them. Just our ordinary persimmons. Since you like them, go ahead and have another. As she spoke, she quickly picked 2 large, round persimmons from the basket and enthusiastically handed them to them. Seeing this, Zhang Dahai hurriedly waved his hand, saying, Auntie, I really can't eat anymore. I still have lunch in my stomach that hasn't digested. If I eat more, I'll feel too full. Old Zhang was actually still thinking about the delicious persimmons and wanted to eat another one. But these persimmons were grown with great effort by the villagers, who depended on selling them for a living. He couldn't just take them for free. After hesitating for a moment, he said, Auntie, these persimmons are so tasty. I'll buy some to take home for my family to try. Please weigh out 5 pounds for me. When the old lady heard this, a hint of hesitation crossed her face, and she said a bit shyly, "These persimmons are not cheap. They cost 40 per pound. How about you take a little less?" Old Zhang was slightly taken aback, and his expression froze for a moment. But soon, he waved his hand dismissively and said cheerfully, "It's fine, Auntie, just weigh it out. I have a big family, and if I buy less, it won't be enough to share." Hearing this, the old lady was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling and quickly said, "All right, then I'll pick the best ones for you, ensuring they are all sweet and large." At the same time, Zhang Weining returned with a small bottle of earthworms. This bottle was left by the old lady after she took her medicine. Zhang Weining thought that if she planned to sell earthworms in the future, she would need to order some special small boxes online. On old Zhang's side, he had caught some fish and bought both the fish and bait. He had eaten persimmons and also bought 5 pounds, so he was getting ready to leave, feeling satisfied. "Old Zhang, don't rush off just yet. Help me bring something to my son," Zhang Dahai quickly called out to old Zhang. As he spoke, he grabbed the persimmons that the old lady had prepared for him earlier and picked a blue fish that was weighed out. "Girl, 5 pounds of persimmons, plus this 7-pound blue fish, totals 550 yuan, right?" he said while taking out his phone to prepare for a transfer. Seeing this, Zhang Weining quickly reached out her hand to stop him. "Uncle Village Head, what are you doing? The persimmons and fish were prepared for you. They shouldn't cost anything." "That won't do," Zhang Dahai insisted firmly. "I didn't know the persimmons and fish were so expensive at first. If I take them for free, wouldn't that be wrong? I can't take advantage of this." The old lady, hearing this, pretended to frown and feign anger, saying, "What's wrong? This is a gift from me to my dear nephew. How could there be anything wrong with that? Dahai, if you insist on giving money, then you're not treating me like family and looking down on me." In Wangshan village, most families have the surname Zhang. The villagers are all somewhat related. If the relationships are good, it's just like being with relatives. Zhang Wenning quickly took out a bucket and put Zhang Dahai's bluefish and old Zhang's white catfish inside. Without hesitation, she helped carry it to old Zhang's truck. "Uncle Village Head, you always say I'm your big niece. With just this little bit, don't worry about the money. If you refuse again, I won't be happy." Now that she had said this, Zhang Dahai couldn't refuse without seeming distant. "All right, then I'll accept this as a gift for my dear niece." He could always repay her later when he had the chance. After sending off old Zhang, Zhang Dahai returned to the village committee. Zhang Wanning looked at the time, estimating that the delivery person would arrive soon. So, she started counting the fish she had caught today. She had caught a total of 12 fish: white catfish, bluefish, and crucian carp. In the market, white catfish are the cheapest, while bluefish and crucian carp are similar in price. However, to make it easier, Zhang Wanning decided on a single price for all. For lunch, she cooked 1 crucian carp. When Zhang Dahai and old Zhang left, each took 1 bluefish and 1 white catfish. That left her with 9 fish, 5 white catfish, 3 bluefish, and 1 crucian carp, all neatly arranged by Jiang Yichen in order from largest to smallest against the wall. Qin Yiwen had 4 fish for delivery, and Zhu Jingjing had 5. The quantities matched the orders perfectly. However, in terms of weight, 2 of the fish were noticeably larger than the others. Chun Chun, put these 2 biggest fish back in the pond and catch 2 more that are similar in size to the others. As soon as Jiang Yichen heard he could go fishing again, his eyes lit up. He excitedly grabbed a small shovel and ran to the garden to dig for worms. He had watched his sister do it before and had learned everything. His sister said that from now on he would be in charge of digging for worms. He was determined to do a good job. Before long, he came out holding a small jar, running to Jiang Wanning proudly. "A sister, look. I found 2 super big worms." Jiang Wanning exaggeratedly praised him. "Great. Go fish now. The delivery uncle will be here soon." "Okay, sister." Jiang Yichen jumped up and walked away. At that moment, the old lady suddenly remembered that old Zhang had bought earthworms and couldn't help but asked curiously, "Ning Ning, is there something special about those earthworms?" Why are they so expensive? 10 yuan each. If calculated by weight, the price must be shocking. Zhang Wanning brought over a small stool and took over the weighing task from the old lady. While busy, she said playfully, "Maybe the earthworms from our field are particularly special and attract fish easily, so they are willing to pay for them." Hearing this, old lady Wu couldn't help but reflect. Special? That's a good word. Yue, I don't know if it's just my imagination, but ever since Ning Ning came back, your family seems to have been infused with a kind of energy, full of life. Look at the vegetables and fruits in your field. They are growing better than before. The fish in the pond are all big and fat. Even your spirit seems to be more vibrant than before. And Chin Chun and those two kids are much smarter now. Old Lady Wu frowned, as if trying hard to find the right words to describe this strange feeling. Finally, she said seriously, "I think the word energy perfectly describes the changes in your family now. Everything has spirit, and once people and things gain that spirit, they only get better." Jiang Wanning raised an eyebrow slightly, a faint smile on her face, and praised, "You are impressive, Grandma Wu, to notice this. In the future, if you have time, come visit my grandma more often to share in this energy, and you'll get better too." Old Lady Wu couldn't help but laugh heartily. "All right, I'll make sure to come often." Zhou Haijun arrived right on time, driving that familiar little van. Jiang Wanning went up to greet him and took the 3 brand new boxes from his hands. "Here's the phone, stand, and power bank. This is the receipt. If there are any issues, you can return or exchange them within 7 days," Zhou Haijun explained, handing everything over. "This is the SIM card. It's a high data plan with 200 yuan of credit." "Thank you." Jiang Wanning transferred the money to him according to the price on the receipt. "Boss Jiang, have you caught the fish yet?" Zhou Haijun walked into the yard and was momentarily blinded by the pile of persimmons. Quickly shifting his gaze, he saw various large buckets neatly arranged by the wall. Upon closer inspection, he saw plump, healthy fish swimming inside. That head, that lively energy, instantly caught his attention. He instinctively reached out, grabbed a fish, and wanted to take a closer look. But who would have thought that this fish had such incredible strength? Suddenly, it whipped its tail and hit his face hard. "Wow, Boss Zhang, this fish is really strong. With this color, it looks wild, doesn't it?" Zhou Haijun was not angry. In fact, he liked it very much. Compared to farmed fish, wild fish usually have a slightly lighter color. Jiang Wanning handed him a few tissues. "These fish grew up in the pond by themselves. No one took care of them, so they can be considered wild." Zhou Haijun swallowed hard. "Then the taste of this fish must be great." "Boss Zhang, how much are you selling this fish for?" 50 per pound, no matter the variety, that's the price." Jiang Wanning stated the price casually. Zhou Haijun gasped when he heard it. So expensive. He couldn't afford it. He decided to buy farmed fish at the market instead. While packing the fish, Zhou Haijun finally realized how strong these fish were. They kept struggling and twisting, almost escaping from the bag several times, making him flustered. In the end, Zhang Yichen came over to help, and they successfully finished packing. After all the fuss, Zhou Haijun was sweating profusely. "Uncle, here's something for you." Zhang Yichen ran over and handed him a persimmon. Then he looked at him with bright eyes, full of expectation. Seeing Zhou Haijun hesitate, he enthusiastically encouraged, "Uncle, our persimmons are really delicious. You should try some." Zhou Haijun couldn't refuse his kindness and took a small bite. The sweet flavor instantly spread in his mouth, leaving him pleasantly surprised. As Zhou Haijun left, besides the packages he had to deliver, he also had a bag of 5 pounds of persimmons. Jiang Wanning gifted him the persimmons as a thank you for helping her sell. Otherwise, he would have earned nothing from this delivery. Sister. Chen can help sister sell persimmons too." Jiang Yichen ran to Jiang Wanning, looking proud. When he said this, Jiang Wanning was momentarily taken aback, a hint of surprise in her eyes. "Chen, so you gave the delivery uncle a persimmon to encourage him to buy our persimmons?" she asked, a bit incredulously. Jiang Yichen nodded seriously, a hint of pride in his eyes. Jiang Wanling originally thought he was just being enthusiastic by offering persimmons to guests, but she didn't expect him to have such thoughtful intentions. Chen, why do you think they will buy after eating the persimmons? Just now, Grandma gave a persimmon to the uncle who was fishing. After he ate it, he said it was delicious and bought a bag. Also, when we sold tomatoes before, many uncles and aunts tried them, thought they were tasty, and kept buying from us. Jiang Yichen tried hard to organize his thoughts. Although his logic wasn't very clear, his meaning was very clear. Hearing this, Jiang Wanling felt a surge of joy. She didn't realize that Chen had been quietly observing what was happening around him, learning how to interact with others, and forming his own ideas and actions. Could this mean that his previously stagnant mind was showing signs of progress? Seeing Jiang Wanling remain silent, Jiang Yichen felt a bit anxious. Sister, did I do something wrong? Jiang Wanling looked at his timid expression and felt a pang of sympathy. She gently patted his short hair and smiled warmly. No, Chen, you're very smart. You did really well this time. Her tone was filled with affirmation and encouragement, and her eyes were full of praise. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yichen's previously drooping brows lifted instantly. His mouth curved into a big smile, showing his white teeth, and he laughed happily. To make it more comfortable for his sister, he even lowered his head a bit, like a gentle little lamb. Jiang Wanling couldn't help but laugh at his adorable appearance. All right, it's almost time for your class. After Xian and Tong finish school, I'll take you both to the mountain to pick wild fruits, okay? Okay. Jiang Yichen replied loudly. Then, he obediently ran over to the elderly lady and Grandma Wu, greeting them sweetly. Grandma Wu. I'm going to class now. The elderly lady smiled kindly and said, Go ahead, pay attention in class. As soon as Jiang Yichen entered the house, Jiang Wanling picked up her new phone and started fiddling with it. She skillfully found the Dada app in the App Store, clicked to download it, and logged in. After confirming everything was fine, she headed straight up the mountain. It's starting. Look, we are already on the screen. Chun Aizhou excitedly pointed at her phone screen, her voice filled with barely contained excitement. Has it started so soon? Can you help me check if my hair looks messy? I don't want to embarrass myself. Your collar, check your collar, quickly. Li Yunyun, while watching Wang Ying, nervously fixed her hair. As the live stream began, the ants fell into a little panic, hurriedly adjusting their appearances. Jiang Wanling couldn't help but laugh at the scene. Ants, you all look great right now. Let's stay calm. There's no need to be so nervous. Yes, we're just live streaming picking persimmons, which is real work, not a performance. Just be yourselves, Wang Ying added, trying to help everyone relax. Ingzi, if you could stop running your hands through your hair, I might believe you, Li Yunyun joked, making everyone laugh. All right. The live stream has started, so let's get back to our spots and keep working. The purpose of our stream is to show everyone how we pick persimmons, Chun Aizhou and Li Yunyun said, as they quickly returned to their original positions. They skillfully put on their baskets and began picking persimmons, their movements smooth and practiced. Only Wang Ying remained behind. Jiang Wanling looked at Wang Ying and said, Aunt Wang, could you please handle the phone for the live stream every time we go up the mountain? Is that okay with you? Wang Ying readily replied, Sure. It's just about finding a good spot and starting the stream. I can do that. After saying this, she curiously leaned closer to the phone screen to take a look. At that moment, the live stream room was empty, with not a single viewer, making it feel particularly quiet. Wanting, why is there no one in the live stream? What if no one comes to watch us? She usually watched live streams in her free time and knew the difference between having viewers and not. Just as she finished speaking, a comment flashed across the screen like lightning. It's Wanting. Wanting, you actually started a live stream. Then, a flood of identical comments came pouring in. Clearly someone was copying and pasting. At the same time, the number of viewers in the live stream changed from 0 to 1. Wang Ying's eyes widened in surprise as she curiously asked, Wanting, this person actually knows you. Could it be someone from our village? Jiang Wanling had prepared herself for a flood of insults in the comments. After all, With the reputation of her original self in the entertainment industry, any news about her online was filled with negative comments. However, the first comment on the screen was surprisingly not an insult. This caught her off guard. She wondered if this user was a fan from the Zhang family basket group. Before she could respond, the comment revealed the answer. Ning Ning, I'm Lemon, your fan. As soon as this message appeared, a dazzling carnival effect burst onto the screen like brilliant fireworks. The colorful lights filled the entire live stream room, making it almost impossible to see. Both Zhang Wanning and Wang Ying were startled. Wang Ying was simply shocked by the unexpected display, while Zhang Wanning was surprised by the title of fan. After all, in her mind, the original self was just a little-known artist who was criticized online. Moreover, the fan had made such a generous donation, clearly showing their loyalty. This unexpected support moved Zhang Wanning, who was used to seeing negative comments. With a bright smile, Zhang Wanning greeted the camera. Welcome to the Zhang Family Basket live stream. Today is our first day. As the first fan in the room, congratulations. You've won a special gift from the Zhang Family Basket. Don't forget to message me your address. As soon as she finished speaking, a series of donation effects flashed across the screen. Ah! So happy, thank you Ning Ning. From this short message, one could feel the overwhelming excitement and joy of the fan. Little did they know, Yu Weiwei, who was offline, jumped up in excitement. Ah, Ning Ning repliet tome. Ning Ning repliet tome. Her voice was filled with uncontrollable joy, as if she had received the most precious gift in the world. Indeed, the wealthy fan in the live stream was none other than Yu Weiwei. At that moment, she was shopping at the mall with her classmate, Yang Hongli. Yang Hongli was trying on a gold bracelet, excitedly checking how it looked, when Yu Weiwei's sudden burst of excitement startled her, causing her to almost drop it. Yu Weiwei, what are you doing? You almost scared me to death. Yang Hongli frowned and complained with an unhappy expression. Fortunately, she was only holding a bracelet. If it had been a fragile jade bangle, it would have surely shattered in her surprise. Yu Weiwei, however, was not at all upset by Yang Hongli's criticism. Instead, she smiled widely and said, Lily, my idol is live streaming. She not only greeted me but also said she would send me a big gift package. She looked like a child who had just received a beloved candy. Which idol? Yang Hongli asked curiously, leaning closer. When her gaze landed on Yu Weiwei's phone screen and she saw Zhang Wanning, her previously smiling face instantly turned gloomy. Weiwei, please don't tell me your idol is Zhang Wanning? Her tone was filled with disbelief. Yu Weiwei was lost in her joy and completely unaware of the change in Yang Hongli's expression. She happily edited the delivery address, preparing to receive the big gift from her idol, and said, Yes, I've liked her for a long time, ever since she debuted. I thought she had retired and I wouldn't see her again, but I didn't expect her to start live streaming. Hee. Seeing Yu Weiwei's excitement, Yang Hongli couldn't help but frown, her tone laced with disdain and reproach. Yu Weiwei, are you out of your mind? How can you like someone like Zhang Wanning? Yu Weiwei's smile vanished instantly. She looked up and stared directly at Yang Hongli. What do you mean by someone like Zhang Wanning? What kind of person is she? Why can't I like her? Her eyes were filled with coldness, clearly displeased with Yang Hongli's words. Yang Hongli scoffed dismissively. I won't even bother mentioning her past vanity and shamelessness. Just look at the recent incident. Wang Yuxuan was driven to suicide by her, and she cruelly refuses to let it go. What do you even like about someone like that? In her view, Zhang Wanning was a truly terrible person who deserved to be scorned and was unworthy of anyone's affection. Yu Weiwei's expression darkened immediately. She retorted without hesitation. Wang Yuxuan's suicide was because she made mistakes and didn't want to face the consequences. What does that have to do with Ning Ning? Yang Hongli raised her voice, firmly stating, how can it not be related? If she hadn't been so relentless, would that girl have been driven to suicide? In her mind, Zhang Wanning was the main cause of Wang Yuxian's death. What do you mean by relentless? Wanning, as a victim, is seeking justice according to the law. Is that being relentless? By your logic, can a murderer then go online to seek sympathy and escape legal consequences? Yu Weiwei was fired up and refused to back down. Yang Hongli was somewhat speechless from Yu Weiwei's barrage of questions, but she stubbornly held on to her opinion. How can they be the same? Yu Weiwei, with a cold expression, continued her argument without mercy. How is it not the same? There are punishments for murder and for hurting others. The law should be applied as it is written. Why should the victim be blamed? Yang Hongli was unable to counter Yu Weiwei's points and, feeling embarrassed, retorted, I don't care. I just think Jiang Wanning is not a good person. Because of her, our Nathan got dragged into this too. If you still like her, then we will be enemies. She tried to threaten Yu Weiwei into changing her mind. Yu Weiwei scoffed. I don't care what you think. Liking her is my choice. And you're mistaken. Wang Yuxian hurt Wan Ning because of Shen Yanen. So it's Shen Yan and who got Wan Ning involved. So she was a fan of Shen Yanen. Just like Wang Yuxian, they were both the same. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have bothered with her. With that, Yu Weiwei grabbed the shopping bag from the counter and left without looking back. Seeing this, Yang Hongli hurriedly shouted, What are you doing? That's my bag. She didn't expect Yu Weiwei to suddenly get so angry and take her things. Yu Weiwei replied without hesitation, This is mine. I paid for it. Yang Hongli's expression stiffened for a moment as she tried to soften her tone. Weiwei, why are you like this? You said you would give it to me as a birthday gift. Yu Weiwei smirked. I was going to give it to my friend, and you are no longer my friend. With that, she tossed her hair and walked away confidently. She knew very well that there had been a lot of controversy about Jiang Wanning online in recent years. Many people held biases and malice against her and did not like her. Many of her friends were also influenced by the public opinion and did not have a good impression of Jiang Wanning. Although she could accept that her friends had different views, she could not tolerate them speaking badly about her idol in front of her. In her heart, Jiang Wanning had always been a kind and wonderful person, worthy of her admiration and support. Yang Hongli was furious as she watched Yu Weiwei leave decisively. She felt angry not only about Yu Weiwei's sudden change of attitude, but also because her own plans had fallen apart. At that moment, the salesperson, who had been watching from the side, stepped forward with a professional smile and politely asked, Miss, do you still like this bracelet? The salesperson's tone was polite, but to Yang Hongli, it sounded particularly harsh. She looked at the bracelet she had long admired, feeling a twinge of reluctance. Honestly, she really liked this bracelet. From the moment she first saw it, she was drawn to its exquisite craftsmanship and unique design. However, the bracelet was quite expensive, and if it weren't for Yu Weiwei's earlier promise to buy it for her as a birthday gift, she would never have stepped into this high-end jewelry store. Thinking of this, Yang Hongli's resentment grew stronger. She glared at the salesperson and, with a dark expression, tossed the bracelet back. It's ugly. I don't like it at all. With that, she stormed out. The salesperson thought to herself, What a? If it weren't for my salary, I would have said something to her. At that moment, Jiang Wanning was fully focused on her work in the live streaming backstage, completely unaware of what was happening offline. She had no idea that her rare fan had fallen out with her friend because of her. Looking at the impressive amount of donations, Jiang Wanning remembered how many fans often spent large sums of money to support their favorite stars. Some even fell into debt due to excessive spending, ending up in difficult situations. So, she immediately went to the backstage settings and turned off the donation feature. Recently, the incident involving Wang Yuxian had gone viral after her tragic suicide, keeping the topic trending online. Wang Yuxian's parents, unable to find Jiang Wanning, placed all their hopes on Shen Yanen. They approached Shen Yanen, crying in front of the media, claiming that their daughter had made mistakes to defend him. They hoped he would help them out of respect for the fans. Due to Shen Yanen's popularity, a large number of online users became interested. Especially Shen Yanen's fans, who paid extra attention to this matter, closely watching Jiang Wanling's every move. This caused the initially quiet live stream room to suddenly fill with many viewers. However, along with these people came a flood of negativity and attacks. Zhang Wanling. How can this person still have the nerve to stream? That young girl was driven to the brink of suicide because of her. What a heartless woman. She doesn't even spare a young girl. Thank goodness Wang Yuxuan is okay. Otherwise, Zhang Wanling would be a criminal. Is she switching to live streaming because she knows she's been banned from the entertainment industry? The bar for live streaming is too low. Anyone can join. Report. Ban her. The comments in the live stream were like a raging tide of negativity, filled with insults directed at Zhang Wanling. Many of the harsh words were so inappropriate that they could only be replaced with a series of asterisks. The entire screen was filled with these unpleasant phrases, making it hard to watch. Wang Ying was quite frightened by this sudden wave of attacks. She looked at Zhang Wanling with concern and said, lingling, What is going on? Why are these people speaking so harshly? The talk of suicide and murder was really alarming. However, Zhang Wanling remained calm and unconcerned, saying, Annie, don't worry, it's fine. You don't need to pay attention to this. Just follow the plan we discussed for the live stream. To ease her aunt's worries, she turned off the comments. Once she confirmed that Wang Ying had no issues with the live stream setup, they both went back to their tasks. Zhang Wanling's planned live stream format was actually a no-host model. As long as the streaming equipment was functioning properly and the video was stable, she didn't intend to stay in the live stream to deal with the negative comments. Although Wang Ying was still anxious, she chose to trust Zhang Wanling's calm demeanor and return to the persimmon tree to continue her work. Zhang Wanling then prepared to head down the mountain. Seeing the baskets filled with persimmons, she picked up 2 to carry. In reality, Zhang Wanling truly didn't care about the negative comments. She wasn't the original person and wasn't concerned with the entertainment industry's opinions. Sometimes, being infamous can also bring attention. As long as she could cleverly use this to turn attention into actual economic benefits and boost sales. These negative voices do have some value to a certain extent. The excitement in the live stream did not decrease at all after Zhang Wanling left. Instead, it grew stronger, like a fire fueled by oil. More and more people were drawn in by the heated arguments and lively atmosphere. The number of viewers in the live stream quickly climbed, reaching over 300 at one point. The continuous insults on the screen suddenly paused for a moment when a scene of Zhang Wanling showing 2 baskets of persimmons appeared. Wow, those 2 baskets look heavy. Does Zhang Wanling have that much strength? Just for show, don't take it seriously. She probably only placed a layer of persimmons on top. By the way, the sight of all those persimmons looks really nice. It's a shame the owner of this persimmon grove is blind and chose a controversial artist for the live stream. Otherwise, I would really want to go and enjoy the view. Through the camera, a beautiful expanse of persimmon grove appeared before everyone. The lush grove quickly caught many people's attention, and they gradually became enchanted. As time passed, those who were watching the grove noticed that their inexplicable irritation and anger had unknowingly lessened. But just as they subconsciously tried to explore the reason for this tranquility, a fast-moving comment suddenly shattered the moment. Hey, didn't you see the previous pre-sale video? This Zhang family vegetable basket account actually belongs to Zhang Wanling. She is the owner. Wait, is this the one selling persimmons for 40 a pound? Greedy seller, everyone don't buy. These persimmons look like the lowest quality. Anyone who buys them is foolish. Just as this comment floated by, a yellow system announcement popped up on the screen. Lemon Sweet has ordered Item 1. There were only 2 products in the live streams list. Item 1 was a 500-gram tasting pack of golden persimmons. Item 2 was a 2,500-gram regular pack of golden persimmons. Viewers in the live stream. Sigma. Daniel. No, wow, someone really bought it? Must be a plant. Putting aside what kind of person Zhang Wanling is, who would buy these spotted persimmons for 40 a pound? Only a fool would. Hee, this is all a marketing trick. If these persimmons actually sell, I'll eat my keyboard. Just as this keyboard-eating participant's comment appeared in the middle of the screen, one yellow system announcement after another popped up. The screen was filled with, Lemon Sweet has ordered product number 1. After Yu Weiwei parted ways with her plastic friend Yang Hongli, she quickly turned into a nearby cafe. She found a quiet corner to sit down and eagerly took out her phone, ready to immerse herself in watching her idol's live stream. However, it was a bit disappointing that Zhang Wanling was no longer on camera at that moment. But this did not dampen Yu Weiwei's enthusiasm for supporting her idol with views and data. She focused intently on her phone screen, skillfully clicking on the product list, and then started adding items to her shopping cart. As she operated, she silently calculated in her mind. With many relatives at home, if each one got £1, she would need around £100. And then there were professors and classmates at school. Excluding the annoying young homely, she would need to prepare at least £50 or £60. And there was also the lottery activity she had postponed due to not being able to buy tomatoes, which required another £100. Thinking of this, Yu Weiwei counted on her fingers, seriously calculating how many orders she should place. Just then, her phone rang, interrupting her thoughts. Seeing it was a call from Chen Baozhu, Yu Weiwei quickly answered. As soon as the call connected, Chen Baozhu's excited voice nearly screamed through the phone. Chen Baozhu. Ah, Weiwei, did you see? Lingling is live. Lingling is live. I saw. Due to her excitement, she couldn't control her volume, attracting the attention of many around her. Yu Weiwei awkwardly stuck out her tongue and quickly gave an apologetic look to those nearby, then lowered her voice to respond excitedly. Oh my, I thought Lingling had retired and we wouldn't see her again. I didn't expect such a surprise. Chen Baozhu. Lingling did retire. Did you notice? She was barefaced during the live stream and she looked amazing. Yu Weiwei nodded continuously, her eyes glued to the live stream screenshot on her phone, saying, I noticed. It seems she didn't use any filters, but her skin looks so fair and smooth, it's incredible. The two devoted fans held their phones, exchanging compliments about their idol. Suddenly, Chen Baozhu's voice filled with anger. Oh no, there are so many trolls in the live chat. They're saying Lingling is a scammer, that anyone who buys her persimmons is foolish. Upon hearing this, Yu Weiwei's expression changed instantly. She gritted her teeth and said, What a bunch of nonsense. Wait, I need to place an order to show them what's what. After hanging up the phone, Yu Weiwei looked at the live chat filled with negative comments and was so angry she almost responded right away. Luckily, she held back. She knew she was outnumbered and couldn't compete with those trolls. In the next moment, her fingers were rapidly tapping on her phone screen, turning into an ordering machine. Originally, she planned to buy over £200, but she split it into multiple orders of the same item. That's right. Lemon Sweet is Yu Weiwei's online nickname. At this moment, she was using that nickname to flood the chat with orders, taking action to support her idol. However, the frenzy of orders from the same account made the viewers even more convinced that this was Zhang Wanling trying to save face by using a fake ordering account. LOL, she's panicking. She doesn't even know to use a different account for fake orders. It's like she's begging us to see her cheating. This is so over the top. Keep ordering. The more she buys, the more she loses. All major shopping platforms are cracking down on fake orders. Each order needs a corresponding shipping label to be valid. Can we report her for illegal ordering? Weren't there people saying they would report her? Why hasn't her live stream been banned yet? Reporting doesn't help. She's just doing normal live selling without any violations, so the platform won't take action. What can we do then? Just watch her jump around and annoy us? Isn't it easy to get her banned? Just buy something from her live stream, then. Got it. Got it +1. Soon after Lemon Sweet placed her order, more and more order notifications flooded into the shop's backend, all for the same item, the £1 tasting pack. At the same time, Chen Baozhu was also busy. She quickly called her dad. Dad, didn't old lady Pei ask you to keep an eye on the shop? The Zhang family's produce is fresh today. After receiving the news, Dad Chen hurried to tell old lady Pei. With a wave of her hand, old lady Pei placed a large order of £100. Dad Chen looked at the order and worriedly said, Old lady, we shouldn't eat too many persimmons. Should we buy a little less? Mrs. Pei was unconcerned. Who knows how long these persimmons will sell? If I buy too few, and can't get more later. What will I do? Don't worry, I won't eat too many. I'll just buy some to store. Dad Chen. Wasn't it someone who ate 8 tomatoes in a day and couldn't eat a proper meal afterward? After Zhang Weining came down from the mountain, she hurried to pick up the kids. When Zhang Mushuan and Zhang Mutong learned that many people wanted to buy their wild fruit platter, they were eager to go home. As soon as they arrived, the 2 little ones jumped around with excitement, their short legs moving quickly toward the house. They shouted loudly, "Uncle, Uncle, we're back. Uncle, hurry and change your clothes. Once you're changed, we'll go up the mountain to pick wild fruits." Inside, Zhang Yichen eagerly responded, "Xian Xian, Tong Tong, Uncle has already changed his clothes." At the same time, as soon as Zhang Weining got out of the car, Zhu Jingjing pulled her aside. Zhu Jingjing looked around sneakily, making sure the older people weren't watching, then lowered her voice and said mysteriously, "Ning Ning, did you see what's happening in the live stream?" Zhang Weining asked in confusion. "What's wrong? Is something happening?" "Something big. Just take a look for yourself." Zhu Jingjing quickly took out her phone, skillfully entered the live stream, and handed it to Zhang Weining without waiting for a response. To her surprise, when Zhang Weining took the phone and saw the situation in the live stream, she nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad, not bad. There are actually over 2,000 people online." Zhu Jingjing rolled her eyes and sighed. "Look closely at who these people are." Zhang Weining raised an eyebrow. "Are you talking about the negative comments in the chat?" Zhu Jingjing nodded, looking worried. "They don't seem friendly. It's clear these people aren't here to buy persimmons. If this continues, even genuine customers will be scared away." However, Zhang Weining seemed unfazed as she calmly pulled up the product list. Seeing the growing number of orders, a smile appeared on her face. "But they are buying." Zhu Jingjing looked at the first product showing sold 1,000 plus, and the second product showing sold 100 plus, her brows furrowing deeper, her expression growing more serious. She quickly pulled up the previous screenshot of the comments and handed it to Jiang Wanning. "Take a look at this." Jiang Wanning glanced at the screenshot and calmly said, "Are you saying they placed an order on purpose and planned to complain about the product being substandard?" Zhu Jingjing nodded seriously. Complaining about quality issues could lead to significant penalties for the seller, including fines, confiscation of illegal earnings, or even revocation of their business license. In severe cases, they could face criminal charges. Jiang Wanning shrugged lightly and replied nonchalantly, "Whether there is a quality issue is not up to them to decide. If they can prove that my persimmons are substandard, then I'll admit defeat." She had seen such tricks many times in her past experiences. In the end, they always came back asking for her help. What a confident and bold response. Zhu Jingjing felt a surge of admiration, and her earlier worries faded a bit. As long as you know what you're doing. But it's better to be safe than sorry. I think you should send the persimmons to a testing agency and include the results in the product details. Jiang Wanning nodded. "Okay, I'll send them when I have time." Seeing her casual attitude, Zhu Jingjing sighed and said, "Never mind, I'll help you send them." After all, her future achievements depended on Jiang Wanning. Jiang Wanning smiled. "Thanks. I'll send you a big gift basket from the Zhang family later." Zhu Jingjing's eyes lit up with excitement. "What big gift?" Jiang Wanning teased. "You'll find out when you receive it." At that moment, the 3 little ones had already changed into their clothes, full of energy and ready to go. Noticing that Jiang Wanning hadn't moved for a while, they couldn't hold back any longer and urged her. "Mom, can we go up the mountain now?" Zhu Jingjing remembered the wild fruit platter that had been snapped up in the group chat earlier. She had really wanted to buy it, but by the time she saw the message, it was too late, and she missed out. So, she boldly looked at the 3 little ones with hopeful eyes and asked, "Tong Tong, Auntie really wants to eat wild fruits too. Can you sell a box to Auntie?" The 3 little ones instinctively looked at Jiang Wanning for her opinion. "This is your own business. You can decide for yourselves." Jiang Wanning smiled at them, her eyes filled with encouragement. Jiang Mushuan tilted his head and thought for a moment, then put on a serious expression and said, "Aunt Shu, you are our good friend, so we'll give you a chance to skip the line." Zhu Jingjing pretended to be wronged and said sweetly, Oh, just once? Zhang Tongtong thought Aunt Zhu was really sad and quickly said, Aunt Zhu, I'll give you a chance to skip the line too, okay? Thank you, Tong Tong. You are truly my little sweetheart. Zhu Jingjing couldn't help but kiss Tong Tong's rosy cheeks. Then she turned her attention to Jiang Yichen. Chen. Both Xianyuan and Tong Tong gave a chance to skip the line. What about you? Jiang Yichen hesitated a bit. Well, I will also let Aunt Zhu skip once. But you must not tell anyone, okay? Zhu Jingjing was slightly surprised and instinctively glanced at Jiang Wanling, then pretended to be very curious and asked, Chen, why can't you tell anyone? Jiang Yichen blinked his clear eyes and explained seriously, many uncles and aunts are waiting in line. If they find out we let Aunt Zhu skip, they will feel bad and think it's unfair, and they will be sad. Hearing this, Zhu Jingjing showed genuine surprise in her eyes. She instinctively looked at Jiang Wanling and asked, Did you teach him that? Jiang Wanling smiled slightly and shook her head. Chen has been taking special classes online designed for a situation. Maybe it was the teacher in the class who taught him. Zhu Jingjing opened her mouth. She wanted to say that based on Chen's current performance, he seemed to be improving. Could he possibly recover completely in the future? But she swallowed her words. After all, with such matters, the higher the hope, the greater the disappointment often is. As the topic Jiang Wanling lives surged to trending, more and more people flooded into the live stream. One by one, they either came to join the excitement or to criticize Jiang Wanling. The comments rolled by quickly, filled with aggressive words. Jiang Wanling, I advise you to be kind, quickly choose to make peace, and let the girl go. Be a decent person. You only got a little hurt, but Wang Yuxuan might lose her bright future because of you. These people are typical of those who urge others to be kind without knowing their struggles. They love to stand up for others online, acting like saints, preaching morality while being empty and hollow. Jiang Wanning, you terrible person. Not only did you mess with my brother, but you also made him suffer from false accusations. I wish your whole family would suffer. You must come out and publicly apologize before dark and make peace with Wang Yuxian. Otherwise, you won't be able to survive anywhere in the world. Those who keep calling him brother are clearly crazy fans of Xin Yanan. In their eyes, their idol Xin Yan and is the absolute center of the universe, and they won't tolerate any slander or harm. Zhang, why are you back in the entertainment industry? Didn't you leave already? Not selling scandalous content anymore, now selling vegetables? That's quite a leap. This group of people, who are powerless in real life, can only express their anger by attacking others online. They are typical keyboard warriors, criticizing anyone without logic or limits. Suddenly, the entire comment section is filled with harsh words, resembling a trash dump. As soon as Qin Yuan finished filming, she eagerly took a cup from her assistant and drank a large gulp of her special beauty and weight loss drink, vegetable juice. It tasted refreshing and slightly sweet, mixed with a hint of the unique grassy and bitter flavor of vegetables. It was very mild, not affecting its refreshing taste at all. Since receiving the vegetables, she had been eating vegetable salad for 2 days straight. During these 2 days, Qin Yuan discovered the amazing benefits of vegetables. Although vegetables don't have the significant whitening effects of tomatoes, they are excellent for digestion. Good digestion ultimately leads to detoxification, beauty, and weight loss. Qin Yuan is the type of person who can gain weight easily, so she was thrilled to find that, even after enjoying regular meals and sneaking in some snacks, her appearance remained unaffected. This discovery made her extremely happy. She treated the 10 kilograms of vegetables like treasures, guarding them closely and not allowing anyone to touch them. To prolong their freshness, she spent a fortune on a high-end refrigerator. In her meals, she maximized the use of vegetables. Every meal included vegetables, a bowl of vegetable tofu soup in the morning, a vegetable salad for lunch, and stir-fried vegetables for dinner. She drank the 1,000 milliliters of vegetable juice from morning till night, becoming her lifesaver. However, the more she experienced the benefits of vegetables, the stronger her inner anxiety became. After all, there are only 10 pounds of vegetables, and at a rate of 1 pound consumed each day, they will last just 10 days. The thought of running out of vegetables in 10 days makes her very worried. What should she do after worrying? Chiu, I'm counting on you to grab some persimmons later. If we can get some, I'll definitely give you a big reward. After the surprises from the tomatoes and bok choy, Qin Yuan has developed a strong belief in the items in Zhang's vegetable basket. So much so that she doesn't believe Zhang Wanning's claim that there is plenty in stock. Upon hearing this, Chiu showed a hesitant expression. Qin Yuan noticed and asked, "What's with that look? Did the persimmons get sold out already?" "They're not sold out really. There are still plenty left." Chiu shook her head at first, then nodded. Sister Wanning just started a live stream to sell them early, but before she could finish, Qin Yuan, feeling anxious, interrupted her. "What? They really went live early? Why are we just standing here? Hurry and place an order." Chiu looked conflicted and hesitated, but should we use a different account to order? "Oh, it's just buying some persimmons. It doesn't matter which account we use. Placing the order is what matters." Qin Yuan seemed unconcerned. Seeing Chiu hesitate, she decided to take matters into her own hands. She quickly took out her phone, skillfully logged into the Zhang's vegetable basket account, and entered the live stream. Without even fully seeing what was on the screen, her fingers clicked rapidly, completing the order and payment in one smooth motion. She didn't notice how anxious Chiu was beside her. Once she saw the order showing 20 pounds of persimmons waiting to be shipped, she finally turned her attention back to Chiu. "What were you trying to say earlier?" Chiu looked like she was about to cry. "Owen, which account did you use to order the persimmons?" "I just used my own small account. Why? Is there a problem?" Qin Yuan asked, confused. "This is a big problem. Sister Shui will definitely be mad at me." Chiu frowned, looking worried. Although it was a small account, it had been used for many years, and everyone in and out of the circle knew it belonged to Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan was even more puzzled and asked, "Why would Sister Shui be mad at you?" Chiu quickly handed the live stream page of the Zhang family's vegetable basket to Qin Yuan, looking worried. "Sister Wenwen, you should see for yourself." Qin Yuan looked down at the phone that Chiu handed her. What she saw was a screen full of unpleasant and hurtful comments. In an instant, her brows furrowed tightly, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this is online bullying, right? What kind of people are these? Did Ning kill someone in their family, or disturb their peace for them to curse her like this?" Chiu hurriedly lowered her voice and said quietly, "Most of these are fans of Xinyanan." Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan suddenly understood. Now she realized why Chiu had asked her which account she used to place the order. It was because she was worried that supporting Zhang Wanning would lead to conflict with Shen Yanan and his fans. Shen Yanan debuted through a talent show and doesn't have many notable works, yet he has a group of extremely passionate fans. These fans act very irrationally, attacking anyone they can without thinking. Although Qin Yuan, with her current achievements and status in the entertainment industry, was not afraid of these people who would want to provoke a group of crazed individuals for no reason. Just as she was sorting out the pros and cons in her mind, she noticed that someone in the comments recognized her account used for ordering. "Wow, is that Xiao Wenzi? Could it be the celebrity Xiao Wenzi?" I specifically checked and confirmed this is Qin Yuan's account. Did Qin Yuan lose her mind? Boying yang van persimmons. Is she really going to publicly support Zhang Wanning? You're the one who's crazy. How could Qin Yuan support Zhang Wanning? They have no connection in or out of the entertainment industry. Then why is she buying persimmons? Did she accidentally click the wrong thing? Could it be that she simply craved persimmons? Zhang Wanning even changed her account name to Zhang Family Vegetable Basket. How would someone who doesn't pay attention know this is Zhang Wanning's account? Haha, just craving persimmons? That reason is even more ridiculous than saying Qin Yuan is supporting Zhang Wanning. Those persimmons look nice on the tree, but do you really think they taste good? The vegetables from Zhang Family Vegetable Basket are delicious, so the persimmons should be good too. Where did this joker come from? Trying to make you laugh? Haha, the guy in front. This joker is Lin Hai, a director. In an instant, The viewers sending comments seemed to collectively hit the pause button, and the live stream screen was unusually clear for a moment. But this calm only lasted briefly, as the comments soon flooded back in with even more intensity, taking over the entire screen again. Meanwhile, the trending topic Zhang Wanning Live quickly dropped 2 spots, replaced by 2 new trending topics. Qin Yuan orders persimmons in Zhang Wanning's live stream. Lin Hai praises the delicious persimmons in Zhang Wanning's live stream at the same time. Various speculations emerged online. Some guessed that Qin Yuan was being pressured by the industry to work with the less experienced Shen Yan and was using Zhang Wanning's live stream to express her dissatisfaction. Others speculated that Lin Hai spoke up in the live stream to support Qin Yuan, especially since their recent project had just wrapped up. Regardless of the guesses, the focus was on either Qin Yuan or Lin Hai, while Zhang Wanning was merely a tool in their game. Zhang Wanning, as a tool, watched the online viewer count soar past 100,000 and the orders reach thousands, grinning widely. With this kind of traffic and speed, maybe she could start looking for a designer and check out some houses soon. Since catching that big white fish in Wangshan village, old Zhang had been unable to hide his excitement. After leaving the village, he didn't head straight home. Instead, he carried those 2 particularly eye-catching fish and wandered around his usual fishing spots. He looked just like a proud peacock showing off its feathers. "Hey, old Lee, still holding down the fort here? Looks like you had quite a catch today. Unfortunately, I only caught 2 this afternoon, but just look at their size," he said, leaning in closer to old Lee's bucket, his eyes full of pride. "Old Chen, I'm heading out. Why am I leaving so early? Just look at my bucket. It's almost full. If I wait any longer, there won't be any room for the fish." Old Zhang laughed as he exaggeratedly gestured to the size of his bucket. With that, old Zhang leisurely visited all his familiar fishing spots, making his usual companions envious enough to almost fight over fish. Satisfied, he finally prepared to head home. Meanwhile, the sun was quietly setting in the sky, gradually disappearing below the horizon. However, that wasn't the end. Upon returning to his neighborhood, he intentionally didn't drive into the complex, but parked outside in the designated parking area. He quickly pulled his big white fish out of the bucket with one hand while holding the bucket with the big catfish in the other. Then, he walked toward the neighborhood with a slightly heavy but proud step, breathing heavily. Along the way, the big white fish he was holding seemed to shine like a spotlight, instantly attracting the attention of many passers-by.
"Wow, old Zhang.
That fish is huge. Where did you buy it? It looks so fresh." A neighbor out for a stroll exclaimed. Old Zhang held back a smile and pretended to be calm, saying, "Buy it? Don't be silly, I caught it myself." "What? You caught it? Old Zhang, you're amazing. How did you catch such a big fish? Tell us where you caught it. I want to try my luck too." Look at old Zhang, and then look at yourselves. You all go fishing every day, but why can't you catch fish this big? It was just a short walk from the entrance of the neighborhood to his home, but old Zhang took half an hour to finally return. Although his arms were a bit sore, the smile on his face showed how satisfied he was. When he opened the door, he saw his wife, Wang Chunhua, sitting on the sofa in the living room, watching TV. Old Zhang stepped inside, pretending to look exhausted, but he was really eager to show off his catch. He called out, "Hey, Chunhua, come help me. Carrying this all the way has worn me out." He waited eagerly for a while, but his wife didn't come. At that moment, old Zhang sensed that something was off. He turned around and saw Wang Chunhua frowning, staring at him with a cold expression. She said, "Oh, you remember to come back? I thought you were going to spend the night out with your fishing rod." Hearing this, old Zhang's heart sank. His nerves tightened, and he carefully explained, "No way. I promised I would come home for dinner every day, and I would never break that promise." Wang Chunhua scoffed and asked, "Oh, then what time do you think it is now?" Old Zhang instinctively looked at the wall clock and realized it was already past 7. When he left Wangshan village, it had barely been 2 p.m. Had he really been out for that long? Old Zhang tried to explain, "Well, today the sun set late. I was so focused on fishing that I lost track of time. You've been reminding me to catch some crucian carp for our daughter to help her recover after giving birth, right? I didn't catch any and I felt really bad about it. As soon as I caught this fish, I rushed back. He lifted the big white catfish in his hand, trying to shift the focus. Wang Chunhua was still upset. I said crucian carp, not catfish. Have you ever seen anyone eat catfish after giving birth? Old Zhang felt wronged by his wife's complaints, but didn't dare to argue loudly. He muttered softly, whether it's crucian carp or catfish, they're both fish, right? How different can they be? Unexpectedly, this comment ignited even more anger in Wang Chunhua. She glared at him and said angrily, "What? You think you're right? By your logic, you and Jack Ma are both human, so why aren't you as rich as him?" How did this turn into a personal attack? Old Zhang thought it was unfair, but he knew that saying more wouldn't help, so he wisely kept quiet. From a scientific perspective, it's not that catfish can't be eaten after giving birth. However, when comparing crucian carp and catfish, crucian carp better meets the nutritional needs of mothers and babies in terms of nutritional value, health benefits, and taste after cooking. That's why people usually prefer to prepare crucian carp for new mothers. On a normal day, if old Zhang brought home such a big fish, even if Wang Chunhua didn't say anything nice, she wouldn't get this angry. But today, her anger was misdirected. The reason was that their daughter's mother-in-law was a very capable and efficient person. After the birth, she immediately took on the responsibility of caring for the new mother. Although she seemed easy to get along with, she often tried to compete with Wang Chunhua. Whenever Wang Chunhua sent something for their daughter, the mother-in-law would subtly belittle her efforts. Thinking about what happened today, Wang Chunhua felt very wronged and frustrated. She had spent a lot of money to buy an old hen, hoping to nourish her daughter well after giving birth. After putting in a lot of effort to make a pot of chicken soup, I thought my daughter would enjoy it. However, she only took a few sips before getting sick. My daughter's mother-in-law immediately suspected something was wrong with the chicken. After tasting it, she bluntly said the chicken was not fresh and the soup had a strong fishy smell. Since postpartum meals require less salt and seasoning, the fishy taste became even stronger, which caused my daughter to. While my mother-in-law spoke politely, her tone had an uncomfortable edge, suggesting that she cared more than I did as my daughter's mother. In the past, I would have responded sharply, but today, the chicken being not fresh was an undeniable fact. I had made a mistake and could only swallow my frustration. No matter what my mother-in-law said, I held back and listened quietly. Finally, I returned home feeling very upset. To make matters worse, my husband, Zhang, came home late and didn't catch the fish I had been hoping for. In my eyes, this was just adding to my troubles. Hearing him mumble about fishing made me explode. Look at you. Every day, all you think about is fishing. What else is on your mind? Do you even care about this family? You might as well just stay by the river. Turning around, I saw Zhang holding a large white catfish, which only fueled my anger. I pointed to the door and said angrily, "If you care about that fish, clean it yourself. Don't expect me to help you. If you don't want to clean it, just throw it away. It's in the way." Zhang was startled by my outburst and quickly softened his tone, saying, "Okay, I'll clean it right now." He then went into the kitchen with the fish. Once in the kitchen, Zhang skillfully began to prepare the fish. He quickly cleaned and scaled it, showing his years of experience in fishing. Before long, he had finished with the catfish. He instinctively reached for the big carp in the bucket, but then remembered that it wasn't his fish. It was for Jiang Dehai's son. He also had persimmons to deliver. After boasting about it all day, he almost forgot the important task at hand. Thinking of the unforgettable taste of the persimmons he had tried before, old Zhang suddenly felt energized, believing he had found a way to please his wife. He was sure that the taste of those persimmons would win her over. So, old Zhang hurried to the living room and said to the still fuming Wang Chunhua, "Chunhua, I left something in the car. I'll go get it now." However, Wang Chunhua was lost in her own thoughts and didn't pay him any attention. She was busy searching through various group buying chats, determined to buy a top-quality old hen to restore her reputation and redeem herself. With the group chat leader's promises, Wang Chunhua finally made up her mind and successfully ordered 2 old hens. She even added a note: "They must be alive, and please don't process them in advance." Fresh live chickens were surely the best option. When Wang Chunhua heard the door open again, she saw old Zhang happily walking in with 2 big bags of persimmons. In an instant, the anger she had just managed to suppress flared up again, ready to explode. "Where did these persimmons come from?" she asked through clenched teeth, her eyes full of warning. It was clear she was ready to make him sleep on the couch if he dared to say he bought them. Wang Chunhua's anger wasn't unfounded. Old Zhang had a history of being overly generous. He would buy all the unsold vegetables from elderly vendors without hesitation, only to bring home old, unappetizing produce. He even spent 100 yuan on 5 kilograms of bamboo shoots while hiking, which was several times the market price. There were countless similar incidents. Every time old Zhang brought something home, it never satisfied or pleased Wang Chunhua. Old Zhang knew his wife's temper well and understood that explaining himself would only make things worse. So, he had a clever idea and didn't answer her question directly. Instead, he picked a round, plump persimmon from the bag and handed it to Wang Chunhua, smiling as he said, "Try this first, and then I'll tell you where it came from." Wang Chunhua's eyes widened, and she angrily replied, "If you get tricked again this time, your allowance will be cut in half next month." Hearing about the allowance cut made old Zhang's heart ache. But thinking of the delicious taste of the persimmons, he gathered his courage and tentatively said, "If this persimmon is worth it, can I double my allowance?" Wang Chunhua rolled her eyes dismissively and replied, "You wish." While speaking, her attention shifted to the persimmon in her hand. "Are you sure this persimmon is safe to eat? You're not trying to trick me, are you?" Wang Chunhua looked doubtful. After all, she had once had a painful experience where eating a persimmon left her mouth numb for 3 days. Looking at the persimmon now, it was slightly larger than she remembered, but it looked almost the same. Facing his wife's open skepticism, old Zhang pretended to be angry. Without saying a word, he grabbed a persimmon from the bag and started eating it eagerly. His cheeks puffed up as he enjoyed it, eating with great enthusiasm. After finishing, he licked his lips, looking completely satisfied. Old Zhang's expression made Wang Chunhua a bit tempted. Seeing that old Zhang was fine after eating, her doubts lessened, and she cautiously took a bite of the persimmon in her hand. In an instant, the sweet juice burst in her mouth, and the rich fruit aroma and just right sweetness conquered her taste buds. Her previously doubtful expression brightened with surprise. Seeing this, old Zhang proudly lifted his chin and said with a hint of bragging, "How is it? Tastes good, right?" Wang Chunhua was so immersed in the delicious persimmon that she ignored old Zhang's boasting, focusing on savoring it. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed old Zhang reaching for another persimmon in the bag. Quickly, she snatched all the persimmons from the bag and said without hesitation, "These persimmons taste so good. I'll take some to Xiaoya tomorrow." Old Zhang frowned slightly and asked, "Can new mothers eat persimmons? Isn't it said that persimmons are cold and should be avoided by pregnant women and new mothers?" Wang Chunhua gave him a look and explained, "It's not like I'm eating them for every meal. Eating one a day has many benefits." As for what those benefits were, Wang Chunhua always relied on facts. She took out her phone, quickly found the encyclopedia entry on persimmons, and showed it to old Zhang. Persimmons are rich in vitamins, like vitamin C and vitamin A, among others. Vitamin C has antioxidant properties, which can boost a mother's immune system, help her body fight diseases, and assist in healing postpartum wounds. Vitamin A helps maintain a mother's normal vision and benefits the baby by providing nutrients through milk, promoting the baby's visual development. As long as the mother does not have diabetes and avoids incompatible foods, eating 1 to 2 medium-sized ripe persimmons daily is very suitable. However, compared to the rich nutritional value of persimmons, Wang Chunhua actually cares more about their taste. During her recovery period, her daughter often complained about the blandness of her meals, saying they made her feel depressed. Wang Chunhua thought that once her daughter tasted these delicious persimmons, her mood would surely improve. Postpartum depression is serious and needs attention. When old Zhang heard that his wife wanted to give both bags of persimmons to their daughter, he quickly protested, "You can't give them all away. That's several pounds. And one bag is." Wang Chunhua impatiently interrupted, "What do you mean, and one bag? You can't be stingy about giving your daughter some persimmons. There are only about 20 in total, and persimmons can be stored, so let her enjoy them slowly." Just then, the doorbell rang sharply. Old Zhang hurried to open the door and found Jiang Yongnian, the son of Jiang Dahai, standing there. "Uncle Zhang, you said my dad asked you to bring me something. What is it?" Jiang Yongnian asked, looking puzzled. Jiang Dahai is the village chief of Wangshan village. For work convenience, he usually stays in the village during weekdays and only returns to the city to reunite with his son on holidays. In the past, he would typically bring things back for his son himself on weekends. This was the first time in years he had someone else deliver something. "Wait a moment," old Zhang said, turning and quickly walking into the kitchen, struggling to carry out a large bucket. Ignoring Wang Chunhua's surprise, he took a bag of persimmons from her and stuffed it into Jiang Yongnian's arms. "This fish was caught by your dad, and these persimmons were given by people from his village. He thought they tasted good and asked me to bring them to you." Wang Chunhua then realized that one of the bags of persimmons actually belonged to someone else. She couldn't help but glare at old Zhang. He should have mentioned it earlier to avoid embarrassing her. Jiang Yongnian showed little interest in the persimmons. After all, he grew up in Wangshan village and had seen plenty of persimmons in his childhood. Since they were not picked, they eventually fell to the ground and returned to the earth. It seems that dad helped someone in the village again, and out of gratitude, the elder gave him something. But when he saw the big fish in the bucket, his jaw nearly dropped in shock. "Uncle Zhang, did my dad really catch this fish?" He couldn't believe it. After all, his dad often went fishing and usually came home empty-handed. It was hard to believe he actually caught such a big fish. Seeing Jiang Yongnian's reaction, old Zhang chuckled. "It's true. And who knows, your dad might catch even bigger fish in the future." As long as Zhang Dazai was willing to spend the high price of 50 per pound like he did. After sending Jiang Yongnian off, Wang Chunhua curiously asked, "So these persimmons are grown in your village? Did the villagers give you these too?" Old Zhang replied, "What a nice thought. Jiang is the village head, always busy helping the villagers. That's why they gave him persimmons. I'm just an outsider who goes there to fish. Why would they give me anything?" Wang Chunhua thought this made sense and then asked, "How much did you pay for them? If the price is right, you could buy more next time." Old Zhang felt it was a lose-lose situation and said directly, 40 per pound. Wang Chunhua was shocked. "How much did you say?" Old Zhang stepped back a bit, confidently saying, "Just based on the taste. What do you think?" The taste is indeed good, but that's an outrageous price. Wang Chunhua still couldn't accept it. Old Zhang coolly replied, "Your daughter often buys durian for over 100 per pound. Which would you choose, durian or these persimmons?" I'll take the persimmons then." Early the next morning, Wang Chunhua received 2 lively hens that could still flap their wings. These chickens were her treasures for saving face, so she immediately directed old Zhang to kill and pluck them. This kept them busy for the whole morning. In the kitchen, filled with feathers and the smell of chicken, they felt dizzy from the strong odor and were a bit overwhelmed. By noon, they had no appetite at all. They decided to just make some porridge and eat it with pickled vegetables and fermented tofu. Just then, Wu Yanen, Jiang Yongnian's wife who lived upstairs, knocked on their door, bringing a bowl of steaming braised fish with tofu. "Uncle, Aunt, I made some extra fish for lunch and brought it for you to try," Wu Yanen said with a smile as she handed the clay pot to Wang Chunhua. At that moment, a rich fish aroma filled the air. Old Zhang and Wang Chunhua almost drooled. Soon after, their stomachs began to rumble. Just a moment ago, they had said they weren't hungry, and now they were proven wrong. They exchanged awkward glances before warmly inviting Wu Yanen into the house. Wang Chunhua beamed and exclaimed, "Wow, Yanen, how did you make this fish? It smells amazing." Wu Yanen replied with a smile, "It's just a regular braised recipe, but I added some tofu to stew with it." Wang Chunhua still seemed puzzled and asked, But why does it taste so special? It's really extraordinary. Wu Yanan explained. It's because the fish my dad and the others caught are really good. Uncle, aunt, you'll see for yourselves. The flavor is incredibly fresh. My daughter usually won't eat any fish, no matter how I prepare it, but today she actually ate almost half a bowl. Wang Chunhua was surprised and said, "Great. We have to try it." Children have very sensitive taste buds, and they usually dislike anything fishy or slightly bitter. So, the taste must be really good. Old Zhang had already been eagerly waiting with chopsticks in hand. Hearing his wife, he quickly handed her a pair of chopsticks and eagerly picked up a piece of fish to taste. In the past, he thought the flavor of grass carp was quite ordinary, even less appealing than that of other fish. Plus, grass carp was cheaper, while the cost of bluefish was higher. Most people preferred grass carp or other types of fish over bluefish. But now, as old Zhang tasted the fish, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Delicious. It's really so good. No wonder this fish can sell for 50 per pound." Wang Chunhua and Wu Yanan both turned their gazes toward him in unison. "How much did you say per pound?" Wang Chunhua frowned, her tone filled with disbelief. Old Zhang realized he had let it slip and felt a pang of regret. But there was no way to hide it now. He had to confess. It's 50 per pound." Wang Chunhua's expression remained unchanged, but her tone became colder. "Didn't you say that old Zhang caught the fish himself? Why is there suddenly a price of 50 per pound now?" Old Zhang quickly explained. The fish was indeed caught by old Zhang. However, the owner of the fishing pond has a rule that any fish caught there must be bought back at 50 per pound. Wang Chunhua's eyes narrowed dangerously, as if she could see right through old Zhang. "What about your fish? Don't tell me you bought that white fish for 50 per pound too?" Upon hearing this, old Zhang's gaze started to dart around nervously, his guilt evident. Before he could respond, Wang Chunhua was already sure she was right. In an instant, she was so angry that she trembled all over, ignoring Wu Yanan's presence, and shouted, "Zhang Jianzhong, do you think our family has endless money? You can't just waste it like this. First, it was 40 per pound for persimmons, and now it's 50 per pound for white fish. Don't you know the market price for white fish? It's much lower than that. At least old Zhang caught a blue fish, while you chose to buy the cheapest." Old Zhang felt wronged and muttered softly, "I can't choose what fish to catch, can I? Fishing has always been about the fish choosing them, just catching something is good enough." Even if he caught a fish the size of his finger, he wouldn't complain, let alone this large white fish. Wang Chunhua wasn't buying it and continued to scold him. "Buying white fish for 50 per pound, and you still think you're right? If you could catch a blue fish like old Zhang, I wouldn't be this angry." Old Zhang quickly protested, trying to defend himself. The owner said that all the fish in their pond, no matter the type, are the best in quality and taste. Maybe my white fish tastes better than that blue fish. Wang Chunhua almost laughed in anger at this. "Old Zhang, you really won't learn until you're in trouble."
Fine.
"Just wait. I'll cook that white fish right now. If it doesn't taste good, your allowance will be cut in half next month." Here we go again. Wang Chunhua often threatened to cut his allowance. But after all these years, old Zhang had never seen her reward him with more allowance for doing well. However, he only dared to think this in his heart, not daring to say it out loud. Last night, old Zhang had already cleaned and cut the white fish into pieces. At this moment, it can be taken directly from the refrigerator and put into the pot. Wang Chunhua cooks quickly and efficiently, without any hesitation. First, she fries the fish pieces until both sides are golden, then adds scallions, garlic, and other seasonings. She pours in an appropriate amount of cooking wine and soy sauce, then adds boiling water until it covers the fish. After bringing it to a boil over high heat, she reduces it to a simmer until the sauce thickens and the fish is fully cooked. Finally, she adds the right amount of salt, sugar, and pepper for flavor. Once the taste is just right, she thickens the sauce and serves it. The three of them watched the plated braised fish, swallowing hard in unison. It smelled so good. If they weren't holding back, they would have already grabbed their chopsticks. However, this wasn't the first time they swallowed hard, nor would it be the last. From the moment the fish hit the hot oil, it sizzled, and a rich aroma filled the entire room. As the chef, Wu Chunhua, and the two onlookers began their journey of swallowing hard, Wu Yanan, who had stayed out of curiosity about the fish's taste, could no longer contain her excitement and exclaimed in delight, "Auntie, this is the flavor. When I made braised fish with tofu, it smelled just like this." I stood by the stove, nearly drooling. Wang Chunhua instinctively touched the corner of her mouth, secretly relieved that she held back. Otherwise, she would have embarrassed herself. They say cooks often don't enjoy their own food. This is because the smell of cooking usually takes away their appetite. But this time, while cooking this white fish, Wang Chunhua felt none of that. Although the fish didn't look perfect, probably due to her cooking skills needing improvement, the aroma it released was incredibly tempting and hard to resist. Old Zhang watched this scene and, without needing to taste it, was sure his pocket money was safe. So, he proudly began his counterattack. "Wife, after all these years of marriage, this is the first time I've discovered how amazing your cooking is. A simple white fish can smell so wonderful and be so enticing in your hands." Humph. Wang Chunhua scoffed inwardly. She could tell that this petty man was secretly mocking her. "Let's see how it tastes after we eat it." Wang Chunhua shot Old Zhang a glare and replied irritably. Old Zhang had a friendly smile on his face as he eagerly picked up a piece of the freshest meat from the fish and placed it in Wang Chunhua's bowl. He was all smiles, trying to please her. Then, he warmly called out to Wu Yanan, "Yanan, don't be shy. Quickly try your aunt's cooking. This fish is really tasty." Wu Yanan quickly replied, "Sure, uncle. I can serve myself. I won't hold back." In fact, she was very curious about the taste of the white catfish and couldn't wait to try it. As the three of them took a bite of the fish, their excited expressions suddenly froze. So salty. The flavor was probably only slightly better than if it had fallen into a salt shaker. In unison, they quickly grabbed their bowls of porridge and started drinking it in big gulps, trying to balance out the overwhelming saltiness with the mild porridge. Wang Chunhua felt a bit embarrassed and instinctively explained, "I was in a hurry and added too much salt." Seeing this, Wu Yanan quickly reassured her, "Aunt, it's okay. The saltiness is just right for the porridge. It adds a unique flavor." Old Zhang showed his agreement through action. One bite of fish, one sip of porridge, and he couldn't stop eating. As expected, when the last piece of fish was finished, all three were full and couldn't eat anymore. The fish was just too delicious. It wasn't that they ate so much fish, but to balance the strong saltiness, they kept drinking porridge. This showed just how amazing the fish tasted. Even though it was extremely salty, they still couldn't get enough and kept going. Old Zhang, satisfied and holding his belly, wore a slightly teasing smile and asked, "Wife, does this mean I won't have to cut my allowance?" At this moment, Wang Chunhua had to admit she was completely convinced. Whether it was the persimmons she tasted earlier or the fish today, both were exceptional. In comparison, it felt like the persimmons and fish she had eaten for the past 40 years were fake. Wang Chunhua didn't directly answer Old Zhang's question, but instead asked, "The persimmons and this fish, they didn't come from the same place, did they?" Old Zhang nodded and said, "Exactly. The persimmons and fish are from Boss Zhang's place. I learned about it from Old Zhang." He was secretly glad he hadn't been scared off by the high price of 50 per pound. Otherwise, he would have missed out on such delicious persimmons and fish. Although the price is indeed not cheap, as long as the quality is outstanding, even if it is a bit more expensive, there will surely be people willing to pay for it. It's not just Lao Zhang who thinks this way. Wang Chunhua has also changed her mind. She looked at the nearly empty plate on the table and recalled her previous complaints about the price of the white catfish. Now, she no longer feels that paying 50 for a pound of white catfish is too much. Thinking of her daughter, who is currently resting after giving birth, and the old hen she bought for 38 yuan a pound, a strange feeling suddenly arose in her heart. Such a good fish, selling for 50 yuan a pound seems like a bargain. In an instant, Wang Chunhua stopped worrying about making chicken soup with the old hen. Her mind was filled with the white catfish that Lao Zhang had brought back. She couldn't help but ponder. If this catfish could be raised to taste so good, how delicious would a carefully stewed crucian carp soup be? With this thought, Wang Chunhua looked at Lao Zhang and said, "As long as you can catch a crucian carp from Boss Jiang, I'll give you extra pocket money."
How about that?
What a wonderful opportunity! Lao Zhang was overjoyed and couldn't possibly refuse. With this reason, he could go to Boss Jiang's pond to fish without hesitation. However, despite feeling excited inside, Lao Zhang pretended to look troubled on the outside. "There aren't many crucian carp in Boss Jiang's pond, and I'm not sure if I can catch one next time. But for my daughter, I will try my best and go a few more times." Wang Chunhua could easily see through Lao Zhang's hidden thoughts. But considering the delicious persimmons and white catfish he had brought home, which provided a different experience for the family, she decided not to argue with him and pretended not to notice. At that moment, Wu Yanen, who was about to leave for home, overheard their conversation and had a similar idea. There has always been a saying that children who eat fish are smarter. Regardless of whether this saying is scientifically proven, fish is rich in high-quality protein and unsaturated fatty acids, which are undoubtedly beneficial for children's growth and development. Previously, Wu Yanen had gone to great lengths to get her child to eat fish. She bought river fish, sea fish, and deep-sea fish of all kinds, but her child always refused to eat more than a bite. Now that she finally found a fish that Huan was willing to eat, Wu Yanen certainly didn't want to miss this good opportunity for her child to get the nutrition they needed. To her, what did it matter if it was 50 yuan a pound? Previously, deep-sea fish that cost hundreds per pound were bought without hesitation for the child's nutrition. However, she felt uncomfortable asking her father-in-law to buy such expensive fish. She could only ask Uncle Zhang for help. "Uncle Zhang, when you go fishing in the future, if you catch any extra fish, could you give some to me? Does your family need fish? You don't need my help for that." "Boss Zhang is your father-in-law's niece," Uncle Zhang replied, his tone slightly sour. He wondered why he didn't have such a caring and capable niece to help him with fishing. Wu Yanen was confused. "My father-in-law's niece?
Who is that?"
She started to think back. She had been married for several years and had met most of her husband's relatives, who mostly worked in the city. But she had never heard of anyone returning home to start a fish farm. This was a great opportunity. If she could connect with such a relative, her child wouldn't have to worry about eating fish in the future. She needed to find out more and visit them often. "Well, uncle and aunt, I'll head back now," Wu Yanen said, eager to ask her husband about this situation. As she was leaving, Wang Chunhua warmly handed her a cleaned old hen. Wu Yanen quickly declined. "Aunt, this hen is for Xiaoya's confinement." "I can't take it." Wang Chunhua smiled and insisted. "Take it. Xiaoya has plenty. She's been drinking chicken soup every day and is probably tired of it. I plan to trade it for fish to change her diet." Given that it was for Boss Zhang's niece, this hen was a fitting gift. The little grandchildren were still young, and fish is very nutritious. Wu Yanen couldn't refuse and accepted it, thinking that since the two families often exchanged favors, she could return the gesture next time. After Wu Yanen left, Wang Chunhua immediately directed Uncle Zhang to clean the kitchen. While he worked, he asked, "How do you plan to cook this chicken? Whole or in pieces?" Without hesitation, Wang Chunhua replied, "In pieces. You've been saying you want stir-fried chicken, right? I'll make that for you tonight." Uncle Zhang feigned surprise, "But isn't this for our daughter's confinement? Plus, this old hen would be tough for stir-frying. It would be better to use a younger chicken. The chicken is more tender, with less fat, and it doesn't feel too greasy when eaten." Wang Chunhua said proudly, "Grandma Xiaoya has been eating stewed chicken every day, so she must be tired of it. I'll make her some fish soup, and she will surely enjoy it." Wang Chunhua was also thinking of letting her mother-in-law taste the delicious fish soup. She was confident that such a tasty dish would win her mother-in-law's approval. Old Zhang couldn't help but lick his lips at the thought of the fish's delicious taste and said, "Make more. I wasn't full earlier." Wang Chunhua's eyes widened immediately. "Eat, eat, eat. You just said you were stuffed, and now you say you're still hungry. I'm telling you, The rest of this fish is for Xiaoya. You can't take it from her. Old Zhang thought to himself that those few bowls of watery porridge didn't count as a proper meal, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. That afternoon, Wang Chunhua eagerly took a plate of steamed fish and hurried to her daughter's house. She chose steaming because it preserves the fish's original flavor best. More importantly, it's simple to prepare and hard to mess up, making it the best choice for someone like Wang Chunhua, who wasn't very skilled at complicated cooking. As soon as she entered her daughter's home, her mother-in-law saw the food container in her hands and greeted her with a warm smile. "In-law, you're here to bring Xiaoya soup again." This morning, Xiaoya was complaining that she's tired of soup every day and asked me to change it up for her. This clearly hinted that the soup Wang Chunhua brought would be wasted. In the past, even if Wang Chunhua wasn't bringing soup, she would have been furious at such a tone. With her loud personality, even when she was right, she often left others with the impression that she was in the wrong due to her aggressive manner. But today was different. With her newfound confidence, Wang Chunhua was no longer the impatient person she used to be. She smiled warmly and replied gently, "You're right. Who can handle chicken soup or fish soup every day?" Yesterday, her dad finally caught a fish, so I thought I'd change it up for Xiaoya and made steamed fish. As she spoke, she opened the food container and revealed the plate of steamed fish to her mother-in-law. Upon seeing it, her mother-in-law noticed it was indeed pieces of steamed fish. Just then, she frowned slightly and hesitated before saying, "In-law, doesn't this fish look like a white carp?" Wang Chunhua maintained her smile and replied calmly, "You have a good eye. Indeed it is a white carp. I originally wanted old Zhang to catch a Christian carp, but unfortunately, he wasn't skilled enough and brought me back this white carp instead." The mother-in-law gently shook her head and slowly said, "Fishing doesn't always guarantee a catch. It's already great to catch any fish. However, this white carp has a rather ordinary taste and a strong fishy smell. If it's braised, the spices might cover up the fishiness a bit and enhance the flavor. But for steaming..." She didn't finish her sentence. Yet, the disdain in her eyes clearly showed her feelings. Then, with an apologetic expression, she said, "In-law, I'm not saying you cooked it poorly. I'm mainly worried that Xiaoya might not be used to it. You know, she vomited once yesterday, and today her appetite has noticeably decreased. If she feels uncomfortable from eating fish again, I'm really afraid it will be too much for her." Wang Chunhua felt frustrated, but smiled brightly. She even took on a humble attitude and said warmly, "Mother-in-law, you make a good point. This fish is a gesture from her dad, and I wanted to let Xiaoya try it. But since Xiaoya is in confinement, rich and heavy dishes aren't suitable for her, so I thought I'd try steaming it. However, nothing is more important than Xiaoya's health. How about this, mother-in-law, you try the fish first. If it's not to your taste, I promise not to trouble Xiaoya with it and will take it back immediately." The mother-in-law was genuinely surprised by Wang Chunhua's behavior. She was secretly astonished by her change. However, more than that, a sense of pride welled up within her. In her view, Wang Chunhua asking her to taste the dish was like admitting defeat and acknowledging her cooking skills were inferior. Yet, even though she felt proud to the point of bursting, the mother-in-law restrained herself and didn't show a hint of it on her face. Not only that, but she also deliberately put on a troubled expression and said, "In-law, isn't this a bit inappropriate? You know my cooking skills are just average. How could I dare to help you taste the dish?" Wang Chunhua was disdainful of the mother-in-law's pretentious act and felt like rolling her eyes to the sky. But she still wore a sincere smile and enthusiastically said, "In-law, please don't be modest. Hurry up and taste it and give me some guidance. As long as you think it doesn't taste good, I will take this fish away without saying a word." Seeing that she couldn't refuse, the mother-in-law pretended to be reluctant and said, "All right, then I will give it a try." This was what Wang Chunhua herself said, so if the feedback was not good and upset her, it wouldn't be her fault. When the mother-in-law finally agreed, Wang Chunhua eagerly handed her the chopsticks. Her enthusiastic attitude made it clear that she genuinely wanted her to try the fish, with no hint of insincerity. The mother-in-law was full of doubts but took the chopsticks and picked up a piece of fish to taste. As soon as the fish touched her taste buds, the dismissive look in her eyes vanished. In its place was surprise, amazement, and curiosity. She was surprised by the texture of the fish, which was far from the roughness she remembered. There was no fishy smell at all. She was amazed by the flavor of the steamed fish, which was rich and delicious, with a long-lasting aftertaste, far better than any fish she had tasted in her life. She was curious about how such a delicious steamed fish could come from Wang Chunhua. Could it be that she hired a famous chef to prepare it? Wang Chunhua watched her mother-in-law closely, taking in the changing expressions on her face. She couldn't help but smile, almost grinning from ear to ear. But she still pretended to be humble and sincerely asked, "Mother-in-law, please tell me, how is this steamed fish? If it doesn't taste good, please don't worry about my feelings. Just be honest, I can take it." The mother-in-law looked at her strangely, her gaze fixed on Wang Chunhua. At that moment, her mind began to turn, and she slowly started to understand. Recalling what happened yesterday, she thought that Wang Chunhua must have tasted the fish beforehand. Since she had tasted it, Wang Chunhua must know exactly how it tastes. If even this fish could be called bad, then it would be hard to find a good fish anywhere. If she said the fish was bad just to save face, this petty woman might bring others to taste it and judge her. At that point, wouldn't it just show that she was making things difficult for her? Now she understood why Wang Chunhua seemed a bit off today. It was all a setup. Humph. She wouldn't fall into that trap. So, the mother-in-law immediately put on a smile and exaggeratedly said, "Delicious. It's simply amazing. Dear friend, I must confess, the fish you made is the best I've ever had in my life. With your cooking skills, you could easily win a cooking competition." Wang Chunhua smiled widely upon hearing this. "You're exaggerating. It's just simple home cooking," she replied modestly. The mother-in-law said, "Come on, don't be so humble. With your great cooking skills, why have you been hiding them? If I had known your dishes were this delicious, I wouldn't have tried to show off in front of you before." Seeing her sincerity, Wang Chunhua felt a bit shy. Blushing slightly, she said, "Oh, sister, please don't say that. You're not making me feel embarrassed, are you? My cooking can't compare to yours. Honestly, this fish turned out well mostly because of the fish itself." The mother-in-law's curiosity was piqued, and she quickly asked, "What's special about this fish?" Wang Chunhua pointed to the steamed fish in the container and explained, "This is indeed a white catfish, but it's not an ordinary one. It's a high-quality white catfish that sells for 50 yuan per pound. The meat is very tender, so no matter how you cook it, it tastes great. For this steamed fish, I just added some scallions, steamed it, drizzled some soy sauce on top, and finished with a bit of hot oil. You can't achieve this flavor with regular fish." The mother-in-law was genuinely surprised. Her eyes widened as she exclaimed, 50 yuan per pound? That's an outrageous price. Regular white catfish is much cheaper. The price difference is huge. Wang Chunhua nodded in agreement. Yes, it is quite expensive. But as long as it makes Xiaoya happy and comfortable, it's worth every penny. After all, she needs good nutrition to recover. The mother-in-law wholeheartedly agreed. She took Wang Chunhua's hand and gently patted it, her face showing deep emotion as she nodded. Exactly. Nothing is more important than Xiaoya being happy and healthy. As parents, we just want our children to be safe and joyful. In the past, these two mothers often clashed over their children, like two sharp needles refusing to yield. However, now, due to the shared love and concern for their children, they have finally reached a reconciliation. Xiaoya lay quietly on the bed, with a plate of steamed fish sent by her mother on the small table in front of her. The fish was tender and fragrant. She took spoonfuls of the fish, savoring its deliciousness and freshness. Looking up, she saw two mothers surrounding the baby, their faces filled with loving smiles as they playfully interacted with the little one. One gently shook a rattle, producing a crisp sound that made the baby giggle. The other waved a colorful toy in front of the baby, causing the little hands and feet to excitedly flail. Watching this warm and harmonious scene, Xiaoya felt her previously gloomy mood, caused by postnatal discomfort and trivial matters, lift significantly. Wangshan Village. Batch after batch of persimmons were packed and shipped to various places across the country. When Wang Ying saw the unfriendly comments from viewers about Jiang Wanning, she thought the persimmons would be a failure. To her surprise, all the persimmons they picked each day were sold out. It's worth noting that the 6 of them could pick and transport about 2,000 pounds of persimmons in a day. Selling 2,000 pounds of persimmons in one day was undoubtedly an impressive number for the villagers of Wangshan. It's 5 o'clock, time to wrap up. The alarm rang on time, and Wang Ying quickly packed up the live streaming equipment, then swiftly gathered her other things to head down the mountain. The other busy villagers noticed, and also stopped their work. This scene was a stark contrast to the days before when everyone worked until dark without stopping. Today, Jiang Wanning had informed everyone in advance, specifically reminding them to finish work by 5 o'clock. They were to gather at her house because she wanted to discuss something with them. Chun Aiju, full of curiosity, couldn't help but ask, "Yingzi, what do you think Ning Ning wants to talk to us about?" Li Yunyan speculated. Didn't Ning Ning say we should pick persimmons for a few days to see how the market responds? Could it be that we've picked too many recently and can't sell them all, so she wants to pause for a few days? Alright, stop guessing. Ning Ning's persimmons are selling well. We'll find out what she wants to discuss when we get there. Since Wang Ying had to return the live streaming equipment to Jiang Wanning every day, she knew very well that the persimmons had not gone unsold. But it was too early to say anything. It was better to hear directly from Jiang Wanning. It was exactly 5:30. 6 people were sitting around the living room in Jiang Wanning's home. Although they were all older relatives of Jiang Wanning, they seemed particularly shy in front of her. In contrast, Jiang Wanning appeared much more relaxed. She smiled and said, "Thank you all for your hard work these past few days." Wang Ying waved his hand and replied cheerfully, "Picking a persimmon is nothing. When we used to work in the city planting flowers and trees, that was much harder." Chun Aiju quickly agreed, exactly. Working with flowers and plants is tough, and sometimes the pay is even less than what you give us, Ning Ning. If it weren't for the circumstances, I wouldn't want to do it at all. It seemed that Chun Aiju really disliked working with flowers, as she spoke with a hint of frustration. Li Yunyan nodded in agreement, saying, "If there were more jobs like yours in the village, even if the pay was a little less, I would happily stay here." Jiang Wanning smiled and replied, "As long as you all don't feel wronged, that's what matters." Zhang Guitian and the others hurriedly shook their heads, sincerely saying, "Not at all. We're happy to help. We wouldn't feel wronged at all. Uncle, it's fine if the ants say that, but please don't try to flatter me. I've heard that working on construction sites pays quite well." Jiang Wanning looked at Zhang Guitian, slightly surprised. Zhang Guitian sighed a little and said, "The pay on construction sites is indeed a bit higher, but not by much. Plus, working there means you have to eat and sleep on site, and the conditions are tough. It's not as comfortable as working in the village." Jiang Qingtian and Jiang Liu, listening nearby, nodded in agreement. Jiang Liu added with a smile, "Besides, we're getting older. If there were younger and stronger people available, the construction sites wouldn't want us old folks." What they said came from the heart. These past few days, they had carefully considered their situation at home. After accounting for expenses like food and other necessities, the money they could actually save from working elsewhere was not much different from what they earned working for Jiang Wanning. You see, in the village, they ate food and vegetables grown in their own fields, lived in their own homes, and had very few extra expenses throughout the year. This way, almost all the money they earned could be saved. If Jiang Wanning had work available every day, they would be eager to help out daily. Coincidentally, Jiang Wanning was thinking the same thing. So, she got straight to the point. "Uncles and aunts, here's the thing. The market demand for persimmons is increasing, so we need to pick more each day. I plan to hire more people in a few days to help out." "Ning Ning, are you saying that the 2,000 pounds of persimmons we pick each day are not enough to sell?" Wang Ying exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock. She thought that since there were no persimmons piled up at Jiang Wanning's home, they must be selling all of them daily. But now it seemed she had underestimated the situation. They weren't sold out. They were not enough. Jiang Wanning smiled and nodded. That's right. Recently, the number of orders has grown very quickly, and many orders are already scheduled for 3 days from now. If they didn't increase their picking, the latest orders might not be shipped until a week later. The people in the room felt no jealousy. Instead, they were all very happy. Wow, this is fantastic news. If we had known the persimmons were not enough, we should have stayed out later to pick more, Zhang Tian said with a big smile, clearly pleased about the persimmons selling well. However, Jiang Wanning shook her head and said, "Uncles and aunts, we agreed on an 8-hour workday, so let's stick to that and not do overtime." Wang Ying stopped smiling and said, "Seriously, Ning Ning, tell us what you need us to do. We will do our best to help and complete the tasks you assign." The others nodded in agreement, ready to cooperate fully. "Okay, then I won't hold back," Jiang Wanning said with a smile. "I have already discussed with the village committee, and the day after tomorrow, they will send 30 more people to help. However, with more people, there can be more issues, so I plan to divide these 30 people into 6 groups. I want you to be the group leaders, each responsible for managing 5 people." "Group leaders?" Everyone exclaimed in surprise, their faces showing excitement. After all, who wouldn't want to take on a leadership role at work? Even being a leader of just 5 people would show their value. Chen Ai Ju was the quickest to respond, excitedly asking, "So, is being a group leader like being a team leader in the production team before?" Jiang Wanning nodded affirmatively and replied, "Yes, exactly." Chen Ai Ju perked up, puffed out her chest, and said loudly, "Then I want to do it. My mom was a team leader before, and she often told me about her proud achievements. Now I can be the team leader too, and I'm sure I can do even better than my mom." The others, though not as straightforward as Chen Aiju, also showed excitement on their faces, eagerly looking forward to this new responsibility. Seeing everyone so enthusiastic, Jiang Wanning was generous and immediately announced a raise of 50 yuan in daily wages for each team leader. This news instantly made Wang Ying and the others overjoyed. For workers, no matter how many promises are made, only the salary feels real. Li Yunyan was so excited that she clapped her thighs and exclaimed, "Wow! At this rate, by the end of the month, I'll be earning more than my son." "Isn't that the truth?" Chen Aijia replied with a big smile, quickly adding, "My daughter just graduated from college and found a job in the provincial capital, earning only 5,000 yuan a month. Don't worry, Ning Ning. Since you trust us and gave us a raise, we will definitely work hard and won't let you down." Wang Ying listened with a serious expression, looking as if she was about to raise her hand and pledge her commitment. After leaving Jiang Wanning's house, everyone couldn't help but marvel along the way. They all expressed how capable Jiang Wanning was to sell the persimmons so successfully. Chen Aijio, always straightforward, couldn't hold back her curiosity and turned to Wang Ying, asking Ningzi, "Do you think there's something special about the persimmons from Ning Ning's family?" Although they had been working in the persimmon orchard for several days, no one had tasted the fruit yet. After all, when they were hired, it was established that no one could eat without Jiang Wanning's permission. They were all honest people, so they naturally followed the rules. Li Yunyan, feeling the same way, quickly agreed, "Maybe you're right. Didn't you notice how wonderful the scent of the persimmons is? Usually when I work in the fields, I get tired quickly, but this time, after picking persimmons for several days, I feel more energetic than before. I've heard that if plants are well cared for, they can be very nourishing for people. I think that's true for the persimmon orchard at Ning Ning's home." Everyone nodded in agreement, feeling that Li Yunyan's words made sense. Soon, they began to share their own wonderful experiences. Some said they usually had back pain, but after working in the persimmon orchard for a few days, their backs felt fine. Some people said they sleep more soundly now and don't wake up as often at night. The more they talked, the more they felt it was amazing, as if the persimmon grove held some hidden magic. What a pity, though. That grove is so small. Once the 30 new people arrive, the persimmons will probably be picked clean in just a few days, Chen Aijio said regretfully. "Not necessarily," Wang Ying replied mysteriously. "Yingzi, do you know something we don't?" The group's curiosity was instantly piqued, and they all looked at Wang Ying. Wang Ning replied with a hint of annoyance. What could I possibly know? Have you all forgotten that Ningning's family has over 300 acres of land? Although Jiang Lei only planted half of it, that's still more than 100 acres. Once the persimmons are picked, there will be other fruits to harvest. Ingzi, you're so smart. Everyone praised her. Actually, we don't need to overthink it. We just have to focus on doing our current tasks well. As long as there's new work, Ningning will definitely think of us and ask us to help. Wang Ning advised seriously, worried they might get too carried away and make mistakes. Right. We must work hard and not let Ningning down. Everyone agreed, their eyes filled with determination. After Wang Ning and the others left, dusk quietly enveloped Wangshan village. Jiang Wanning sat alone in her room, fully focused on managing orders for her shop. With every click of the mouse and tap on the keyboard, lines of data danced across the screen. So far, the weight of the unshipped orders had accumulated to over 10,000 pounds of persimmons. Watching the rising numbers, Jiang Wanning frowned slightly. To avoid the pressure of growing unshipped orders, she decided to take down the product link for the persimmons. She planned to relist it once the new harvesters were in place and everything was running smoothly, ensuring that orders could be sent out on time and accurately. At that moment, Jiang Wanning looked up and saw Zhang Yichen walking into the kitchen with the twins. The little ones seemed ready to start making dinner. Jiang Wanning smiled and called out, Chen, I want to eat sauerkraut fish. Without hesitation, Zhang Yichen cheerfully replied, Okay, sister. Then Chen will go fishing now. The twins, eager to join in, chimed in unison. Mom, can we go to the store to buy pickled vegetables? Outside, Grandma Wu, busy weighing and packing, heard the children and quickly stopped her work, saying loudly, No need to buy. Grandma has some at home. Chen, you know where Grandma's pickle vegetable jar is, so go get some later. Since Grandma Wu started working in weighing and packing, she has become almost like a member of the Zhang family. If they had enough rooms, Jiang Wanning would have let her stay at their house. Okay, Grandma Wu. I'll go after I finish fishing. Jiang Yichen nodded obediently, his young voice full of sweetness. Seeing they couldn't help with buying pickled vegetables, the twins turned back to focus on arranging their wild fruit platters. These three little ones lead very busy lives. They attend school on time and never miss their online classes. As a result, they have limited time to pick wild fruits, managing to prepare only 20 platters each day at most. However, unexpectedly, their carefully made wild fruit platters became a huge hit once they were launched. In kindergarten, the kids loved them and praised them highly. In the Zhang family basket Group 1 and Group 2, there was a rush to get a box, making them hard to find. Anyone who tasted the wild fruit platter was captivated by its unique flavor and felt a strong desire to buy it again. Especially in Zhang family basket Group 2, the wealthy entertainment circle members like Qin Yuan and Lin Hai were willing to pay hundreds or even thousands just to get a chance to buy this delicious treat. But for the principal trio, agreeing to such requests was absolutely out of the question. To ensure fairness, no matter how many platters they prepared each day, the three would strictly distribute them equally. The little ones would split the platters evenly, giving both groups of customers an equal chance to buy. In their small world, fairness and honesty were the most important principles. Because of this, their wild fruit platters became increasingly loved and sought after. After fishing, Zhang Yichen ran to Grandma Wu's house to get the pickled vegetables. Back home, Zhang Yichen went straight to the kitchen and skillfully picked up his special tablet. This was something his sister, Jiang Wanning, had taught him. My sister said that whenever I encounter something I don't understand, I can find the answer in this magical little box. Although Jiang Yichen doesn't know many characters, that doesn't stop him from using the smart voice search feature. He opened his mouth and clearly said to the tablet, How do you make sauerkraut fish? Soon, many related cooking videos appeared on the screen. Jiang Yichen chose the one with the most likes and focused intently on watching the video carefully. His eyes showed great concentration as he didn't miss any small steps or key details. Once he had memorized all the content, he decided to start cooking. First, clean the fish by removing the scales, gills, and internal organs, he whispered to himself, repeating the instructions from the video word for word. He carefully placed the fish on the cutting board. Then, he slightly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Quickly, he picked up a knife and struck the fish's head with the back of the knife, accurately and firmly. In an instant, the once lively fish became still and stopped struggling. The video mentioned that this method not only reduces the fish's suffering during processing but also makes it easier for the person doing the task. Zhang Yichen learned these fish cleaning techniques step by step from the video during his first attempt at cooking fish. Next, he used the knife to gently scrape the scales from the tail to the head, going against the direction of scale growth. He was very serious, making sure to remove every single scale thoroughly. He even paid attention to the areas around the belly and fins that are often overlooked. After scraping, he rinsed the fish under clean water to wash away all the scales. "Now, let's remove the gills," he said. He carefully opened the gill area with scissors and cut the base of the gills to remove them completely. He remembered the video emphasized that gills are the fish's breathing organs. They can accumulate a lot of dirt and impurities, so they must be cleaned thoroughly. Otherwise, the fish will not taste good. This was the sauerkraut fish his sister wanted, and he didn't want to disappoint her by making it taste bad. Now it's time to remove the internal organs. He continued using the scissors to cut from the fish's tail along the belly to the throat, opening it up. Then, he carefully removed all the internal organs from the fish, including the intestines, liver, and swim bladder. This step required extra caution because the gallbladder was the most delicate part. If it burst, the bile would leak out and make the fish meat bitter. He didn't want his family, including a Tai, his sister, Xian, and Tong, to eat bitter fish. After finishing the cleaning, he placed the fish in clean water and thoroughly rinsed its belly, making sure not to miss any corners. He washed away any remaining blood and small pieces of internal organs. Then, he lifted the fish from the water and rinsed its surface again to ensure it was completely clean and free of any impurities. At that moment, Zhang Wanning walked out and saw Zhang Yichen already cutting off the fish head. He stood at the cutting board, holding the knife firmly, focused as he slowly sliced along the fish's spine from the head towards the tail. His eyes were locked on the point where the knife met the fish bone. His hand movements were steady and precise, and with each cut, one side of the fish meat gradually separated from the bone until the whole piece was neatly sliced off. He then skillfully sliced the other side of the fish meat in the same way. At that moment, Zhang Yichen was completely absorbed in his task, focused and fluid in his movements. Anyone watching would not associate him with a child who had mental issues. The sliced fish meat was gently placed on the cutting board, skin side down. He tilted his head slightly, his eyes fixed on the surface of the fish meat, carefully observing the direction of the bones, filled with concentration and seriousness. Once he confirmed the position of the bones, he used the knife to carefully remove them from the fish meat. For the smaller bones that were difficult to handle with a knife, he used tweezers to grip them gently and slowly pull them out, being careful not to damage the surrounding fish meat. Jiang Wanning watched his meticulous work in surprise. "Chen, are you planning to remove all the bones?" she asked, knowing that he had caught a grass carp, which has quite a few bones. Without looking up, Zhang Yichen continued his work, serious as he replied, Tong is too small. She can only eat the meat from the belly. But once the fish is sliced, you can't tell where the belly is." In other words, he wanted to clean all the bones so that Tong could enjoy the fish without any worries. Recalling what the old lady had said about how Xian and Tong were partly raised by Zhang Yichen, Zhang Wanning felt a bit doubtful at the time. After all, in her mind, Zhang Yichen was still a child who needed care from others. However, now, watching Zhang Yichen carefully remove fish bones for Tong, her doubts completely vanished, replaced by deep feelings of trust and warmth. Zhang Yichen might just be a natural caregiver. Even though his mind wasn't fully mature, it didn't stop him from bringing comfort to everyone around him. Seeing her hardworking brother, Zhang Wanning asked gently, "Do you need help, little brother?" Zhang Yichen paused and shook his head. Then, with a worried expression, he looked at Zhang Wanning and asked, "Sister, are you hungry?" Jiang Wanning was momentarily confused by the question and instinctively shook her head. Seeing that his sister wasn't hungry, Zhang Yichen sighed in relief and said seriously, "If you get hungry, you must tell me. I will be quick." His childlike words made Jiang Wanning smile, and she softly replied, "Okay, but I'm not hungry, so you can take your time." However, Zhang Yichen did not listen to her. He quickly cleaned the fish bones, sliced the fish into thin pieces, and cut the fish bones into small sections. Each piece of fish was about 0.3 centimeters thick, and the fish bones were cut to nearly the same size, neatly arranged on the cutting board. Jiang Wanning stood by, astonished at the scene before her. She couldn't understand how Jiang Yichen could control his movements with such precision. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would have thought the fish slices and bones were cut by a machine. Jiang Yichen was fully focused on his cooking preparations, completely unaware of Jiang Wanning's surprise. He methodically placed the cleaned fish and bones into different plates, arranging each piece perfectly, as if he were creating a meticulous work of art. Then, he turned to handle the remaining ingredients. First, he picked up the pickled cabbage and cut it into even small pieces, each one measuring almost the same length, as if carefully measured with a ruler. After cutting, he rinsed the pickled cabbage in clean water, washing it thoroughly twice. The goal is to remove some of the heavy salt and possible impurities from the pickled cabbage. Then, squeeze the cabbage to get rid of excess water and set it aside for later. Next, prepare the pickled peppers, pickled, garlic, green onions, dried chili peppers, and cilantro. He chopped the pickled peppers into small pieces, and the pickled and garlic were cut into uniform sizes. The green onions were precisely cut into sections, all of equal length. The dried chili peppers were cut into pieces, and the cilantro was also chopped neatly. Jiang Wanning stood nearby, initially surprised and curious. However, as Jiang Yichen continued his impressive work, her expression gradually became numb. Whether chopping or slicing, all the ingredients were almost perfectly uniform. The precision was like that of a sophisticated robot at work. When Jiang Yichen started scooping water to wash the pot, Jiang Wanning realized it was time to officially start cooking. So, she moved to the back of the stove, intending to use her special skill to help her brother with the fire. Although she knew little about cooking, she had some experience with starting a fire. Just as she sat down to look for kindling, Jiang Muxian hurried over with small steps. "Mom, you should rest. I'll help Uncle with the fire." As he spoke, he reached out his little hand to pull Jiang Wanning up. Jiang Wanning smiled and said, "Actually, Mom can start the fire too." But Jiang Muxian, looking serious, firmly replied no. Nyonyo's mom said that the smoke and heat in the kitchen are bad for girls' skin. "Mom, you should really rest." Jiang Wanning was momentarily speechless. She felt a mix of amusement and warmth, but mostly curiosity. She had heard about this Nyonyo from the three little ones more than once, and each mention made her more curious about this child she had never met. In the end, Jiang Wanning couldn't resist Jiang Muxian's insistence and was forced out of the kitchen. Sigh. She wanted to be helpful, but her brother and son wouldn't allow it. What could she do? She could only obediently leave and wait to enjoy the finished meal. However, what Jiang Muxian referred to as smoke and heat was not an exaggeration in their home, but a very accurate description. This was because their kitchen only had a clay stove and no range hood. Every time she cooks, a large amount of smoke and grease fills the entire kitchen. Day after day, year after year, the ceiling and walls have turned yellow and black from the smoke. When the house is rebuilt in the future, she is determined to create the perfect and most comfortable kitchen. Once this thought took root, it quickly spread in her heart. She couldn't wait to pick up her phone and eagerly search for modern kitchen design ideas. As beautiful images switched on the screen, various advanced concepts and features were presented one by one. With just a soft command, she could easily control smart appliances. The design cleverly integrated different functional areas of the kitchen, saving space while being efficient and convenient. There were self-cleaning materials that could automatically break down grease and stains, keeping the kitchen looking new. An air purification system could quickly filter harmful gases produced during cooking, ensuring the kitchen air was always fresh and pleasant. Every detail excited her. Jiang Wanning was so absorbed that she completely missed the fact that her shop was flooded with messages due to the removal of the persimmon product link. Countless messages asking about the order rushed in, overwhelming her shop's backend. "Boss, where are the persimmons? Why is the link down? If I can't buy persimmons, my wife will leave me. Please help." There were so many persimmons during the live stream. Why is the link gone just a few minutes later? I want to buy persimmons. If you don't post the link soon, I'll come to your house. In a dimly lit room, Chao Ziyong hunched over, his eyes fixed on the computer screen. His fingers typed rapidly on the keyboard, making the text and images on the screen move quickly under his control. He carefully crafted a report, pairing it with seemingly reasonable images. He considered every detail repeatedly, and after confirming nothing was missed, a sly smile appeared on his face as he confidently clicked the submit button. After finishing this, he quickly switched to another platform and eagerly edited a highly provocative post. At Entertainment Circle's Discipline Committee, "Comrades, I have reported Jiang Wanning's shop. Just follow my instructions, and her shop will definitely close in less than half a month." He then uploaded all the images he had prepared to tarnish her reputation. After posting, Chao Ziyong comfortably leaned back in his chair, hands clasped behind his head, wearing a proud expression as he eagerly awaited the influx of traffic. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed 2 persimmons in the corner of the room, marred by unsightly dark spots. A smirk of sarcasm appeared on Chao Ziyong's face as he casually picked one up and tossed it in his hands. Then, he aimed the persimmon at the nearby trash can. With a bent arm and a slight flick of his wrist, he struck a classic basketball shooting pose. He mimicked a sports commentator's voice, shouting, "Bingo!" The persimmon arced through the air and landed perfectly in the trash can with a dull thud. Following suit, he tossed the other persimmon in the same manner, and it plopped into the smelly trash can. The fate of bad persimmons is to end up in the trash. Chao Ziyong, who considered himself a social media influencer, had always taken a questionable path in his career. His tactics involved fabricating various celebrity gossip to attract attention and gain traffic. For a long time, his account received little to no attention, with very few clicks. However, after maliciously involving himself in attacks against Jiang Wanning, fate began to take a strange turn. He became like a villain consumed by darkness, creating numerous scandalous rumors about Jiang Wanning. No one expected such a morally bankrupt and disgraceful act would open the Pandora's box of traffic, causing his account's data to soar like a rocket. His follower count skyrocketed, and likes, comments, and shares grew explosively. After tasting the sweet rewards of malicious hype, Chao Ziyong was completely consumed by greed and desire. He was like a puppet of a demon, fully immersed in his relentless obsession with Jiang Wanning. Every morning, as the first rays of sunlight entered his room, he didn't ponder how to create valuable content. Instead, he racked his brain, thinking of more sensational rumors to concoct. During this time, trending topics online such as Jiang Wanning forces fans to commit suicide, Jiang Wanning ignores fans' lives and refuses to reconcile, and Jiang Wanning sells blood buns live all originated from him. Therefore, he was the first to discover Jiang Wanning's live stream. When he saw her live broadcast and online store, he came up with a clever plan. He decided to report Jiang Wanning under the guise of justice. This would stir up those gullible internet users and force Jiang Wanning to shut down her live stream and close her shop. Some might wonder what benefit this would bring him. Emotionally, Jiang Wanning's fate had nothing to do with him. Materially, it seemed he had no direct connection either. But in Chao Ziyong's profit-driven mind, he had his own calculations. By doing this, he could further expand his influence in the online world. If he succeeded in taking down Jiang Wanning, he could gain fame and smoothly enter the ranks of popular content creators. A popular account means a wealth of opportunities. Earning millions a year would no longer be a distant dream, but a reachable reality. Luxurious homes, fancy cars, and beautiful women sparkled like stars in his eyes, tempting him. Chao Ziyong was lost in his carefully constructed dreams, his eyes glazed over, a smile creeping onto his face, nearly drooling with greed, resembling a thief peering at treasure in the dark. Just then, a sharp phone ring broke the silence of the room and jolted Chao Ziyong from his daydream. He impatiently grabbed his phone. As soon as he answered, an urgent voice burst through the receiver. "Old Chao, what are you doing? Hurry and check online. Your post has gone viral." The speaker was Zhao Wenbin. As a fellow gossip blogger, he often collaborated with Chao Ziyong during live streams, sharing sensational news that was hard to verify. Chao Ziyong instantly perked up, his eyes wide with excitement. Which post? Is it the one reporting Jiang Wanning? He had just posted it less than half an hour ago. Could it really have gained traction so quickly? Before Zhao Wenbin could respond, he eagerly exited the call interface, his fingers flying as he quickly opened the platform to check the situation. What he saw was a series of astonishing numbers. Shares, 1,543, comments, 8,765, and likes, 23,545. Not only that, the hashtag #OldChao teaches you how to report Jiang Wanning was skyrocketing, firmly holding the 5th spot on the trending list. "Ha, I'm on fire, I'm on fire." Chao Ziyong was so excited that he danced around like a crazy gambler, shouting in the room as if the whole world was under his control. But just then, Zhao Wenbin's somewhat cold voice came through the phone, like a bucket of cold water being poured over him. "Don't get too happy yet. Take a look at the comments below first." Chao Ziyong shrugged dismissively and scoffed. "What do those comments matter? They are all about my traffic and data." In his eyes, people in their line of work had seen all kinds of bad reviews and had developed a thick skin. He thought Zhao Wenbin was too young and too impatient. Besides, Jiang Wanning had very few fans and had been previously slandered, so her reputation was already damaged. If netizens were going to criticize someone, it would definitely be Jiang Wanning, not him. As he smugly thought this, a sneer appeared on his lips as he casually opened the comments section. However, when the comments filled his screen, his smile instantly froze, and he was left dumbfounded by the scene before him. Who is this fool coming out of nowhere? Saying the persimmons are sour and astringent, hard to eat? Are you sure you've actually tried Jiang Wanning's persimmons? Stop spreading nonsense. Zhang's persimmons were taken off the shelves because of you. You owe me for my persimmons. Unethical media, just spreading rumors and slander. I've reported you to the platform. Get ready to have your account banned. Don't say anything else. Just share. Once we reach 500 shares, we'll call the police to deal with this scoundrel. If I can't eat Zhang's persimmons because of you, I curse your ancestors to never find peace. The comments section was filled with insults, accusations, and threats directed at him. But Chao Ziyong only paused for a moment before quickly regaining his composure. He blurted out, "What the heck is going on? Did Jiang Wanning hire an army of commoners? Otherwise, why would so many people be speaking up for Jiang Wanning?" As soon as he said it, Chao Ziyong felt he had uncovered the truth. There was definitely an army of commenters involved. On the other end of the phone, Zhao Wenbin sighed helplessly and advised, "Old Chao, you bought that batch of persimmons too, right? Take my advice and try them. Maybe after tasting them, you'll understand." As long as Chao Ziyong has tasted the deliciousness of persimmons, he will understand why there are so many negative comments about him. Chao Ziyong scoffed and replied, "That persimmon looks unappetizing at first glance. Why would I even try it? I already threw it in the trash. It's worthless and belongs in that place." His tone was full of disdain. Zhao Wenbin was momentarily speechless, then said, "All right, then go check the trending topics." Chao Ziyong laughed proudly. "You mean my trending topic? I saw it long ago. I have to thank Jiang Wanning. Lately, I've become a regular on the trending list." He beamed with self-satisfaction when talking about the trending topic. Each time he made it to the list, his fan count increased. He imagined this time would be even more impressive. Zhao Wenbin, feeling a bit exasperated, said, "You should look at the other trending topics. I sincerely suggest you delete that post. Otherwise, things might get worse." Chao Ziyong immediately refused. "Delete? Why would I? This attention is too good to waste. I worked hard to create such a buzz. I can't just give it up. Attention is everything to him. He didn't care about the truth or the consequences. Seeing he couldn't persuade him, Zhao Wenbin helplessly said, "All right, good luck." Then he hung up the phone. Zhao Wenbin and Chao Ziyong had stirred up trouble together in the gossip world and had done many questionable things. Given their past collaboration, Zhao Wenbin felt he had given Chao Ziyong enough warning and had done his part. He glanced at the prepared report interface for Zhang's vegetable basket. Without hesitation, he chose to exit. Then, he picked up the remaining persimmon and took a small bite. The expected sweetness instantly spread in his mouth. With each bite, his regret grew stronger. If I had known this persimmon was so delicious, I should have bought a 5-pound bag. In the end, it was all the fault of the platform. How could they hastily remove someone's product based on just a few complaints? They should have conducted a thorough investigation before making a decision. Zhao Wenbin, once a devoted critic of Jiang Wanning, found his attitude completely changed because of this delicious persimmon. He did not hesitate to join the team trying to save the Zhang family vegetable basket shop, quickly sending an appeal message to the Dada platform in an attempt to recover the removed persimmons. On the other hand, although Chao Ziyong verbally rejected Zhao Wenbin's suggestion, he couldn't help but feel curious and checked the trending topics. Qin Yuan said this is the best persimmon she has ever eaten. Lin Hai recommended the persimmons from Jiang family vegetable basket. Su Xiaoyin and Han Zhozhou fought over the persimmons. Persimmons? What kind of persimmons are they talking about? Chao Ziyong's gaze slowly fell on the 2 smashed persimmons in the trash can. In an instant, an inexplicable sense of foreboding surged from his heart, spreading quickly throughout his body like a tidal wave. These persimmons couldn't possibly be from Jiang Wanning's family, could they? No way. That's impossible. What a coincidence. He tried to dispel his doubts with self-denial. But the growing suspicion was like stubborn weeds that couldn't be pulled out. Qin Yuan, Lin Hai, Su Xiaoyin. These names kept swirling in his mind.
Who are these people?
In the entertainment industry, they are all well-known figures. How could they possibly support someone like Jiang Wanning, who is deeply mired in scandals and despised by the entire internet? It was simply unbelievable. Chao Ziyong's brows furrowed in confusion and disbelief. However, fate seemed to enjoy playing tricks on him. The more he worried, the more reality seemed to move in that direction. When Chao Ziyong's gaze fell on the post by Qin Yuan, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. The box of persimmons in the post looked just like the 2 he had received earlier. They were also covered in numerous black spots, appearing unremarkable and even a bit ugly. Looking at Lin Hai's post, Su Xiaoyin's post, and Han Zhozhou's post, they all had identical images of the persimmons. These pictures felt like sharp blades, piercing straight into Chao Ziyong's heart. He was filled with shock. Chao Ziyong began to realize that the flood of hateful comments under his post, even if not orchestrated by Jiang Wanning, was likely connected to the fans of these celebrities. But he just couldn't understand. Had these people lost their minds? Jiang Wanning was now widely recognized as a controversial artist online. Getting involved with her, don't they fear damaging their image or facing public criticism at all? However, Chao Ziyong was overthinking. When he nervously opened the social media accounts of Qin Yuan and Lin Hai, he did not see the expected backlash for supporting Jiang Wanning. Instead, there was only curiosity and anticipation. Netizens left comments expressing their strong interest in the taste of the persimmons. Phrases like, "What does this persimmon taste like?" and "I really want to know how delicious it is," flooded the comments. Many even vowed to order from Jiang Wanning's shop. Seeing these comments, Chao Ziyong's expression grew darker, filled with mixed emotions. Just then, Zhao Wenbin's words about trying the persimmons echoed in his mind. Chao Ziyong felt conflicted, his eyes filled with struggle. After a few seconds, as if making a huge decision, he suddenly reached for the trash can. He dug through the garbage to find the persimmons he had thrown away. Finally, he pulled out the 2 squished persimmons, their surfaces covered in various messes, his saliva, and leftover takeout. The mixed smells were nauseating, making his stomach churn. But at that moment, overwhelming curiosity drove him to disregard everything. Chao Jiong gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and, as if facing a life-or-death challenge, brought the dirty persimmons to his mouth. However, just as his teeth touched the fruit, his eyes widened in shock. He stood frozen, as if under a spell. Chao Jiong cursed inwardly, his face filled with disbelief. How can this persimmon taste so good? The sweet flavor burst on his taste buds, instantly conquering his senses, making him forget that these persimmons came from the trash. He devoured them without leaving a crumb, licking his fingers as if still lost in the amazing taste. However, admitting the persimmons were delicious was one thing. Deleting his post was another challenge altogether. In his twisted perspective, this was a rare, great opportunity. The involvement of top celebrities and famous directors didn't scare him. Instead, it played right into his hands. Chao Jiong's eyes sparkled with greed. This is great. More attention will definitely come in. Attention equals money. He didn't care whether this attention came from those who criticized him or those who praised him. In his eyes, they would all become tools for him to profit. He completely ignored the harsh comments in the discussion section, like if it gets 500 shares, I'll report him for slander. He smirked with disdain, as if mocking the naivety of the internet users. Not only that, but he also thought the situation wasn't chaotic enough and wanted to stir up more trouble to maximize his profits. So, he quickly contacted the operators of the Big I platform. With a wave of his hand, he spent 100,000 to buy a trending topic. Zhang Weining is a heartless merchant. Netizens unite to report and take it down. He could already see countless views pouring in, with money waving at him. A proud smile spread across Chao Jiong's face. At a film studio in the suburbs of Beijing, on set, Yang Jinjin affectionately hugged Qin Yuan's arm and sweetly pleaded, "Wenwen, you're my best sister. Just share half of the persimmons with me, okay?" Her voice was soft and sweet, like a little kitten asking for food. However, Qin Yuan was not swayed at all and firmly refused, no. Her tone was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Even though Yang Jinjin was her close sister, it couldn't change her determination to protect the persimmons. Hearing this, Yang Jinjin immediately pouted in displeasure, pretending to be wronged. "You're not keeping your word. You promised me that before I bought your persimmons, you would share half. That was only if you could buy the persimmons and then return them to me. But now, the Zhang family's persimmons are off the shelves. If I share with you and you can't return them, I would be at a big loss." Qin Yuan shrugged, showing a hint of regret on her face. Yang Jinjin still wouldn't give up and continued to plead, "Are you really that heartless? You won't share even a little?" Qin Yuan shrugged again, looking indifferent. "No persimmons, no deal." Then, as if she suddenly thought of something, she leaned in closer to Yang Jinjin, covering her mouth with her hand, and whispered, "Why don't you try asking Director Lin? I heard he bought the most." But who would have thought that Lin Hai had quietly appeared behind them like a ghost? Suddenly, he said, "Don't even think about it, it's not happening." He had only bought 20 pounds of persimmons. Even if he saved and ate just one a day, it would only last a month or so. He wasn't sure if it would last until the Zhang family's new products came out. However, compared to those in the group who were complaining about not buying enough or not getting any at all, Lin Hai couldn't help but feel a bit proud. Fortunately, he hadn't easily believed Jiang Wanning when she said, "There's plenty to go around," or he would be the one crying now. The Zhang family's products were top-notch. Good items like that should be bought as soon as possible, as much as one could get. If he weren't worried about buying too much and not having space to store it, he would have bought 100 pounds all at once. Yang Jinjin, seeing that neither of them would give in, suddenly started to freak out, shouting, "Ah! I don't care. I want to eat persimmons. If I can't have persimmons, I'll go on strike." Qin Yuan rolled her eyes in disdain and said, "Tsk, don't say you know me when you go out. It's so embarrassing." Lin Hai was even more direct, pouring cold water on her. "Go ahead and strike. It doesn't matter since you've already finished filming and have no more scenes." All right, I'll give you two, just calm down for a bit. In the end, Qin Yuan, out of years of friendship, gave her two, which finally made her quiet down. Earlier, Ning Ning clearly said there were plenty of persimmons, and now they're suddenly off the shelves after just a few days? Qin Yuan was puzzled. If she had known, she wouldn't have just bought 10 pounds to try. Her big freezer was still empty. Yang Jinjin teased, "Who can you blame? It's because you all were showing off on the big platform, and then everyone rushed to buy them." Lin Hai thought the same. The reason he posted on the platform was that he had promised Jiang Wanning to do so. He also knew that with just his and Zhang Shui's and Su Jun's small number of followers, it shouldn't have caused such a rush that cleared out the persimmons. Thinking of this, he turned his gaze to Qin Yuan and pointed at her. "Our posts were a promise to Jiang Wanning. Why are you joining in? What are you posting for? Don't you know your influence?" When asked this, Qin Yuan's face showed a hint of guilt. "Well, the wild fruits and fish that Ning Ning gave me were just too delicious. I got a bit too excited, you know?" At that moment, even Qin Yuan started to doubt if it was her fault.
What?
There are wild fruits and fish too? Are they from the Zhang family's produce? Yang Jinjin leaned closer to Qin Yuan, her face full of questions. Hearing this, Qin Yuan became excited. A proud smile appeared on her face, like a little peacock. Yes. Those wild fruits are even better than persimmons. And the fish, let me tell you, I've never had fish that good in my life. Plus, it's super easy to make. Just steam it a little, and the taste is amazing." As she spoke, she swallowed hard. She was originally trying to show off to Yang Jinjin, but almost made herself drool. Lin Hai nodded along, looking nostalgic. "The taste of that fish is indeed great. I wonder if Jiang Wanning will sell them online later. It would be nice to have more." Yang Jinjin's curiosity was fully piqued. Besides wild fruits and fish, what other delicious things did you eat? It turned out that Yang Jinjin had been busy filming in another city for a while. After finally finishing, she came to visit. By chance, she discovered the persimmons that Qin Yuan was hiding like treasures. She tasted one and was amazed by its unique flavor. She thought the Zhang family's produce only had the stunning persimmons, but she didn't expect there were so many other hidden gems. Hearing this, Qin Yuan's pride grew even stronger. She deliberately teased, saying slowly, "Oh, nothing much, just a few tomatoes and some baby bok choy." That proud look was quite annoying. "Qin Yuan, didn't we agree to share our good fortune?" Yang Jinjin exclaimed, hands on her hips, looking upset. "You didn't invite me when you ate tomatoes, baby bok choy, wild fruits, and fish, and now you won't even share a few persimmons? That's too much." While the three of them were arguing back and forth, Qin Yuan's assistant, Chiu, hurried over, holding her phone. She looked a bit worried and said, "Sister Wenwen, you need to see this." Qin Yuan took the phone, glanced at the screen, and when she saw the trending topic Jiang Wanning, heartless seller, netizens unite to report and take down, her expression froze. A shocked and angry expression filled the room. "What's going on?" Yang Jinjin came over and, after seeing the post, exclaimed, "So, the persimmons weren't taken off the shelf because they sold out, but because someone reported them?" Her eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Hai glanced at it and became even more furious. "This is ridiculous. Just because the persimmons are priced at 40 per pound, they call it a scam? Why don't they report those imported fruits that cost hundreds per pound?" What worried Lin Hai even more was not just the persimmons being taken down. He feared that the report would discourage Jiang Wanning from selling her family's farm products anymore. If that happened, where would he find such delicious ingredients with amazing sleep-inducing effects? Thinking of this, Lin Hai became anxious. He paced back and forth for a while, then suddenly took out his phone and made a call.
"Ayú, Xiaoli.
Did the operations director from Dodo contact you earlier about making a promotional video for their platform? Please give me his contact number as soon as possible." Qin Yuan's eyes lit up, and she turned to her assistant, Chiu, saying, "Chiu, help me find Sister Lu's number." Sister Lu is a high-level executive at Dodo, with many connections and resources, and could potentially help with this situation. Yang Jinjin, standing nearby, suddenly said, Dodo also contacted me before about joining their platform. Do you think if I help this time, Jiang Wanning could send me some wild fruits and fish to try? Under Chao Zhiyong's malicious instigation, a group of critics planned to buy a 1-pound sample of persimmons. They wanted to gather evidence to report Zhang's family produce and deal a heavy to Jiang Wanning. However, after they disdainfully took their first bite of the persimmons, their arrogance was instantly replaced by amazement at the flavor, turning into anger and regret as they complained online.
Ah.
Who is the heartless fool that reported this? How could they bear to take down such delicious persimmons? Jiang Wanning is Jiang Wanning, and the persimmons are the persimmons. How can they blame such tasty fruit just because of their personal bias against Jiang Wanning? It's simply unreasonable.
Who understands?
I've struggled with constipation for years, and after eating just one of these persimmons, everything was fine. This persimmon is like a miracle cure, yet it's being reported and taken down. I curse those who reported us to never find relief. Brothers, fellow comrades, I don't care who Jiang Wanning is. Whoever can help me feel better is my great benefactor. Everyone stop just watching. Go to the Douda platform and file complaints. Let them quickly put the delicious persimmons back up for sale. Someone started a call in the comments, and many netizens responded immediately. Everyone took action and rushed to the Douda platform, hoping to bring the tasty persimmons back. Meanwhile, at the customer service center of the Douda platform, notification sounds kept ringing nonstop. Customer service representative Xiao Hong's computer screen was flooded with numerous complaint and appeal messages. The complaints accused the platform of indiscriminately banning the Zhang family vegetable basket shop. The appeals supported the sale of persimmons from the Zhang family vegetable basket shop, emphasizing that they were definitely worth the price and should not be taken down. Xiao Hong looked at the overwhelming influx of messages, filled with confusion. In her work experience, she rarely encountered a small shop that could spark such widespread attention and controversy. So, she hurriedly gathered her materials and rushed to report to customer service manager Wang Defa. At that moment, Wang Defa was nervously preparing to report work updates to his superiors. He had no time to deal with the small shop's complaints. Impatiently waving his hand, he said to Xiao Hong, "What is this Zhang family vegetable basket? If they want to take it down, let them. Why do you care so much? If you can't handle this small matter, don't bother me." After dismissing Xiao Hong, Wang Defa tidied his appearance in the mirror, ensuring his hair was neat and his tie was straight. Then, he took a deep breath, carrying his carefully prepared report, and knocked on the office door of his superior. The door opened, revealing the gentle face of Secretary Qian. "Manager Wang, please come in. President Fong is on the phone, so please wait a moment." Secretary Qian smiled and gestured for him to enter. Wang Defa nodded in thanks and stepped into the office. At that moment, he saw President Fong standing by the window, facing away from the door, focused on the phone call. His voice was deep and powerful. Although the specific content was unclear, Wang Defa still keenly caught the words Zhang family vegetable basket. Wang Defa sat down at the secretary's desk next door, feeling a sense of curiosity. Zhang family vegetable basket? Why does that sound so familiar? He silently repeated to himself, and images of the anxious customer service representative, Xiao Hong, flashed in his mind, along with the complaints about the Zhang family grocery store. Could it be that the store really has a serious problem? The complaint calls even reached Mr. Fong here? Wang Defa sat there, his mind racing like a wound-up machine, with various thoughts rushing through his head. He racked his brain, trying to figure out why Mr. Fong mentioned the Zhang family grocery store. Curiosity and unease intertwined in his heart, making it hard for him to sit still. The chair felt like it was full of thorns. Finally, he could no longer stay seated. He forced a smile at his busy secretary and said, "Secretary Zhang, I'm really sorry, but I grabbed the wrong contract and need to go exchange it. Please keep an eye on Mr. Fong for me." Without waiting for a response, he hurriedly got up and almost jogged out of the office. As soon as he stepped out, Wang Defa quickly changed direction and rushed to Xiao Hong's workstation. He looked anxious, breathing heavily, and asked, What exactly happened with the Zhang family grocery store? Please tell me in detail. Xiao Hong was startled by his sudden approach and quickly stood up, nervously saying, Manager Wang, it's like this. Today our platform suddenly received a lot of complaints. Are they about the Zhang family grocery store? Wang Defa interrupted eagerly, his eyes fixed on Xiao Hong, as if urging her not to beat around the bush.
Xiao Hong instinctively nodded.
A lot of complaints? It seems that Mr. Fong also received complaints about this store. A small store's complaints could reach Mr. Fong directly. It must have upset the wrong people. In his view, a good subordinate should resolve issues before the leader even speaks up, showcasing their capability. So, without hesitation, he ordered, just shut down that store. With so many complaints, keeping it open will definitely harm our platform's reputation. Customer service representative Xiao Hong showed a troubled expression and tried to explain, but those complaint messages are. Wang Defa, eager to return to General Manager Fong's office, interrupted her impatiently. There's no buts. Just do as I say and be quick about it. Don't delay important matters. After saying that, he ignored Xiao Hong's reaction and hurried back to the office. Xiao Hong opened her mouth to speak, but then swallowed her words. She wanted to tell Wang Defa that the complaints were actually about users reporting the Zhang family vegetable basket shop without reason. In reality, the shop wasn't banned by the platform. The owners simply took down the products. In her view, this situation could be clarified with an announcement. However, as an intern who hadn't yet been confirmed in her position, she felt powerless in the company. Since the manager had given a direct order, she felt she should just follow it. Moreover, upon reflection, she thought Wang's decision seemed reasonable. After all, the complaints were indeed linked to the Zhang family vegetable basket shop, and the number of complaints could significantly impact the platform. As Xiao Hong began to handle the matters related to the ban of the Zhang family vegetable basket shop, in the office, General Manager Fong had finished a call and waved to signal Wang Defa to come in. Sitting behind a spacious desk, Fong looked serious and said, Wang, you arrived at the right time. I just heard that a shop called Zhang Family Vegetable Basket was banned due to malicious reports. Can you check if this is true and who is responsible for the ban? Wang Defa's confident smile instantly froze. A wave of intense unease washed over him, causing his voice to tremble slightly as he nervously asked, General Manager Fong, do you mean that the shop was reported maliciously? Fong rubbed his temples, looking pained, and sighed, yes. I don't know what background this Zhang family vegetable basket has, but just now, Assistant Joe from the group called me personally to question why we banned the shop. Assistant Joe from the group? That was the chief executive officer's right-hand person, the most important figure next to CEO Pei. Wang Defa was taken aback, his face filled with disbelief. He couldn't understand how a small shop could attract the attention of high-level executives in the group. What frustrated him even more was that the call he received was not a complaint, but a reprimand. At that moment, Wang Defa wished he could slap himself for his reckless decision. Mr. Fong, please hold on. I'll find out right away and get back to you. Wang Defa didn't care about his image anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed out like a gust of wind. His speed was astonishing, leaving Mr. Fong stunned by his sudden action. Mr. Fong thought, there's no need to be in such a hurry. Meanwhile, customer service representative Xiao Hong had just finished filling out the reason for the ban, her mouse hovering over the submit button, ready to click. Suddenly, a figure dashed in front of her like lightning. She jumped in surprise, nearly dropping her mouse, her heart racing as if it might leap out of her chest. Wang Defa, panting, urgently asked, Did you ban the Zhang family grocery store? Xiao Hong, still shaken, stammered, I was just about to submit it, almost done. Stop! Wang Defa shouted, his voice nearly a roar, echoing loudly in the quiet office area. Xiao Hong flinched at his shout, instinctively pulling her hand back as if shocked. She looked terrified and confused, not knowing what she had done to anger her manager so much. Wang Defa didn't pay attention to her reaction. He quickly turned the computer monitor around, looking at the unsubmitted ban page, and felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thank goodness. He was glad it hadn't been submitted. He swiftly closed the ban page on the computer, took a moment to compose himself, and put on a friendly smile as he looked at Xiaohong. Chen Xiaohong. Xiaohong was on the verge of tears, her eyes red as she nervously explained, "Manager, I'm sorry, I was just slow, because I was writing the reason for the ban." "You did well. Prepare to submit your application for a permanent position next month." Wang Defa seemed like a different person, his tone relaxed and a smile on his face. Xiaohong thought she must have misheard. She widened her eyes, mouth agape, staring blankly at Wang Defa's departing figure. Had she just been promoted early? But what had she really done? Wang Defa adjusted his mood, wearing a relaxed smile as he returned to the office. He stood in front of Manager Fong's desk and calmly reported, "Manager Fong, we have indeed received a lot of complaints about Zhang's vegetable basket recently. But don't worry, our platform always follows the principle of not wronging a customer or unfairly punishing a store. We will not ban any small shop without a thorough investigation. So far, everything is normal with Zhang's vegetable basket, and it has not been banned." Manager Fong's previously tense nerves relaxed, and he immediately called Assistant Zhou to inform him of the result. Then, he looked at Wang Defa with appreciation and said, "Old Wang, well done. We must have this kind of rigorous attitude in our work. It shows responsibility to the platform, our customers, and the store owners." Just then, his phone rang. The screen displayed an unknown number. Worried about missing an important call like the one from Assistant Zhou, Manager Fong quickly pressed the answer button. Wang Defa, noticing this, took a few steps back and quietly waited. "Hello, who is this?" "Director Lin, hello. You said you agreed to our invitation?"
Great.
"Please let us know any conditions you have, and we will do our best to meet them."
Jeunesse vegetable basket?
"Our platform has never banned the shop. Director Lin, rest assured, we would never ban any small shop without reason. We are very strict about this."
Wow.
Another person is supporting Zhang's vegetable basket, and this time it's a well-known director. Wang Defa couldn't help but feel relieved that he had stopped the banning process in time. Otherwise, his position as manager would be in serious jeopardy. However, this was just the beginning. As soon as Director Lin hung up, Manager Zhang called right after. Wang Defa realized it was also about Zhang's vegetable basket. The calls kept coming in one after another, as if they had all coordinated to contact Manager Fong in a relay. Wang Defa felt somewhat numb listening to this. What is the background of Zhang's vegetable basket? Why are there so many prominent figures supporting it? Each of these people is a significant player in the industry. Filled with curiosity and confusion, Wang Defa quietly took out his phone, opened the Daodu platform, and searched for Zhang's vegetable basket. In front of him were the empty shelves of a small shop, creating a sense of loneliness. He opened the transaction records, which only listed sales of tomatoes and persimmons, with nothing else. The shop truly lived up to its name. The Zhang family vegetable basket was indeed just a small store selling fruits and vegetables. The transaction records simply listed the sales information for tomatoes and persimmons, and the page was plain and unadorned. Even the shop description was extremely brief. At first glance, it seemed ordinary and could easily be found in many corners of the internet. However, the more ordinary it appeared, the stronger Wang Defa's curiosity grew. How could such a simple shop, which could easily be overlooked in a crowd, attract a group of remarkable individuals from various fields to support it? Was there some hidden, unspoken secret behind it? Thoughts of various shocking and absurd possibilities flooded his mind. Once these ideas took root, they grew wildly, making him feel increasingly uneasy, sending chills down his spine. Just as he was lost in his own thoughts, nearly consumed by these frightening ideas, the ringing phone from General Fong finally quieted down. "General Fong, what is the true background of this Zhang family vegetable basket? How can it have such power?" General Fong's eyes reflected the same confusion. "It doesn't matter what its background is. We just need to know that we must support the shop." On the top floor of the pay group, in the luxurious president's office, the city view outside the floor-to-ceiling windows was breathtaking. Assistant Zhou, after receiving a call back from the platform, hurried to Pei Shiyan's desk to report the news immediately. Pei Shiyan was focused on the documents in front of him. Upon hearing the report, he raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of confusion crossing his face. No, Ban? What about that old lady? Why is it that the link for persimmons suddenly disappeared? As he spoke, his gaze unconsciously drifted to the exquisite lunchbox on the table. The lunchbox, which had been filled with various persimmon desserts carefully prepared by the family chef, was now completely empty. Pei Shiyan usually did not enjoy sweets, but this time, the persimmon desserts had broken his usual preference. The unique sweet flavor and melt-in-your-mouth texture made him unable to resist. Even more surprisingly, after eating, his stomach, which occasionally ached, felt particularly comfortable, as if gently soothed by a pair of tender hands. For those with serious stomach issues, doctors usually recommend eating less or avoiding sweets altogether. However, this persimmon dessert had such a wonderful effect that he found it puzzling. Assistant Zhou reported everything he had learned from his online research to Pei Shiyan. He concluded, Mr. Pei, I think the small shop's persimmons are so popular that they sold out. Recently, there have been people online maliciously threatening to report the shop, leading to misunderstandings for the old lady, who thought the platform had banned it. It's not surprising that such delicious persimmons sold out. However, the old lady and the old man would probably argue again over who got to eat one more persimmon, just like they did with the tomatoes. Pei Shiyan said, find a way to contact the shop and ask if they can supply directly. I should be able to get the merchant's contact information from Daodu. I'll handle it right away. After Assistant Zhou agreed, he left. For a family like the Peis, they usually had their ingredients supplied directly by merchants. A small, unknown shop shouldn't be a problem. However, what he didn't know was that this would become the first setback of his career. The online world was buzzing with various storms of public opinion surrounding the Zhang family's small grocery store and Jiang Wanning. Yet, Jiang Wanning was completely unaware of it. She was so busy every day that her life felt like a tightly wound machine. Especially today. The long-awaited hillside tiller had arrived. Along with it was a compact and convenient handheld seeder. Looking at these handy farming tools, Jiang Wanning's eyes sparkled with anticipation. She had always held on to one thought, never forgetting it. The more than 300 acres of hillside land contracted by the Zhang family still had half lying idle. That vast expanse of neglected land felt like a glaring scar, constantly reminding her. As a plant specialist, Jiang Wanning held a near-reverent respect and love for the land. In her mind, wasting even an inch of land was a desecration of her profession, let alone over 100 acres of vast land. From her first inspection of the mountain, she had already made plans for this land in her heart. The hilly terrain is perfect for growing tea and medicinal herbs. In the world of cultivation, she loved drinking various spiritual teas. Whether it was sweet and tangy fruit tea, fragrant flower tea, refreshing green tea, or rich black tea, she had a special fondness for them all. However, the teas she drank back then were infused with spiritual energy, making them not only delicious, but also helpful for her cultivation. In this world, she couldn't enjoy the tea at all. So, she decided to grow her own tea that suited her taste. She also wanted to cultivate medicinal herbs for the elderly and children in her family. The older and younger members of her family were now the most important people to her. She didn't expect them to cultivate like her, but living a long life was the least she hoped for. If the elderly lady could use herbs with spiritual energy, perhaps her leg injury would have healed, allowing her to walk freely. As for the terraced fields on the mountain, she planned to grow grains and oil crops. The reason was simple. She wanted to eat food that she had grown herself, infused with spiritual energy. No matter how good the rice and oil were on the market, they only met her basic hunger needs and served no other purpose. The taste and nutritional value did not meet her standards. She even had to use her own spiritual energy to remove impurities. Indeed, out of the more than 100 acres of unused mountain land, 2/3 had been turned into terraced fields. When Jiang Lei and his wife were alive, this was where they mainly worked. They grew rice, wheat, sweet potatoes, and corn there. Part of the harvest was for their family's food, while another part was sold at the market. However, grain prices were low, and after a year of hard work, they earned very little. This was also why they planned to plant fruit trees. However, fate took an unexpected turn. After Zhang and his wife passed away, the family lost its main labor force. The elderly lady had difficulty moving, and every step was a struggle, making it hard for her to go up the mountain to farm. Reluctantly, she had to rent out all the fields, barely getting enough food to survive. Later, young people in the village left to seek better opportunities, and fewer remained. The renters gradually disappeared. This once vibrant terraced field became like a forgotten child, slowly falling into neglect, overgrown with weeds and desolation. Now, Zhang Wanning has returned. She will not allow such good land to remain in silence and ruin. At this time, it was almost October, the perfect season for autumn planting. Many types of crops were suitable for sowing now, including wheat, late rice, corn, potatoes, sweet potatoes, and rapeseed. Zhang Wanling bought all the seeds that could grow well in this season. Several 100 pounds of seeds were enough for her to fill the 100 acres of land and bring it back to life. Chen, let's go up the mountain to plant corn, Zhang Wanling said, carrying a lightweight handheld tiller in one hand and a large bag of corn seeds in the other. Her movements were easy and natural, as if they weighed nothing. Okay, sister. I'm ready. Let's go. Jiang Yichen's face was filled with excitement and anticipation. He held a handheld seeder in one hand and a large water bottle in the other, full of energy and eager to work hard with his sister. The elderly lady was already sitting in the yard early in the morning, sorting persimmons. When she saw the siblings come out, she asked with concern, Ning, do you need someone to bring you lunch, or will you come down to eat? Her eyes were full of love. Grandma, we'll come down to eat, Zhang Wanling replied without hesitation. Work was important, but she knew that a good afternoon nap was essential. After a good rest, she would have the energy to continue working. She understood the importance of balancing work and rest, and no matter how busy she was, she would not forget to take a break. The elderly lady nodded with a smile. Good. After eating, you can rest a bit. What do you want for lunch? Tell Grandma, and I'll make it. She always wanted to give the best to her grandchildren, and the warmth of the kitchen was her way of showing love. Zhang Wanling thought for a moment, then licked her lips and said, Scallion fish. The scallion fish made by Grandma was exceptional. Plus, the fish came from their own pond, and the wild scallions were grown in their garden. The combination of freshness and flavor was irresistible, and ever since she had it last night, she couldn't stop thinking about it. Just the thought made her mouth water. Jiang Yichen quickly chimed in, whatever sister eats, I eat too. His voice was filled with dependence on his sister, clearly a devoted little brother. The elderly lady smiled and said, All right. When your village chief uncle comes by, I'll ask him to catch a fish for you. Just take it easy while working on the mountain. If you get tired, come back right away. Don't push yourselves too hard. Her words were filled with care and concern. If she were not so useless, the children wouldn't have to work so hard. Zhang Wanning replied, Grandma, I understand. We're leaving now. If you need anything, just call me. As she spoke, she hoisted the corn seeds onto her shoulder, ready to go. At that moment, Grandma Wu came out of the house, smiling and said, Don't worry, your grandma is here for you. Grandma Wu had come early in the morning. After helping to tidy up the house, she went to the yard to sort the persimmons with the elderly lady. Jiang Wanning gratefully looked at Grandma Wu and said, Grandma Wu, please take good care of the house. Zhang Wanning and Jiang Yichen arrived at the field, and the sight before them was striking. The once fertile terraced fields were now overrun with various weeds. The weeds grew abundantly, some even taller than a person, swaying in the gentle breeze, as if declaring their ownership of the land. Most people would find this overwhelming. However, Zhang Wanning was not worried. Instead, there was a hint of joy in her eyes. She grasped the control levers of the tiller. With the roar of the machine, the tiller slowly started, its sharp plow cutting into the soil and moving steadily forward. In a moment unnoticed by others, Jiang Wanning quietly channeled her energy, absorbing the essence of the plants caught in the tiller without missing a drop. Under her influence, this essence quickly condensed into a clear liquid, continuously collecting in the glass bottles she carried. This plant essence was precious. Just a drop could nourish a large area of land, with effects comparable to spiritual energy. Jiang Yichen closely followed Jiang Wanning, focused on the freshly turned soil. With both hands on the seed planter, he carefully placed the seeds into the ground. His movements were meticulous, following Jiang Wanning's instructions precisely, placing 2 seeds in each spot. If he accidentally added an extra seed, he would immediately crouch down to retrieve it and put it back in its place. He was so absorbed in his work that he didn't notice how the weeds caught in the tiller, after Jiang Wanning's treatment, turned to ash. Silently, they merged with the soil, adding a unique vitality to the land. As the turned soil was flipped over, a strong smell of earth came rushing in. It was the unique scent of the land, mixed with the raw essence of life. The mountain terraces here were carved according to the terrain. Each plot of land had a different shape and size. Looking up, it resembled a unique painting carefully crafted by nature. The smallest plot was only about 1/5 of an acre, while the largest was no more than 1 acre. Although the areas were small, in Jiang Wanning's eyes, they were all places full of hope for a good harvest. Standing in the midst of these terraced fields, one could deeply feel the unique challenges of farming here. The terraces on the mountain were built according to the landscape, varying in shape and size, making large-scale mechanized farming a luxury. Although small farming machines could provide some assistance, human labor was still essential in many key areas. This hardship was the reason many people reluctantly gave up on the mountain terraces. However, for Jiang Wanning, these difficulties were just passing clouds. She firmly held the handles of the tiller, pushing it forward in the field. Her movements were smooth and natural, as if the tiller were weightless, making it as easy and pleasant as taking a stroll. Jiang Yichen was no different. He closely followed Jiang Wanning, stepping lightly and full of energy, showing no signs of fatigue. Instead, he grew more enthusiastic, his eyes filled with passion and focus for the task at hand. To him, this was not just farm work, it was a fun adventure shared with his sister. "Big sister, we're out of seeds," Jiang Yichen said, looking up with a hint of longing on his face, as if he were saying he hadn't finished planting enough. It was clear he was full of enthusiasm for the job. Hearing this, Jiang Wanning paused her work. She glanced at her phone and realized it was almost noon. They had started working around 9 a.m., and in just 3 hours, they had used up an entire bag of corn seeds. This bag was enough to plant 5 acres. In other words, the two of them had successfully completed the planting of 5 acres in just 3 hours. Such an impressive speed would surely astonish anyone who heard about it. Looking at Jiang Yichen's eager expression, Jiang Wanning felt affectionate and smiled, praising him. "Chen, you did great. Our task today is to plant corn. Now that the corn seeds have been sown, it means we have completed today's task successfully." Jiang Yichen's eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky as he excitedly asked, "Sister, what are we planting this afternoon?" His youthful face was filled with anticipation for the next task, as if he had endless energy. Jiang Wanling gently patted his head and smiled, reminding him, "We can't plant this afternoon. You still have class, remember?" His studies were very important. She wouldn't let farming interfere with his education. If they were really short on time, she could hire someone to help. With the speed of 5 acres a day, they could finish in less than half a month. When Jiang Yichen heard this, his joyful expression quickly faded, revealing a hint of disappointment. Compared to learning with teacher Jojo, he preferred working in the fields with his sister. There was the scent of the earth, the joy of planting, and his sister's company. Noticing his disappointment, Jiang Wanling smiled and reassured him, "Tomorrow morning, we can continue planting, okay?" Jiang Yichen's eyes lit up again as he eagerly asked, "Really? What are we planting tomorrow morning?" "Potatoes," Jiang Wanling replied simply. Sister, I love eating shredded potatoes. Can we plant more than the corn? Zhang Yichen said, already calculating in his mind. The more potatoes they planted, the longer he could work alongside his sister, which would be wonderful. Jiang Wanling tilted her head and curiously asked, Don't you like corn? Jiang Yichen suddenly felt conflicted. He pictured the delicious roasted corn and tasty corn rib soup, both of which he loved. After a moment of hesitation, he seriously decided, then let's plant the same amount. The siblings chatted as they walked down the mountain, their steps light and cheerful. A gentle breeze swept through the mountains, bringing a refreshing coolness. Along the way, Jiang Wanling spotted a few hickory trees. The branches were heavy with ripe fruit, which seemed ready to be picked. She had noticed these treasures on the way up. It seemed there were still many hidden gems in the mountains. When she had time later, she would explore every inch of the land and plan it better. She couldn't keep being so scattered. It wasted too much time. They casually picked the hickory nuts, which were small. After frying, it tastes better than big walnuts, making it the perfect snack. The snakeskin bag that was previously used for corn seeds is just right for this moment. Jiang Wanning and Jiang Yichen eagerly picked mountain walnuts, and each plump fruit happily jumped into the bag. After picking from just 2 walnut trees, the snakeskin bag was completely full and could hold no more. Jiang Yichen looked at the walnuts still hanging on the branches with reluctance, even wanting to stuff some into his clothes. Seeing this, Jiang Wanning quickly stopped him. That's enough. We can come back for the rest next time. Let's take these home for you to practice. If he can make something delicious, they can keep it for themselves. If not, they can just sell it. Jiang Yichen asked, Does sister like this hard fruit? Jiang Wanning replied, This hard fruit is called mountain walnut. It can be steamed or roasted, and it's crunchy and very tasty. Don't ask her when she ate it. This thing doesn't exist in the cultivation world, but the original owner's memories do. Moreover, it's good for the brain, helps with kidney health, and aids digestion, making it perfect for the whole family to enjoy. Jiang Yichen confidently said, Chen will definitely make it delicious. No matter how hard it is, he will learn for his sister's sake. After saying this, he stepped forward, grabbed the snakeskin bag of walnuts, and hoisted it onto his shoulder, looking serious as if he was on an important mission. When they got home, the elderly lady saw them return and quickly greeted them with concern. Ning Ning, Chen, why are you back so late? You must be starving. Hurry and wash your hands to eat. The food is almost cold. Grandma Wu hurriedly turned and rushed to the kitchen to set the table. As Jiang Wanning walked to the sink, she asked with concern, Grandma, have you eaten? No, we weren't very hungry, just waiting for you to come back to eat together. The elderly lady skillfully maneuvered her wheelchair into the kitchen to help serve the dishes. Jiang Wanning couldn't help but advise, Grandma, you should eat when it's time. You don't need to wait for us. Don't starve yourself. But the elderly lady firmly refused. That won't do. A family should sit together for meals. That's what makes a home. Besides, I don't do much every day, so I won't starve. At that moment, Grandma Wu had already served the rice. 2 large bowls, steaming hot, were placed in front of Jiang Wanning and Jiang Yichen. Jiang Yichen looked at the overflowing bowl of rice and quickly said, Grandma Wu, this is too much. My sister doesn't like to eat rice, he said, picking up a bowl and preparing to push half of the rice out. Grandma Wu quickly stopped him, saying, Farming is hard work. Without rice, you won't have the energy, and you'll get hungry. Seeing the disapproving looks from Grandma and Wu, Jiang Yichen's face turned red with anxiety, and he stuttered a bit while speaking. Really? My sister only eats a tiny bit of rice at every meal, and whenever she eats rice, she frowns. He looked at Jiang Wanning as if seeking her confirmation, his eyes full of seriousness. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanning raised her eyebrows slightly, surprised. In reality, she didn't dislike rice itself. She just had a natural aversion to food that wasn't grown on her family's land. When eating, she could choose her dishes, but her options for staples were limited, so she had to make do with a little rice. After all, in this world lacking in resources, she wasn't at the level of being able to fast completely. If she only ate vegetables without staples, she would get hungry quickly. This was why she was eager to grow her own grains and oil crops. She thought she had hidden her feelings well, but Zhang Yichen, being observant, noticed. Facing the questioning looks from the two grandmas, Zhang Wanning didn't hide it and said honestly, "It's not that I don't like rice. I just prefer the food we grow ourselves." Grandma Wu thought for a moment and realized this was true. At meals, no matter how many dishes were on the table, Zhang Wanning always favored the ones made with their own ingredients. She enjoyed tomatoes and greens picked from their garden and fish caught from their pond, while she rarely touched the meat bought from outside. "The food from your home really does taste better than what you buy," Grandma Wu remarked sincerely. She had initially thought of bringing some vegetables from her own garden to give Zhang Wanning a change of taste. But after eating with the Zhang family for a few days, she felt that their ingredients had a unique flavor that far surpassed her own, so she dropped the idea. However, out of concern, she couldn't help but advise, "But you should eat a little of other foods too. Eating just one kind can lead to poor nutrition." "Yes, I will." How could Zhang Wanning refuse the warm and caring advice from the elder? The elderly lady looked at Zhang Wanning with concern and a tone full of regret, saying, "My dear, why didn't you tell me sooner that you can't get used to outside food? Once things settle down, I'll find someone to bring back some chickens and ducks for us to raise. We'll make sure to take good care of you then." It was no wonder her granddaughter had been so thin. She must have endured a lot while living outside. "Then we can also get someone to fix the pig pen and bring in some piglets. Home-raised pork will surely taste great," the elderly lady continued, growing more excited as she spoke, eager to prepare all the good things for her granddaughter. Seeing her grandmother's enthusiasm warmed Zhang Wanning's heart. She had already been thinking along those lines. Since her grandmother brought it up, she added, "That sounds great, Grandma. If we start raising them now, maybe we can enjoy some pork dishes by the new year." There were about 4 months until the new year. With some effort, she should be able to raise the pigs by then. Zhang Yichen, overhearing this, raised his hand excitedly, his eyes shining. "I'll help my sister raise the pigs. I can take care of the piglets." His enthusiastic voice was filled with anticipation and energy. The elderly lady looked at her little grandson and couldn't help but tease, "All right, I'll take care of the chickens and ducks. We'll work together to make our farming business thrive." Ever since they learned about Zhang Wanning's food preferences, everyone at the table instinctively pushed the fragrant braised fish closer to her. Seeing this, Zhang Wanning couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Grandma, this fish weighs over 4 pounds. I can't finish it all by myself." As she spoke, she picked up her chopsticks and served everyone a generous portion of fish. The tender fish wobbled between the chopsticks, and its aroma filled the air. Elderly Mrs. Wu took a piece of fish and chewed it slowly, unable to hold back her genuine praise with every bite. "How can this fish taste so fresh? I'm so lucky to enjoy such delicious food in my old age. All thanks to Ning Ning." Zhang Wanning smiled and replied, "Grandma Wu, your good fortune is still to come. In the future, we'll grow even more delicious food so everyone can enjoy it every day." After the meal, Grandma Wu quickly took charge of cleaning up the kitchen. Zhang Wanning went outside to direct Zhang Yichen in sorting through a large bag of mountain walnuts. "Chen Chen, first pour out these walnuts and spread them out to dry. This can remove the moisture from the hickory nuts, making them easier to handle later." Zhang Wanning patiently explained word by word while looking at a certain encyclopedia. Zhang Yichen nodded seriously and obediently dragged the snakeskin bag into the house, then untied the string at the opening. With a whoosh, the hickory nuts spilled out of the bag, forming a small mound on the ground. 2 elderly ladies chatting nearby turned their heads at the sound. Seeing the mound of nuts, they couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, where did you pick so many nuts?" Zhang Wanning smiled and explained, "We saw a few hickory trees on the way back and there were quite a few fruits, so we picked some." The elderly lady's eyes brightened and she quickly asked, "Is it in that area behind the bamboo forest?" Zhang Wanning nodded. "Yes, that's the place." A hint of nostalgia appeared in the elderly lady's eyes as she slowly said, "I didn't expect those hickory trees to actually grow." Those seedlings were picked up by Yichen. Your dad planted them to make Yichen happy. Later, everyone got busy and didn't take care of them. I didn't expect they not only survived but also bore so many fruits. They look quite big too. Listening to this, Jiang Wanning's curiosity about the family's mountain land grew stronger, and she couldn't help but ask, "Grandma, besides the fruit trees planted by Mom and Dad, were there any other plants?" "Let me think." The elderly lady squinted slightly, lost in thought. The last time the village divided the land, it was based on the number of people. At that time, Yichen was already born, and your grandfather was still alive. Each person got 10 acres, totaling 60 acres. Of those 60 acres, more than half were terraced fields, and the rest were mountain land. She paused and continued. The terraced fields were mostly used for growing grains, and we didn't have a specific plan for the mountain land. We just followed what others were planting. Over time, we planted some tea trees, chestnut trees, and maybe some camellia trees. But later, we got busy taking care of the crops in the fields and didn't manage them much, so they gradually became overgrown. I don't know what they look like now. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanning's eyes lit up. Tea trees, chestnut trees, camellia trees, these are all treasures. Tea leaves, with their tender green color, can be made into fragrant tea through picking and processing. On a leisurely day, brewing a cup and taking a sip, the aroma dances on the tongue, and one can fully enjoy that delightful moment. The oil tea tree produces oil seeds when the season comes. These seeds can be pressed to make nutritious tea oil, which is very valuable for cooking and daily care. As for the chestnut tree, it's even better. The sweet and soft candied chestnuts are coated in caramel, and taking a bite brings instant happiness. There's also delicious chicken stew with chestnuts, where the tender chicken and rich chestnuts blend perfectly together, making her mouth water just thinking about it. Although these trees have not been cared for in years, this is not a problem for Jiang Wanning. She decided to take a short nap and then explore the hillside to see how these precious trees are growing. If they're not doing well, she would add some nutrients to help them grow better. "Grandma, what about the large piece of land that was rented later? Did they grow anything there before my parents planted fruit trees?" Jiang Wanning asked curiously. Before the old lady could answer, Mrs. Wu chimed in. That land was originally public land in the village. When the production team was still around, they grew a lot of kudzu and yam on the mountain. But harvesting kudzu and yam requires a lot of time and effort, which is exhausting. Once the land was contracted to households, no one wanted to grow them anymore, and it gradually became abandoned. Kudzu and yam? Leaving kudzu aside, yam is rich in starch and can be used as a side dish or part of a main meal. With yam, she wouldn't have to eat rice and flour with impurities. Hearing this, Jiang Wanning couldn't sit still any longer. She decided not to take a nap. She quickly stood up and hurried to where her backpack was. "Grandma, I'm going to take a walk on the mountain," she said, eagerly putting on her backpack with excitement in her eyes. Seeing her urgency, the old lady wondered, "You just finished eating, and your stomach is still full. Can't you take a nap first?" Jiang Wanning smiled and replied, "It's fine. Grandma, my stomach is still full, so I'll just take a walk to help digest." For her own cravings, she didn't want to wait even a second. Meanwhile, Yichen, who had just spread the mountain walnuts in the living room, heard that his sister was going up the mountain and immediately bounced over like a happy little deer. His eyes sparkled with excitement. "Sister, I want to go with you." Jiang Wanning reached out and gently touched Jiang Yichen's head, then firmly said, "No. You still have class in the afternoon. If you don't take a nap, you will definitely doze off during class." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yichen's smile instantly faded, replaced by a look of disappointment, and his lips naturally pouted. However, being understanding, he obediently nodded and chose to listen to his sister. After saying goodbye to her family, Jiang Wanning set off on the path up the mountain. A gentle breeze brushed past her, bringing the fresh scent unique to the forest. She quickly found the locations of the tea trees, camellia trees, and chestnut trees. The sight before her was eye-catching. Although these trees had grown wild for many years without care, they thrived beautifully. There were over 20 tea trees that had grown tall and lush due to years without pruning. However, compared to the neatly trimmed tea trees in the tea garden, Jiang Wanning preferred these naturally grown ones. Looking at them, she could almost envision herself enjoying a cup of fresh green tea in the spring. A smile crept onto her lips. To ensure that these 20 tea trees would produce a flavor similar to her memories in the spring, Jiang Wanning gritted her teeth, took out a glass bottle, and dripped 2 drops of plant essence into her palm. It's worth noting that after a morning of hard work clearing 10 acres of weeds, she had only managed to collect 5 drops of plant essence. The 2 crystal-clear drops of essence slowly swirled in her palm. Guided by her spiritual energy, they gradually transformed into wisps of ethereal mist. Jiang Wanning gently waved her hands, and the mist floated towards the tea trees, enveloping them completely. As the plant essence was slowly absorbed, the branches and leaves of the tea trees seemed to be infused with vitality, rapidly expanding at a visible pace. The previously sparse leaves became denser, their color shifting from light green to a deep, vibrant green. Each leaf swayed gently in the breeze, as if joyfully dancing and expressing their happiness for this nourishment. Jiang Wanning only stopped when the plant essence was fully absorbed. She then picked a tender leaf from the top of the tea tree and chewed on it. This tea tree was over 10 years old and had already absorbed a good amount of the natural essence from the earth and sky. Now that she has received nourishment from both spiritual energy and the essence of plants, how could the taste be anything but good? A refreshing tea aroma fills her mouth, first with a light sweetness, followed by a hint of bitterness, creating a rich and lingering aftertaste. Jiang Wanning is very satisfied. Recently, the 2 chickens she bought at the market have started laying eggs. She craves the taste of tea eggs. While old leaves may not be suitable for brewing tea, they are definitely good enough for making flavorful tea eggs. So, when she leaves, she puts a handful of tea leaves in her basket. The location of the oil tea trees is not far from the tea trees, but there is a small pine forest in between that blocks the view. After passing through the small pine forest, she sees a large area filled with oil tea trees densely spread out before her. Jiang Wanning roughly counts and estimates there are at least 100 trees. Each oil tea tree is laden with many oil tea fruits. Many of the fruits are already ripe and cracked open, revealing shiny black seeds inside. Looking around, the trees are full of fruit. Jiang Wanning remembers that it is currently the harvest season for oil tea seeds. The fruit skins are shiny, with red fruits showing hints of yellow and green fruits having a white tint. The fuzz on the fruit skins is fallen off, and the tea fruits are slightly cracked, making them easy to peel. Jiang Wanning casually picks a fruit and opens it, discovering the seeds are shiny. Inside the seeds, there is a yellowish-white color with a glossy sheen, indicating that the fruit is fully mature and ready for harvest. Gazing at the field of oil tea fruits, she can almost envision them being pressed into golden, clear tea oil. The fruit of the oil tea tree is a capsule that naturally splits open when ripe, allowing the seeds to fall to the ground. As long as the temperature and humidity are suitable and the soil conditions are good, these seeds will take root and sprout into new oil tea tree seedlings with nature's nourishment. She thinks that apart from the few trees her grandfather originally planted, the rest must have grown through natural reproduction. Looking down, she indeed finds many ripe fruits have fallen from the trees onto the ground. Just thinking about how these plump oil tea fruits can be taken home to make oil, allowing her family to use pure, spiritual tea seed oil for cooking, makes Jiang Wanning unable to contain her excitement. She eagerly squats down to collect them. She works quickly, and before long, her basket is filled. There are still plenty left on the ground. At this moment, Jiang Wanning can't help but miss the space in the cultivation world that allows for easy storage without effort. It is truly an excellent helper for farming and storage. In the world of cultivation, she could easily gather all the spiritual plants and items she harvested, which was incredibly convenient. But now, she can only reminisce about that convenience in her mind, letting out a soft sigh. After all, she is not skilled in crafting tools. Even if she could, with her current level of cultivation, trying to create a treasure like a spatial pocket would be like dreaming. Continuing along the winding mountain path, she saw nothing but scattered bushes and tall pine trees. Occasionally, she stepped on a few fallen pine cones. She picked one up, gently opened it, and was pleasantly surprised to find pine nuts inside. Although small, these nuts emitted an enticing aroma. Unable to resist, she popped one into her mouth, and the rich flavor spread throughout her mouth. Looking up, she noticed many more pine cones hanging from the branches. She couldn't help but smile. With walnuts, pine nuts, and chestnuts ahead, she could gather all the mountain goods for the new year. Unfortunately, she had no extra baskets at the moment, so she picked up a few plump pine cones and decided to move on. After wandering through the forest for about 20 minutes, she finally found the chestnut grove. The sight before her was bright and cheerful. The chestnut trees were covered in fuzzy little spiky. Upon closer inspection, she saw that many of the spiky had split open, revealing the brown chestnuts inside. Indeed, it was October, and everywhere was filled with ripe fruits. The bountiful harvest made her very happy. After locating the chestnut grove, she didn't linger too long. She set up a coordinate formation in the ground as a marker and continued walking northwest to search for kudzu and yam. However, the kudzu and yam plants were not as noticeable as the trees. Even though she spread her spiritual awareness to search, she still couldn't find their exact location. In frustration, she decided to channel her spiritual energy into the ground to carefully explore the underground root systems, which finally led her to their location. However, her already limited spiritual energy was nearly exhausted. To her delight, there was a considerable amount of kudzu and yam here, but they were rooted very deep, especially the kudzu. It seemed that years ago, it hadn't been fully dug up, and it had grown back into a large patch. To dig them all out completely will likely take a lot of effort. She picked up the pickaxe, swung it a few times, and dug out some kudzu and yam before getting ready to head down the mountain. On her way back, she remembered Aunt Wang and the others, so she took a detour to the persimmon grove. Before she got close, she heard cheerful laughter coming from the grove, and the voices sounded full of energy. "Ning Ning, what are you doing here?" Wang Ying spotted Zhang Wanning right away and greeted her warmly while continuing to pick persimmons. "Hey, what do you have in your hand?" Li Yunyan noticed the bent sticks Zhang Wanning was holding and became curious. Zhang Wanning smiled and said, "These are kudzu and yam. I saw them while passing by and dug a few up." As she spoke, she waved her treasures to show everyone. "Ning Ning, if you want to eat these, just tell Auntie. There are plenty on the mountain." When it came to kudzu and yam, Chenai Ju had a lot to say. These are easy to grow, but hard to dig. Back when kudzu prices were good, your uncle was eager to make a big profit. But when he started digging, he accidentally hurt his back. In the end, not only did he not make any money, but he also spent a lot on medical bills, and those kudzu just rotted on the mountain. The other two nodded in agreement. It really is hard to dig. Farmers can use machines, but we on the mountain have to rely solely on our strength. Most people can't handle it. That's true. They say the kudzu on the mountain is better quality than the ones in the fields, and they sell for a higher price. But in the end, it's only a couple of dollars more. From their complaints, it was clear they had suffered quite a bit in the past. After chatting with the ants for a while, Zhang Wanning casually glanced at the phone set up for live streaming. Suddenly, she remembered she had forgotten to tell Wang Ying this morning that the live stream needed to be paused for a few days while the persimmons were off the shelves. She stepped in front of the phone camera and raised her hand to stop the live stream. However, when her gaze fell on the phone screen, she froze. The number of viewers in the live stream had reached over 50,000. 50,000 is no small number. Surely, not all of them are here to cause trouble, right? Filled with curiosity, Zhang Wanning tapped the screen to open the comments. In an instant, a flood of comments rushed in, almost filling the entire live stream screen. She's here. The host is here. We've been waiting for you. Streamer persimmons. I want to eat persimmons. Aren't there still many persimmons on the mountain? Why were they taken down? Streamer, hurry and post the link. I'm just waiting for your persimmons to be available. Hey, what nonsense is that? If you don't understand, You should try the persimmons, and you'll know. Jiang Wanning, I joined Lemon to be your fan. Can you sell me some persimmons?
Wow.
Jiang Wanning is impressive, hiring so many supporters. She must be scared of the criticism. Didn't you see her persimmons at 40 a pound got reported and taken down? It's obvious she's feeling guilty. You annoying supporters. Stop spreading lies here. The streamer took down the persimmons because of you haters. Exactly. The streamer's persimmons are so good. If you don't want to buy them, that's fine, but stop slandering. And you say you're not supporters. What kind of persimmons can sell for 40 a pound? They look terrible, thinking we're easy to fool. If you haven't tried them, don't speak out of turn. The taste of those persimmons is unforgettable. Will eating them make you a saint? No matter how good they are, can they really be worth 40? That's just a tax on ignorance.
You don't know anything.
If you don't understand, stop talking nonsense. The streamer's persimmons are all natural and delicious, worth the price. I see you all are in cahoots, hired by Jiang Wanning. If you like them, eat them, but don't interfere and block others from buying persimmons. Jiang Wanning watched the scrolling comments on the screen with interest. The back-and-forth argument was almost addictive. I must say, the insults from these netizens come one after another. It's new and interesting, making her feel refreshed after returning from her journey. But as she continued to read, she started to feel upset. The number of her haters far exceeded the fans who loved her persimmons. After all, only a few had truly tasted the persimmons. Perhaps her situation attracted haters from all sides, and they took advantage of their numbers to dominate the chat. The screen was filled with unpleasant language, and the comments from persimmon fans were ruthlessly squeezed out, barely visible. Persimmon fans are still her fans. How could Jiang Wanning just watch them suffer? Furrowing her brow, she prepared to speak up for her fans. Just then, a large announcement suddenly appeared on the screen. Hello everyone, I am a fan of Ning Ning Lemon Sweet. Thank you all for liking Ning Ning's persimmons. To show my gratitude, every friend who supports my persimmons, please contact me for a free gift of 1 pound of persimmons. Lemon Sweet? Isn't that the generous fan who just gave a big tip during the live stream? I didn't expect her to be so generous. Once the announcement was made, the rude comments on the screen disappeared for a moment. After a brief silence, it was replaced by fake compliments. Wow, I've heard these persimmons are incredibly delicious. I knew it. The persimmons from the host's family are amazing. One bite, and you'll never forget them. I love them. Yes, these persimmons are simply a delicacy. We must support them. Some were even copied and pasted. It was obvious they were fake. Shameless. For a pound of persimmons, they have no shame. 40 a pound? Why not take it? Let's get it first. Exactly. If she's giving, we'll take it until she's bankrupt. Haha. Seeing these shameless comments made Jiang Wanning laugh in anger. Taking advantage of her fans was like taking advantage of her. And she hated it when others took advantage of her. Jiang Wanning cleared her throat and spoke directly to the camera. Lemon Sweet, hello. I'm Jiang Wanning, the owner of Zhang's vegetable basket. Thank you for your kindness, but I will handle the persimmons for my fans. I will post a special link for fans to order at the regular price. Once you receive the product, please share your honest tasting experience. If you find them delicious and truly appreciate my persimmons, I will consider it a treat and refund you fully. Screen. What if we don't like them? Jiang Wanning smirked. Then it means you and my persimmons are not meant to be. If you don't like them, they aren't worth giving to you. As soon as she said this, the comments became lively again. Wow, how clever. Isn't this just to get good reviews? Stop complaining. She said this is for fans only. If you don't like them, don't take them. Exactly. The host is doing this to thank the fans who truly love her persimmons. What's the problem? Jiang Wanning was also generous. Without hesitation, she offered 1,000 portions of fan benefits in the live stream. Each portion was 1 pound of persimmons. In total, that was 1,000 pounds of persimmons, at a price of 40 per pound. This round of benefits directly offered up to 40,000 yuan. The amount is astonishing. However, although the benefits are considerable, they are just a drop in the bucket compared to the 50,000 to 60,000 people online in the live stream. As soon as the link was available, it sold out quickly. I can't believe I didn't get it. I was stuck on the order page, unable to move. My speed was not fast enough to get it. This is so unfair. The host wouldn't be cheating, would they? Wow, I used a flash sale app and still didn't get it.
Who managed to grab it?
Haha, I got it. Thanks, Boss Zhang. I can finally enjoy that delicious persimmon again. I'm so happy. I got it too. This is the first time I've managed to grab a benefit in a live stream. What luck. Oh my gosh, I finally got it. I've been waiting for 2 days. I was in the live stream every day just hoping for this moment. The comments were lively. Those who got the benefits were overjoyed, while those who missed out were frustrated. Amid the mixed reactions, a sharp-eyed viewer pointed out a problem. By the way, looking at the comments, why does it seem like everyone who got the benefits has already tried this persimmon? This comment stirred up a lot of discussion. I've bought it. I was amazed by the taste before. I wanted to buy more, but it was taken down. I thought I'd never see that magical persimmon again, but I managed to get the benefit this time. What luck. I've bought it too. I didn't believe it could be that good, but after trying it, I was completely won over. The taste is one thing, but the health benefits are better than any medicine. Those who got the benefits started to share their experiences. They praised the persimmons, and it turned out that all the people who managed to get the benefits had previously ordered from the live stream. Many had initially ordered just to tease Zhang Wanning, curious about the high-priced persimmons. But who would have thought that after trying them, they would become loyal fans of Zhang's persimmons? However, those who didn't get the benefits were furious. This is such an obvious, unfair rule. Host, did you set any conditions? Like only allowing old customers to grab it? Otherwise, how could it be that all the people who got the benefits had already bought them? If you can't afford to give it away, then don't. Is this kind of tactic interesting? It really annoys people, doesn't it? Haha, as expected from Zhang. Always trying to play by the rules. It's really disgusting. Suddenly, a wave of harsh insults flooded the screen, overwhelming everything. If the earlier insults from the haters were mostly just baseless malice, now this wave of criticism felt more genuine. After all, not allowing them to benefit has truly harmed their own interests. In their eyes, even if something is free and not worth much, it's still a good deal. Now that they can't get it, how could they not be furious? However, the angrier they got, the happier Zhang Wanning became. She suppressed her slightly raised smile and coolly added, "The live stream's benefit link can be set for anyone to grab, right?" When she said this, her tone was serious and her expression innocent. Just a pure little flower. The haters. Right, the friend circle can be set to be visible to specific people. But I've never heard of a product link being set for specific people to grab. Yet, at this moment, no one cared anymore. The comments paused for a moment. Then they exploded again. Ning Ning is so beautiful. It directly touched my heart. This beauty is simply stunning. Wow, what a divine look. It activated my heart mode. I love it. Has Zhang Wanning always looked like this? Why didn't I think she was that pretty before? At this moment, netizens suddenly realized that Zhang Wanning in front of the camera seemed completely transformed. She was worlds apart from the Zhang Wanning who used to make silly faces. Her features were still the same, but the overall impression was completely different. Now, with her simple bun hairstyle and casual t-shirt and jeans, she still radiated beauty. She exuded a unique charm, as if she had her own glow. Haha, you finally noticed my Ning has always been a beauty. Before, you just didn't recognize her. No filter, pure bare face. Is that skin real? It's so smooth like a peeled egg.
Fake.
She must have used some kind of no makeup cream or something. How could anyone's skin be that good naturally? Are you blind? Didn't you see Ning occasionally wiping her face with a towel around her neck? What kind of natural makeup can withstand so much rubbing? Stop arguing about it here. By the way, could it be because I ate persimmons? I ate too, and my acne got a lot better. I'm not sure if it's just my imagination. As soon as this comment was posted, it was like a stone thrown into a lake, creating ripples. Sister, it's not your imagination. I felt the same way. My skin was really dull before, but after eating 2 persimmons, my coworkers said I looked much brighter today at work. I didn't notice that. But after eating persimmons, I had a much easier time in the morning. The topic naturally shifted to sharing the deliciousness and amazing effects of persimmons. Everyone was excitedly sharing their experiences. The comments were filled with love and admiration for persimmons. However, this scene ignited the anger of those who missed out on the persimmon benefits, making them even more irritable. Come on, how can you compare persimmons to the Queen Mother's peaches? It's just an ordinary persimmon. Do you guys have any decency? Can't you be more professional? Are you really talking about persimmons? Anyone would think it's some magical remedy. If I'm lying, I'll never get rich. Believe it or not.
Wow.
Brother, what price did you get? That's tough. Aren't you afraid you really won't get rich? I'm not lying, so why should I be scared? Brother, you're bold. Tell me secretly, how much did Zhang Wanning give you? If the price is reasonable, I'm in. Yes. We're just pretending everything we said is fake, so don't believe us. Right. These persimmons aren't good at all and have no effects. So don't buy them. Don't compete with us. Haha, you guys criticized the streamer and disliked the streamer's persimmons, so it's no wonder you couldn't get the streamer's benefits. When Zhang Wanning saw this comment, she couldn't help but smile.
Haha.
She really hit the nail on the head. Those who harbor ill feelings toward her and the persimmons just can't get the one she gives away. Because they simply don't deserve it. The platform can't restrict specific groups from grabbing links. But she can. It just takes a bit of energy. Well, not just a little. With the spiritual energy she had used to find kudzu and yam earlier, Zhang Wanning's energy was completely depleted. She glanced at the time. It was almost time to deliver the package to the courier station. After that, she needed to pick up the twins from school, so she couldn't delay. Thus, she turned off the comments and decided not to end the live stream, as it could still attract viewers. She then greeted Wang Ying and the others. Ants, I'm heading down the mountain now. You all stay busy. She then made her way down the winding mountain path. When she got home, the 2 elderly ladies heard the noise and quickly came out to greet her. They immediately saw Zhang Wanning returning with a basket full of treasures. Upon closer inspection, they noticed it was filled with oiled tea fruits, kudzu, and yam, which surprised them. My goodness, these oiled tea fruits are huge. Wow, they look so shiny. They must yield a lot of oil. Old Lady Wu exclaimed with amazement and joy. This basket could probably produce 5 to 6 pounds of oil. As she spoke, she quickly helped pour out the oiled tea fruits to dry them in the yard. Zhang Wanning couldn't help but give Old Lady Wu a thumbs up. Grandma Wu, you're amazing. You can estimate so accurately. Generally, 1 pound of fresh oil tea fruit can yield about 0.2 to 0.4 pounds of dry seeds, and 1 pound of seeds can produce around 275 to 300 grams of oil. This basket of fresh oil tea fruit weighed over 40 pounds, which could yield about 7 pounds of oil, very close to Old Lady Wu's estimate. Your grandma we used to go up the mountain often to collect tea fruits for oil. Our family benefited a lot from her. We used a lot of the tea seed oil she gave us. The elderly lady smiled, reminiscing about the past with warmth and gratitude as she shared her memories with Zhang Wanning. Old Lady Wu sighed softly, filled with emotion. Ah, it reminds me of the hard times. Back then, we were so poor we could barely afford food, let alone oil, so we had to go up the mountain to collect this. Who would have thought that now, tea seed oil is so expensive that it's out of reach? Her words reflected both nostalgia for the tough times and frustration with today's rising prices. Once all the oil tea fruits were poured out, some old tea leaves hidden underneath were revealed. Oh, ning, look how old they are. If we brew tea from these, it would definitely taste very bitter and wouldn't be drinkable. Old Lady Wu leaned in to take a closer look and said with regret. Zhang Wanning smiled and explained, Grandma Wu, I don't plan to use it for tea. I was thinking of using this to make some tea egg seasoning. It will surely taste great when we boil the tea eggs. The tempting aroma of tea eggs already filled her mind. After hearing this, Old Lady Wu nodded in agreement. That's a good idea. I can help you stir-fry it later. Stir-fried tea leaves have a stronger fragrance. Jiang Wanning's eyes lit up with curiosity as she asked, Grandma Wu, you can stir-fry tea leaves too? Her tone was filled with surprise and anticipation. Old Lady Wu nodded slightly, recalling the past. Yes, I used to go up the mountain to pick tea with others when I was younger. Later, the price offered by tea merchants was too low, so out of frustration, I didn't sell it. I didn't want to waste it, so I learned a bit about stir-frying tea, thinking I could sell it myself. She sighed softly at this point. In the end, she didn't sell that batch of tea leaves and kept them all for herself. She still hasn't finished them. The old lady beside her joked, Don't listen to your Grandma Wu being modest. What does she mean by just learning a bit? She worked as a tea stir-fryer for several years back then. Her skills are among the best around here, and many people are eager to get her tea. Her words were filled with praise and pride for Old Lady Wu. Jiang Wanning's eyes sparkled as if she had discovered treasure. Grandma Wu, I'll bring back some tea leaves tomorrow, and you must help me stir-fry them. I haven't tasted the tea you've made yet. It must be especially fragrant. Her gaze was full of sincerity and expectation. Old Lady Wu looked at Jiang Wanning's eager expression and couldn't help but smile. All right, as long as you don't mind my old hands being a bit rusty, I'll stir-fry it for you. Her face beamed with a warm smile, full of affection for Jiang Wanning. At that moment, the old lady's gaze unintentionally fell on two sticks beside Jiang Wanning. She bent down slightly to take a closer look, her eyes flashing with surprise as she said, Ning Ning, where did you dig these up? We actually have kudzu root and yam on our mountain? Her tone was filled with astonishment, as if she couldn't believe these two things could be found on their mountain. After all, planting kudzu root and yam was something that happened many years ago. Jiang Wanning smiled and nodded. Yes, there are quite a few. They are on the northwest. I thought it would be hard to dig, and maybe they weren't fully harvested back then, so I decided to look for them. I didn't expect to actually find them. Mrs. Wu was also drawn over, leaning in to examine the kudzu and yam, unable to help but praise. They look quite robust, better than what we used to dig up. The ones we found before were not this big. She gently touched the kudzu, her eyes filled with admiration. Thinking about her own crops, which tasted better each year, she couldn't help but speculate. I guess after so many years without disturbance, they absorbed enough nutrients and grew well. This mountain area is perfect for these crops. After quickly sending the packaged persimmons to the delivery station, Jiang Wanning checked the time and felt a sense of urgency. She was already 10 minutes late to pick up the twins. Not wanting to delay further, she hurried to the kindergarten. As soon as her car stopped at the kindergarten entrance, she saw the two little ones running towards her like cannonballs, excitedly shouting, Mommy, Mommy. Their teacher, Huang Jin-yi, followed behind them. Jiang Wanning turned to Huang Jin-yi and apologized. Teacher Huang, I'm sorry for the delay today. I had something come up and made you wait. Huang Jin-yi waved her hand and smiled. It's no trouble at all. They didn't wait long, and the kids were very well behaved. After a moment of hesitation, she shyly continued, Tong Tong's mom, I noticed the persimmons from the Zhang family's basket are off the shelf. Will they be available again? Jiang Wanning was slightly taken aback, but quickly responded with a smile. They will be back on the shelf. The pickers haven't arrived yet, so they're temporarily off. Would you like to buy some? I can bring a box for you tomorrow. Huang Jinyi's face showed a hint of embarrassment as she hesitated. Is that okay? If it's too much trouble, I can just buy them from your online store. Jiang Wanning quickly assured her, It's not a hassle. I send a truck to the market every few days. It's just part of my routine. Huang Jin-yi immediately brightened up then. Thank you so much, Tong Tong's mom. She hurriedly pulled out a piece of paper from her pocket and handed it to Jiang Wanning. Jiang Wanning took it with curiosity and saw a list of names written on it. Each name was followed by a number indicating how many pounds of persimmons they wanted. The total at the bottom was 50 pounds. It seemed the teachers at the kindergarten were planning a group purchase. Huang Jin looked at Jiang Wanning, a bit shyly saying, is that too much? If you can't prepare in time, it's completely fine for us to wait a few days. Please don't stress about it. Jiang Wanning said, not much. I'll bring it to you tomorrow when I drop them off at school, so it won't be a delay. Huang Jin immediately expressed her gratitude. Thank you so much, Tong Tong's mom. You have no idea how amazing your persimmons taste. My whole family loves them. We heard you sell them online, so we tried to order, but when we checked, they were sold out. We were so disappointed. Her eyes sparkled with genuine love for Zhang's persimmons. At that moment, Zhang Mutong, acting like a little adult, looked up with her cute face and said cheerfully, Teacher Huang, you can join our family's grocery group. Many uncles and aunts buy persimmons for my mom there. It's so lively. As she spoke, she gestured excitedly, looking adorable. Huang Jin was slightly surprised and couldn't help but ask, you have a group? Jiang Wanning smiled and nodded, yes, this group is just for local customers to make ordering easier. Huang Jin happily took out her phone and eagerly joined the group. Afterward, she cheerfully sent off Jiang Wanning and her children. On her way back, she noticed her colleagues looking at her with eager expressions. She smiled and confidently gave them an okay sign, as if to say, don't worry, it's all taken care of. Her colleagues responded with thumbs up. As soon as they got in the car, Zhang Mutong, like a cheerful little bird, couldn't wait to share her fun stories from school. Her two little braids bounced with her movements, and her bright eyes sparkled like two shining black gems. Mom, today the teacher taught us to draw. I drew a big castle. Inside there's Grandma, Mom, Uncle, and my brother, and me. We are all happily playing in the castle. It was so lively. She gestured excitedly to show what the castle looked like, being incredibly cute. In contrast, Zhang Muxian appeared much more composed. He quietly sat beside her, listening intently to his sister's stories. He occasionally added a few words, but didn't interrupt her. His calm demeanor was beyond his years. Throughout the drive, Jiang Wanning smiled and responded to her children's chatter. The warm atmosphere felt like a gentle current, filling the small car and making everyone feel cozy inside. Suddenly, Zhang Mudong pressed her face against the car window and shouted, Mom, there are bad people. They are hurting a dog. Her voice was filled with fear. Jiang Wanning's heart sank, and she quickly looked in the direction her daughter was pointing. Not far away, two men were swinging a stick and aggressively chasing a dog. The dog was covered in painful wounds, bleeding, and looked especially tragic in the fading sunlight. It limped away desperately, each step seeming so difficult, its eyes filled with fear and despair, as if it was silently pleading for help. The two men continued to chase it, shouting angrily, You little creature, there's nowhere to run. We're going to catch you and sell you for a good price. Their harsh words made one feel disgusted. Jiang Mudong's eyes turned red instantly, tears welling up, ready to spill over. With a trembling voice, she pleaded, Mom, please help the dog. They're so mean. The dog is so pitiful. Her innocent voice was filled with concern, tugging at the heartstrings. Jiang Muxuan, serious beside her, added, Mom, let's call the police. The teacher said we can find the police if we encounter bad people. We can't let them hurt the dog. Though he tried to stay calm, his voice betrayed his urgency. Seeing her children's worried expressions, a strong wave of anger surged in Jiang Wanning. Without hesitation, she pressed the gas pedal hard, and the car shot forward like an arrow. With a swift and daring drift, she positioned the car firmly in front of the two men, blocking their path. The sharp screech of the brakes echoed loudly on the quiet street, startling the men, who froze in place. They looked shocked at first, then their expressions turned to anger as they glared at Jiang Wanning. Are you crazy? Can't you drive? One of the men, a large and muscular man named Wang Chong, shouted angrily, his neck veins bulging like a furious bull. He continued to yell as he marched aggressively toward Jiang Wanning's car, looking as if he wanted to attack her. Another shorter man with a sneaky look named Li San followed closely behind Wang Chong like a shadow. He kept muttering, You almost hit me. Get down here and pay me. Otherwise, you won't be leaving. His eyes sparkled with cunning and greed. Stay in the car and don't get out, Jiang Wanning advised the twins as she turned her head. Jiang Muxian's eyes were filled with worry as he urgently said, Mom, don't go out. They look really strong. What if they hurt you? Jiang Mutong's eyes turned red, and with a trembling voice, she called out, Mom. The fear and anxiety in their voices were heart-wrenching. Jiang Wanning looked at the two little ones, her lips curling into a confident and reassuring smile. Don't worry, my darlings. Mom is very capable. Just stay in the car and watch how I handle these two troublemakers. Her smile seemed to have a magical power, calming the children's anxious hearts a little. Then, she calmly unbuckled her seatbelt, gracefully opened the car door, and stepped out. Standing firm, her expression was serious, and her gaze was sharp as she looked coldly at the two men, finally landing on the blood-stained sticks they used to hit the dog. Did you hurt this dog? Wang Chong scoffed, snorting dismissively. What's it to you? This dog is ours, and we can do whatever we want with it. You have no right to interfere. As he spoke, he waved the stick in his hand, threateningly swinging it toward the dog, his arrogant demeanor infuriating. Jiang Mutong, anxious and desperate, clung tightly to the car window, shouting, Mom, they're lying. The dog is so pitiful, they have been bullying it. It's not their dog. With anger on her face, she shouted at the two men, You bad guys can't bully the little dog. Li San looked at the woman with two children in front of him. Instead of backing down, he became even more brazen. With a lewd grin, he leered at Jiang Wanning, licking his lips unconsciously, his disgusting demeanor making one feel sick. Hey, you're a pretty lady. If you play with us, we'll forget about how you scared us just now. As he spoke, he boldly stepped forward, reaching out his dirty hand, trying to touch Jiang Wanning's shoulder. A cold glint flashed in Jiang Wanning's eyes as she quickly grabbed Li San's outstretched hand with lightning speed. Then, with a swift and decisive move, she flipped him over and slammed him hard to the ground. Li San's face twisted in pain as he yelled, Ouch, that hurts. Let me go. His cries echoed through the air. Seeing this, Wang Chong became furious. He shouted and swung a thick stick at Jiang Wanning, the air whooshing as he aimed to hit her hard. It looked like he wanted to smash her to pieces. However, Jiang Wanning remained calm, sidestepping easily to avoid Wang Chong's fierce attack. Then, using the momentum from her turn, she kicked him sharply in the stomach. The kick was powerful, sending Wang Chong flying backward like a kite with a broken string. He crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Just playing? Is it fun? Do you want to keep playing? Jiang Wanning looked down at the two men sprawled on the ground, her voice icy and her gaze fierce, instilling fear. No, we don't want to play anymore. Please, let us go. The two men groaned in pain, no longer resembling the arrogant figures from before. They looked like frightened dogs, their voices filled with fear and pleading. What a surprise. This woman seemed small and delicate, yet she was so fierce. Now tell me, where did this dog come from? Jiang Wanning's eyes narrowed as she stepped heavily on Wang Chong's back, questioning him sharply. Her tone seamed to the soul, leaving no room for lies. Wang Chong's face turned pale as he stammered, We were wrong. It's just a stray dog. We were afraid it would hurt someone, so we tried to catch it, and then... He hesitated, feeling guilty. Jiang Wanning snorted coldly, her eyes flashing with understanding and anger, and then you plan to take it to a meat shop? Her voice was chilling, making him shiver. At that moment, she heard a faint whimper. Turning instinctively, she saw the little dog that had run away earlier had returned. It cautiously approached Jiang Wanning's feet, looking up at her with big, wet eyes, whimpering softly. Its eyes were still glistening with tears. But when she looked at the puppy, there was a pleading look in its eyes. Seeing Jiang Wanning looking at it, it immediately dragged its injured leg and limped forward. In front of it was an old-looking van. The paint on the van was peeling, and it was splattered with mud. The little dog shook its weak body and finally reached the side of the van. Eventually, it collapsed on the ground due to exhaustion. Even so, one of its front paws was still trying to push forward, as if it was trying to communicate something to Jiang Wanning. Seeing this, Jiang Wanning's heart tightened, and she hurriedly walked to the side of the van. Through the door, she vaguely heard sounds coming from inside the vehicle. Her expression suddenly turned cold, and she reached out to quickly open the van door. In an instant, the sight before her took her breath away, leaving her stunned. Inside the small, dim van, 7 dogs were crammed together, of various sizes and breeds. They were huddled together, trembling and letting out weak whimpers. Their bodies were covered in dirt and blood. Several dogs were seriously injured, with wounds that were raw and bleeding. They could only weakly lie in the corner, barely alive, their life force fading away. Each one stared wide-eyed, filled with fear and despair. Jiang Wanning couldn't bear to see this, so she gently touched each of them, channeling a bit of her energy into their bodies. Each dog that received the energy couldn't help but whimper, then tried to nuzzle her palm with their heads. Their wet eyes were full of affection. "Don't worry, it's okay now. No one will hurt you again." Jiang Wanning's heart softened, and an idea came to her. Weren't the villagers always worried about her orchard being unprotected? Then raising a few dogs to guard the forest would be perfect. Jiang Wanning looked seriously into the dog's eyes. "Do you want to come back with me? Help me watch the house." It was unclear if they understood, but one by one, the dogs struggled to get up and jumped onto Jiang Wanning. Unfortunately, those dog thieves had broken their legs to prevent them from escaping. If it weren't for the fear of being accused of excessive self-defense, she would have liked to break the legs of those 2 thieves. After calming the dogs, Jiang Wanning took out her phone and called the police. In addition to wanting these 2 dog thieves to receive the punishment they deserve, she also needs to adopt these dogs through legal procedures. After receiving the report, the police quickly arrived. "Officers, you finally made it. Hurry and arrest this crazy woman. She attacked us, and we thought we were going to be killed." Lee San, with messy hair and bruises on his face, saw the police car and immediately shouted as if he had found a lifeline. He exaggeratedly held his stomach, as if he might faint from the pain at any moment. Wang Chong chimed in, holding his foot and grimacing in apparent agony. "Yes, officers, we have really had the worst luck to encounter such a violent person. She came at us with punches and kicks. My foot must be broken. Woe is me." Jiang Wanning watched the performance of these 2 dog thieves, feeling a flash of impatience. It seemed she hadn't hit them hard enough, as they still had the energy to shout. After the police car stopped, 2 officers got out. Seeing them, Jiang Wanning was momentarily surprised. What a coincidence, they were 2 familiar faces, the officers who had handled the tomato incident at the 4S shop. The middle-aged officer was named Wang Jianshu, and the younger officer was Zhang Yiming. Wang Jianshu recognized Jiang Wanning at first glance. After all, it was rare to see someone so calm and organized when reporting a case. "Ms. Jiang, we meet again," Wang Jianshu said with a smile, looking particularly sharp in his uniform. Zhang Yiming nodded and then looked at the 2 dog thieves still groaning on the ground. Seeing the police, the thieves reacted like they had found a savior, shouting even more excitedly. "Officers, help! Help! We were almost killed by this woman." Zhang Yiming asked, "So you're saying she attacked you?" It was 1 against 2. One side was a frail girl, and the other side was strong men.
Who was really attacking whom?
It was her. It was definitely her. I'm sure I have internal injuries from her beating. My stomach hurts so much. I want to sue her for. You must arrest her." Lee San shouted desperately. It seemed quite convincing. Wang Jianshu looked at Jiang Wanning and asked, "Did you really hit them?" Jiang Wanning nodded and replied innocently, "I saw them abusing a dog, so I got out of my car to stop them. They not only refused to stop, but also tried to attack me. I had no choice but to fight back." After finishing speaking, he calmly took out his phone from his pocket, pulled up the dashcam footage, and handed it to the police officer. "Officer, you can see for yourselves. I was just acting in self-defense and trying to help. Wang Jianshu took the phone and started watching. The footage clearly showed two dog thieves chasing a dog with sticks. Then, Zhang Weining got out of the car to stop them, and Li San tried to attack her but was thrown to the ground by Zhang Weining. Next, Wang Chong charged at her with a stick, but she kicked him away. After both of them fell to the ground, Zhang Weining did not hit them again. In the video, Zhang Weining's swift movements impressed the two police officers. Wang Jianshu said, "You have good skills." Zhang Weining shrugged, "I just have a bit of strength." At that moment, Zhang Yiming noticed the van full of dogs and felt a surge of anger. In broad daylight, how dare you steal so many dogs? Do you have no respect for the law? For the bad things you've done, getting hurt is what you deserve. Li San quickly defended himself. "Officer, we were just trying to protect people from stray dogs, so we thought we were doing a good deed. How can that be considered stealing? This woman attacked us without warning and hurt us badly. We are in pain all over. She committed serious injury, and we want to sue her." Zhang Yiming replied, "You don't get to decide what a stray dog is." Wang Chong said fiercely, "No matter what, we were seriously injured. Officer, we demand a medical examination. We want to sue this woman for intentional harm." Zhang Weining crossed her arms and smirked. "Go ahead." She knew their injuries well. They would definitely be in pain, but there wouldn't be any serious injuries to prove. No matter how they examined, they wouldn't find any real issues. Wang Jianshu, seeing the standoff, looked worriedly at Zhang Weining. "Ms. Zhang, even though they are dog thieves, you need to be careful with your actions. If it turns out to be excessive self-defense, it could become a problem." Zhang Weining looked innocent and said, "Officer, don't be fooled by them. They're just pretending. You saw, I barely touched them." Wang Jianshu recalled the dashcam footage, where Zhang Weining only did a shoulder throw and a kick, which shouldn't cause serious injuries. However, seeing the pained expressions on the two thieves' faces, it didn't look like they were faking it. Regardless, it would be best to call an ambulance and take them to the hospital, just in case something serious happened. Soon, the ambulance arrived with a loud siren. As the two dog thieves were lifted onto the vehicle by the medical staff, they continued to groan and shout threats at Zhang Weining. Zhang Yiming was in charge of accompanying the ambulance. Wang Jianshu looked at the van full of dogs and sighed. He carefully checked each dog. Unfortunately, none of the 8 dogs had identification chips. This is a problem. Without chips, it's hard to find their owners. Zhang Weining asked, "Officer, can I adopt these dogs?" Wang Jianshu replied, "You can, but the dogs need to be taken to the animal shelter first to see if we can find their owners." After all, there were many reports at the police station about lost pets. If any match, they must be returned to their rightful owners. If you really want to adopt, you can talk to the shelter staff later and go through the proper adoption procedures. Zhang Weining nodded in understanding. Following the proper procedures can help prevent some people from using adoption as a way to mistreat animals. Wang Jianshu contacted the animal shelter. He also took a brief statement from Zhang Weining, recording her address and phone number, as she needed to cooperate with the investigation until the injury reports of the 2 dog thieves were ready. Meanwhile, the twins couldn't help but get out of the vehicle, squatting by the van and feeding the dogs snacks from their small bags. The shelter staff arrived at the scene as quickly as possible after receiving the call. Wearing neat uniforms and carrying professional tools, they quickly coordinated with Wang Jianshu. Then, they carefully approached the van with a capture net, trying to safely transfer the dogs to a specialized transport vehicle. However, when they looked through the van's window and saw the dogs' miserable condition, they froze in shock. Their faces filled with anger and sadness. One staff member couldn't help but mutter, "Those heartless dog thieves went too far." Jiang Mudong, with her little legs, hurried over to the staff, her tear-streaked face filled with concern as she asked, "Sir, can you take the dogs to see a doctor? They look so sad." Her innocent voice was full of worry for the dogs. Zhang Weining stepped forward, her expression concerned as she asked, "Will you take the dogs back too?" She hesitated, sensing an unpleasant answer. The staff's eyes showed a hint of reluctance, and for a moment, they didn't know how to respond. They lowered their heads, avoiding Jiang Wanning's gaze, and the atmosphere became heavy. Jiang Wanning keenly noticed their expressions and asked, "Can I ask what you will do with them after you take them back?" Her voice was calm but carried an undeniable firmness. The staff sighed helplessly, their tone filled with regret. "We will provide basic treatment for them. However, the shelter has limited funds, and if the injuries are too severe, the treatment costs will be high. If no one is willing to adopt them, they may unfortunately have to be euthanized."
Don't.
Jiang Mutong and Jiang Muxian's eyes widened in shock, and tears filled their eyes as they began to cry loudly. "Don't let the dogs be killed. We have money. We can take care of the dogs." While crying, Jiang Mutong frantically pulled out her pocket money. Her small hands trembled as she held onto the crumpled bills. Although the amount was small, it was all her savings from a long time. Jiang Muxian also shouted, "Yes, we can earn money. We will pay for the dog's treatment. We will take good care of them." His little face turned red with excitement, and the usually composed child was now shedding tears like a broken string of pearls. Their earnest and urgent expressions were truly moving. Seeing the children's red eyes made Jiang Wanning's heart ache. She crouched down and gently patted their heads, reassuring them, "Don't worry, the dogs will be fine." Then she stood up and seriously told the staff, "Hello, my name is Jiang Wanning, and I live in Yangshui Town, Wangshan Village. We have over 300 acres of mountain land, and we need a few dogs to guard the forest. If you agree, I would like to adopt all 8 dogs." Her words were firm and left no room for doubt. All 8? Every one of them? The staff and Wang Jianshu were taken aback, their eyes wide with shock. Not to mention the cost of raising 8 dogs, just treating their current injuries would require a significant amount of money. After all, dogs do not have health insurance, and any treatment can be surprisingly expensive. There are often jokes online about dog owners who would rather suffer through a cold than let their pets be cold, because while a person might spend $100 on medicine to recover, the costs for dogs can be staggering. Once pets get sick, it can cost a lot of money to take them to the vet. This made the staff look at Jiang Wanning with some suspicion. They wondered if she had a hidden agenda for taking in so many injured dogs, like possibly harming them for meat. Their gaze became more scrutinizing, and their tone turned cautious. "Ms. Zhang, adopting dogs requires you to register all your information, and our shelter will need to check on the dogs regularly." Jiang Wanning nodded, not seeing any problem with this process. "You're always welcome to check. If needed, I can also send you videos of them regularly so you can see how they are doing." Her sincere tone and generous attitude eased the staff's concerns. "Thank you for your cooperation, Ms. Zhang. However, we still need to verify your information since adopting so many dogs is a serious matter." The staff's tone softened as they explained the necessary procedures. Jiang Wanning nodded, showing her full understanding. "No problem. I can provide all the information you need." But the urgent matter was to treat the injured dogs first. Following Jiang Wanning's request, the shelter staff quickly registered the dogs and carefully lifted the injured ones into the vehicle with Wang Jianshu. They then headed to the nearby pet hospital. After Jiang Wanning paid for all the surgery costs, the doctors quickly began emergency treatment on the dogs. In the operating room, the lights turned on, and the doctors focused intently, working steadily with their tools. Outside the operating room, Jiang Mutong and Jiang Muxian stood anxiously, their eyes fixed on the door, worry and concern written on their young faces. As each dog was brought out after surgery, the children's eyes filled with tears again. "Get better soon, doggy," Jiang Mutong said, squatting down to gently a golden retriever with its legs in casts, trying to offer some comfort. But as she spoke, tears began to fall uncontrollably, dripping onto the golden retriever. Jiang Muxian nodded vigorously beside her, his innocent face full of compassion. "When you get better, we can go play on the mountain together. It's so much fun up there, and there are lots of delicious wild fruits. At that time, we will pick wild fruits together, earn a lot of money, and buy you delicious food." Meanwhile, the shelter staff had drafted the adoption agreement. The agreement included basic terms, focusing on the prohibition of abuse and abandonment of the adopted dogs, ensuring they would have a stable life in the future. Jiang Wanning had no objections to this. After all, from the moment she decided to adopt, she was ready to take good care of them. However, before signing, Jiang Wanning looked seriously at Officer Wang Jianshu and raised her concern. Officer Wang, I am adopting these dogs through the proper process. If their original owners come looking for them later, how should we handle that? This question was crucial for the dog's future, and she needed clarity. Wang Jianshu's expression turned serious as he replied, according to the regulations, they must be returned to their original owners. He paused briefly and added, provided they can offer sufficient evidence to prove the dogs belong to them. However, everyone present understood that providing such proof would not be easy. These dogs did not have identity chips implanted, making it impossible to confirm ownership through chip identification. This was why many dog owners, even when recognizing their pets at dog meat restaurants, still had to pay to get them back. Animals are different from humans. They cannot be identified through DNA like people can. After listening, Jiang Wanning nodded thoughtfully, showing her understanding. Then, she said calmly and generously, if their owners come looking for them and the dogs are willing to go back, I won't keep them against their will. I adopted them hoping they would have a good home. As long as they are happy, that's what matters. Her words reflected her kindness and open-mindedness. The shelter staff and Wang Jianshu couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Miss Zhang, your awareness is truly commendable. Not everyone could be so generous. The shelter staff further reminded her, make sure to keep track of the medical and care expenses for these dogs. If their original owners do come, they will need to cover all the costs. The treatment costs are not small. Those dogs with broken legs are among the least injured. There were dogs that had their eyes poked out and others that had broken ribs and internal bleeding. Each dog's surgery costs several thousand, not to mention the ongoing care. It not only costs money, but also requires manpower. Returning the animals to their owners is correct, but it should mean that people do good deeds and end up losing money. That would be disheartening. Furthermore, things that are received without effort are often not valued. After working in the shelter for many years and seeing many abandoned pets, they have become very aware of the complexities of human nature. That's right. If anyone doubts it later, I can testify for you, Wang Jianshu added. Jiang Wanning sincerely thanked them for their kindness and then asked the pet hospital staff for all the surgery videos and detailed treatment costs for each dog. Although she knew in her heart that this information might not be useful, as she had said, she would only return the dogs if they were willing to go back to their original owners. Jiang Wanning was confident that with the energy of her mountain, once the dogs arrived at her place, they wouldn't want to leave. After all the dogs received emergency treatment, the doctors suggested they stay for observation, but Jiang Wanning politely declined. No matter how good the hospital environment was, it couldn't compare to home. Moreover, unlike regular hospitals, there were no doctors on duty at night. If any issues arose with the dogs, there would be no one to handle them in time. However, there was a tricky problem. Her small pickup truck had no cover and couldn't shield the dogs from the wind. This condition was not suitable for transporting the injured dogs. Just as Jiang Wanning was thinking of a solution, 2 staff members from the shelter stepped forward and volunteered, saying, "We'll drive you back." They were genuinely grateful to Jiang Wanning for adopting the 8 dogs, as it solved many of their problems. Although severely injured dogs often end up being euthanized, who would want to easily decide the end of a life? Wang Jianshu also chimed in, "I'll help too." With so many dogs, all injured and needing support, having an extra person would certainly help. In the end, Jiang Wanning led the way in her pickup truck, followed by the shelter's vehicle carrying the dogs, with Wang Jianshu's police car bringing up the rear. The 3 vehicles formed a convoy, heading towards Wangshan village. Along the way, the sunset's glow spread across the road, giving the team a warm shine. Meanwhile, the elderly lady and Mrs. Wu had already received the news and were waiting in the yard with Jiang Yichen. They eagerly looked towards the village entrance. When the car slowly drove in, Jiang Yichen was the first to run over. Mrs. Wu quickly pushed her friend's wheelchair to catch up. Sister, where's the dog?" Jiang Yichen asked, peering into the car, his eyes full of curiosity and excitement. But the car was empty. There was nothing to see. "Uncle, the dog is in the back," Jiang Mudong said anxiously, unable to wait for Jiang Wanning to unbuckle her seatbelt. She jumped out of the car, pulling her uncle's hand as they hurried to the back of the vehicle. When the shelter's transport vehicle came to a stop, Jiang Mudong rushed forward, excitedly shouting, "Dog, dog, uncle, look, the dog is inside." The shelter staff and Wang Jianshu followed Jiang Wanning as they parked the car at the gate. Seeing the very rundown house, they were momentarily taken aback, their faces showing a mix of surprise and confusion. The house looked extremely dilapidated, with peeling walls and several broken roof tiles. It appeared ready to collapse, looking quite shabby. Such a living environment made it hard to connect it with the ability to care for 8 dogs. Their initial trust in Jiang Wanning began to waver. Is this your home?" asked Zhuang Shuiyan, one of the shelter staff, unable to hold back her curiosity. Jiang Wanning replied calmly, "Yes." "What's wrong?" She seemed unaware of their doubts. As she spoke, she walked over to the shelter's vehicle and opened the door, then directly pulled out a cage containing a dog. "Hey, that's very heavy, let us." Wang Jianshu started to say, but his words were cut off, his throat feeling tight. His eyes widened in disbelief as he saw Jiang Wanning carrying the heavy cage with steady steps, looking light and effortless. Seeing this, Zhang Yichen eagerly followed suit and carefully carried a cage out of the car, closely trailing behind his sister as they walked home. Their steps were light and steady. This scene gave Wang Jianshu a strange illusion that the cages were not as heavy as he had imagined. So, he was tempted to try carrying one himself. He grasped the cage with both hands and exerted some effort, but the cage only shifted slightly, causing the dog inside to whimper. He quickly let go, afraid of shaking the cage and hurting the dog. He could lift the weight, but not as effortlessly as Jiang Wanling and her brother. Cheng Jinxin, another staff member at the shelter, quickly stepped forward, saying, "Without the dog, this cage still weighs about 50 to 60 pounds. He gestured to show the size and weight of the cage. Adding the dog's weight, it definitely exceeds 100. It's not easy to carry it steadily. He signaled to Wang Jianshu, and they both lifted the cage together. Wang Jianshu struggled to raise it and couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder you can handle those dog thieves." However, Zhuang Shuiyan still looked troubled, frowning as she quietly murmured, "Are we really letting her take care of the dog?" Her eyes were filled with concern about Jiang Wanling's living situation and her ability to care for a dog. Cheng Jinxin glanced at her helplessly and shrugged, "We've already signed the adoption agreement. Are you thinking of backing out?" His tone was teasing but also a bit resigned. After all, the agreement was in effect, and changing their minds wouldn't be easy. Zhuang Shuiyan sighed, worried, "But what if she can't take care of it later?" "We can take care of it. We sell wild fruits every day and earn a lot of money," Jiang Mudong declared loudly, her rosy cheeks bright with determination. She was adamant that they wouldn't let anyone take the dog away. After that, she leaned against the car door, her eyes sparkling as she gently reassured the other dogs inside, "Don't worry, Mommy and Uncle will be back to get you soon." Her gentle demeanor was like she was talking to her closest friends. Miraculously, the dogs seemed to understand her words, responding with eager barks as if to acknowledge her warmth. Wang Jianshu watched the scene and smiled, saying, "Don't forget, Ms. Jiang paid tens of thousands for treatment at the pet hospital. That money could buy several healthy dogs." This made Zhuang Shuiyan and Cheng Jinxin snap back to reality. Both of them blushed, feeling embarrassed. How could they have forgotten this? If Jiang Wanning could easily pay such a large treatment fee, how could she not afford to take care of these dogs? Clearly, they had misunderstood the situation. The room for the dogs was originally a storage room that had been neglected for a long time. Jiang Wanning had called home in advance, asking Grandma Wu to help Zhang Yichen clean it up. At this moment, all the clutter had been cleared out. A thorough cleaning had been done, and the floors and walls were spotless. To prevent dampness, many cardboard boxes were neatly arranged on the floor. It looked simple, but was filled with care. Jiang Wanning and Jiang Yichen worked quickly. By the time Wang Jianshu and the others had made one trip, the siblings had already moved all the dogs. Watching them busily come and go, Wang Jianshu couldn't help but feel a bit envious. If he had such abilities, he might even join the police force. Zhuang Shuiyan looked at the somewhat simple environment and couldn't help but murmur, "Is this where they'll stay? These dogs are still hurt. Can they really recover here? It's better to stay at the pet hospital." Seeing this, Qing Jinxin quickly tugged at Zhuang Shuiyan's sleeve, signaling her to be quiet. Then he quietly and carefully advised, "Isn't this place fine? They won't be exposed to wind or rain. If you're worried, you can come check on them more often." Honestly, does staying at a pet hospital cost nothing? Zhuang Shuiyan was great in many ways, but she lacked empathy and thought everyone had the same wealth and leisure as her. Indeed, Zhuang Shuiyan was a wealthy young lady. Coming to the shelter was purely out of her love for animals, working for the sake of her passion. Here, she didn't take any money. Each month, she even spent her own money to invest in the shelter, just to provide better conditions for the stray animals. Because of this, she always had high standards for adopters, wanting to find the perfect and most reliable homes for each little animal. However, Jiang Wanning and Jiang Yichen didn't hear their murmurs. At that moment, Jiang Yichen was completely focused on the adorable dogs, happily moving between the cages. Gently patting each dog on the head, she raised her voice and asked, "Sister, I made a lot of fish soup for the dogs. Can I feed them now?" "Go ahead." Jiang Wanning quickly replied, "These dogs have been hungry for a long time. Go find some big bowls and mix in some rice to feed them." After saying this, she called out to Grandma Wu, "Grandma Wu, is dinner ready?" Officer Wang and the two shelter workers specially helped us bring the dogs back. "It's late, so let them have dinner before they go home." Grandma Wu quickly responded, "It's been ready for a while, just keeping warm in the pot. You all wash your hands and we'll eat soon." As she spoke, she went to prepare the bowls and chopsticks. Wang Jianshu quickly waved his hand and politely said, "Auntie, no need. I have to go back now. There's food at my workplace. I need to take care of some things today and can't stay." Qing Jinxin also declined, explaining that he needed to hurry back for his shift. "Yes, Auntie. We won't eat. It's my turn for the night shift, so I need to get back. Otherwise, my colleagues will worry." Only Zhuang Shuiyan remained silent. It wasn't that she wanted to stay for dinner. She was still worried about the dogs. She was concerned that Jiang Wanning might not be able to take care of them properly, so she thought about staying to keep an eye on things. If it really didn't work out, she would take the dogs back herself. "Dinner is ready." Jiang Yichen came running back, one hand holding a stack of stainless steel bowls and the other carrying a large bucket of fish soup mixed with rice. He placed a bowl in front of each dog and scooped 2 big spoonfuls of the fish soup mixture into each bowl. Seeing this, Zhuang Shuiyan immediately became upset. "Oh no! These dogs just had surgery and are still weak. They can't eat this. Didn't the pet hospital give US prescription food? They need to eat that." Her voice was sharp and urgent, as if she had discovered something very serious. As she spoke, she quickly walked toward Jiang Yichen. Seeing his confused expression, Zhuang Shuiyan realized he wouldn't understand her concern. So, she didn't say more and turned to run outside. After a while, she struggled to bring in a heavy bag of dog food, panting as she rushed back inside. However, when she entered again, all 8 dogs were already eating. Each one had its head buried in the bowl, happily munching away. "Oh no, you can't eat this. Let's have dog food instead," Zhuang Shuiyan said as she reached to pour out the fish soup mixed with rice, preparing to replace it with dog food. However, as soon as she touched the bowl, the dog clamped its mouth around it tightly, refusing to move. The dog let out a few low whines, as if defending its meal. Zhuang Shuiyan was startled. She worried that pulling too hard might hurt the dogs, especially since they had just had surgery and were still very weak. She could only stand by, anxiously stamping her feet, feeling helpless. "Zhuang sister, the fish soup is tasty, and the dog likes it," Jiang Yichen said quietly, noticing Zhuang Shuiyan's worry. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Xuyen quickly replied, "What do you know? Dogs can't eat too much salt, you know? It's bad for their health." Jiang Yichen nodded obediently and said, "Seriously, I know. My sister told me. So when I made the fish soup, I didn't add any seasoning, just fish and water." Xuyen was taken aback by this and felt a bit embarrassed, but she still insisted, "But this soup mixed with rice isn't nutritious. The dog is sick now and should eat this prescription food to get better quickly." She pointed to the bag of dog food on the ground, her eyes full of determination. Jiang Yichen looked at the dry, black dog food and couldn't help but pout. He complained, "Fish soup is nutritious and tasty. This isn't good." His tone was straightforward, typical of a child. "That's nonsense. Dogs love dog food the most. If you don't believe me, I'll feed it to you." Zhuang Xuyen was serious about it. She couldn't believe that such expensive prescription food would be worse than a simple bowl of fish soup mixed with rice. So she grabbed a handful of dog food from the bag and carefully placed it in front of the mixed-breed dog. "I'm telling you, dog food is scientifically formulated and the nutrients are just right for dogs. It tastes good too. No dog would dislike it." But before she could finish, the mixed-breed dog turned its head away with a look of disdain, as if it had seen something unpleasant. Yes. Zhuang Xuyen clearly saw the dislike in the dog's eyes. It looked as if it was saying, "What is this?
I don't want to eat that."
As it turned away, it even held onto its bowl, afraid Zhuang Xuyen would take away its delicious fish soup mixed with rice. Zhuang Xuyen was not ready to give up. Her stubbornness kicked in, and she refused to believe that the dog wouldn't like the dog food. She reached out her hand again, trying to show the local dog the dog food she was holding. However, the dog seemed to sense her intention and cautiously moved away with its bowl. Although its movements were a bit slow due to a leg injury, it was determined to avoid her. Seeing the dog's resistance made Zhuang Xuyen feel frustrated. This is a local dog. It probably has never eaten dog food before and doesn't know how tasty it is. To prove her point, she decided to change her focus to the German Shepherd nearby. This German Shepherd was strong and clearly had been well cared for in the past. It must have fought hard when it was captured by dog thieves, resulting in severe injuries. One eye had been cruelly blinded, all 4 legs were broken, and it had a large cut on its belly. Despite all this suffering, it had survived, and even the veterinarians were amazed by its resilience. Even more surprisingly, it seemed to be in good spirits, eagerly devouring the fish soup mixed with rice in front of it, making louder eating sounds than the local dog. Zhuang Xuyen cautiously reached out to gently pat the German Shepherd's head, trying to soothe it and lower its guard. Then, she slowly extended her hand to take its bowl. Suddenly, the German Shepherd became angry. It growled deeply, showing its teeth at Zhuang Xuyen, the sharp teeth glinting in the dim light. Its one good eye fixed on her, filled with warning and anger. Startled, Zhuang Xuyen quickly let go of the bowl and stepped back several paces. Jiang Mudong, who had been happily playing with the other dogs nearby, saw this and rushed over with a serious expression, saying to the German Shepherd, "Doggy, you should be nice. Auntie Zhuang is a good person. You can't be mean to her." As she spoke, she gently patted the German Shepherd's head as a form of discipline. The dog seemed to understand her words, didn't resist, and let out a whimper full of innocence. Then, it picked up its bowl and quietly turned away, continuing to enjoy its meal, as if declaring its dedication to the fish soup mixed with rice. After teaching the dog a lesson, Jiang Mudong turned to Zhuang Xuyen and said seriously, "Annie Zhuang, the dog is eating its food. How can you take its bowl?" She believed it was very rude to interrupt someone while they were eating. Zhuang Xuyen instinctively replied, "I just wanted to eat dog food. It's more nutritious and better for them." Jiang Mudong blinked her big eyes and stayed silent. Instead, she took the handful of dog food from Zhuang Xuyen and gently placed it in front of the dog's bowl, then proudly said, "Now it's perfect. The dog can eat whenever it wants." Zhuang Xuyen watched as the German Shepherd ignored the dog food and continued to enjoy its fish soup mixed with rice. She felt deflated, losing her temper completely. She admitted that the smell of human food was indeed more appealing to the dogs than dog food. However, she still insisted that dog food was the best for them. At that moment, they heard Grandma Wu's voice from outside, urging them, "Dinner is ready. Chun chun, xian xian, tong tong. Hurry and bring the guests out for dinner. The food is getting cold." Wang Jianshu and Cheng Jinxin initially didn't want to stay for dinner, as they were only there for business and felt awkward about eating at someone else's home. However, the Zhang family was too warm and welcoming, insisting they stay. Unable to refuse their hospitality, and with the delicious aroma of food wafting from the kitchen, their stomachs began to growl since it was already past mealtime. Wang Jianshu secretly planned to offer some money for the meal afterward, so he wouldn't feel like he was taking advantage of the family and could feel more at ease. Since Jiang Wenling had called ahead to inform them about the guests, the dinner had transformed from a simple 2 dishes and soup to a lavish 4 dishes and soup. Most of the ingredients were homegrown. There was a fish dish prepared in 2 ways. The fish head was simmered with fresh tofu to create a creamy fish head tofu soup that was delicious and steaming hot. The fish body was made into beautifully colored braised fish pieces, wrapped in rich sauce with a tempting aroma. Freshly picked tender bok choy from the garden was stir-fried into a vibrant green dish that looked very appetizing. The mountain yam that Jiang Wenling brought back from the hills was cooked with pork ribs to make a hearty yam and rib stew, rich in flavor and aroma. They also had a dish of scrambled eggs with wild onions, made with 3 fresh eggs taken straight from the chicken coop that day. These were simple home-cooked meals, but to Wang Jianshu and Cheng Jinxin, they looked incredibly tempting, making their mouths water. Even Zhuang Xuyen, who had just sat down, felt the same way. She had been in a bad mood because her dog refused to eat its food and thought she wouldn't have much of an appetite. But as soon as she sat down, her stomach grumbled loudly. The elderly lady smiled warmly and said, "There's nothing special, just some home-cooked dishes. Let's all enjoy what we have." Wang Jianshu replied with a smile, "With fish and meat, how can you say there's nothing special? You're too kind. We haven't really helped much. We're just lucky to enjoy such a wonderful meal. It's a bit embarrassing for us." After a few casual exchanges, the elderly lady led the way and started eating. The others quickly followed suit. Wang Jianshu picked up a piece of bright red braised fish and put it in his mouth. The rich aroma spread instantly in his mouth. His eyes widened in surprise, and he said excitedly, "This braised fish is amazing. I've had many home-cooked meals, but I've never tasted anything this delicious. The fish is rich and the sweetness and saltiness are just right." He quickly took more pieces. He enjoyed it heartily with his rice. Cheng Jinxin was not to be outdone. He eagerly scooped a spoonful of the delicious fish soup. The broth slid down his throat, tasting fresh and delightful. He smacked his lips and gave a thumbs up, saying, "This fish soup is so good it could make my eyebrows fall off. The fish is tender, and the broth is rich. I can honestly say this is the best fish soup I've ever had." He continued to ladle more soup into his bowl, not caring about the sounds he made while drinking. Zhuang Xuyen picked up her chopsticks and took a bite of the bright green vegetables, thinking she would just have a few bites. But the fresh taste and unique aroma of the vegetables changed her mind instantly. "How did you make these vegetables so delicious? They're refreshing and slightly sweet. They're amazing." Her previously furrowed brow relaxed, and her face was full of satisfaction. The frustration from her dog not eating had vanished completely. Sitting next to her, Zhang Mushuan kindly scooped a bowl of fish soup and placed it next to her. With a sincere expression, he said, "Aunt Zhuang, this fish soup is really good. You must try it." Zhuang Xuyen usually paid a lot of attention to her diet to maintain her figure and rarely indulged in such soups. In her view, foods like fish soup and meat soup contain high levels of purines and cholesterol, which are not good for managing her figure. However, faced with the child's enthusiastic kindness, she found it hard to refuse. She thought that just taking a small sip would show appreciation for the child's gesture. But who would have guessed that this small sip of fish soup would burst with wonderful flavors on her taste buds, leaving Zhuang Xuyen stunned. The delicious taste seemed to have a magical power, making her unconsciously drink more and more. Before she knew it, She had finished an entire bowl. After finishing, she still felt unsatisfied, as if her taste buds were lingering on the soup's deliciousness, so she instinctively went for a second bowl. Zhang Mushuan, watching from the side, smiled and asked, "Aunt Zhuang, is the fish soup good?" Zhuang Xueyan, while drinking from her bowl, couldn't stop praising it. "It's delicious. Grandma Zhang, how do you make this fish soup? It's so good." She simply couldn't understand how such an ordinary fish soup could taste better than those made by top chefs at state banquets. Grandma Zhang smiled and said, "It's all made by Yichen." Just as Zhuang Xueyan was about to compliment Zhang Yichen, a thought crossed her mind about the fish soup mixed with rice that the dogs had. She instinctively asked, "Is this the same soup the dogs drink?" If it was, it made sense why the dogs enjoyed it so much. After all, the flavor of this fish soup was hard for even her picky palate to resist, let alone the dogs, who had a keen sense of smell and no resistance to good food. Hearing the question, Zhang Yichen seriously explained, "The dog's fish soup is made with crucian carp and has no seasonings. Our fish soup is made with silver carp, and we added green onions and salt." After a pause, he added, "Grandma said crucian carp is better for health. The dogs were hurt, so they need to eat something better, so we made soup with crucian carp for them." Zhuang Xueyan's expression froze for a moment.
Wow.
She had been complaining about the dogs drinking fish soup mixed with rice, worrying it wasn't nutritious. She never expected that the fish soup the dogs drank was made from a healthier fish than what they had. Thinking of this, Zhuang Xueyan felt her face flush. Meanwhile, Zhang Wanling glanced at her son, who was eating seriously as if nothing had happened, and couldn't help but smile. This little guy really held a grudge. She thought to herself, no wonder he was suddenly so eager to serve Zhuang Xueyan's soup. He had been waiting for this moment. The meal was lively, and by the end, not a drop of soup was left on the table. The elderly lady looked at the clean table and was happy that her food was enjoyed by the guests. However, she worried that there might not be enough food and that her guests might still be hungry. "You all sit tight. I'll check the kitchen to see if there's more food to add," she said as she turned her wheelchair towards the kitchen. Wang Jianshu quickly spoke up to stop her. "No need, ma'am. Look at my belly. I can barely move." He patted his round belly, feeling a bit embarrassed. It was his first time eating at someone else's home, and he almost licked the plates clean, which felt a bit inappropriate. But the food was so delicious that it was hard to stop. Although there were only 4 dishes and a soup, each dish was quite generous. Only the scrambled eggs with wild onions and the stir-fried bok choy were served on regular plates. The other 3 dishes, like the fish head tofu soup, braised fish pieces, and yam pork rib soup, were all in large bowls. The size of those bowls was almost like wash basins. If someone didn't know better, they might think they were starving. Cheng Jinxin quickly added, "Ma'am, your food is just too good. We couldn't help but eat more. If we eat any more, our bellies will really burst." "Yes, ma'am. I haven't eaten this much in a long time," Zhuang Xueyan said, feeling both satisfied and conflicted. To maintain her figure, she usually counted calories every day. Tonight, she not only had 2 bowls of rice, but also topped them with various sauces. The calories from this meal could probably last her several days. Hearing this, the elderly lady smiled widely, feeling very happy. "Just some home-cooked dishes. I'm glad you liked them. As long as you're satisfied, I feel at ease." Just then, a notification sound of 200 yuan received suddenly rang out. The room fell silent for a moment as everyone turned to see where the sound came from. Jiang Wanling looked at the payment notification on her phone and confusedly turned to Wang Jianshu. "Officer Wang, did you send me money?" Wang Jianshu replied seriously, "Our unit has rules. We can't take advantage of the common people. This wonderful meal, I don't know if 200 is enough. If it's not, don't feel bad." The elderly lady quickly said, "Oh dear, officer, it was just a simple home-cooked meal. Why are you paying? Wanling, please send it back." She felt that having a meal together was a special connection and shouldn't involve money. Wang Jianshu quickly intervened, saying, "Don't refund. Please don't. Ma'am, our unit has strict rules. If I don't accept payment, I could get in trouble. You must take this money, Otherwise, I won't feel right. His tone left no room for argument, and the elderly lady and Jiang Wanning had to accept it reluctantly. Cheng Jinxin and Zhuang Xuyen, seeing this, quickly took out their phones and asked Jiang Wanning for the payment QR code. Jiang Wanning joked, "Does your unit have this rule too?" Cheng Jinxin hurriedly explained, sounding serious. "Whether there's a rule or not, we can't take advantage of you. Today, you helped us. If you hadn't taken in those dogs, we would have had a lot more trouble at the shelter." Seeing that Jiang Wanning insisted on not accepting payment, they exchanged glances and turned directly to Wang Jianshu. Wang Jianshu smiled slightly and pointed to an inconspicuous corner. Following his direction, they saw 2 QR code signs. One was for payments, with a white background and black text, very eye-catching. The other was for a group, with the friendly note "Welcome to join Zhang's vegetable basket." Zhuang Xuyen teased, "No wonder you're a police officer. You can find anything." Without hesitation, they each sent 200 yuan, just as Wang Jianshu had done. After the transfer, their phones chimed repeatedly. The elderly lady, hearing the sounds, looked a bit embarrassed and quickly said, "Oh, I just wanted to treat you to a meal.
Why do you have to pay?
And it doesn't need to be 200. Her voice carried a hint of unease, and her eyes showed she felt guilty. Zhuang Xuyen replied, "Grandma Jiang, 200 is still a good deal for us. If we went out to eat, we wouldn't get such delicious food for that price." They chatted for a while longer, and realizing it was getting late, they all stood up to leave. As they got into their car, Jiang Wanning quickly handed each of them a bag of persimmons. "They're homegrown, all natural, no pesticides. If you like them, please help me spread the word." They accepted the persimmons, noticing that while they didn't look perfect, the skin was a bit rough and the color wasn't bright orange. They figured they couldn't be worth much, and happily accepted them. Before leaving, Jiang Wanning asked Officer Wang, "Officer Wang, can I ask what punishment those 2 dog thieves might face?" Wang Jianshu sighed slightly, showing a bit of helplessness on his face, and slowly replied, "The current situation is a bit tricky. We can't confirm whether these dogs are strays or pets, so it's hard to determine if they committed theft." He paused to gather his thoughts and continued, "Also, killing or capturing stray dogs is not considered a crime legally. After all, strays don't have clear owners, and the law does not classify intentionally harming strays as a crime." Jiang Wanning frowned, sounding dissatisfied. "So there will be no punishment at all?" Wang Jianshu reassured her, "It's not quite like that. Your dashcam clearly recorded their threats, intimidation, and harassment. Although these actions aren't serious enough to meet the standards for charges like forced indecency or insult, they will be recognized as public order violations under the law, and they could face detention of 5 to 10 days. This is a form of punishment for them." A hint of coldness appeared in Jiang Wanning's eyes. "Thank you, Officer Wang, I understand. Since that's the case, let them suffer a bit longer and feel the pain they inflicted on the dogs." Wang Jianshu said earnestly, "Regardless of whether those dogs were stolen, they did attack you first. The hospital's initial check showed they weren't seriously injured, so it doesn't qualify as excessive self-defense. Just focus on your life, and I'll contact you if anything comes up." Wang Jianshu returned to the police station. As soon as he entered the office, he was hit by a strong, greasy smell of food. Looking closer, he saw his apprentice, Zhang Mingyu, sitting at the desk, almost burying his head in a takeout box, devouring the food hungrily. Wang Jianshu instinctively frowned. It's quite strange. Usually, when working overtime, he often had these takeout meals and found them quite tasty, filling his stomach quickly and tasting good. But today, for some reason, the smell made his stomach feel uneasy. It was as if his body suddenly rejected this familiar scent, and he couldn't muster any appetite. Zhang Mingyu looked up, saw Wang Jianshu enter, and quickly swallowed his food, saying, "Master, you're back. I was just thinking of calling you." Wang Jianshu frowned slightly and asked with concern, "Why are you eating now?" "Don't mention it. It's because of those 2 troublemakers." Zhang Mingyu instantly became emotional, slamming his chopsticks down and said angrily, "Those 2 are really something. The doctor clearly checked them, and they have no injuries at all, but they are pretending like they are hurt, shouting about suing everyone. They want to pull a fast one right in front of us police. I can't imagine how shameless they are when no one is watching. Wang Jianshu replied, "You can avoid the first day, but not the 15th. Once the detailed hospital report comes out, we'll bring them back to the station for handling." After finishing his meal, Zhang Mingyu let out a satisfied burp. He started looking around the office, hoping to find some fruit to satisfy his sweet tooth. Suddenly, his eyes landed on a bag of persimmons that Wang Jianshu had placed on the table. "Master, did you buy these persimmons?" Zhang Mingyu leaned over to take a look and made a face of disgust. Why are they so ugly? Even so, his hands were honest, quickly grabbing a persimmon from the bag. Wang Jianshu watched him and smiled helplessly. "Eating persimmons right after a meal? Aren't you afraid of a stomachache?" Zhang Mingyu waved his hand dismissively. "I have a strong stomach. I'm not worried." Without caring whether the persimmon was clean, he took a big bite. As the juice burst into his mouth, Zhang Mingyu's eyes widened in surprise. With an amazed expression, he mumbled, delicious. So good. "Master, where did you buy these persimmons? I need to get some. This taste is amazing." As he spoke, he took a few more bites, enjoying every moment. Wang Jianshu smiled and explained, "These were given by Ms. Zhang. They grow them themselves and probably sell them." Zhang Mingyu, still munching on the persimmon with juice running down his chin, didn't bother to wipe it. Curiously, he asked, "Didn't they sell tomatoes before?" Those tomatoes were 30 a pound, and the ladies went crazy for them, as if they were free. "I thought the taste must be really good. If I hadn't been on duty then, I would have bought some to try." After swallowing the persimmon, he couldn't help but exclaim, "If this persimmon tastes so good, it must be pricey, right?" Wang Jianshu raised his head upon hearing this and asked, "How much are those tomatoes per pound?" 30. You were there at the time too, right?" After Zhang Mingyu finished speaking, he had already eaten one persimmon, but was still not satisfied. He quickly grabbed another one from the bag and started munching on it. Wang Jianshu looked at the rough-skinned, somewhat unattractive persimmon and then at Zhang Mingyu's eager eating and couldn't help but doubt, "Are these persimmons really as good as you say?" "Master, why don't you try one and see for yourself?" Zhang Mingyu said with his mouth full, speaking unclearly. Enjoying the delicious taste, he couldn't help but ask, "Master, do you know where Ms. Zhang usually sells her goods? I want to buy some persimmons. They taste amazing. I want to take some home for my parents to try." At this moment, Wang Jianshu was not really listening to Zhang Mingyu. His attention was fully captured by the persimmons in front of him. Finally, he couldn't resist picking one up and taking a bite. In an instant, the rich, sweet, and juicy flavor burst in his mouth, and he was completely taken aback by the taste. Is this really how persimmons are supposed to taste? Could it be that the Agricultural Institute has developed a brand new variety? Wang Jianshu finished one persimmon in just a few bites. Then, he quickly took out his phone and sent a message to Jiang Weining. "Hello, I'm Wang Jianshu. Your persimmons are delicious, so I'd like to buy some more. May I ask the price?" Before long, he received a friend request on WeChat. Looking at the note, it was indeed Jiang Weining. As soon as Wang Jianshu accepted the friend request, a message came through. "Jiang Weining, persimmons are 40 per pound, Officer Wang. If you want to buy some, you can join the group to place an order. Would you like to join?" Wang Jianshu looked at the words 40 per pound and couldn't help but gasp. He thought these persimmons were not worth much, which is why he bought them without hesitation. This bag weighed about 5 pounds. Jiang Weining was returning his 200 yuan meal money. Then he noticed Zhang Mingyu reaching for his persimmons again and quickly pressed his hand down. "Too many persimmons aren't good for you. You've already eaten 2. You can't have any more." Saying this, he swiftly tied the bag of persimmons and stuffed it into the drawer. Zhang Mingyu watched the scene, his eyes wide with shock. If he hadn't seen the pained expression on his master's face, he might have believed that his master was worried about his health and didn't want him to eat too much. Wang Jianshu cleared his throat, trying to hide his earlier protective thoughts about the persimmons. He then said to Zhang Mingyu, "Aren't you going to buy these persimmons?" Jiang Wanning said you can join their group to place an order. Do you want to join? As soon as Zhang Mingyu heard this, his eyes lit up. Yes, I definitely want to join. These persimmons look so delicious. It would be a shame not to buy them. Wang Jianshu quickly replied to Jiang Wanning on WeChat. Join the group. Once he was in the group, he added Zhang Mingyu as well. As soon as Zhang Mingyu entered the group, he eagerly sent a message. Boss, I want to buy persimmons. However, the boss did not respond. The enthusiastic group members quickly chimed in. Member 1. Welcome, new member. Followed by a cute welcome sticker. Member 2. To buy persimmons, just transfer the money to Boss Jiang and note, group nickname, persimmons wait. Member 3. Once Boss Zhang receives it, he will let you know when to pick them up. Haha, there's even a guide for newcomers. Are group buying chats this organized now? From placing orders to picking up, everything is clearly arranged. Zhang Mingyu. I want to buy 5 kilograms of persimmons, but I don't know how much it costs. Member 4. 200.
Oh wow.
He thought the price of these persimmons wouldn't be cheap, but the taste is worth it. Without any hesitation, he quickly transferred the money and included the note as required. Just as he sent his transfer information, another transfer notification popped up right after. Zhang Mingyu curiously looked at the nickname, and it was none other than his master, Wang Jianshu. Looking up at Wang Jianshu sitting across from him, he couldn't help but tease, Master, did your wife give you an allowance increase? He knew his master only had a monthly allowance of 1,000 yuan, which was just enough for a few cigarettes and a drink. If he wanted to do anything else, he had to report to his wife. Wang Jianshu smiled proudly, not yet, but I think it will happen soon. He thought to himself that his wife loves fruits and often complains that the fruits available now only taste sweet and lack the rich flavors they should have. The persimmons have a unique taste and excellent texture. If I bring them back for her, she will definitely like them. These persimmons are quite large. There are only about 10 and 5 pounds. He and Zhang Mingyu each ate 2 earlier. So, there are only 7 left in the bag. With such great flavor, they will surely sell well. He needs to be prepared and get more before his wife finishes these persimmons. That way, if she is happy, she might even increase his allowance. Zhang Mingyu admired his teacher's advice and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. No wonder he could win over the school beauty. His strategy is impressive. Thinking about the taste of the tomatoes, Zhang Mingyu sent a message in the group chat. Boss, do you still have tomatoes? The first responses came from the enthusiastic vegetable friends in the group. His question seemed to trigger their long-held desire for tomatoes, and soon, message alerts were ringing non-stop. Vegetable friend 1. Don't ask. The tomatoes have been sold out for a while. We all miss them, but there's nothing we can do but remember. Vegetable friend 2. I can't forget the taste of those tomatoes. Now that I have none at home, meals feel a bit lacking, not as tasty. Vegetable friend 3. Exactly. While these persimmons are delicious, they can't replace tomatoes. I wonder when the boss will sell tomatoes again. I'm craving them. Vegetable friend 4. The boss's baby bok choy is also really good. If there are no tomatoes, having some bok choy to satisfy cravings is nice too. Vegetable friend 5. Stop dreaming. It will probably take at least a month or 2. Didn't the boss say the vegetables were just planted? They won't be ready for a while. Vegetable friend 6. I wonder what else the boss is growing besides tomatoes and bok choy. Everything from the boss's garden is delicious. All the vegetable friends. I've never wanted vegetables this much in my life. It's so torturous. The chat was filled with longing for Zhang's vegetables, and the group was filled with cries of desire. Just as the vegetable demand was heating up, the group leader, Boss Jiang Wanning, finally appeared. She first acknowledged the orders and payments from Zhang Mingyu and Wang Jianshu, then tagged them to reply with a specific pickup time and location. After that, she began to address the topics of interest to the vegetable friends. Jiang Wanning, there are some baby bok choy in the garden right now. Do you want some? The growth speed of mustard greens is already quite fast, usually ready to harvest within 20 to 40 days after planting. However, due to the special energy in Jiang Wanning's garden, the growth cycle is cut down by half. When the seeds were sown, they were planted quite densely, resulting in a large patch growing closely together. When Zhang Mingyu saw the mustard greens, he felt uninterested. After all, for a meat lover, mustard greens are just ordinary leafy vegetables. How good could they be? However, he noticed the group chat was flooded with messages of "I want it." And his master's replies were incredibly fast, leaving him amazed. He stared wide-eyed in disbelief and looked at Wang Jianshu, unable to help but ask, "Master, it's just mustard greens. Why are you so excited? You weren't this quick when we were grabbing red envelopes in the group." Wang Jianshu didn't look up and replied, "You haven't tasted them, so you wouldn't understand." Seeing Jiang Wanning's message in the group, "Mustard greens 30 per pound, limit 1 pound per person. Today's limit is 20 pounds. His eyes lit up instantly. Without hesitation, he quickly clicked to transfer the 30 yuan.
Yes.
Once he confirmed he was among the first 20 to grab them, he excitedly pumped his fist like a young teenager. This scene completely piqued Zhang Mingyu's curiosity about the taste of mustard greens. Unfortunately, due to his moment of hesitation, by the time he decided to order, the 20 pounds of mustard greens were already gone. He would have to wait for the next time. In Wangshan village, the night was dark with countless stars. Jiang Wanning sat under the light in her small yard, replying to messages in the group. After handling the messages in the Jiang family vegetable basket group, her fingers instinctively slid towards the icon of the second group, thinking of sharing the mustard greens news there as well. After all, they were all her vegetable friends, and she didn't want to show favoritism. However, as soon as the thought crossed her mind, she abandoned it. Just thinking about the time and effort needed to pick the mustard greens made her feel overwhelmed. Life these days was as busy as a clockwork mechanism, never stopping for a moment. She had persimmons to sell, terraced fields to plant, tea fruits and chestnuts to pick, kudzu and yam to dig, and the pond needed cleaning. There were countless tasks to manage. With so many things weighing her down, how could she find extra time to pick the vegetable? No, this won't do. Jiang Wanning murmured to herself, "I still need to hire help." She began to carefully consider the difficulty of each task and how to allocate manpower. For the weeds in the terraced fields, she planned to continue collecting plant essence to nourish the soil and grow better crops. So, she and Jiang Yichen would have to personally handle the planting in the terraced fields. As for digging up kudzu and yam, that would be a bit challenging. Leaving aside whether anyone would want to take on such hard work, even if someone did, the cost would surely be high. Since she didn't plan to dig them up to sell, she decided to put it on hold for now. When she wanted to eat them, she could find time to dig some up. This way, the remaining tasks of picking tea fruits, chestnuts, and pine nuts, as well as cleaning the pond and harvesting the vegetable, could all be done by hired help. She needed to have a good talk with the village chief tomorrow. The village chief had a wide network in the village and was well informed, so he could definitely help her find suitable workers. After putting Zhang Mutong and Zhang Muxian to bed and waiting for them to fall asleep, Jiang Wanning quietly closed the door and turned to the doghouse. The dogs lying quietly on the ground perked up their ears as they sensed her familiar and pleasant scent. Their previously dull eyes sparkled with light as they lifted their heads. Woof woof. The dogs barked excitedly, their voices filled with affection and dependence on Jiang Wanning. Jiang Wanning quickly made a shushing gesture. Miraculously, the dogs seemed to understand her, and they instantly quieted down. They stared at her with wide eyes, full of trust. "Jiang Wanning, you all be good and stay quiet. I'm going to give you some pain relief." She walked over to the nearest large golden retriever, slowly crouched down, and gently placed her hand on its injured limb. Then, a gentle stream of energy began to flow from her palm. At that moment, the effects of the anesthesia were wearing off, and intense pain started to sweep through the dogs' bodies. Although they held back from crying out, the pain they felt did not lessen at all. From now on, they would be part of her family, and she would not let them suffer. The energy continuously flowed into the golden retriever. Under the nourishment of this energy, the golden retriever's previously furrowed brow gradually relaxed, and its slightly trembling body slowly calmed down. After the energy healing, the dogs fell asleep comfortably one by one. Meanwhile, the two dog thieves at the city hospital would not be able to sleep tonight. Not only could they not sleep, but they also felt sharp pains in their bodies, like knives torturing them over and over. They screamed wildly, their voices sharp and piercing, disturbing the entire ward. "Ah, doctor, doctor, my hands and feet hurt. They must be broken. Please help me." Lee San's face twisted in pain, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead as he waved his hands in the air, desperately trying to grasp the last bit of hope. My eyes hurt so much. Hurry up and check them." Wang Chong shouted, equally frantic, pounding on the bed while cursing loudly. His harsh words filled the room, making it chaotic. The doctor stood nearby, his brow furrowed in frustration and annoyance. Unable to tolerate it any longer, he raised his voice and scolded. "Enough. Stop pretending. The police have left. If you keep this up and disturb the other patients, we will have to call the police again." However, the two thieves showed no sign of calming down. Wang Chong, in agony, seemed to lose his mind, his eyes bloodshot. Suddenly, he grabbed a cup from the bedside and hurled it at the doctor, shouting, "I told you I'm not pretending. Hurry up and treat my injuries, or I'll make you regret it." The cup flew past the doctor's clothes and crashed to the floor, shattering into pieces. The on-duty doctors and nurses were startled by this sudden action and quickly retreated from the ward. For the safety of themselves and the other patients, the doctor called Zhang Mingyu. "Officer Zhang, you need to come quickly. These two are too dangerous. We can't handle them anymore." At that moment, Zhang Mingyu had just left the police station and was driving home. Hearing about the chaos at the hospital, he sighed in frustration and quickly turned around to head back. Fearing that the two troublemakers would cause more problems at the hospital, he pressed the accelerator all the way down. As soon as he arrived at the ward, the deafening screams hit him like a wave. The entrance was crowded with curious patients, whispering and discussing the commotion. Zhang Mingyu struggled through the crowd and entered the hospital room, where he saw two dog thieves, one covering his eyes and the other hugging his legs, crying pitifully. Their faces were twisted in pain, as if they were suffering greatly. Seeing them like this made it seem quite real, even more so than in a TV drama. Could they really be seriously injured? With their acting skills, they should just become actors instead of stealing dogs. Confused, he turned to the doctor and asked, "Doctor, are you sure they aren't seriously hurt?" The doctor quickly brought all the examination reports from the office and handed them to Zhang Mingyu. He stated firmly, "Officer Zhang, based on all my medical knowledge, their health indicators are normal and there are no substantial injuries. The one named Li Si says his leg hurts, as if it's broken. But his leg bones are fine, with no signs of injury. And the one named Wang Chong says his eyes hurt. Besides some redness from anger, there are no issues." Zhang Mingyu frowned, puzzled. "Then why do they hurt so much?" "Perhaps it's psychological," the doctor suggested. He thought they were likely pretending but wanted to be cautious. After adjusting his glasses and thinking for a moment, he explained, "In psychology, there is a condition called psychological suggestion. When a person repeatedly tells themselves that a part of their body hurts, their brain receives that signal and they genuinely feel the pain. This is known as psychological pain or somatization. I suspect they might be trying to avoid responsibility, subconsciously pressuring themselves, which leads to this illusion of pain." Zhang Mingyu had a vague understanding of the concept of psychological suggestion. After hearing the doctor's explanation, he was convinced that these two dog thieves were just pretending. He didn't want to deal with them any longer. He decisively called over two colleagues on night duty, planning to take the two men back to the station to keep them there. Out of sight, out of mind, so they wouldn't continue causing a scene in the hospital and disturbing other patients and staff. However, just as they were about to take action, the two dog thieves escalated their act. They cried even more pitifully, with tears and snot all over their faces, continuously shouting in distress. The commotion sounded as if they were enduring the worst torture imaginable. This kind of performance made even the battle-hardened police and experienced doctors doubt themselves. They began to wonder if the pain was really that severe. The doctor, looking frustrated, suggested, "How about we give them a painkiller? If they're truly in pain, it should help. Shall we give it a try?" Zhang Mingyu and his colleagues nodded in agreement. If they took the two back to the station while they were still crying out, the others would be disturbed all night. The two dog thieves needed the painkiller even more than anyone else. So, the nurse quickly prepared the injection and administered it to both of them. Everyone thought this would finally quiet them down. But who would have guessed that an hour later, not only were they still loud, but they were also crying out in pain even more intensely. Their screams were sharp and piercing, echoing throughout the place. This clearly showed that the painkiller had no effect on them. This almost confirmed the doctor's claim of psychological suggestion. After confirming with the doctor that there were no real injuries, Zhang Mingyu and a few colleagues forcibly took the two thieves back to the police station and locked them in a temporary holding room. With their departure, the hospital finally returned to peace. However, the officers on duty at the station were in for a rough night. The chilling cries echoed throughout the station, penetrating the walls and reaching everyone's ears. The on-duty officers couldn't work normally, let alone rest for a moment. They could only helplessly listen to the howls of despair. Worried about the possibility of something happening to the two in the holding room, the officers had to take them back to the hospital early the next morning. To their surprise, as soon as they entered the hospital, the two instantly fell silent, their expressions of pain disappearing as if they had transformed into different people. Zhang Mingyu, witnessing this dramatic scene, angrily shouted, "This is clearly an act. Not only did you intimidate and threaten the victims, but you also tried to falsely accuse them. You can expect to end up in detention." No, officer. We were really in pain last night. We weren't faking it." The two continued to plead, their faces filled with fear and anxiety. They were just as confused. How could they have been in such deep pain last night, and now it seemed like nothing had happened? However, the evidence spoke for itself. No one will believe their nonsense anymore. The hidden mastermind, Jiang Wanning, had just come down from the mountain and saw village chief Zhang Dahai sitting by the pond. After fishing all morning without catching even a loach, Zhang Dahai had completely lost hope. The fish in this pond wouldn't bite unless it was Zhang's special bait. As soon as he spotted Jiang Wanning, he perked up and shouted, "Ning girl, hurry up, we need earthworms." His tone was full of urgency. "I'm really at my wit's end. Without your family's earthworms, the fish won't even look at my bait. Otherwise, how could it be called special bait?" Jiang Wanning replied while turning to tell Jiang Yichen to dig up some earthworms from the vegetable garden. Jiang Yichen nodded obediently and dashed off to the garden. Jiang Wanning skillfully emptied all the oil tea fruits from her basket and spread them out to dry. To avoid mixing them up with the ones dried yesterday, she placed a bamboo stick in the middle. "Uncle Village Chief, why are you here?" "I was planning to find you at the village committee this afternoon," Jiang Wanning said, brushing the dust off her hands as she approached the pond to wash off the dirt. Zhang Dahai replied, "Isn't the Mid-Autumn Festival coming soon? I just wanted to buy a few fish from you to take home." Although the fish were expensive, they were truly delicious. Whether for personal enjoyment or entertaining guests, they always made a good impression. He smacked his lips, seemingly recalling the taste of the fish. "Have the villagers who are picking persimmons arrived this morning? Is there anything else to do?" Zhang Dahai asked with concern. Jiang Wanning got straight to the point. "There's too much work at home, and I want to find a few more people to help." Zhang Dahai was surprised and asked, "Besides persimmons, what else do you need help with?" Surely they had enough hands for picking persimmons. Jiang Wanning pointed to the oil tea fruits drying on the ground and explained, "There are quite a few oil tea fruits and chestnuts on the mountain, and I want to find someone to help bring them back." Zhang Dahai looked puzzled and couldn't help but ask, "When did your family plant oil tea fruits and chestnuts?" "I've never heard of that before." Jiang Wanning smiled and replied, "My grandmother said my grandfather planted them. Later, they were left untended and grew wild on the mountain. It would be a shame to let such good things go to waste, so I want to collect them."
Zhang Dai frowned, looking troubled.
This work isn't easy. Most of the people in the village who can work on the mountain are already helping your family. There are 6 people with gnawing, plus the 22 who arrived in the morning, making up most of the strong laborers in the village. The middle-aged men in their 50s and 60s are already working at her house. The remaining villagers either have jobs outside or are unreliable, like Jiang Jianxun, who almost argued with old lady Wu. It was unexpected for Jiang Wanning to find that there was no one left in the village. However, even so, she did not want to recruit people from the mountain below. The work on the mountain is complicated, and for outsiders unfamiliar with the terrain and workflow, their efficiency would be low. If an accident were to happen, it could lead to serious trouble. Once medical compensation and liability issues come into play, it would not only delay things but could also lead to a series of disputes. Seeing her troubled expression, Zhang Dehai suggested after a moment of thought, "If you're not in a hurry, why not wait until the persimmons are picked?" Yang Vanning noted. For now, that seemed to be the only option. At the current picking speed, each person could gather about 200 to 300 pounds of persimmons a day. She planned to keep half of the over 200,000 pounds to let them dry naturally on the trees and make persimmon cakes to sell as New Year goods at the end of the year. Persimmon trees are different from other fruit trees. Once they mature, the fruits do not fall off on their own and can hang on the branches for a long time without worrying about rotting or dropping. This saves her a lot of trouble. With around 100,000 pounds of persimmons and 28 people, they could finish picking in about half a month. The quantities of oil tea fruits, chestnuts, and pine nuts are not much, so they could finish that in about 3 days. This would not delay the later picking of mountain pears, kiwis, and oranges. Mountain pears and kiwis could actually be picked now, but with the nourishment from the spiritual energy, they could last until mid-next month. Moreover, the longer they wait, the better the taste will be. By the time they finish picking mountain pears and kiwis, it will be around November, just in time for orange picking. It's a pity about the 10 acres of peaches. The fruits were damaged by insects before they matured. It's uncertain how much the spiritual energy can repair. They will see how it goes. If they can sell them, they will, and if not, they will dry the peaches. While she was thinking, old lady Wu's voice called out, "It's time to eat. Stop working." Hearing this, Jiang Wanning turned to Zhang Dehai and said, "Village chief, let's have a meal together." Zhang Dehai's face instantly brightened at the invitation, and he readily agreed. After all, the food from Zhang's family is so delicious that just one meal can leave him thinking about it for days. At the dining table, the familiar 3 old dishes were served: braised fish, scrambled eggs, and a new addition, Chinese cabbage. Jiang Wanning usually only ate ingredients grown at home, and the rest of the family had also gotten used to the fresh produce. They preferred to eat the same thing every day rather than buy outside food because it didn't taste good. At first, Zhang Dehai was not interested in the seemingly ordinary Chinese cabbage, thinking it was just another leafy vegetable. However, when he picked up a piece and tasted it, he was instantly impressed by its unique flavor. "Did you grow this vegetable, Ning girl?" the old lady asked with a smile, pride shining in her eyes. "Of course. It grows so fast. It only took a few days to have a whole bunch." Jiang Dehai couldn't help but give her a thumbs up and joked, "Ning girl, you must be a reincarnation of a legendary farmer to make Chinese cabbage taste so good." Jiang Wanning showed no modesty. While peeling yam, she confidently replied, "I think so too." Hearing this, Zhang Dehai chuckled. This girl was great at everything, but she had a thicker skin than most. Just then, his attention was caught by the steamed yam in Jiang Wanning's hand. She was enjoying it so much that it made Zhang Dehai a bit envious, and he blurted out, "Where did you buy this yam? It looks delicious." Noticing Zhang Dehai's interest, Jiang Wanning quickly finished the yam, not giving him a chance to ask for any. After all, it was her only staple food at the moment, and she treasured it. "I didn't buy it. I dug it up from the mountain. If the village chief wants some, you're welcome to go dig any time," she said with a smile, a hint of mischief in her expression. Zhang Dehai was curious and asked, "You dug it from the mountain? What else do you have up there?" Ignoring the large fruit orchard, there were also tea fruits and chestnuts. Now there was yam too. The Zhang family's mountain was like a treasure trove. Zhang Yichen put down his bowl and chopsticks, counting on his fingers seriously. There's also kudzu root, pine nuts, and many wild fruits. He looked proud. The old lady explained with a smile. Those kudzu roots and yams were planted by the production team back in the day. They probably weren't dug up completely, so they grew back over the years. Now they have become wild produce on the mountain. Zhang Dahai was amazed. That must be hard to dig up, right? This thing has deep roots. It's hard to deal with, said the old lady. Old Mrs. Wu nodded in agreement. Who says otherwise? With Ning Ning's strength, she only managed to bring down a small piece. When Zhang Dahai heard this, he understood the deeper meaning behind Zhang wanting asking him to dig by himself. Unfortunately, his old bones were already tired from just digging up a bamboo shoot. Not to mention digging for the deep-rooted kudzu and yam. While they were enjoying their meal, a loud call suddenly came from the door.
Yue.
We're here to help you. Everyone turned to look. 3 elderly ladies with gray hair and lively spirits appeared at the entrance. Jiang Wanning and Jiang Yichen quickly got up to greet them. One brought a stool, while the other poured tea, inviting the ladies to sit down. Grandma Lu, have you eaten? Would you like to join us? Jiang Wanning asked, feeling a bit shy since she only knew Grandma Lu among the 3. Grandma Lu quickly waved her hand and smiled. We've eaten. Ning Ning, you all hurry back to eat. You don't need to worry about us. Yes, we're here to work, not to be guests. You don't need to fuss over us, the other 2 ladies chimed in. As they spoke, they looked at the basket full of persimmons, eager to start working right away. These 3 ladies were all widows from the village, relying on government support to get by. When they heard Jiang Wanning's family was looking for people to pick persimmons, they hoped to earn some money to help with their expenses. However, Jiang Wanning was concerned about their age and the dangers of working on the mountain, so she was hesitant to let them go up. But wanting to make use of everyone, she asked old Mrs. Wu to bring them over. She arranged for them to help with weighing and packing, offering 150 yuan a day. For the elderly ladies, this was a significant income, and they were very happy about it. They were so eager that instead of waiting until 2 p.m. as planned, they rushed over right after lunch. As their team leader, old Mrs. Wu quickly finished her meal and energetically prepared to take them to learn their tasks. The elderly ladies soon finished eating and joined them. The 5 ladies gathered together, teaching and learning from each other, creating a warm atmosphere. Despite their age, they were surprisingly nimble. They weighed and packed with skillful and smooth movements, rivaling the younger workers. Jiang Wanning watched from the side and suddenly asked, Uncle Village Chief, are there any other quick workers in the village like Grandma Lu? Jiang Dahai, puzzled, replied, What do you want to do? I'll tell you, don't be fooled by how fast these old ladies work. It's impossible to get them to go up the mountain. These elderly people are old, and the mountain terrain is complicated. If they fall, the consequences could be serious. Jiang Wanning said, Don't worry, we won't go up the mountain. We'll just work in the fields.
Zhang Dai looked confused.
Work in which fields? Haven't you used up all the land in the village? Jiang Wanning explained, Some customers want to buy the Chinese cabbage for my garden, but I don't have time, so I was thinking of finding a few people to help. Jiang Dahai suddenly asked, How much is the Chinese cabbage per pound? Without thinking, Jiang Wanning replied, All my vegetables are the same price. Jiang Dahai gasped, 30 per pound for Chinese cabbage? That's expensive. But remembering the delicious taste of the cabbage, he thought the price seemed reasonable after all. Jiang Dahai cleared his throat and said, This work is easy and can be done. How many people do you need? Although most of the young and strong laborers in the village had left, there were still quite a few older people around. Those who could still move quickly got things done without delay, likely due to years of working on the mountain and in the fields. He began to think about the older villagers and tried to pick suitable candidates. Let's start with 2 for now, Jiang Wanning replied after a moment of thought. Right now, only the Chinese cabbage needed to be picked, but as other vegetables ripened, more help would definitely be needed. She also planned to expand her vegetable garden, which would increase the demand for labor even more. Jiang Wanning added, The working hours are from 5 to 7 a.m. Each person needs to pick 20 pounds of Chinese cabbage, and I'll pay 50 for a day's work. 2 hours of work for 50 was a good deal for the village's elderly. To be honest, if calculated hourly, the village chief's salary was probably around the same level. Just as Zhang Dahai was about to say it was fine, he was interrupted by an elderly lady sorting persimmons. The elderly lady's name is Yen Sanchun, and she is about the same age as Grandma Zhang. However, she looks much older than Grandma Zhang. Yen Sanchun stood up, looking a bit anxious, and said, "Ning Ning, is it just from 5 to 7 every day? I can do that. Can you let me take this job?" Jiang Wanning was taken aback and replied, "It's possible, but Grandma Yen, you still need to sort persimmons during the day. Can your body handle it? Even if older people are capable, their health is not the same as younger individuals." Yen Sanchun quickly assured her, "I can handle it, I can handle it. Hee, we older folks naturally sleep less. I usually get up at 4 to work in the fields, so this task is nothing for me. If you don't believe me, ask the village chief." Jiang Wanning instinctively glanced at Zhang Dahai. Zhang Dahai nodded slightly, giving her an encouraging look, indicating that Yen Sanchun was fine. Seeing this, Jiang Wanning agreed. She smiled and said, "All right, then you can take the job, Grandma Yen. But if you feel unwell, please tell me right away. Don't push yourself." Yen Sanchuan's voice trembled with excitement. "Thank you, Ning Ning. Don't worry, I'm in good health and won't trouble you." Jiang Wanning waved her hand sincerely and said, "Having you come to help is a big help for me. So, Uncle Village Chief, please help me find one more person." At that moment, Grandma Lu, who was nearby, enthusiastically suggested, "Sanchun, Ning Ning needs 2 people. Why don't you ask your granddaughter Hyphen?" Hearing this, Yen Sanchun felt a bit tempted. After all, working with her granddaughter would be great for mutual support and earning extra money. However, thinking about her granddaughter's situation made her hesitate. Zhang Dahai suddenly slapped his thigh and said, "Right. How could I forget your Hyphen? This job is perfect for her. If she's shy, she can start work early, as long as you both finish the required amount before 7, according to Ning Ning's request." Jiang Wanning was unfamiliar with Zhang Hyphen. After all, she didn't have a strong impression of Yen Sanchun, let alone her family. But she didn't argue with Zhang Dahai's words. He was right, as long as the person could complete the work on time and to the required standard, everything else was negotiable. At this moment, Grandma Lu seemed to sense Jiang Wanning's confusion and began to explain. Zhang Hyphen is Yen Sanchuan's granddaughter and is a few years younger than Jiang Wanning. Jiang Wanning did not remember her because she left Wangshan village with her parents when she was very young. Normally, Yen Sanchun having a son would disqualify her from receiving poverty assistance. However, her son is a terrible person who does not take care of her at all and ignores her well-being. Even when the court ordered him to pay support, he paid no attention to it. Worse still, Yen Sanchuan's son and daughter-in-law have a strong preference for boys over girls. This has made Zhang Hyphen timid and lacking in confidence, feeling invisible at home. 2 years ago, during her crucial senior year, Zhang Hyphen suddenly attempted to take her own life by jumping from a building. Fortunately, the fall was not from a great height, and she only sustained minor injuries. However, after recovering, she became even more withdrawn, spending her days in silence and doing nothing. When asked what was wrong, she would remain silent and shut herself off from others. Her parents did not provide enough care. Instead, they saw her as a burden and sent her back to the village, leaving her with the elderly Yen Sanchun. Yen Sanchun, feeling sorry for her granddaughter, took on the responsibility of caring for her. After returning to the village, Zhang Hyphen's condition improved slightly, and she could help Yen Sanchun with simple household chores and farm work. However, she was still extremely afraid of interacting with people, often locking herself away at home and rarely going out. Jiang Yue looked at Jiang Wanning and suggested, "Ning Ning, why don't we let your Grandma Yen try for a couple of days? If it doesn't work out, we can find someone else." Jiang Wanning readily agreed, nodding, "Grandma Yen, let's start tomorrow. Just make sure to pick 20 pounds of chicken greens before 7:30. Hearing this, Yen Sanchuan's eyes instantly filled with tears. She looked gratefully at Jiang Wanning and her grandmother, trying to express her thanks but struggling to form complete sentences, repeatedly saying, thank you, Wei, thank you, Ning Ning. After dinner, Zhang Yichen, like a busy little bee, hummed a tune while carefully scooping the food he prepared for the dogs into a large bucket. He made fish soup from big fish and added leftover rice from lunch. Knowing the dogs needed extra nutrition after their injuries, he secretly added a few eggs, remembering how his grandmother would give him eggs when he was sick to help him recover. Big sister, I'm going to feed the dogs now. Jiang Wanning smiled and waved her hand, saying, go ahead, be careful. She had already checked on the dog's condition in the morning. Under the nurturing energy, the dogs are recovering very well. Those little ones who were once weak now have a lot of energy, and their wounds are healing quickly. She estimates that in less than half a month, the dogs will be fully recovered. Once the dogs are better, they can't stay at home anymore. They need to be taken to the mountains. This means she needs to build a sturdy doghouse for them up there. Using cement to construct it will help protect against the mountain's wind and rain. Thinking about this, Jiang Wanning's mind drifted to the construction of her house. She wondered if the 100,000 pounds of persimmons could be sold in half a month. If they sold out at 40 yuan per pound, she would earn 4 million yuan. With this 4 million, she could finally start building the house she has been dreaming of. The house they currently live in, along with the yard, is over 600 square meters. Using all of that space, she plans to build a courtyard with 2 halls and 2 wings. That's right. Her ideal home isn't just a simple rural villa, it's a traditional Chinese courtyard filled with charm, complete with flying eaves, carved beams, and deep gardens. She wonders if 4 million will be enough to build such a place. If it's not, she isn't worried. She can always earn more as she builds. She can pay a down payment first, and by the time the courtyard is finished, she should be able to cover the remaining costs. She has confidence in what she grows. However, before that, she needs to find a designer to create the plans for her dream house and estimate the costs. Just as she was lost in thought, Zhang Dehai's surprised voice suddenly interrupted her. Are you raising dogs? Zhang Dehai looked curious, searching the room for any signs of the dogs. Hearing this, Zhang Yichen's eyes lit up, and he excitedly replied, yes. Uncle Village Chief, we have 8 dogs. He answered loudly, filled with pride as if having 8 dogs was an incredible honor. That many? Zhang Dehai was genuinely surprised. He stood up and said eagerly, come on, take me to see them. It was no wonder he hadn't noticed before. When he arrived that morning, he was focused solely on fishing in the pond and hadn't paid attention to the dogs hidden in the house. Zhang Yichen led the way with a big bucket, and Zhang Dehai followed behind. Before they even entered the house, the dogs caught the smell of food. They all lifted their heads, ears perked up, and stared eagerly toward the door. When they saw Zhang Yichen, they became even more excited, whimpering and wagging their tails like crazy. If they could move, they would have rushed to him immediately. As Zhang Dehai stepped into the house, he was shocked by what he saw, his eyes wide and his jaw nearly dropping. Inside lay a group of injured dogs, some with thick bandages on their legs and others with spots of blood, looking quite pitiful. Where did these dogs come from? Zhang Dehai blurted out. He had thought they were adopting a few puppies, but the scene before him was far from what he imagined. They were all adult dogs, and many were seriously hurt. Jiang Yichen excitedly recounted how the twins had found the dogs, expressing his anger at the dog thieves and wishing he could have been there to help. When he mentioned his sister's decision to adopt the dogs, he beamed with pride. Finally, he stood tall and said, Sister said they will be our dogs from now on. Once they heal, they can help guard our home. In response to Zhang Yichen, the dogs all howled together. Zhang Dehai turned to Jiang Wanning, frowning with concern. The injuries on these dogs must cost a lot to treat. And they're so big. Will they listen? Why not adopt some puppies? Puppies are easier to train and more affectionate. Jiang Wanning casually replied, We found them, so we're taking care of them. Besides, they are very smart. In the world of cultivation, animals nurtured by spiritual energy can develop intelligence. Although they might not be as advanced as in that realm, they could still learn to obey. Zhang Dahai wanted to say more but held back. After all, this was a family matter. They had already taken the dogs in, so he couldn't ask Zhang wanting to abandon them now. He also thought about the vegetables and fruits Zhang wanting sold, which should be quite profitable. Looking around at the rundown house, with peeling walls and light shining through the roof, he couldn't help but suggest, Ningning, if you have some extra money, consider fixing this house. Look at its condition. It's not safe to live in. Every year, during windy and rainy days, their family remains the top concern for the village committee. In the past, they didn't have money and had to make do. Now that they have the means, it's important to repair their home quickly. Jiang Wanning raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. What a coincidence! Just as she was thinking about building a house, Zhang Dahai brought it up. So, she confidently continued the conversation, saying, Village head, I'm considering tearing down this house and rebuilding it, and I'd like to include the front yard as well. Is that okay? Zhang Dahai replied, the front yard is already your family's land, so from that perspective, it's fine. However, using such a large area just for building seems a bit wasteful, doesn't it? There are only 4 people in their family. Are they really planning to save space for the 2 little ones to have homes when they grow up? They just turned 3 years old. Jiang Wanning clarified, I don't plan to use it all for building. I want to enclose the yard and build a courtyard house. Zhang Dahai nodded in agreement. A courtyard house is indeed a good idea. With a fence, it will be safer. Right now, the front yard is just an open area for drying grain. While it's convenient for parking, there's no privacy or safety. At night, they have to close all the doors and windows tightly, worried about any trouble. After all, they live in the mountains, and wild boars sometimes wander down. However, he couldn't help but remind her, you need to think this through. Building a courtyard house can be quite expensive. Jiang Wanning didn't make any promises but nodded in response. Yes, I have a plan. I'll find a designer to discuss it properly. It's important to plan carefully. The costs can add up. A few years ago, someone in the village rebuilt their old house, and just building a 3-story small building without decoration cost them around 500,000 to 600,000. Zhang Dahai reflected on this. Building in the mountains is naturally more challenging than in the valley, which raises the costs. By the way, if you tear it all down and rebuild, where will you live in the meantime? Zhang Dahai suddenly thought of this issue. There are quite a few vacant houses in the village, but many have been empty for so long that they are no longer livable. Zhang Dahai sincerely suggested, if you don't have a place to stay while building, you can come live at my house. It's just me and your aunt now, and we have several empty rooms. There's plenty of space. When families built their homes back then, they were all thinking about preparing houses for their children and grandchildren to start families. Who would have thought that later the children would get married and gradually move out to seek their fortunes, settling down in big cities? This led to many homes being empty, with only 2 elderly people left to watch over the vacant houses. Some homes, due to being uninhabited for a long time, even collapsed in parts. When Zhang Dahai built his house, he used sturdy blue bricks instead of wooden or mud houses, making it more durable and less likely to be damaged. It would be no problem to move back in. A simple cleaning would suffice. However, Jiang Wanning politely declined Zhang Dahai's kindness, saying, Thank you, Uncle Village Chief. I appreciate your offer, but it's really not necessary. I plan to clear the wasteland to the east and build a warehouse, and pave the remaining area with cement so it can be used as a drying yard for grains in the future. During the construction, their family temporarily stayed in the warehouse. Staying with others would bring many inconveniences, such as differences in living habits and limited privacy, which could cause unnecessary troubles for both sides. Once the warehouse was ready, it might even be more comfortable than the old house they were living in now. As she spoke, she pointed to the wasteland. The location of the Zhang family was not considered good. Of course, in this remote village, there wasn't much distinction between good and bad locations. However, relatively speaking, the Zhang family was situated in the most secluded corner of the village, at the northernmost point, with hardly any neighbors nearby. The closest was Old Lady Wu, but she lived over a kilometer away. It was also the farthest from the village entrance, requiring a 20-minute walk to catch the bus. Behind the house was a bamboo forest and hilly area, always green and picturesque, but it also felt quite isolated. In front of the pond, there was a narrow cement road that could only accommodate one vehicle. The gravel road connecting to this cement road at the entrance was laid by her grandfather and father just to make it easier for their family to travel. However, this remoteness also had its advantages. When Zhang Wanning's grandfather built the house, he had a long-term vision for his descendants and intentionally set aside a large area. The spacious main room, along with 4 well-arranged side rooms, totaled over 200 square meters, with an open layout that exuded grandeur. To facilitate drying grains, her grandfather also paved a 300-square-meter area in front of the house, providing a wide view and plenty of sunlight, perfect for drying crops. This didn't even include the area to the west designated for raising chickens and ducks and building pig pens. No one expected that the old couple only had one child, Zhang Wanning's father, throughout their lives. The empty rooms that were meant for grandchildren gradually became storage for clutter. In that era, everyone was poor, and there were hardly any brick houses in the village. Most homes were built from mud bricks and wood, with only the rooftops covered in tiles to shield against the wind and rain. Over the years, the house had been patched up many times and was now in a state of disrepair. Zhang Wanning planned to tear down the house and rebuild it, which meant that the large empty space in front would definitely be included in the new layout. However, she hoped to keep an open area for parking and drying clothes. Zhang Dahai was very familiar with the nearby vacant land. It wasn't very large, only about 300 to 400 square meters, and was filled with stones, making it unsuitable for planting. Years ago, the village had reserved this land as a potential housing site. But as time passed and the village's population dwindled, families had more houses than they could occupy, and no one cared about the housing site anymore. A few years ago, Zhang Dahai would have readily given this land to Zhang Wanning to support her plans. However, land regulations had become stricter, and Zhang Wanning's family already had a large housing area. According to the rules, they did not qualify to apply for more land. But Wangshan village was very poor, to the point of being heartbreaking. It was rare to have someone like Zhang Wanning, who not only became successful but also cared for her fellow villagers by providing jobs for the elderly left behind, helping them increase their income. As the village chief, Zhang Dahai valued Zhang Wanning greatly. He hoped she would continue to thrive and help the entire village escape poverty, allowing Wangshan village to shed its label of being poor. If the village became prosperous, people would return. After all, there was no place like home. He would do everything he could to support her plans. If something couldn't be done, he would find a way. Suddenly, thinking about Zhang Wanning's warehouse plans, Zhang Dahai had a bright idea and said excitedly, "Ning girl, are you thinking of building a few warehouses on that vacant land?" Zhang Wanning nodded. "Yes, Uncle Village Chief. You see, the persimmons we pick every day can only be piled up in the yard. If it doesn't rain, that's fine, but once it rains, the soaked persimmons might not be edible, and that would be a big loss. So I was thinking of building a few storage rooms to keep them. Then everyone can pack the boxes in front of the storage rooms, and once they're done, just move them inside until the delivery comes to pick them up. This way, it's both convenient and efficient." Zhang Dahai's eyes lit up and he said, since you have an online store now, why not create a family farm? Then, under the name of the family farm, you can register an agricultural products company. This way, I can officially designate this land as business land for you. What do you think? Many rural areas actually have such family farms. He had promoted this idea in the village years ago. However, their village is really poor and remote, and even if villagers go out to work, they are not interested in starting their own businesses. Family farm? Agricultural products company? Zhang Wanning didn't have much understanding of these concepts and found them quite complicated, so she didn't agree right away. But Zhang Dahai thought more about it and felt the idea was feasible. He pulled Zhang Wanning and began to enthusiastically persuade her, "Ning girl, you don't know. The government is strongly promoting rural revitalization. As long as you register a family farm, you can get subsidies and many tax exemptions. Even electricity costs have subsidies. When Zhang Weining heard that she could save money and earn subsidies, her eyes lit up. All right, let's set up a family farm and register an agricultural products company. Uncle Village Chief, what do we need to do specifically? Zhang Dahai wasn't very familiar with this kind of business, but he confidently patted his chest and said, let's go to the village committee and find Xiao Zhu and Xiao Feng. I'll ask them to help you apply. Zhu Jingjing and Feng Tao, as the young officials in the village, clearly understood the new policies and related business matters better. They explained the application requirements for the family farm, subsidy policies, and benefits thoroughly. They covered everything from the registration process to subsequent management and possible problems with solutions. In the end, Zhu Jingjing confidently patted her chest and said, you just prepare the materials and we'll take care of the rest. We'll make sure your application goes smoothly. Zhang Weining smiled and said, thank you so much. Once the application is done, I'll bring each of you a fish. The application process was indeed very complicated. They were willing to help, and she was happy to make things easier. Zhang Dahai quickly waved his hand to refuse and said seriously, don't send it. We'll buy it ourselves. We can't make mistakes. We need to follow the rules. We appreciate your kindness, but we must pay for the fish. As the village leader, he always remembered the rules and led by example. Feng Kai felt a bit embarrassed, scratched his head, and said softly, with National Day coming up, I'm planning to go home the day after tomorrow to see my parents. I want to buy some persimmons and fish to take back for them to try. Their family wasn't well off, and he couldn't afford the expensive shipping fees. He wanted to bring back as much as he could during this trip. Zhang Weining said, sure. How much do you need? I'll prepare it for you in advance. It's hard to transport live fish, so I'll have someone clean and vacuum pack them for you. Although fish that are prepared in advance don't taste as good as freshly caught ones, they are still much better than regular fish. Zhang Weining was very confident in the quality of her ingredients. I want some too. Zhu Jingjing excitedly raised her hand. I'm also going home the day after tomorrow and want to bring some local specialties back for my family. Zhang Weining smiled and nodded. You won't be left out. Don't worry, I'll make sure to prepare everything for you. Zhu Jingjing, wanting more, blinked and said playfully, the kiwis and oranges from the mountain should be ripe too, right? Can you sell us some so I can taste them first? All right. But I don't have enough hands right now. If you really want them, you can go pick them yourselves. Take as many as you want, Zhang Weining replied with a shrug. Recently, most of the villagers had been busy picking persimmons, so there weren't many people left to help with other tasks. Zhang Dahai was also interested and, thinking about the vegetable garden behind the Zhang house, said, are there any other vegetables besides the chicken feather greens? I'm not greedy. Just 1 pound of each will do. Besides chicken feather greens, there are only cherry radishes and lettuce. Do you want them? Zhang Weining thought for a moment and answered. Among the various vegetables, only the chicken feather greens, cherry radishes, and lettuce had a shorter growing period. The chicken feather greens were picked early because they were planted too densely and needed thinning. She had originally planned to let the cherry radishes and lettuce grow a bit longer, but since they wanted some, it was fine to pick a few. After all, she was hoping they would help her apply for a family farm. The response from the three was a unanimous yes. At first, the team for picking persimmons had only 6 people. Now it had grown to 28. The significant increase in manpower made the harvest skyrocket like a rocket, rising sharply in quantity. Looking at the baskets of persimmons being carried down the mountain, Zhang Weining felt both happy and a bit worried. Her main concern was that the elderly women in charge of packing might be overwhelmed. So, she decided to help with the packing herself. However, when she arrived at the front yard, she saw 5 elderly women working together seamlessly, their efficiency beyond imagination. 2 were weighing the fruit, 2 were putting them in foam bags and packing them, moving in perfect harmony without any delays. The 5th woman was responsible for sealing the boxes with tape. Together, they operated like a smooth assembly line, organized and efficient. Moreover, even while busy, they managed to chat and laugh, their spirits high. Seeing this, Jiang Wanning felt relieved and went back to her own tasks. The villagers were very honest and knew Jiang Wanning was waiting for the persimmons and eager to ship them. So, they all worked hard from early morning until the sun was about to set, only stopping when they finished. The team picking persimmons finished late, and the elderly women packing worked even later. Even when Jiang Wanning urged them several times, telling them it was fine to leave some for tomorrow, they insisted on finishing all the persimmons picked that day. Girl Ning, the dew is heavy at night. If we leave the persimmons outside, they can spoil easily. We have nothing else to do, so we want to finish packing them all to feel secure, one of the women said. Seeing their determination, Jiang Wanning couldn't argue anymore and said, "Then I appreciate your hard work. Stay for dinner tonight. I'll ask Chin Chun to make extra. After a long day, you shouldn't go home hungry." After saying this, she ignored their protests and instructed Jiang Yichen to prepare more food. There weren't many different dishes, but there was plenty to fill everyone up. As it approached 7 o'clock, they finally finished packing all the persimmons picked that day. Jiang Wanning quickly called everyone to eat. "It's all from our own land, not any fancy dishes, just some home-cooked meals. Please don't be shy. Treat it like your own home." The elderly women, who often ate alone, couldn't refuse Jiang Wanning's invitation and agreed to stay. Except for Yen Sanchun. She hesitated and said, Ning, I won't eat. Haifun is waiting for me to come home for dinner. I can't leave her alone at home." Hearing this, Jiang Wanning didn't insist any longer. She immediately asked Jiang Yichen to pack the dishes into 2 takeout boxes for Yen Sanchun to take home. With great regret, Jiang Wanning said, "Yen Grandma, if I had known someone was waiting for you at home, I wouldn't have kept you so late. Please hurry back so Haifun doesn't get anxious." Yen Sanchun repeatedly declined, but eventually accepted the takeout boxes with a shy smile, saying, "Oh, I'm so sorry for causing you trouble." She quickly added, "We usually eat late too. I'll just let her know in advance tomorrow, and it will be fine." When she got home, the night had already covered the entire yard, and the house was dark, with no lights on. But she knew her granddaughter was definitely in her room. Yen Sanchun pressed the switch. The warm yellow light instantly brightened the whole room. Although the room was simple, with some peeling walls and old furniture, it was kept clean and tidy. The dirty clothes and bed linens that had been soaking in a basin when she left in the morning were all washed, dried, and neatly folded on a bench by her room's door. On the dining table, the dishes were already set. It was clear that all of this was done by her obedient granddaughter, Jiang Haifun. Jiang Haifun was diligent and well-behaved. Although she was afraid to go out and couldn't work like others, she never shied away from household chores. Yen Sanchun sighed softly and called out, "Xiaofin, Grandma is back. Come out for dinner." After calling, she opened the 2 takeout boxes that Jiang Wanning had sent. She placed the food inside alongside the cold mixed vegetables and egg soup that her granddaughter had prepared. Usually, a dish and a soup were their everyday meals. The 2 of them, an old lady and a young girl, had little income besides the harvest from the fields and occasional small jobs they could bring home. Their 3 meals a day were just enough to fill their stomachs. Eating well was a bit difficult. Only during holidays would they indulge a little and improve their meals. At that moment, the door creaked open, and Jiang Haifun timidly stepped out of her room. In a soft voice, she sweetly called Grandma. Yen Sanchun immediately smiled and called out, "Come eat. Grandma brought some delicious food today." As she spoke, she pushed the tempting sweet and sour fish pieces toward Jiang Haifun. Jiang Haifun looked at the fish and then at her grandmother, softly saying, "Grandma should eat too." Yen Sanchun quickly replied, Okay, let's eat together." Under the dim light, the grandmother and granddaughter sat around a slightly worn dining table, their shadows stretching long. They both silently chose to eat the bowl of cold mixed vegetables, as if they had reached a quiet agreement to let the good dishes in the lunchbox go to each other. "Don't just eat the vegetables, try the fish." Yen Sanchun broke the silence with a gentle smile. "This fish was made by your sister Ning's brother. I heard it tastes great." Saying this, She picked up a bright red, fragrant piece of fish and gently placed it in Zhang-Hyphen's bowl. Zhang-Hyphen looked at the fish in her bowl, but didn't pick up her chopsticks. Instead, she looked up and stared at her grandmother. Yen Sanchun immediately understood her thoughts. She knew that if she didn't eat, the little girl wouldn't either. So, she picked up a piece of fish and slowly brought it to her mouth. Seeing her grandmother eat, Zhang-Hyphen finally felt reassured and picked up a piece of fish for herself. As the sweet and sour sauce burst on her taste buds and the tender fish melted in her mouth, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Grandma, this fish is so good." Her voice was filled with surprise and satisfaction. Yen Sanchun was also amazed by the delicious fish. She had thought it was just a simple home-cooked dish, but it turned out to be so tasty. Noticing that her granddaughter's fish was almost gone, she quickly added another piece to her bowl, her eyes full of love. "If it's good, eat more."
Thank you, Grandma.
Zhang-Hyphen felt a warmth in her eyes. Afraid her grandmother would see her reddening eyes and worry, she quickly lowered her head to eat, trying to hide her emotions with her hair. Yen Sanchun watched, her heart aching. What a good child she was, well-behaved, understanding, and kind. How could someone have hurt her so badly? Yen Sanchun was certain that her granddaughter had become timid and afraid to interact with others because she had been harmed. She would never forget the first time she saw the scars on her granddaughter's body. That was the day her granddaughter was discharged from the hospital after attempting to take her own life. Then, she was left at Yen Sanchun's house by her uncaring parents. It was raining outside. Feeling heartbroken for her granddaughter, she brought her home. While changing her clothes, Yen Sanchun accidentally caught sight of the shocking bruises and scars on her body. In the hidden places covered by clothes, there were large patches of bruises. Several spots also had marks from cigarette burns. They looked like ugly scars, stinging Yen Sanchun's eyes. At that moment, her shock and anger were hard to express. She suspected that her granddaughter's suicide attempt was related to the injuries on her body. Yen Sanchun looked at her dazed granddaughter, her heart aching tightly. She tried to ask her about the scars, but her granddaughter seemed frozen in fear, unable to say anything except for helpless crying. With no other option, Yen Sanchun went to find her son and daughter-in-law to understand what had happened. However, their cold attitude and absurd comments made her feel even more heartbroken. They insisted that Zhang-Hyphen had a mental illness and that she had caused the scars herself, even coldly stating that if they had money, they would have sent her to a mental hospital long ago. Yen Sanchun could not believe that her well-behaved granddaughter could have a mental illness. But as an uneducated and lonely old woman, facing her son and daughter-in-law's excuses and indifference, all she could do was keep her granddaughter close and care for her. Late at night, Yen Sanchun often sighed alone. She was nearly 70 years old, and her health was declining day by day. She didn't know how many more years she had left. The thought of her granddaughter being alone after she was gone filled her with worry, causing sleepless nights. After dinner, Zhang-Hyphen, as usual, quietly got up to clear the dishes, moving skillfully and silently. However, just as she stood up, Yen Sanchun called her. "Xiaofan, wait a moment. Grandma has something to say to you." Yen Sanchun's voice was gentle yet serious. Zhang-Hyphen's expression instantly turned tense, her heart racing uncontrollably. Scenes from earlier flashed to her mind. She remembered hearing an old woman in the village advising her grandmother to send her back to the city, and fear washed over her like a tide, making her feel her body tremble slightly. "Grandma, please don't send me away. I can work, I can earn money, I can weave baskets and string beads." Her voice was filled with desperation, pleading as if grasping at the last straw of hope. Yen Sanchun felt immense pain and quickly stepped forward to gently hug her, soothingly saying, "Silly child, what are you talking about? How could Grandma ever send you away? I want you to take care of me as I grow old." She gently patted Zhang-Hyphen's back, just like she used to when putting her to sleep as a child. Zhang-Hyphen listened, and her fear eased a little. She wiped her tears and said firmly, "Grandma, I will take good care of you." Before dawn, The darkness had not fully faded, and only a faint light appeared on the horizon. Yen Sanchun and her grandson carefully set off with a basket on the small path to Jiang Wanling's house. The surroundings were quiet, with only the occasional sound of insects, adding to the unique tranquility of the morning. Yen Sanchun walked lightly, filled with anticipation for the work ahead. Meanwhile, Zhang Haifeng held her grandmother's hand, her head lowered and body slightly trembling, each step filled with unease. The day before, Yen Sanchun had asked Jiang Wanling about the job in detail. So, she was familiar with the way and quietly arrived at the Zhang family's vegetable garden without waking anyone. Entering the garden, she was greeted by lush vegetables, giving off a fresh scent. Yen Sanchun turned to look at Zhang Haifeng, who kept her head down, her body stiff like a puppet. With concern, she gently patted her hand and softly reassured her, "See, Grandma was right. At this hour, there's not a soul outside. No one will see you." She tried to speak softly to ease her granddaughter's fear. Zhang Haifeng slightly lifted her head, still showing a hint of anxiety. However, she timidly nodded and followed Yen Sanchun into the vegetable garden like a frightened little deer. She took each step very carefully, her eyes fixed on the ground, afraid of stepping on the young plants. Following the path, they reached the center of the garden, where the bok choy was located, and Yen Sanchun stopped. She asked Zhang Haifeng to put down the basket and then took out a slightly worn small stool from inside. "You should do it like Grandma. Tie this stool to yourself, and it will be much easier to sit while picking vegetables. You won't have to move around so much," Yen Sanchun explained patiently while skillfully tying the stool to her lower back. Her movements were quick and efficient, showing she was an experienced farmer who knew how to work effectively. Zhang Haifeng watched her grandmother closely and tried to imitate her. Her movements were very slow, and she took each step seriously, as if she were completing something very important. This was Zhang Haifeng's first time working in the fields. When she lived in the city with her parents, they didn't have any land, so she had never been involved in farming. After arriving at her grandmother's house, she was too scared to go outside. Now, this vegetable garden felt both strange and new to her. After securing her small stool, Yen Sanchun bent down to carefully check on Zhang Haifeng. Once she confirmed everything was fine, she lowered her voice and said seriously, "Today, our task is to pick enough chicken feather vegetables to weigh 20 pounds. Choose the bigger ones and pick them spaced apart. Don't just focus on one spot. We need to let the vegetables grow evenly in the garden." As she spoke, Yen Sanchun squatted down, sat on her small stool, and began to pick the vegetables. Rather than just picking, she was pulling them up by the roots. Her movements were quick as she swiftly gathered a handful of tender green chicken feather vegetables and skillfully placed them into the basket. Zhang Haifeng slowly sat down across from her grandmother, mimicking her actions. She carefully reached out, gently pulled on a chicken feather vegetable, and it came up by the roots. Although her movements were a bit awkward, her eyes showed determination, as if she were completing a sacred mission. In the thick darkness before dawn, the surroundings were silent. The only sounds came from the subtle noises of the grandmother and granddaughter working in the garden. Suddenly, the light under the eaves in the backyard turned on without warning. The bright light cut through the darkness, standing out sharply in the quiet morning. Yen Sanchun was teaching her granddaughter how to pick vegetables by moonlight when the sudden brightness startled her, and she instinctively turned to look at Zhang Haifeng. Realizing her granddaughter might be scared, she quickly pulled Zhang Haifeng into her arms and softly reassured her, "It's okay. Don't be afraid. The people at Sister Ningning's house are good. They won't hurt you. And I'm here. I promised I wouldn't let anyone hurt you. Don't you remember?" Yen Sanchun kept whispering in her ear, trying to ease her granddaughter's fear. Zhang Haifeng trembled at the sudden light, feeling like a frightened bird. She instinctively clenched her hands tightly, crushing the tender chicken feather vegetables in her palms, with juice seeping through her fingers. Her breathing quickened, as if she were a small animal trapped in a corner. She was extremely scared, afraid of facing strangers, and even more afraid of being looked at with strange eyes, as if those gazes were sharp needles that could hurt her. Yet, amid her intense fear, the remaining rationality reminded her of her grandmother. She knows well that her grandmother has sacrificed a lot for her, and this job is very important for both of them. She grits her teeth, trying hard to suppress her inner fear. Her nails dig deep into her palm, attempting to use the pain to push away the fear. However, her body still trembles uncontrollably. Yen Sanchun looks at her granddaughter's painful expression, feeling a pang of sadness in her heart. She doesn't know what kind of torment her granddaughter has endured, but the scars tell her it must have been very painful and frightening. Yet, she understands that her granddaughter must take this step to slowly walk out of the shadows. So, even though it pains her, she doesn't suggest taking her granddaughter home. Instead, she keeps patting Zhang's back, giving her silent support and encouragement. Time passes slowly in tension and unease. After an unknown amount of time, Yen Sanchun realizes that aside from the lit lamp, there are no footsteps, no voices, and no signs of anyone moving in the room. Only then does she suddenly understand the kindness of the Zhang family. The people inside turned on the light just to illuminate the vegetable garden for them to work, without any intention of disturbing them. With this thought, Yen Sanchun's tense nerves finally relax. She gently pats Zhang's shoulder and softly says, "Don't be afraid. Look, aside from the light, no one has come out. Your sister Ningning and the others are helping us." Zhang slowly raises her head. Indeed, aside from the warm yellow light, there is nothing else. Around them, apart from the sounds of insects and birds, it is quiet. This eases some of her inner fear. After a while, she manages to force a smile and looks at Yen Sanchun, saying, "Grandma, I'm okay now. Let's hurry and pick the vegetables." Seeing her like this, Yen Sanchun feels relieved.
Great.
"I'm glad you're okay. Look, with this light, we can see better. Your sister Ningning is truly kind-hearted." In a university girls' dormitory. Have you seen the new drama that Nian just released? His acting in it is absolutely amazing. That crying scene made me feel so emotional. I was crying like crazy. Ji Xiaoyan, with her long hair draped over her shoulders, is nestled in her bed, her eyes sparkling as she stares at her phone screen in awe. Yes, I saw it too. Every look he gives is so powerful, and the details are handled perfectly. Plus, his character's look in the drama is super handsome. That ancient costume is just like my ideal. With her high ponytail, Chen Jiai quickly nodded, cupping her cheeks with her hands, looking completely captivated. Suddenly remembering something, Ji Xiaoyan sat up straight. "Oh right, I'm visiting the Xiangu film crew next weekend. Do you want to come?" She tilted her head slightly, a mysterious smile on her lips. "Can I go?" Chen Jiai's eyes widened in excitement, her voice trembling slightly. Ji Xiaoyan sat up straight, proudly lifting her chin. "My aunt is the producer of Xiangu. What do you think?" There was a hint of pride in her tone. Chen Jiai jumped up in excitement. Yen, you're amazing. I want to go. I've dreamed of seeing Nian." Ji Xiaoyan teased her. "Beg me." Chen Jiai immediately clasped her hands together in front of her chest, blinking her eyes at Ji Xiaoyan. Yen, you're the best.
Please take me with you."
Ji Xiaoyan nodded in satisfaction. "It's a deal." Chen Jiai rushed over to give Ji Xiaoyan a big hug, excitedly shouting, "I knew you were the best." Ji Xiaoyan said, "Let's ask Yeye and Shirhan too. If they want to go, we can all go together." Just then, the girls mentioned Lin Yu and Zhang Shirhan entered the dorm, each struggling to push open the door while holding a stack of packages. "Hey everyone, the packages are here. Come and get them." Once inside, they dropped the packages on the floor. Lin Yu flopped down in a chair like a deflated balloon. Yen, all of these are your packages. How do you want to thank us?" Zhang Shirhan joked while opening her own package. Ji Xiaoyan smiled mysteriously. "How about I take you to the film crew to meet Shin Yenin? Do you want to go?" Lin Yu's eyes widened in surprise. "You can get into the film crew?" Ji Xiaoyan raised an eyebrow, confidently saying, "So, do you want to go or not?"
Yes.
Lin Yu and Zhang Shirhan shouted in unison. their voices filled with excitement and anticipation. While they spoke, Zhang Shirhan had opened her package and pulled out 2 persimmons. Chun Jai leaned in curiously. "Are those the persimmons you won in Jiang Wanning's live stream?" Zhang Shirhan nodded, then looked at Lin Yu. "Yeah. Don't you have a package too? Maybe you also won some persimmons?" At this, Lin Yu quickly got up to open her package. Sure enough, inside were 2 not-so-pretty persimmons. Chun Jai immediately exclaimed, "Come, come. Everyone gets a share." Her face was filled with excitement as she reached for the persimmons. "Perfect, 4 of them. 1 for each of us." Zhang Shirhan generously smiled and shared the persimmons with everyone. They had all bought a pound of persimmons before to complain about Jiang Wanning's store, so they had tasted the fruit. Even if they didn't like Jiang Wanning, they couldn't resist the charm of the persimmons. The 4 of them eagerly picked up their persimmons, washed them, and started eating right away. Instantly, the sweet juice burst in their mouths. The soft, tender flesh was delicate and rich, and intense sweetness filled their hearts, making the whole world seem sweeter. "Oh my gosh, this is the flavor." I bought many kinds of persimmons later, but none were as delicious as this. Lin Yu couldn't help but exclaim, her eyes sparkling with satisfaction. Zhang Shirhan nodded in agreement, saying, "In my lifetime, this is the best persimmon I've ever had, no doubt about it. By the way, you 2 are so lucky to win a prize in the live stream," Chun Jai remarked while eating, a hint of envy in her eyes. For a moment, the room was filled with the sweet aroma of persimmons. The 4 were completely absorbed in their fruit, their faces showing enjoyment and satisfaction. However, once the persimmons were gone, the atmosphere shifted suddenly. Ji Xiaoyan gently set down the persimmon stem and suddenly said, "Yeah, Shirhan, don't forget to leave a bad review for that Jiang Wanning store." Lin Yu was slightly taken aback by this, her face showing hesitation. "Isn't that a bit unfair? The persimmons are so delicious. Giving a bad review feels wrong." She bit her lip, torn between her love for the persimmons and Ji Xiaoyan's suggestion. Exactly, persimmons are one thing, and Jiang Wanning is another. They shouldn't be mixed up. Zhang Shirhan quickly agreed, sitting up straight with a serious expression. Maybe Jiang Wanning just sells products online, and these persimmons were grown by hardworking farmers. Leaving a bad review would hurt innocent people, right? Any concern for the farmers was insincere. What she truly felt was the disappointment of not being able to have more persimmons. Since buying them once, she had been thinking about them. She wanted to buy some more, but found that they were no longer available. At first, she thought their group of fans had reported the store, leading to the removal, and she had even complained about it in her mind. Ji Xiaoyan crossed her arms and leaned back slightly, showing a hint of disdain on her face. "What are you hesitating for? It's not like we haven't left a bad review before. You aren't really worried about losing that 40 yuan prize, are you? If it matters that much, I'll cover it for you." She raised her chin, speaking with a tone of arrogance, as if the 40 yuan was insignificant compared to the importance of leaving a bad review for Jiang Wanning. After all, Jiang Wanning had clearly stated in the live stream that only customers who left good reviews could avoid the fee for the selected persimmons. Lin Yu felt a surge of anger upon hearing this. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and her tone became firm. "Who do you think you are looking down on? I don't want your money." She stared directly into Ji Xiaoyan's eyes, filled with anger and defiance, feeling underestimated. Zhang Shirhan also muttered in dissatisfaction, "I don't want it either." She frowned slightly, her eyes showing a hint of complaint, deeply disapproving of Ji Xiaoyan's attitude of solving problems with money. The 4 of them in the dormitory came from similar backgrounds. None of them were short on money. To them, this was not about money, but about principles. Ji Xiaoyan's expression suddenly darkened. "So you don't want to leave a bad review for Jiang Wanning?" She fixed her gaze on Lin Yu and Zhang Shirhan, her eyes questioning, as if waiting for a satisfactory answer. Lin Yu wasn't afraid of her. She looked directly into Ji Xiaoyan's eyes and firmly corrected her wrong. "We don't want to leave a bad review for this persimmon." Her expression was as determined as if she were joining a cause, resolutely defending the quality of the persimmons. At that moment, Chen Jai suddenly thought of something and looked at Lin Yu and Zhang Shihan suspiciously. When you first bought persimmons in the live stream, did you not leave a bad review? She squinted slightly, her eyes glinting with scrutiny and curiosity. Lin Yu and Zhang Shihan exchanged a glance, their faces betraying a hint of guilt, but they remained silent. How could you do this? Ji Xiaoyan suddenly stood up, her voice rising sharply, her emotions getting a bit out of control. We clearly agreed on this. That Jiang Wanning has caused trouble for Nian Nian, and we bought persimmons to stand up for her. It's not like we really wanted you to buy persimmons. Her face was filled with anger and confusion, feeling that Lin Yu and Zhang Shihan had betrayed their initial agreement and their idol. Mentioning this, Lin Yu and Zhang Shihan truly lacked the courage to argue back. After all, they did agree at the beginning to help Shen Yanan and cause trouble for Jiang Wanling. As for why they didn't file a complaint or leave a bad review in the end, it was simply because they tasted the persimmons. The incredible flavor made them feel guilty, and they ultimately abandoned their original plan. We didn't know the persimmons would taste this good, Lin Yu said, looking upset, trying to explain their change of heart and get Chen Jia and Ji Xiaoyan to understand their position. Yeah, who would have thought the persimmons would be so amazing? You can tell they were grown with care by the farmers. I just can't bring myself to give them a bad review. Zhang Shihan mumbled quietly. Upon hearing this, Chen Jia frowned, clearly displeased. Her voice rose a bit. Just because of one persimmon, you guys are betraying Nian Nian? That's too much. Have you forgotten how badly Nian Nian was affected by Jiang Wanling? Now Wang Yuxuan's parents are still trying to find Nian Nian, making her reputation worse. You clearly said you would stand up for her, but now you're backing down over a little sweetness. What kind of fans are you? She put her hands on her hips, her eyes wide, as if she wanted to stare Lin Yu and Zhang Shihan down. Lin Yu refused to back down, responding loudly. How can this be betrayal? What do persimmons have to do with Shen Yanan? We can be fans without losing our conscience. The persimmons are innocent. We can't take our anger at Jiang Wanling out on them. Betrayal was too harsh a word. They were just fans, not loyal subjects. Chen Jia quickly countered. How can it not be related? Those are Jiang Wanling's persimmons. If it weren't for her, would Nian Nian be treated so badly? We need to hit her where it hurts so she knows the consequences of crossing Nian Nian. Zhang Shihan disagreed, saying, but you said the persimmons are delicious, and we always finish them. Isn't it too harsh to give them a bad review? Her tone carried disappointment, as she found it hard to agree with Chen Jia and Ji Xiaoyan's actions. The once warm and friendly dorm room had turned into a battleground, with two sides firmly opposed. Each side exchanged words, refusing to back down, and every statement felt like a sharp knife, creating intense sparks in the air. The atmosphere grew tenser, like a tightly stretched string ready to snap at any moment. Finally, Ji Xiaoyan, her face flushed with anger, shouted, "Fine. If you feel this way, then we're cutting ties. From today, you two are no longer part of the fan group. I can't tolerate those who betray Nian Nian while still wanting to wave the flag of her fans. Fine, let's cut ties." Lin Yu was equally defiant, crossing her arms and showing her disdain. Who cares? Anyway, for me, liking persimmons and liking Nian Nian are not in conflict. She turned her head away, no longer looking at Lin Yu and Zhang Shihan, as if even one more glance would make her angrier. Just like that, the once close roommates found themselves in a heated argument over persimmons, and their friendship seemed to be in jeopardy. Meanwhile, similar conflicts were happening in Shen Yanan's fan group. More and more fans were disagreeing and even arguing over the issue of persimmons. Some fans were determined to leave negative reviews for Jiang Wanning's persimmons to get revenge for Shen Yanan. They felt that Jiang Wanning had tarnished their idol's reputation and that she must pay for her actions, even if it was over something seemingly trivial like persimmons. Others believed the persimmons were innocent and did not want to give negative reviews against their conscience. They valued their moral principles and did not want to lose their integrity over fandom. While everyone was arguing in Shen Yanan's fan group, a thoughtful netizen suddenly posted something. I've noticed a pattern. Anyone who left a negative review for Jiang Wanning's persimmons did not win any prizes in her live stream. Once this post was made, it was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly creating a stir and attracting widespread attention from netizens. Everyone began to comment below, sharing their negative reviews and prize results. As more people confirmed this strange phenomenon, it became evident that it was indeed true. Those who left negative reviews or filed complaints did not win anything, while those who did not leave negative reviews mostly won prizes. Suddenly, the internet was buzzing with disbelief over this mysterious occurrence. Oh my, is this too strange? Could there really be some mysterious force at play? Can the live stream even tell who is good and who is bad?
What are you talking about? The host is the real bad one, okay?
Could Jiang Wanning be behind this? Deliberately not letting those who leave negative reviews win?
Impossible.
I've done live streams, and there's no such filtering feature. The discussions among netizens are getting more intense, and Jiang Wanning's live stream has surged back into the trending topics because of this term, attracting even more attention. Some people are there to verify the truth of the term, while others are drawn by the deliciousness of the persimmons, flocking into the live stream to buy them. The number of online viewers in Jiang Wanning's live stream is skyrocketing. However, to everyone's disappointment, the persimmons in the Zhang family's online store have not been listed yet. The reason is simple. There are too many backlogged orders that have not been processed. Jiang Wanning will not restock until these orders are cleared. If the items are listed but cannot be shipped, there will always be someone urging for shipping times in the background. With no time to handle it, she often faces threats of complaints about her service and bad reviews. However, now there are fewer people urging for shipping and more asking when the items will be available. In the live stream, the comments are flooding in. What's going on? Just streaming without selling? Is this a joke? Aren't there so many persimmons? Why aren't they listed yet? I've been waiting forever. Could it be a hunger marketing strategy? Are they teasing us on purpose? Yet, no matter how urgent or heated these comments are, the live stream remains silent, with no one responding. Every day, viewers can only see an older woman consistently starting the stream at 8 a.m. The live stream shows a group of people enthusiastically picking persimmons. By 5 p.m., the woman closes the stream right on time, more precisely than their work clock ends, not missing a second. This leaves many new viewers puzzled. Is this really Jiang Wanning's live stream? Why haven't I seen her at all? Meanwhile, Jiang Wanning is extremely busy every day. During the day, she manages the terraced fields and vegetable gardens. At night, she connects with various designers online, planning the construction blueprint for her new house. She is completely unaware of the lively happenings online. It isn't until Zhu Jingjing comes to pick up goods for the holiday and prompts her, "Ning Ning, your live stream is really popular now. Are your persimmons going to be restocked? So many people are waiting," that she realizes. Jiang Wanning is busy sorting through the oil tea fruits. She has picked dozens of pounds of oil tea fruits over the past few days and is preparing to send them for oil extraction. Hearing this, she looked up in confusion, her eyes full of misunderstanding. What popularity? I haven't been paying attention at all. Thinking about it, she realized she hadn't been online for several days. Zhu Jingjing asked curiously, "Huh? Didn't you take down the persimmons to create buzz?" Many businesses use this marketing strategy of selling a small amount first to spark customer interest, then taking the product down to create a false sense of scarcity, thus increasing demand. Jiang Wanning couldn't help but laugh, pointing to the busy yard behind her where people were packing boxes, and said helplessly, "The persimmons picked that day were all sold out the same day. There aren't any left to sell." She didn't understand the idea of creating buzz by taking things down. It was simply that they couldn't supply enough to sell. Zhu Jingjing looked at the mountain of persimmons and curiously asked, "Did you sell all these? Where did they all go?" Jiang Wanning brushed off the dust from her hands and explained, "These are all from previous orders. After today, we should be able to clear them out. We can restock tomorrow." Zhu Jingjing looked at the items in her car's trunk. 10 pounds of persimmons, 10 pounds of oranges, 10 pounds of kiwis, along with 10 pounds of mixed vegetables like chicken feather greens, lettuce, and cherry radishes, plus 2 fish weighing over 10 pounds each. It seemed like a lot, but now she suddenly felt it wasn't enough. After thinking for a moment, she couldn't help but say, "How about you pack me another 20 pounds of persimmons? My family loves your persimmons, and I want to take more home." Zhang Wanning looked at her car with some concern and asked, "Will your trunk fit that?" In a small hatchback, the trunk was almost full. Zhu Jingjing waved her hand dismissively, smiling. "There's still the back seat. Anyway, I'm driving alone, so if the back seat is full, I can put some in the front." "Don't worry, I have a plan." Zhang Wanning agreed readily. "All right, you can go get them." Zhu Jingjing immediately beamed with joy. "Then I won't hold back." With that, she happily ran over to the elderly lady and picked up 3 boxes of persimmons, leaving with a spring in her step. After sending Zhu Jingjing off, Zhang Wanning remembered that the National Day holiday was the day after tomorrow. Thinking of this, she began to consider giving the villagers who worked there some time off. With both the Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day, there was a total of 8 days off. But there were still many things to harvest on the mountain. 8 days off definitely wouldn't work, but taking 3 days off should be fine. As for the remaining time, according to the rules, everyone will receive double pay, which is a small compensation for everyone's hard work. However, Zhang Wanning was surprised when she shared her idea of a day off with the villagers. They all shook their heads, saying they didn't want a day off at all. "If we take a day off, we'll just be at home doing nothing. It's better to find something to do and earn some money," Zhang Tian said while picking up 2 baskets of persimmons and heading down the mountain, showing no signs of wanting to waste time. "At home, we just feed the chickens and watch TV. Life gets boring, so it's better to work here and feel productive," Wanning added, wiping the sweat from his forehead with a towel. Thinking back to when they worked past 5 o'clock, Zhang Wanning had even calculated overtime pay for them. On weekends, she planned to give them double pay. Worried about overspending on labor costs during the 7-day National Day holiday with so many people, Zhang Wanning proactively said, "We pay by the day, so you don't need to worry about double pay." When we worked outside before, we never counted overtime. Since they were all temporary workers, there was no such thing as overtime pay. "Exactly, Wanning. We don't mind this. We can just work on normal days, and if there's anything, we can ask you for a day off. Plus, working here together is much more fun than being alone at home," another villager added. "Also, our village hasn't been this lively in a long time. In the past, everyone worked separately, but now we can all work together for Wanning's project. It feels like the village has more energy, and taking a day off would ruin that atmosphere." Seeing that most people were unwilling to take a day off, Zhang Wanning didn't want to insist. So, she cleared her throat and said seriously, "All right, I won't give a day off for this National Day. If anyone wants a day off, just come to me. But I will still calculate the wages everyone deserves. We will follow the national regulations, 3 times pay for the first 3 days and double pay for the last 4 days." Upon hearing this, the crowd looked worried. With so many people, what would happen if Zhang Wanning ended up losing money? Zhang Wanning smiled and said, "Don't worry. I'm not just pretending to be generous. If I can offer this pay, it means I can afford it. Just focus on your work." The villagers immediately became excited and praised Zhang Wanning. "This girl is really kind, both generous and considerate. Working with her feels great. Well, in the past, when I worked outside, I never met such a good boss. Not only does he pay us well, but he also thinks of us in every way. Ning Ning, you are the blessing of our village. With you leading us, our village will surely get better and better." Zhang Wanning listened to these compliments with a thick skin. She didn't feel anything special, just smiled and waved her hand. But the old lady beside her was very happy. Before, it was the villagers who took care of her and her granddaughter. Now that her granddaughter is capable, she can give back to the villagers, which makes the old lady feel very content, and her eyes were slightly moist. The dusk fell like a heavy curtain, slowly covering the entire village in a warm glow. After a day of hard work, everyone was tired, but their spirits were high. 3 days of triple pay, 4 days of double pay. Even if they only earned 200 yuan a day, they could make 3,400 yuan in 8 days. That's even higher than what they would earn in a month as cleaners in town or the city. Haha, my daughter called yesterday and said she couldn't come back for the National Day holiday because she's busy. She asked if we wanted to go celebrate with them. I was tempted at first, but now, we don't have the time. Exactly. It's not comfortable for us to celebrate in the city anyway. It's better to stay home and earn money. My daughter said she would come back tomorrow, but we won't have time to spend with her. If she gets bored, I'll ask Ning Ning if my daughter can join her to pick persimmons. Zhang Lao Wu, you're smart. That's a good idea. As the village's elderly residents, the holidays they looked forward to the most were National Day and Spring Festival. Because of the long breaks, the children had time to come back.
But now?
They were busy, and the children could take their time returning home. Just as Wang Ying got home and hadn't even caught her breath, her phone in her pocket rang. She took out her phone and saw it was her son Jiang Yichen calling. She quickly pressed the answer button. Hello, Xiao Cheng. Why are you calling at this time? On the other end, Jiang Yicheng's voice carried a hint of apology. Mom, I need to tell you something. I have to work overtime during the National Day holiday, so I won't be coming home. I originally planned to come back and spend time with you, but I got a big project last minute and can't leave. In the past, hearing that her son wouldn't come home would leave Wang Ying feeling empty and disappointed for a while. But today, she didn't feel disappointed at all. Instead, she felt a bit happy. Well, it's fine that you're not coming back. Your dad and I have to work during the National Day too, so you wouldn't have time to spend with us anyway. Jiang Zicheng was surprised and curiously asked, what job is it? His parents had been busy during the National Day holiday and didn't have time to help him. Weren't they always at home farming? Wang Ying excitedly said, do you remember Jiang Wanning? She's the daughter of Uncle Jiang Lei, who lives at the end of the village. She has come home to harvest a lot of fruit, and now that it's time to pick them, she asked us for help. When Jiang Zicheng heard the name Jiang Wanning, it sounded familiar, but he couldn't connect it to the controversial actress online. He reminded, Mom, you and Dad are getting older, so don't overwork yourselves. Wang Ying smiled widely and replied, we're not tired at all. We only work 8 hours a day. I pick fruit and can earn 200 yuan a day. Your dad carries the baskets down the mountain and makes 300 yuan a day. Sometimes we work a couple of extra hours and get overtime pay too. Hearing this made Jiang Zicheng feel a bit sour, as he had never received overtime pay before. Is it really that good? How much is the overtime pay? Wang Ying proudly said for regular overtime, it's 1.5 times the pay, and on weekends, it's double. During the National Day holiday, it's even better, 3 times the pay for the first 3 days. Jiang Zicheng's concern turned into caution. How could they possibly earn such high wages in their poor village? Could they be falling for a scam? With so many scams targeting the elderly these days, he grew more worried and quickly said, Mom, please don't get scammed. There's no way the pay could be that high. You both need to be careful. Wang Ying became anxious and quickly replied, what are you talking about? How could it be a scam? We're all from the same village. We see each other all the time. Everyone knows each other well. They wouldn't trick us. Jiang Zicheng didn't believe it. He had seen too many cases online of people scamming each other, especially in rural areas. Mom, scammers are very clever these days. You and Dad need to be really alert. But he also knew that no matter what he said, his parents wouldn't believe him. Thinking about this, Jiang Zicheng gritted his teeth and decided, Mom, I've made up my mind. I won't work during the National Day holiday. I'm going home. He needed to see what kind of job it really was, and if there were truly ideal working conditions as mentioned in labor laws. Zhu Jingjing hurried home before it got dark. As soon as the car stopped, the front door creaked open, and Zhu Dad and Zhu Mom came out with big smiles, their eyes full of concern for their daughter. Jingjing, we've been waiting for you to come back, Zhu Mom said happily as she walked quickly toward the car. Zhu Jingjing smiled as she got out of the car and gave her parents a big hug. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Zhu Mom wanted to say, Dear, you must have had a hard time out there. You've lost weight, but seeing Zhu Jingjing's chubby, rosy face, she swallowed her words. Mom, I brought back a lot of local specialties. Come help me carry them. Zhu Jingjing opened the trunk, which was filled to the brim. Zhu Dad and Zhu Mom's eyes lit up when they saw the familiar persimmons and vacuum-packed fish. Jingjing, are these the ones you sent back before? Zhu Dad asked, instinctively swallowing. Zhu Jingjing nodded with a smile. Yes, these are fresh, picked this morning. Hearing this, the couple carefully started moving the treasures into the house. At that moment, their neighbor, Zhang Fingxi, walked by and immediately approached them. Wow, Jingjing is back. You're so smart and got into such a good school, but why did you end up in the countryside? I heard it's all mountains there. It must be tough. My son is doing well. He graduated and went to a big company, and look, he even got a gift from the company. She lifted the gift box in her hand. Zhu Dad and Zhu Mom felt a bit uncomfortable upon hearing this, but still smiled politely without responding. Zhu Jingjing, however, didn't mind at all. What big company? It was just an unknown internet company. She had even received an offer from a major firm before. Was she being proud? Was she showing off? And if she remembered correctly, this aunt's son was working through a labor dispatch model. As for that gift, a box of apples and a box of oranges, she could tell they were from the supermarket without even looking. The total value was probably less than a single box of persimmons in her car. Yes, big companies are great. Their gifts are so fancy. Unlike me in the countryside, all I can bring back are ordinary fruits and vegetables. Zhu Jingjing said with a subtle smile, deliberately stretching her words as she spoke slowly. After speaking, she quickly opened a box in front of Zhang Fingxi and took out an orange, starting to peel it. As the orange peel came off bit by bit, a sweet and fragrant aroma filled the air, wrapping around everyone present like an invisible net. Zhu Ma couldn't help but exclaim, "What kind of orange is this? It smells so good." Even Zhang Fingxi, who usually looked pleased with herself, was surprised by the sudden fragrance. Her eyes widened as she stared intently at the orange in Zhu Jingjing's hand. Zhu Jingjing felt secretly proud but pretended to be casual, saying, "It's just a regular orange grown by the villagers in the village. They insisted on stuffing my car with them when I left. I couldn't refuse."
Humph. Boasting, right? Who can't do that?
She wouldn't mention that she had woken up before dawn to climb the mountain and pick these oranges and kiwis, then had to work hard to carry them back. While they were talking, the orange was already peeled. Zhu Jingjing quickly divided it into 2 segments and handed them to Zhang Fingxi with a warm smile, saying, "Aunt Zhang, you should try the oranges grown by our village. See if they taste good." Then, she shared the remaining orange with her parents. Zhang Fingxi looked at the 2 segments in her hand, struggling to keep a straight face. Such a small amount of orange. Was she trying to insult her? If she wanted her to taste it, couldn't she just give her a whole one? But despite her inner complaints, the bright yellow orange was tempting her. Suppressing her disdain, she slowly brought the orange to her mouth. As soon as the orange touched her lips, she instinctively pressed it lightly with her tongue. In an instant, the juicy sweetness burst forth from the orange segment, filling her mouth with a delightful flavor. The rich texture and perfect balance of sweetness and acidity made her taste buds revel in a wonderful feast, so delicious it was hard to describe. Meanwhile, Zhu Dad and Zhu Ma were completely captivated by the orange's deliciousness, fully immersed in the wonderful taste, forgetting all about Zhang Fingxi's reaction. Zhu Dad, while eating, gave a thumbs up and praised, "Delicious, so delicious. I used to think the persimmons you sent back were the best fruit, but I guess we were wrong. In this world, there's always something better to eat." Zhu Ma nodded in agreement, her face glowing with satisfaction. Seeing her parents enjoy themselves made Zhu Jingjing happy too. She smiled and said, "I knew you would like them, so I specially drove back myself. Otherwise, I couldn't have brought back so many good things." As she spoke, she proudly patted the car. At that moment, Dad Zhu caught sight of 2 big fish in the trunk, and his eyes lit up. He quickly took them out and hugged them. "Haha, daughter. You really are something. You have no idea, your mom and I have been thinking about this fish. We didn't expect you actually brought some back." Zhang Fingxi didn't care about the fish, but she was very interested in the orange she had just eaten. She stared at the boxes full of oranges and couldn't help but say, Jing, are all these boxes filled with oranges? There are so many. You can't possibly eat them all. How about selling me some to lighten your load? When Dad Zhu and Mom Zhu heard this, their bright smiles instantly froze and quickly faded. Whether it was fish or fruit, anything their daughter brought back was precious to them. They couldn't buy these things easily, so how could they sell them to someone else? Zhang Fengxi was dreaming. No way. Dad Zhu was the quickest to respond. We have a big family, and after the holiday, we need to visit relatives and give gifts. We don't even have enough for ourselves, let alone sell any. Sister Zhang. Even though these are just ordinary oranges, they are brought back with great effort by my daughter. We can't bear to sell them. I see you have a beautifully packaged box of oranges. It looks just as good as ours, and must taste great too. Mom Zhu said this politely, but her words clearly conveyed a refusal. When Zhang Fengxi heard Mom Zhu call them ordinary oranges, she almost couldn't hold back her response. How could their taste be ordinary? Even fruits from a specialty store might not compare, let alone the fruit gift box from her son's workplace. It only looked good. Those who had tasted them knew the real flavor. But she swallowed her words. After all, she couldn't admit that her child's workplace oranges were not as good as the ones Jing brought from the countryside. Jing seemed to want to show off even more and continued, Aunt Zhang, don't think there are only oranges in these boxes. Besides oranges, there are also persimmons and kiwis. The oranges and kiwis aren't for sale yet, and you can't find them in stores. But if you want to buy persimmons, I can help you get some for 40 a pound, not including shipping. Just let me know if you're interested, and I can send them to you.
What?
Persimmons are 40 yuan per pound, and you don't even offer free shipping? Are your persimmons made of gold? Zhang Fengxi's face fell when she heard the price, filled with dissatisfaction and doubt. Jing's mom, we've been neighbors for over 10 years. Are you really letting your daughter tease me like this? She thought Zhu Jing must be joking. Who would sell persimmons at such an outrageous price? However, Zhu Jing maintained an innocent look, blinking her eyes and feigning a hurt expression. Aunt Zhang, how can you say that about me? I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, just take a look. With that, she skillfully pulled out her phone, opened the sales page for the persimmons, and handed it to Zhang Fengxi. The price of 40 yuan per pound was clearly displayed, along with the bold words out of stock. Aunt Zhang, you just ate that orange. How did it taste? I tell you, the flavor of our village's persimmons is just as good as the orange we just had. Everyone who has tried them praises them, so they sell out quickly. It's common for them to be out of stock. I can help you buy them, but it's only because of the connections I've built with the villagers that I can get them. If you don't appreciate it, that's fine, but how can you accuse me of trying to trick you? She pouted slightly, looking very wronged. Zhang Fengxi stared at the price of 40 yuan per pound on the phone screen, instinctively rejecting the price, thinking it was absurd. However, the longer she looked at the picture of the persimmons, the more familiar they seemed. A strange sense of familiarity washed over her. Why did they look so much like the 2 persimmons her son brought home a few days ago? Indeed, those persimmons were quite ugly, unlike the smooth and plump ones usually found in stores. Their skin had some spots, making them look odd. When her family first saw them, they all frowned and didn't want to eat them, even considering throwing them away. Fortunately, her mother-in-law, being frugal, couldn't bear to waste them and decided to eat the persimmons. Who would have thought that once she tried them? She was amazed. Her mother-in-law cherished them and quickly called her son and grandson, insisting they also taste this extraordinary flavor. So, with just those 2 persimmons, the family of 4 each took a small piece and tried them. Once they tasted them, it was incredible. The whole family couldn't stop thinking about the flavor of those persimmons. In the days that followed, they often urged her son to buy more. I heard my son say that the persimmons were sold out, and the whole family was quite disappointed for a while. Unexpectedly, today I saw the exact same persimmons at Zhu Jing's place. Zhang Fengxi's eyes lit up, but her tone still showed some disdain. What do those persimmons look like to be so expensive? Why don't you let me try one? If it were oranges or kiwis, she wouldn't want to share them. After all, she only brought back 10 pounds, which wasn't enough for her family, and giving some away would be hard for her. But persimmons were different. She brought back dozens of pounds this time, so sharing one was fine. Reluctantly, she said, "All right, since you, Aunt Zhang, asked if I don't agree, you'll say I don't care about our friendship as neighbors for over 10 years. One persimmon is only about 20 yuan, so I can afford that." Saying this, she ignored Zhang Fengxi's displeased expression, quickly opened the box, picked out one persimmon, and handed it over. "Just one, no more. If you find it delicious, remember to support the persimmons from our village." Zhang Fengxi took the persimmon, examined it closely, and then brought it to her nose to smell it. The sweet fruit aroma confirmed her belief that this persimmon was the same as the two her son had brought home before. The unique fragrance was unforgettable. What made their family remember those persimmons most was that after eating them, she and her husband found it much easier to use the bathroom the next morning. Before, they would spend half an hour on the toilet, feeling uncomfortable and bloated, which was very painful. But after eating those persimmons, their long-standing constipation issue was surprisingly relieved, making them feel much better. This was also why their family had been thinking about those persimmons. She originally wanted to show off how great her son's job was and how good the benefits were in front of Zhu Jingjing. But now, Zhu Jingjing turned the tables on her, making her feel embarrassed. Zhang Fengxi felt very uncomfortable. She really wanted Zhu Jingjing to sell her a few pounds of persimmons at a lower price. But seeing Zhu Jingjing's proud expression, she held back her words. She could only watch as Zhu Jingjing's family moved boxes of fruit in and out, feeling envious. But no matter how much she wanted them, those good things didn't belong to her. Zhang Fengxi returned home, feeling very angry. She slammed the door shut and tossed her bag aside, walking straight to her husband, who was watching TV in the living room. She plopped down and started complaining nonstop. "You won't believe it. The neighbors, the Zhu family, are so stingy. They wouldn't even give me more than one persimmon, acting like it's some rare treasure. I just wanted a few more, and Zhu Jingjing looked down on me. It really made me mad." Her husband, LV Zhenghua, was initially focused on the TV, but her complaints were starting to annoy him. Just as he was about to tell her to quiet down, his eyes fell on the persimmon that Zhang Fengxi had placed on the table. His eyes lit up like a light bulb. Ignoring her chatter, he jumped up, grabbed the persimmon, and exclaimed, "Wow, isn't this the delicious persimmon from before? Can Zhu's daughter really still get these?" He quickly ran to the kitchen, washed the fruit, grabbed a knife, and cut it in half. He handed one half to Zhang Fengxi and kept the other half for himself, eagerly taking a bite. The familiar sweet and soft flavor burst in his mouth, and his eyes squinted in delight. After swallowing, he slapped his thigh and excitedly said, "This taste is amazing." He even felt that his long-standing digestive issues might finally be resolved. Without wiping the persimmon juice from his mouth, he grabbed his phone and headed for the door, planning to go ask the Zhu family about the persimmons. Seeing this, Zhang Fengxi quickly grabbed his arm and said impatiently, "Where are you going? Do you know how much these persimmons cost? They're 40 yuan a pound. That's outrageous." LV Zhenghua waved his hand dismissively. "So, what if they're 40 a pound? I've spent so much on treating my constipation over the years. I could have bought a lot of persimmons with that money." Zhang Fengxi, seeing he was unfazed, replied, "Even if you don't mind the price, they might not sell them. That girl said we have to wait until she's back at work to buy them for us, and there's no free shipping." LV Zhenghua paused, looking at her suspiciously. "Did you say something to upset her?" Zhang Fengxi immediately got defensive, crossing her arms and retorting, "I did not. If you don't believe me, go ask her yourself." Not wanting to argue further, LV Zhenghua headed straight to the Zhu family's house. After knocking on the door, Mr. Zhu greeted him warmly. "Oh, it's you, old Zhang. What brings you here?" Lu Zhenghua got straight to the point and said, "Old Zhu, didn't you give my family a persimmon? It tasted just like the ones I've had before. I heard your daughter brought back a lot. Could you share some with me? I'm willing to pay any price." When Zhu's dad heard this, his smile instantly faded, and he looked a bit awkward. "Old Lu, please don't misunderstand. I'm not being stingy. It's just that the things Jingjing brought back have already been divided among our relatives, and there's really nothing left to share. This was no exaggeration. Not only were there boxes of fruit, but even the 2 fish they received ended up being just half a fish for their family. Old Lu, we've been neighbors for many years, so talking about buying and selling feels too formal. But the things Jingjing brought back were divided among our relatives, and there really isn't much left. How about this? Once the holiday is over, I can have Jingjing help you buy some. You can get as many as you want then. Zhu's mom joined in to explain, hoping he would understand their situation. However, with at least 10 days to half a month until the holiday ended, Lu Zhenghua couldn't wait. His discomfort made him crave those amazing persimmons even more. Could Jingjing talk to the seller now and buy some for me? With express delivery, it should only take a day or 2. Hearing the commotion at the door, Zhu Jingjing quickly spoke up, Uncle Lu. If you want to buy persimmons, check out the Jiangjia vegetable basket store on the Douyin platform. The villagers from our village sell the persimmons there. Lu Zhenghua smiled wryly and shook his head, saying, We know that store. My son bought from there once, and the taste has been on our minds ever since. But when we tried to buy more later, it was taken down, and that really disappointed us. Zhu Jingjing explained with a smile, It will be back up soon. There are just too many orders to process right now. Once that's done, you can wait a bit. The quality of our village's persimmons is great, and everyone loves them, so they sell out quickly. Just keep an eye on it, and as soon as it's available, order right away and you'll definitely get some. Having heard all this, Lu Zhenghua felt he couldn't push any further. Continuing to insist would be a bit too much. He nodded and said, All right, let's check the online store. If we can't find it, we'll ask Jingjing for help later. As night fell, the warm yellow lights filled the Lu family's home, where the 3 of them sat around the dining table. The conversation revolved around the earlier discussion with the Zhu family. Zhang Fingxi was still grumbling about how stingy the Zhu family was. You should have seen their faces, as if I was trying to take their treasure, she said, picking up food with a look of disdain. They won't even give an extra persimmon, claiming there aren't enough for family. I think they're just cheap. Lu Zhenghua picked up his bowl and took a sip of soup, agreeing exactly. They seem friendly, but when it comes to real matters, they are not genuine at all. Lu Laopa, who had been quietly eating, couldn't help but speak up. All right, they said they don't have much, and that family isn't enough to share. We've also received plenty of their gifts, so how can they be called stingy? Zhang Fingxi shook her head dismissively, saying, I think the old Zhu family is the most cunning. They pretend to be generous, giving neighbors this and that, but it turns out they only give away things they don't want. They wouldn't even share a good orange. Lu Zhenghua waved his hand, not wanting to dwell on the topic, and turned to his son Lu Haifeng. If they don't want to give, then fine, we don't need it. Xiaofeng, keep an eye out these days and buy more persimmons when they come in. I'm watching, Lu Haifeng mumbled with his mouth full, still scrolling on his phone. Just then, he suddenly exclaimed, Dad, the persimmons are available. Lu Zhenghua and Zhang Fingxi quickly put down their bowls and eagerly moved closer to Lu Haifeng, their eyes glued to the phone screen. Why is the price still 40 yuan per pound and no free shipping? Zhang Fingxi frowned, clearly unhappy. Didn't they say the prices were inflated? Once they're available, there would be discounts and coupons. Lu Haifeng explained helplessly, Mom, the seller is a female celebrity, and these persimmons really do taste good, so the price is higher. They rely on quality, not on discount tricks. After thinking for a moment, Lu Zhenghua decided, fine, 40 it is. By 5 pounds. These persimmons help with my constipation, so it's worth the extra cost. Lu Haifeng smiled slyly and looked at Lu Zhenghua, saying, 5 pounds costs 200. Dad, will you reimburse me? My salary is almost gone after paying the car loan and gas every month. Lu Zhenghua glared at him. You young man, you earn a salary now, and you can't even spare 200? Lu Haifeng sighed and muttered softly, with a salary of 3,000, I can barely afford gas for the car. This so-called tech company is just a fancy way of saying I do odd jobs. Lu Zhenghua waved his hand helplessly. Just buy it already. Don't waste time, or there will be none left. Lu Haifeng perked up and immediately turned to place the order. However, he was surprised to find the order page on his phone stuck, the progress bar not moving at all. He frowned, exited the app, and tried to reorder, but it still didn't work. Is the home network slow? He wondered aloud, turning off the Wi-Fi and using mobile data, but it was still no use. Lu Zhenghua anxiously said, "Is there something wrong with your phone? Why not restart it?" Following his advice, Lu Haifeng restarted his phone, but the result was the same. He couldn't place the order. Frustrated, he slapped the table. This link must be broken. I'll check online. He opened the browser to see if others were having the same issue. As night fell and the lights came on, the online world was buzzing. Indeed, Zhang Wanning's persimmons were back in stock, creating quite a stir online. Curious onlookers and loyal fans alike rushed to the purchase link. But soon, some found that no matter what they did, their orders couldn't be submitted. What's going on? Is the server down? I've been stuck on the order page for ages, just spinning in circles. No way. Can Zhang Wanning's persimmons be so popular that they crash the server? That's too much. Among the many complaints, Chao Zhiyong's voice was the loudest. He was a somewhat well-known online blogger who often shared sharp opinions, and this time was no exception. What a terrible platform. I've been stuck on the order page for 10 minutes, and it won't budge. Adadu, are you serious about running this platform? He also attached a screenshot showing the order interface lagging, and his strong words quickly attracted a lot of attention. Chao Zhiyong's own popularity acted like a spark, sending the topic Dodo server crash to trending. In no time, many netizens rushed in, flooding the comment section. Isn't Dodo working fine? I was just watching videos on it, no crash. Wow, looking at the screenshot, it seems like the Dodo shopping section really did crash. What kind of persimmon is so powerful that it can bring down Dodo servers? No crash here. I made my purchase smoothly, just ordered a pound, waiting for delivery. I also had no issues, successfully ordered 5 pounds of persimmons, haha, feeling lucky. While netizens debated crash and no crash, Dodo's official account quickly released a statement to clarify. The announcement clearly stated that the servers were functioning normally and there were no issues. Once the announcement was made, netizens flocked to Chao Zhiyong's post to mock him. Hey Chao, check your phone. Maybe it's too old and needs an upgrade? The servers are fine, so why are you having problems? LOL. Maybe you should check your character. You might have been blocked for constantly criticizing Zhang Wanning. How come everyone else can buy, but you can't? Haha, that's actually possible. Didn't someone say that those who falsely complained about Zhang Wanning's persimmons couldn't win prizes in her livestream? Maybe they really got blocked and now can't buy anything from her. This comment struck like lightning, waking everyone up. All those who had failed to place orders suddenly felt uneasy. They began to privately discuss and verify, and found that those who had maliciously complained about Zhang Wanning's persimmons were all unable to successfully place orders. Soon, angry voices erupted. LOL, Zhang Wanning must be afraid of bad reviews, so she's playing this trick. She can't handle it. It's just selling persimmons. Why resort to such low tactics? Better to be scared than not. I'm worried she won't be. If my account doesn't work, I can use my parents'. As long as Zhang Wanning doesn't apologize to us, I won't let her have it easy. I don't believe we can't deal with her. Zhang Wanning really got herself into trouble. How did she get involved with Xin Yanan? His fans are the craziest. Is blocking customers considered discrimination? Dodo has developed such a feature, leading to complaints and reports. Everyone is convinced that Zhang Wanning used Dodo's filtering feature. Many merchants, who are often troubled by difficult customers, genuinely believed that Dodo had this magical filtering tool. They rushed to ask Dodo's customer service, hoping for such a miracle to help them filter out troublesome clients. In the end, Dodo had to release another announcement, sincerely clarifying, "Our platform does not have any customer filtering feature. We have always adhered to the principles of fairness and justice in serving every user. We urge all users not to believe in false rumors." However, netizens were not convinced, and the comments section was flooded with doubts and dissatisfaction.
Impossible.
If there was no filtering feature, how could we not place orders? Isn't this just blatant lying? Daodu is protecting Jiang Wanning, clearly showing favoritism. It's really disappointing. I think there's something wrong. Maybe they secretly developed a feature but are afraid to admit it. Some skeptical tech experts even registered stores and listed products to conduct various tests. After some effort, they confirmed that whether during live stream lottery events or the product ordering process, the platform indeed had no so-called filtering feature. If it's not the platform's filtering feature, could it be that Jiang Wanning is using mind control? That's ridiculous. Wow, that sounds so unbelievable. Impossible. If Jiang Wanning had that ability, she wouldn't be struggling in the industry. Regardless of her methods, I used my parents' account to place an order. Once I receive the goods, I will continue to complain and leave negative reviews. I won't give up. Jiang Wanning can't easily escape our punishment. Sisters above, I support you. We need to let Jiang Wanning know that crossing our brother's fans will lead to trouble. For our brother. Sisters, let's go all out. We must make Jiang Wanning pay the price. Meanwhile, at a filming location for a drama, actors and staff waiting to shoot night scenes gathered in small groups, frantically purchasing persimmons that Jiang Wanning had restocked. They're finally back in stock. My days of working like a dog for Xiao Wenzi are finally over. Yang Zhenjin exclaimed excitedly, tightly gripping her phone, her fingers rapidly tapping on the screen. She directly bought 20 pounds, 10 for the fridge and 10 to freeze. Qin Yuan's actions were also quick, playfully saying, "Hey, Xiao Zhenzi, are you planning to burn the bridge after crossing it? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have to search for half a persimmon to eat every day." Just in case there was a shortage later, she decided to buy 40 pounds. The director, who had joined them, curiously asked, "Xiao Wenzi, are these persimmons really grown by Jiang Wanling? If her family has the skill, why is she struggling in the entertainment industry? With the quality of these persimmons, it wouldn't take long for her to become successful." The producer smiled and added, "Fortunately, she realized it in time. Otherwise, we wouldn't have this treat." Everyone nodded in agreement with the producer's words. Others in the crew who were pulled into the group by Qin Yuan and had the chance to taste the persimmons were now focused on their phone screens, quickly scrolling and eagerly placing orders. The entire set was filled with a tense yet excited atmosphere, as if they were not filming but engaged in a fierce food-buying competition. At that moment, Shen Yanan arrived with a cart full of coffee and desserts to visit the set. He expected the usual warm welcome and attention from everyone. However, when he walked in, he found that everyone, from the director and actors to assistants and crew, was focused on their phones, seemingly unaware of his arrival. For a moment, the perfect smile on his face showed a slight. Yet he maintained it, walking over to Yang Zhenjin and the others and quietly asked, "Zhenjin, what are you all busy with?" Everyone was startled by Shen Yanan's sudden voice and instinctively turned around. Upon seeing him, a hint of embarrassment and guilt flashed across each face. The lively discussion abruptly stopped, and everyone tacitly agreed not to mention the earlier rush to buy Jiang Wanling's persimmons. The entertainment industry is indeed a small circle, especially for those at the top of the popularity chart who often shift between romantic dramas and reality shows. Both Yang Zhenjin and Qin Yuan, as well as the director and producer, had worked with Shen Yanan before, so they were somewhat familiar with each other. The situation between Shen Yanan and Jiang Wanling had stirred up a lot of gossip online. Initially, due to Jiang Wanling's poor reputation in the industry, people naturally sympathized with Shen Yanan, believing he was a victim of her malicious actions. Everyone present was no exception, initially standing on Shen Yanan's side. However, after tasting the agricultural products from Jiang Wanling's family, the delicious flavors made everyone reconsider their opinions. Their inner balance shifted quietly, and many began to change their minds. After all, a soft mouth eats the soft food, and they were all thinking about how they could continue enjoying such tasty treats in the future. How could they still gossip about the owner behind their back? Yang Zhenjin was the first to snap back to reality, forcing a somewhat stiff smile. "Yanan, what brings you here?" Shen Yanan pointed to a few small carts nearby and replied with a smile, "I passed by during today's event and brought you some snacks." Everyone quickly laughed and pretended to be surprised. Wow, coffee, milk tea, and small cakes. They look delicious. Nyenin, you are so thoughtful. Yet, their smiles still seemed a bit unnatural, and their eyes darted around. I'm glad you like them. Shin Nyenin seemed unaware of their discomfort and continued. By the way, what were you all discussing earlier? I've been here for a while, and you didn't notice me. Yang Jinjin's gaze flickered, and she stammered. Oh, it was nothing.
We were just talking about snacks.
You arrived just in time. Shun Nyenin laughed heartily, haha, so I came at the right moment. At that moment, Qin Yuan's assistant, Qiu, came over with a plate of persimmons, cheerfully announcing, Done, done, done. Our sister Wenwen is treating everyone to persimmons. One small piece for each person, no more. After the persimmons were brought out, Qin Yuan, unable to resist the crowd's insistence, generously offered 7 for the crew to taste. Upon hearing there were persimmons, everyone exchanged knowing glances. Then, as if a switch had been flipped, they rushed towards the fruit platter, as if being chased by a wild beast. After all, everyone knew the persimmons were limited, and if you were slow, you would miss out. In an instant, the scene became chaotic, with everyone competing to grab their share, creating a lively atmosphere. Wow, these are really delicious. How can persimmons taste this good? The flavor is simply amazing. I feel like I didn't buy enough. I need to get more. Such tasty persimmons must be stocked up. If these persimmons weren't so cold and had such high sweetness, I'd want to buy 10 pounds for my parents to try. Do these persimmons affect blood sugar? I remember Director Lin seems to have type 1 diabetes, and he shows off 2 a day. I need to remind him. Everyone's attention was glued to the persimmons, completely forgetting about Shin Yenin and the coffee, milk tea, and small cakes he brought. Those originally exquisite and tempting treats now looked dull in comparison to the persimmons. Shin Yenin stood aside, watching everyone's reaction, feeling quite uncomfortable. His fingers instinctively tightened, and he wanted to leave this ignored and awkward scene several times. But in the end, he held back his anger and maintained a calm demeanor. He took a deep breath, forced a smile, and leaned in to ask, What persimmons are these? They look delicious. Can I try some? The chatter immediately stopped, as if someone had pressed the mute button. Everyone exchanged glances, a hint of awkwardness in their eyes, before they all turned to Qin Yuan. After all, she was the only one with persimmons. Since they had worked together before, Qin Yuan didn't want to embarrass Shin Yenin, so she instructed her assistant Qiu, please cut another persimmon for him. Then she smiled at Shin Yenin and explained, It's a persimmon recommended by a friend, and it tastes quite good. Shin Yenin looked at the persimmon's speckled skin, a flicker of distaste briefly crossing his eyes. But he quickly adjusted his expression, still wearing a warm smile as he took the cut persimmon and tasted a piece. The moment the soft flesh touched his taste buds, his eyes widened in shock and delight. The rich sweetness and delicate texture completely changed his perception of persimmons. They say you should buy the ugly fruits because the uglier they are, the better they taste. I didn't expect it to be true. Yuan, can you send me the link for these persimmons? I want to support your friend too. As he savored the delicious persimmon, he also gave himself a pat on the back for being helpful. Qin Yuan held back the urge to roll her eyes and smiled, saying, No need to support her specifically. Her fruits often sell out. Though she said that, she still sent the link to Shin Yenin. Suddenly, everyone looked at him with eager curiosity, excited to see his reaction when he discovered that the owner of the persimmons was Jiang Wanning. However, the Zhang family store did not reveal any information related to Jiang Wanning. Shin Yenin looked at the shop page on his phone, checking it repeatedly, but failing to notice the obvious secret. Just when everyone was feeling extremely disappointed, Shin Yenin completed his order, but the page got stuck on the ordering screen and wouldn't move. After trying several times with the same result, he began to feel impatient. His face showed his annoyance as he muttered, Is there a problem with this link? Why can't I place an order? Yang Jinjin, hearing this, looked surprised and quickly replied, That can't be. We just placed our orders successfully. She leaned closer to Shin Yenin to look at his phone screen, where the progress bar was spinning wildly without any progress. Qin Yuan also found it strange. To prove to Shin Yenin that the link was fine, she took her phone and successfully placed an order again. Looking at the order details on her phone, she raised it and said to Shin Yenin, "See? It's really not the link's fault." However, Shin Yenin remained skeptical, believing something must be wrong. He turned to his assistant Yang Yifan with a slightly commanding tone, "You try it." Assistant Yang Yifan took out his phone, followed the steps, and quickly completed the order, with the confirmation sound ringing clearly. Everyone exchanged glances, wondering what was going on. It couldn't be that Shin Yenin and Jiang Wanling were somehow incompatible, unable to buy the persimmons each other sold. Could it? Only Qiuqiu suddenly recalled the rumors circulating online and felt she had discovered the truth. She wanted to share this with Qin Yuan and gossip about it, but with Shin Yenin present, she held back. During this visit to the set, Shin Yenin felt that everyone in the crew was acting strangely, and his discomfort grew. He suppressed his irritation, had the late-night snacks distributed, and then excused himself, leaving the set in a hurry. Once back in the car, the smile he had been forcing disappeared instantly, replaced by a long face that seemed to darken the air around him. He turned to his assistant Yang Yifan and coldly asked, "Has anything happened recently that I don't know about? I feel like Yang Xinjin and the others are acting strangely, like they're up to something behind my back." Yang Yifan showed a hint of hesitation on his face, wanting to say something but holding back. After hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth and carefully pulled up those trending posts, handing the phone to Shin Yenin. Shin Yenin took the phone and quickly scanned the headlines on the screen. "Jiang Wanling's persimmons are delicious." Shin Yenin's fans maliciously reported Jiang Wanling's persimmons. "Anyone who holds a grudge against Jiang Wanling cannot buy her persimmons." As he read the information, Shin Yenin's expression grew darker, shifting from confusion to anger, and finally, to complete gloom. His hands trembled slightly with rage, and the veins on his forehead bulged. Finally, unable to contain his anger, he slammed the phone down, sending it flying. The phone arced through the air and struck the car's windshield with a heavy thud. With a sharp, the phone miraculously remained intact, but the windshield was instantly covered in cracks like a spider's web. The driver, focused on the road, was startled by the sudden noise and vibration, instinctively slamming on the brakes. The car skidded to a stop, leaving a long mark on the road. In that moment, a group of 5 or 6 people, as if they had been waiting, quickly surrounded the car from all sides. Shin Yenin looked closely and saw that the leader was a middle-aged couple, their faces anxious and tear-streaked. Before he could react, someone knocked urgently on the car window, the sound sharp and frantic. "Shin Yenin, please help our Yuxuan." A woman's cry came through the window, and Shin Yenin instinctively recoiled. His assistant, Yang Yifan, immediately became alert, turning to Shin Yenin with concern in his eyes. "Brother Shin, don't panic. Let me see what's going on." Yang Yifan rolled down the window, but before he could speak, the woman lunged forward. Gripping the edge of the window tightly, her cries grew louder. "You are Shin Yenin, right? Our Yuxuan was taken by the police because of you. You can't ignore this." Shin Yenin then realized that these people were Wang Yuxuan's parents. His expression turned grim, and a wave of irritation washed over him. Wang Yuxuan was a name he recognized. Not long ago, this obsessed fan had injured Jiang Wanling by throwing her phone at her to defend him. This incident had caused quite a stir and even made the trending list. Since Jiang Wanling refused to settle, Wang Yuxuan was facing criminal charges. Shin Yenin always felt that this matter had nothing to do with him, and he really didn't want to get involved in this trouble. "Please calm down and let's talk properly." Yang Yifan tried to soothe the agitated parents of Wang Yuxuan. But the couple wouldn't listen at all. The woman collapsed in tears, and the man knelt in front of the car door, saying, "Shin Yenin, you are a big star. You must have a way to help us. Please save our child." As more and more people gathered around, Shin Yenin sat in the car, watching the chaotic scene before him, feeling a headache coming on. He didn't want to show any impatience in public, After all, his image was very important. But the behavior of these people was overwhelming. Yifan, find a way to get them to leave, Shen Yanan said quietly to his assistant. Yang Yifan nodded helplessly, got out of the car, and tried to communicate with Wang Yuxuan's parents. But the parents ignored Yang Yifan. Their only focus was on Shen Yanan. Surrounding the car like this isn't going to help. Yanan has other events to attend. Please let him leave first, and we can find a place to talk, Yang Yifan urged patiently. But the parents were not convinced. They believed Shen Yanan was their daughter's only hope. After a moment of stalemate, Wang Yuxuan's father suddenly lost his temper and rushed forward, forcefully pulling open the car door. You must give us an explanation today. Shen Yanan was caught off guard and startled by the sudden action, nearly losing his balance. His clothes were a bit disheveled, and his hair became messy, making his previously handsome appearance look quite disheveled. What are you doing? Yang Yifan and the driver, Lao Zhang, hurriedly stepped forward to stop him, but Wang Yuxuan's mother pushed them aside. People around began to take photos with their phones, the flashes going off continuously, and Shen Yanan felt like he was being put on display. Listen to me, I've already told my manager that I will help Yuxuan find a good lawyer. Please don't act like this, Shen Yanan said, trying to suppress his anger and keep his tone calm. But Wang Yuxuan's parents were not satisfied. They shouted, What good is a lawyer? We want you to go to the detention center right now and get Yuxuan out. Shen Yanan found it both ridiculous and frustrating. How could he possibly have the ability to take someone directly out of a detention center? He tried to explain, but the parents wouldn't listen, only crying and shouting. I'm not the victim who can sign a release to get someone out. You holding on to me like this is pointless. Shen Yanan tried to shift their attention to Jiang Weining. Unfortunately, Wang Yuxuan's parents weren't listening at all. I don't care. My daughter became like this because of you. If you don't save her, we won't let you go. Just as Shen Yanan's clothes were being torn and his hair was messed up, the sound of police sirens came from nearby. Someone had called the police, and they quickly arrived at the scene. Seeing the officers, Shen Yanan finally felt relieved. The police separated the crowd, keeping Wang Yuxuan's parents away from Shen Yanan. Wang Yuxuan's parents continued to cry, and the police instinctively felt a headache coming on. Enough. Unless you have evidence that someone encouraged your daughter to hurt someone, no one can take responsibility for her actions. You're disrupting public order, and if this continues, you'll all be taken in, the police said sternly. The incident of a fan causing serious harm to someone had spread widely online. The video showing the scene was shocking. With clear evidence, if the victim didn't agree to settle, the fan would likely face years in prison. Unfortunately, the family wasn't giving up, frequently going live to express their sorrow, trying to pressure the police with public opinion. If crying could solve problems, there would be no need for the law. Wang Yuxuan's parents stopped their outcry, but their eyes were still filled with despair and resentment. Shen Yanan straightened his clothes and, escorted by the police, returned to the car. As the car slowly started, he looked at the noisy crowd outside and the paparazzi hidden among them, feeling very angry. Once home, Shen Yanan collapsed onto the sofa, exhausted. He had a feeling this matter was far from over. Sure enough, not long after, his manager, Hu Zhao, hurried over. With such a big incident, how can you just sit there? Hu Zhao said seriously. Shen Yanan sat up and looked at him. What's wrong? Hu Zhao pulled out his phone and played a video showing Shen Yanan being harassed by Wang Yuxuan's parents. The video had gone viral online, with mixed comments. Some criticized Wang Yuxuan's parents for their extreme behavior, while others questioned Shen Yanan's attitude. It's not like I made that idiot do it. What does it have to do with me? What should we do now? Shen Yanan kicked the coffee table in frustration. Hu Zhao pondered for a moment and said, Let's issue a statement to show that we will do our best to help Wang Yuxuan, but we must also emphasize that this is a legal matter, and we cannot interfere with the judicial process. Shen Yanan nodded in agreement with Hu Zhao's suggestion. Soon, the studio released the statement. However, netizens were not convinced and negative comments continued to pour in. Shen Yanan's image was greatly affected, and several endorsements that were previously secured began to waver. This led Shen Yanen's fans, while criticizing Jiang Wanning, to also start targeting Wang Yuxuan. The comments shifted from Jiang Wanning deserves to be criticized, Yuxuan is doing great to what a foolish person, making a mess and dragging her brother down. She deserves to face consequences. Hu Zhao observed the various trends online and said, seriously, I need to visit Tianjin law firm. Shen Yanen was surprised and exclaimed, is it really necessary to go to Tianjin just for Wang Yuxuan? Tianjin law firm is a top-tier firm in the country, with a success rate of over 90% for their cases. However, their legal fees are also extremely high. Hu Zhao, looking displeased, replied, given the situation, the only way to restore some reputation is to help Wang Yuxuan clear her name. Jiang Wanning's life felt like it was on a fast track, revolving around the daily farm work. She had no interest in the noisy online discussions and simply didn't have time to follow them. From dawn to dusk, she was busy moving between the mountains and fields, focused entirely on the growth and harvest of crops. Unfortunately, the wheels of fate were turning without her noticing. The case regarding Wang Yuxuan's alleged intentional harm was about to go to trial, and as a direct victim of the incident, Jiang Wanning naturally received a court summons. Okay, officer, I understand. I will be there on time, Jiang Wanning replied while holding the phone between her shoulder and ear, continuing to pick up small, dusty beans with her hands. The officer on the other end paused and, out of concern, kindly reminded her, Wang Yuxuan has hired a very well-known lawyer. If possible, you should consider hiring one too, as it will provide you with more protection in court. Jiang Wanning nodded slightly and sincerely said, okay, thank you, officer. After hanging up, she paused for a moment before continuing to gather the scattered yam beans on the ground. These yam beans were what she had discovered while digging for yams in the mountains earlier that day. Yam beans, scientifically known as yam tubers, are kidney-shaped or oval-shaped bulbs that grow in the leaf axils of yams. They're also called yam seeds. Commonly, they are referred to as yam beans or yam eggs. They not only have excellent nutritional benefits, similar to yams, but also help nourish the lungs, boost energy, strengthen the spleen, support kidney health, calm the mind, enhance intelligence, nourish the blood, and relieve coughs. They can even aid in weight loss and longevity. Most importantly, they taste delicious and can be cooked in various ways, such as boiling, steaming, or frying. They can even be coated in syrup to make tasty candied snacks. Previously, Jiang Wanqing was busy digging yams and didn't pay much attention to these small items. This time, it was Zhang Yichen who noticed the yam beans that had fallen under the yam vines. Once discovered, they naturally didn't let any go to waste. After all, Jiang Wanqing currently had limited ingredients she could eat, so every new find was valuable. As for the police's suggestion for her to hire a lawyer, she had long dismissed that idea. What good would hiring a lawyer do? With witnesses and evidence, along with the injury assessment from the hospital, she firmly believed that these solid proofs would not be easily overturned by a lawyer. However, while Jiang Wanqing was not concerned, many people were quietly worried about her. These were the loyal customers of the Zhang family's produce. Since they started eating Zhang's fruits and vegetables, Mrs. Qian's health had improved significantly, and the Qian family grew increasingly grateful to Jiang Wanqing, seeing her as a great benefactor. They later learned about the various labels attached to Jiang Wanqing online. But what did that matter? They preferred to believe what they had witnessed themselves. When they saw the announcement from Shen Yanen's studio online, the Qian family immediately took notice. Qian Wenhao acted swiftly, calling the company's legal department. In a serious tone, he ordered, "You need to closely monitor the case of Wang Yuxuan intentionally harming Jiang Wanqing during this time. We must ensure that Jiang Wanqing does not suffer any losses and fully protect her legal rights." Meanwhile, Lin Hai was feeling heartbroken as he carried a basket of persimmons to the People's Hospital in Jing City, preparing to visit an old friend, Fei Qingping, the founder of Tianjin law firm. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the hospital room window, casting light on the white hospital bed. Fei Qingping lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling in boredom. He has diabetes but has a strong craving for sweets. This time, He secretly ate too many desserts, causing his blood sugar to spike, and he was sent to the hospital. He is currently being observed in the hospital. While his partner, Qiu-ro, went out to buy something, Fei Qingping's gaze fell on a box of bright red cherries on the bedside table. This was a gift from a colleague at the office, and his partner hadn't had a chance to put it away yet. He swallowed hard, carefully reached out, and picked up a cherry, just about to put it in his mouth when the door to the room suddenly swung open. "Hey, old Fei, what are you doing?" It was Lin Hai, who walked in. Fei Qingping was startled by the sudden voice, and his hand shook, causing the cherry to fall to the floor with a thud. Once he recognized the person, he awkwardly smiled, trying to cover up his actions. "Oh, nothing, just looking." Lin Hai saw right through him and couldn't help but laugh. "Haha, old Fei, don't pretend. I know you were sneaking a sweet treat." Fei Qingping's face turned red, and he retorted defiantly, "You're not much better. We're both in the same boat, so don't mock me." The two of them, having grown up together, were clearly similar in their love for sweets and both became diabetes patients. They exchanged playful banter, creating a light and cheerful atmosphere. After their playful exchange, Lin Hai seemed to remember something and mysteriously pulled out a bag from behind him, presenting it like a treasure. "Old Fei, look what I brought you." He took out a bright orange persimmon and waved it in front of Fei Qingping. Fei Qingping glanced at the persimmon and shrugged. "What's so special about that? Persimmons aren't as tasty as cherries. They're both sweet, but I still prefer delicious cherries." Lin Hai, hearing this, teased him. "Don't underestimate this persimmon. It's not just any persimmon, it's really good." Saying this, he took a big bite of the persimmon, juice running down his chin, looking very satisfied. Watching Lin Hai enjoy it so much, Fei Qingping couldn't help but feel tempted. After Lin Hai's repeated encouragement, he finally gave in and took a bite of a persimmon. The soft, sweet flesh melted in his mouth, instantly winning over his taste buds, and he exclaimed, "This persimmon is really delicious." Seeing Fei Qingping's eager expression, Lin Hai couldn't help but feel proud. He was about to tell him that this persimmon was not only tasty but also safe for their blood sugar levels, making it perfect for diabetes patients like them. Before she could say a word, the door to the hospital room was pushed open again, and Qiu-ro walked in with several bags. As soon as she entered, she saw Fei Qingping chewing on something, holding half a persimmon in his hand. She almost fell over in anger. She rushed over, snatched the remaining persimmon from Fei Qingping, and scolded him. "Fei Qingping, how old are you? Can't you be more sensible? Have you forgotten how you ended up in the hospital? Eating these sweet things is dangerous for you." After scolding Fei Qingping, Qiu-ro turned her attention to Lin Hai. "Lin Hai, you too. Our Fei Qingping was hospitalized because of diabetes. How could you give him persimmons? Isn't that harmful?" Lin Hai quickly explained, "Sister-in-law, you misunderstood. This isn't a regular persimmon. It doesn't raise blood sugar. I eat 3 a day and my blood sugar is normal." But Qiu-ro didn't believe him. She thought Lin Hai was making excuses to cover for Fei Qingping. How could a diabetic eat persimmons? Isn't that common sense? She even called the attending doctor to come and educate these two. To prove his point, Lin Hai, flustered, disregarded the doctor and everyone else's objections, grabbed 2 persimmons, and ate them both. Then he patted his chest and said, "In half an hour, we'll check my blood sugar. If it's high, I'll work for your family's Fei Qingping." Seeing Lin Hai's determination, everyone else fell silent and waited for the results in half an hour. Knowing he was also a diabetic, the doctor was on high alert, ready with insulin in case anything went wrong. During those 30 minutes, the atmosphere in the room was tense. Qiu-ro was worried about Lin Hai and occasionally glared at Fei Qingping. Fei Qingping sat nervously on the bed, feeling both hopeful and scared, afraid that he might cause trouble for his friend. Finally, 30 minutes passed. A nurse came in with a blood sugar meter to check Lin Hai's levels. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at the meter. When the results showed everything was normal, the room erupted in surprise. "How is this possible?" Qiu-ro exclaimed, astonished. Lin Hai grinned proudly. I told you, these persimmons really don't raise blood sugar. I eat several every day, and I'm fine. The doctor, looking skeptical, picked up a persimmon and took a bite. His first reaction was that it tasted good. His second reaction was that it was very sweet. How can such sweet persimmons not affect blood sugar? While mumbling this, he quietly finished the persimmon in his hand. Lin Hai couldn't help but twitch his mouth at the sight. Fei Qingping, seeing this, excitedly shouted, I told you, old Lin would never let me eat this persimmon for no reason. I had to too. Why not check my blood sugar? Maybe mine is normal now. Everyone's attention turned to Fei Qingping, and the nurse quickly took out a blood sugar meter to test him. The room was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, and everyone held their breath, staring intently at the screen of the meter. When the results came out, everyone was shocked. Fei Qingping's blood sugar not only didn't rise, but even dropped significantly. How is this possible? This is really a persimmon, not some new type of insulin medication? The doctor was completely stunned. After years in the field, he was familiar with various diseases and medications, but this scene was beyond his understanding. Lin Hai looked at everyone's reaction and smiled proudly. I told you, these persimmons are from a friend of mine. Their produce is not only delicious, but also very good for health. I mentioned that I've been sleeping well lately, thanks to the tomatoes from my friend's farm. Fei Qingping was overjoyed. Old Lin, you really are something. Tell me where you got these persimmons. Hurry and get me some. If I don't have something sweet to eat in a day, I feel empty and uncomfortable. You are truly my savior. Lin Hai watched Fei Qingping's eager expression, feeling quite pleased, with a smile stretching from ear to ear. He slowly took out his phone and skillfully sent the purchase link to Fei Qingping, reminding him, you need to buy them quickly. These persimmons are very popular, and were out of stock before. Who knows when they might run out again? If you wait too long, you might miss out. Upon hearing this, Fei Qingping wasted no time and quickly tapped on his phone screen, moving as if racing against time. The attending doctor, thinking about the taste of the persimmons, couldn't help but ask, Director Lin, could you send me that link too? These persimmons really taste good, and I want to buy some. Haha, I told you no one can resist the taste of these persimmons. Lin Hai laughed, added the doctor's contact information, and then sent him the purchase link. After the doctor received the link, he kindly shared it with the eager nurse nearby. Qiu Ro watched everyone's actions and couldn't help but roll her eyes. The way they rushed to place orders made it seem like a big sale was happening. She instinctively glanced at Fei Qingping's phone and saw that he had ordered 10 pounds. She immediately spoke up to stop him. Buy less. Your blood sugar just improved a bit, so don't eat too many sweets at once. It's true that persimmons are high in sugar. Without solid evidence that these persimmons won't affect blood sugar, she felt it was better to be cautious. Fei Qingping, hearing this, was not pleased. No way. If I buy less, it won't be enough. You don't know how delicious these persimmons are. Once you take a bite, you can't stop. Qiu Ro sighed helplessly and patiently advised, regardless, this is still a sweet food. You need to be careful. With your health, how can I not worry? Her tone was filled with concern for Fei Qingping. Lin Hai, seeing that Qiu Ro was still cautious, quickly reassured her. Sister-in-law, you can rest easy. Even if I wanted to harm old Fei, I wouldn't put myself at risk. I've been eating these persimmons for several days without any issues. Plus, I heard they have some special benefits that might help old Fei's health. Fei Qingping, thinking about his future cravings, joined in the persuasion. Xiao Ro, you saw that my blood sugar has never gone below 10, but it just measured at 8. The insulin hasn't worked this well. And these persimmons taste amazing. You should try one. As he spoke, he handed her a peeled persimmon. Qiu Ro shot him an annoyed glance. She was being careful for this old man's health. This old man, at his age, was still so unreliable. However, under the eager gazes of Fei Qingping, Lin Hai, and the doctor, she felt a bit shy and took the persimmon, taking a small bite. Instantly, a rich sweetness spread in her mouth, and the delicate, soft texture made her taste buds dance. Her eyes lit up, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. Seeing this, Fei Qingping immediately said with pride. How is it?
I didn't lie to you, right?
Qiu Rou swallowed the persimmon and smiled. 10 pounds is too little. Let's add another 10 pounds. This persimmon is so delicious. I have to buy more. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Hu Zhao stood in front of the Tianqin law firm building, looking at the tall glass facade. He took a deep breath and stepped inside. The interior of the law firm was simple yet elegant. The receptionist greeted Hu Zhao with a professional smile and politely asked for his purpose. Hu Zhao cleared his throat slightly and said, I would like to meet Lawyer Su. I have a case I want to entrust to him. Su Chuan is one of the partners at Tianqin Law Firm, and he was the reason for Hu Zhao's visit. Since he decided to use Wang Yuxuan's case to help Xin Yan'an improve his reputation, he wanted to find a reliable expert. The receptionist quickly checked on the computer and informed Hu Zhao that Lawyer Su was in his office. She asked him to wait a moment and then went to notify him. Soon, the receptionist returned and led Hu Zhao to Lawyer Su's office. The office door was slightly ajar. Hu Zhao knocked and, upon hearing come in, pushed the door open and entered. Lawyer Su sat behind a large desk, dressed in a well-tailored suit, with neatly combed hair, exuding confidence and professionalism. He looked up, his gaze landing on Hu Zhao, and smiled, indicating for him to sit down. Lawyer Su, I've heard a lot about you. After sitting down, Hu Zhao said with a big smile, I'm here to ask for your help with a lawsuit. Lawyer Su nodded slightly, still wearing a polite smile. You're too kind. What kind of case is it? Well, I'm not sure if you've heard about Wang Yuxuan. In a moment of impulse, she broke the head of a female celebrity trying to ride on her idol's popularity. Since that celebrity refused to settle, she was detained by the police. I want to ask for your help to ensure she is released without charges. Upon hearing Wang Yuxuan, Su Chuan understood the situation. As part of their profession, staying updated on social issues is essential. His smile remained, but the warmth in his eyes noticeably faded. This case, I have heard a bit about it and find it quite interesting. However, unfortunately, I currently have several challenging cases and cannot take on new ones. If you'd like, I can recommend a few other experienced lawyers in our firm who can provide you with excellent legal services. A very formal response. The reality is that, given Su Chuan's current status, he really has no interest in such a common injury lawsuit. When Hu Zhao heard this, he felt a sudden jolt in his heart. He had come to Su, attracted by the lawyer's reputation and ranking, as he did not trust anyone else. So, he gritted his teeth and said, Lawyer Su, as long as you are willing to take on this case and ensure that Wang Yuxuan is released without guilt, feel free to name your price. I will not hesitate. Lawyer Su sat at his desk, listening to the high fee that Hu Zhao proposed, and a hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes. He stroked his chin, thinking for a moment. It must be said that the high offer was somewhat appealing to him. In this world, everyone seeks profit. No matter how noble he might be, he could not escape the allure of fame and fortune. Just as he was about to discuss the contract details, his phone suddenly rang. Su glanced at the caller ID and quickly answered, respectfully saying, Master. A deep voice came from the other end of the line. Su listened while nodding and occasionally responding. Hu Zhao, sitting nearby, was filled with curiosity, wondering what was being said on the other end. After a while, Su hung up the phone, his expression becoming somewhat complicated. He looked at Hu Zhao and slowly said, I'm sorry, Mr. Hu, I cannot take this case. No matter how much you offer, I will not accept.
Why?
Hu Zhao couldn't help but ask, his face full of confusion and anxiety. Just a moment ago, you were. How did you suddenly change your mind? Su's lips curled into a slight smile, somewhat mysteriously, and said, Well, my master just assigned me a case, and the person involved is named Jiang Wanning. As soon as this name was mentioned, the room fell silent, as if time had frozen. Hu Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had heard an incredible story. Just a moment ago, he was trying hard to get Su to be Wang Yuxuan's defense lawyer to win the case. But now, the other party had become the plaintiff's lawyer, standing with Jiang Wanning.
But why?
Hu Zhao screamed internally. Jiang Wanning was just a powerless rural person who had never made a splash in the circle. How could someone like her, with no strong connections or financial backing, suddenly hire the famous lawyer Su? No, to be precise, it was Su's master who stepped in for her. Hu Zhao was unwilling to give up and tried to salvage the situation. Lawyer Su, why don't you think about it again? No matter what price Jiang Wanning offers, we are willing to pay double. Sorry. Lawyer Su waved his hand, interrupting Hu Zhao. You should seek someone else. Seeing Lawyer Su's firm attitude, Hu Zhao realized that no matter what he said, it would be useless. He reluctantly stood up and said, in that case, I apologize for bothering you, Lawyer Su. But I am still very curious about who Jiang Wanning is to make you refuse me so decisively. Su Chuan did not answer him. To be honest, he was even more curious than Hu Zhao. His master, who was usually straightforward, had asked him to look after Jiang Wanning's case and specifically instructed him to ensure she didn't suffer any losses. This wasn't even about taking on Jiang Wanning's case. Hu Zhao wanted to ask more, but seeing Lawyer Su's unwillingness to continue the conversation, he swallowed his words and turned to leave the office, filled with questions. After Hu Zhao left, Su Chuan picked up his phone, dialed a number, and said, Master, what is Jiang Wanning's background? Why are you personally calling me about her? He couldn't hear what was said on the other end, but he saw Lawyer Su's face filled with helplessness and affection. His master, as he got older, seemed to act more casually. Just because someone had delicious persimmons, he boasted about not letting family members suffer. The key point was that Jiang Wanning hadn't even mentioned hiring a lawyer. Oh well, but who could argue with his master? He had to listen. Without him, there would be no Su Chuan today. Still, he couldn't help but feel curious about those praised persimmons. In the evening, Jiang Wanning received many messages. There was the wealthy Qian family, with Qian Wenhao sending a voice message. Boss Zhang, I heard you're going to court. Our company has some excellent lawyers. If you need anything, just let us know. Don't hesitate. Then there was Wu Meili, who posted a long message about the nutritional value of tomato persimmons. Boss Zhang, if you run into trouble with the lawsuit, remember to reach out to me. My husband knows a great lawyer. Even the top celebrity Qin Yuan sent a cute emoji. Ning Ning, I know an amazing lawyer. If you need help with your case, just let me know. Jiang Wanning looked at her grandmother's joyful face and felt happy too. Grandma, besides the villagers who work for us, think about the village committee members who helped us. Is there anyone else you want to send gifts to? Hearing this, Grandma Jiang Yui's expression changed subtly. She immediately thought of her daughter-in-law's family. But then she recalled how cold and distant they were after her son and daughter-in-law's accident, and a chill ran through her. The words she wanted to say were swallowed back. After a moment of silence, Grandma suddenly remembered something. She slapped her thigh and said, "Oh right, when Grandma broke her leg and was at the city hospital, Dr. Zhang and Nurse Sun helped a lot, both inside and out. Can we send them a gift? But will that get them in trouble or break any hospital rules?" Jiang Wanning nodded slightly and smiled. "Grandma, it's just a fruit gift box, not money. How could that get them in trouble? We're going to the hospital for a checkup in a couple of days, so we can drop it off then to show our gratitude." Grandma Jiang felt reassured and nodded. "All right, I trust you. You always think things through so well." At that moment, Jiang Mutong, who had been sitting quietly, suddenly raised her little hand and said sweetly, "Mommy, can I give a gift to our kindergarten teacher?" She then seriously counted on her little fingers. Teacher Huang teaches us to sing and dance. Teacher Fong teaches us to draw and recognize words, and Mama Lu eats and sleeps with us every day. So, Mommy, I really want to give gifts to Teacher Huang, Teacher Fong, and Mama Lu to thank them. Seeing the adorable and earnest look on her little girl's face almost made Jiang Wanning burst with joy. Without hesitation, she replied, "Of course, sweetheart. You're so thoughtful and grateful. Mommy supports you." Then Jiang Wanning looked at Jiang Muxian and Jiang Yichen. "Chun Chun, Xian Xian, what about you? Is there someone special you want to thank or give a gift to?" Since Jiang Muxian and Jiang Mutong were in the same class with the same teachers, there was no need to repeat gifts. Jiang Muxian tilted his head, thought for a moment, and then his eyes brightened as he thought of Su Xiang. He said, "Mommy, I want to give a gift to Su Xiang. He helped a lot with our wild fruit business." Hearing this, Jiang Mutong, not wanting to be outdone, puffed out her little chest and said cheerfully, "And Sister Xi, if it weren't for Sister Xi helping to promote it, the parents wouldn't know how delicious our wild fruits are." Jiang Wanning smiled and nodded, her eyes full of approval. "You are all right. Let's also include little Zhou Xi and Su Ziyang. It's wonderful that you remember to thank your friends for their help." At that moment, Jiang Yichen kept his head down, nervously tugging at his clothes, saying nothing. Jiang Wanning felt sorry for him and gently patted his head, her voice becoming softer. "Chen, do you have someone you want to thank? Take your time to think." Jiang Yichen looked up, his face full of disappointment, and said in a low voice, "Sister, I feel so useless. I can't think of anyone." His eyes showed confusion and helplessness, making one feel heartbroken. Seeing him like this made Jiang Wanning's heart ache. Jiang Yichen spent most of his time at home, and his social circle was indeed very small. Just then, Jiang Mutong, with a twinkle in her eyes, came over like a little sprite and cheerfully said, "Uncle, you can thank your teacher too. Haven't you been learning from Teacher Jojo?"
Can I?
Jiang Yichen's eyes instantly lit up, shining like stars in the night sky. But soon, the light dimmed again, and he mumbled softly, "But we don't know where she lives." Jiang Wanning gently nodded and smiled. "Of course you can. After every class, doesn't Teacher Jojo's contact information appear on the screen? We can send it to that address, and she will definitely receive it." Jiang Yichen's face brightened with a radiant smile, pure and beautiful. Perhaps inspired by Jiang Mutong's words, Jiang Yichen thought seriously for a moment and then spoke again, his voice filled with anticipation. "Sister, can we also send a thank you to the police uncle, Brother Cheng, and Sister Zhuang?
They saved Ba Bao.
The 8 rescued dogs now each had their own names: Dabao, Airbao, Sanbao,
And Ba Bao.
The names were decided by the children through a draw. Jiang Wanning looked at Jiang Yichen with surprise. "Chen, you're so smart. I almost forgot. They are the lifesavers of our Ba Bao, and we should definitely thank them properly." The family continued to share memories, each contributing to the conversation. They recalled those who had lent a helping hand in their lives. Jiang Yichen added, "And Grandma Li from the west side of the village. Last time Grandma fell from the mountain, she helped call the village chief." Jiang Yue said, Right. How could I forget her? Look at my memory." Jiang Mudong shook her little head, her eyes sparkling. "And the security grandpa at the kindergarten gate, he always praises how pretty I am and gives me candy. He is so nice to me." As they exchanged words, the list of gifts grew longer, like a warm bond connecting the sweet moments in their lives. Jiang Weining held her phone, carefully taking notes. At a glance, there were already 20 or 30 names. Including the villagers who worked at their home, the total was over 60. Tomorrow was the last day before the holiday, and Jiang Weining was determined to prepare all the gifts to send out. Preparing fruits and vegetables was relatively easy. The quantity wasn't too large, and according to the box size, each type could only fit about a pound. She and Jiang Yichen could spend the morning tomorrow and have everything ready. But dealing with 60 fish was a bit tricky. They had been eating a lot of fish lately, and with such a demand, it seemed the pond's fish would really be all caught this time. But if they had to catch them all, that would make it easier to clean the pond and restock it later. Having planned everything, Jiang Weining gently sat beside Grandma Jiang Yue and brought up the topic of building a house. "Grandma, I want to renovate our house." Grandma Jiang Yue thought it was just a simple repair and had no objections. She patted Jiang Weining's hand and sighed. "This house was built when I married your grandfather. We've patched it up several times, and it really needs some work. Otherwise, when it rains, it would pour inside as well, and her granddaughter would surely be uncomfortable." Jiang Weining smiled and explained, "Grandma, we're not just repairing the house, we're building a new one. Building a new house? Grandma Zhang Yue was startled. Where will we build it? And building a house is not a small expense. So much money. The grandmother saw her granddaughter's hard work and felt that life was just starting to improve. She really didn't want Jiang Weining to carry too much pressure. The grandmother had always been troubled by the unexpected tragedy of her son and daughter-in-law. She stubbornly believed that the heavy financial burden on the family had driven them to a dead end. If it weren't for the need to support the family, taking on so many mountains and working day and night, how could they have had an accident and lost their lives? She opened her mouth, wanting to advise Jiang Wanning not to fuss too much, as the current house could still be lived in with some repairs. But as the words reached her lips, she remembered how Jiang Wanning had once looked down on their poor living conditions and left her child behind. Those words stuck in her throat like a fishbone, and she couldn't bring herself to say them. Ning Ning, if you want to build, go ahead, but make sure you don't overwork yourself. Grandma will give you the family savings book later. In the end, the old lady compromised. She was getting older and couldn't help her child much. All she could do was not hold her back. Jiang Wanning hugged the old lady and said gently, Grandma, do you know how much money we made from selling persimmons? Jiang Yu was taken aback. She watched as basket after basket of persimmons were brought down the mountain and shipped out. She knew that over 30 people came to work every day, and just their wages added up to several thousand. But she had no clear idea of the total earnings. Jiang Wanning then looked at Jiang Yichen, blinked, and asked, do you know, Chen? Jiang Yu thought to herself, if she didn't know, how could this child know? To her surprise, Jiang Yichen tilted his head seriously and said like a little adult, 1 million.
What?
So much? Chen, you must be joking. Jiang Yu exclaimed, her eyes wide in disbelief. Jiang Yichen explained earnestly, Grandma, I'm not joking. Our persimmons have been sold for 9 days. In the first 5 days, my sister sold over 1,000 pounds each day. At 40 per pound, that's 40,000 a day, which totals 200,000 for 5 days. In the last 4 days, more uncles came to work and they picked over 5,000 pounds each day. My sister sold all of it, totaling 800,000. Adding the first 5 days, that makes 1 million. After finishing his calculation, he looked at Jiang Wanning with anticipation. Sister, did I calculate it correctly? Jiang Wanning smiled and nodded, her eyes filled with admiration for Jiang Yichen. His calculations were all whole numbers, and in reality, even after deducting everyone's wages, the actual income was still quite high. Jiang Mutong and Jiang Muxian were excited, their little faces flushed as they clapped enthusiastically, their cheerful applause echoing in the quiet yard. Uncle is amazing. But Jiang Yu was left in shock. She was both stunned by the impressive income and amazed by Jiang Yichen's performance. Ning, did you teach Chen to calculate like this? Jiang Yu finally came back to her senses, looking at Jiang Wanning with curiosity. She could hardly believe that Jiang Yichen could calculate such complex accounts by himself. Jiang Wanning smiled and shook her head. Grandma, you're overthinking it. I've been so busy lately that I haven't even had time to check his homework, let alone teach him how to do this. Then, how does Chen know? Jiang Yu became even more curious, her gaze focused on Jiang Yichen again. Jiang Yichen blinked his bright eyes and said, seriously, Grandma, I help my sister move boxes every day. When you were moving boxes, you remembered. Jiang Yu still found it hard to believe. Jiang Yichen innocently replied, I don't need to remember. I know the boxes I moved. His obvious tone made Jiang Yu's eyes warm. Okay, our Chen is really a smart child. Nothing made the old lady happier than seeing Chen improve day by day. At that moment, Jiang Mutong quietly leaned over to Jiang Yichen and, thinking she was being very quiet, asked, Uncle, do you know how much money we made? She was referring to their income from selling wild fruits. Jiang Yichen understood and lowered his voice, saying mysteriously, 8,600. Jiang Mutong, who had only learned 2-digit numbers, tilted her head, full of curiosity. How much is that? Jiang Muxian couldn't help but laugh from the side and gently tapped Jiang Mutong's head. Silly. It's a lot of money. When Zhang Mutong heard a lot of money, she wasn't upset about her brother calling her silly. Her eyes turned into crescent moons as she covered her mouth and giggled nonstop. Meanwhile, Jiang Yue finally recovered from the huge surprise of Jiang Yichen becoming smarter, but her mind was instantly filled with the thought of that 100,000 in income. She looked at Jiang Wanning, her eyes still filled with disbelief, her voice slightly trembling. Ning Ning, did we really earn that much money? Seeing this, Jiang Wanning simply took out her phone, pulled up the account balance, and handed it to the old lady. On the screen, the string of numbers nearly dazzled the old lady's eyes. As she leaned in to take a closer look, her eyes widened in surprise and she murmured, This is so much? It's even more than what Chen said. Jiang Wanning gently wrapped her arm around the old lady's shoulder, smiling as she explained, that includes the money from selling tomatoes before. And this is just the beginning. We will earn even more money later. Okay. Jiang Yue's eyes were red with excitement, and her smile was even brighter, her eyes squinting with joy as she kept murmuring, filled with satisfaction and pride. Jiang Weining asked Grandma, Do you agree to build a house? Without hesitation, Jiang Yue nodded, Of course I agree. Weining, are you planning to tear down the old house and rebuild? Jiang Weining nodded and shared her detailed house-building plan with Jiang Yue, covering everything from the overall layout to the function of each room and the design of the yard, vividly describing every detail. The three little ones kept exclaiming in excitement. At first, Jiang Yue felt a bit reluctant to let go of the old house, but as she listened to Jiang Weining's description, she began to envision the new house, and her reluctance was slowly replaced by anticipation. She even started to dream about life in the new home. When Jiang Weining mentioned the nearby vacant land, Jiang Yue couldn't help but reminisce. That land was originally meant by your grandfather for a drying area. I didn't expect you and your grandfather to think alike. If your grandfather knew, he would be very happy. At this point, the whole family reached a consensus about building the new house. Everyone, young and old, was filled with excitement and anticipation. At 4 a.m, the entire forest was still wrapped in quiet darkness. Silence reigned, broken only by the occasional chirping of insects. Yen Sanchun and Zhang Haifan appeared on time in the Zhang family's backyard, their figures clearly visible in the moonlight. At the same moment, the lights in the backyard seemed to come on as if by instinct, illuminating their workspace with warm yellow light. Now, Zhang Haifan had lost the nervousness and unease she had at the beginning. After some time of practice, her vegetable picking skills had become more proficient, her movements smooth and fluid. Her fingers skillfully moved among the tender green leaves, and soon she had gathered a handful of fresh vegetables. Yen Sanchun sat nearby, quietly watching her busy figure, filled with pride and joy. This scene brought her immense satisfaction. This work not only provided them with extra income, but, more importantly, she could see her granddaughter's growth, which filled her heart with happiness. Since she started coming here to work every day, although Zhang Haifan still struggles with social interactions, her overall demeanor has changed completely. She is no longer gloomy and seems to have shed a dark cloud that once surrounded her. Now, there is a sparkle in her eyes, and her face is gradually showing more life. Xiaofun, if you're tired, take a break. There's still plenty of time, Yen Sanchun said with concern in her voice. Grandma, this work is easy for me. I'm not tired at all, Zhang Haifan replied, continuing to skillfully pick vegetables while glancing at her grandmother, her previously blank expression now more animated. What she said was heartfelt. In Zhang Haifan's mind, this job of picking vegetables is incredibly easy compared to her past. Thinking back to her days at home, those were truly hard times. Every day before dawn, she had to wake up early to prepare breakfast for her family before school. After school, while other kids played or started their homework, her first task was to rush into the kitchen to cook, followed by cleaning and washing everyone's clothes. Since her mother always complained that the washing machine didn't clean well, she had to wash everything by hand, scrubbing each piece in cold water. Once she finished all that and her family was asleep, she finally had time to sit at her desk and tackle the mountain of homework. Often, she could only sleep 3 or 4 hours a night. Yet, despite all this, she never complained about being tired. In comparison, her current work feels like a treat. Before long, she had picked all 20 pounds of the vegetables. Zhang didn't let her grandmother help with the remaining tasks. Instead, she skillfully cleaned the vegetables and neatly arranged them in baskets, each movement showing her dedication and focus. After finishing all the work, the grandmother and granddaughter prepared to go home. Yen's Sanchun still had to come to the Zhang family to work at 9 in the morning. Returning now would give them a few more hours to rest. Just then, the back door of the Zhang family's yard creaked open, the sudden sound breaking the night's silence. Zhang, startled like a frightened deer, turned pale and instinctively grabbed her grandmother's sleeve. She tensed up, her eyes filled with fear and unease. Yen's Sanchun looked up and, upon recognizing the person, gently patted her granddaughter's hand and reassured her, "Don't be afraid. That's your sister, Ning Ning. Grandma told you she's a very nice person. Have you forgotten?" Zhang softly murmured lowering her head even more. She seemed like a shrinking bean sprout, wanting to hide and not make a sound. Jiang Wanling noticed Zhang's nervousness and didn't approach to greet her. Instead, she smiled gently and handed 2 envelopes to Yen Sanchun. "Aunt Yen, here is your payment for the vegetable picking.
Please take it."
Yen Sanchun looked at the envelopes but didn't reach out to take them. A hint of worry crossed her face. "Ning, does this mean you won't need our help with picking vegetables anymore?" Receiving payment suddenly made her fear they might be let go. Before Jiang Wanling could respond, a shaky voice broke the silence. "Ning, is it because I didn't do well, so you don't want me anymore?" The voice was clearly on the verge of tears. At that moment, Zhang felt like a small boat in a storm, about to capsize. She truly valued this job, as it not only helped her grandmother but also spared her from having to interact with others too much. For her, this was a rare sense of stability. Despite her fears, she gathered the courage to voice her worries. Jiang Wanling quickly smiled and explained, "How could that be? You both are doing great. Many customers say our vegetables are well taken care of, and that's all thanks to you." Hearing this, Yen Sanchuan's face lit up with a relieved smile. These vegetables were organized by Xiaofan. She is very careful with her work. But then, she glanced anxiously at the envelopes in Jiang Wanling's hands and asked cautiously, "So, Ning, are you not selling vegetables anymore?" Jiang Wanling realized they misunderstood and patiently clarified, "Aunt Yen, you're overthinking it. It's the end of the month, and I'm just giving you your regular payment. I originally planned to hand out payments after everyone finished working, but since you finished early, I brought it to you now." Yen Sanchun sighed in relief, her worries fading away as she reached out to take the envelope from Jiang Wanling. After delivering Yen Sanchuan's payment, Jiang Wanling gently handed Jiang her envelope. Jiang flinched like a startled rabbit, but, after a brief hesitation, she nervously reached out to accept the envelope and quietly said, "Thank you." Her voice was as soft as a whisper. But she held the envelope tightly, her reddened eyes showing how much she valued this job and her gratitude towards Jiang Wanning. Jiang Wanning looked at Jiang and, after a moment of thought, said, "Aunt Yen, I have some tea oil fruits on my mountain, and I need someone to help pick them. I wonder if Xiaofan has time. It's 200 a day, and if you can pick 100 pounds each day, that's enough." Originally, she planned to pick them with Chen, but that work was too dull. With that time, she could plant more vegetables instead. Aunt Yen was excited and was about to say she had time. But then she remembered her granddaughter's special situation and held back her words. "Ling, I know you mean well, but Xiaofan's situation." Before she could finish, a very soft voice interrupted, I want to do it." The voice was so quiet that if you weren't listening closely, you might not hear it at all. Aunt Yen looked at her granddaughter in shock. "Xiaofan, aren't you scared?" Of course, Zhang was scared. But deep down, she longed to change herself, to be brave, and to earn some money to support her grandmother. This desire overcame her fear and gave her the courage to speak up. Jiang Wanning pretended not to understand what the grandmother and granddaughter were discussing and said with concern, "The tea oil fruit area is quite remote, and not many people pass by. It's normal for Xiao Fun to feel scared being alone." When Jiang Haifeng heard this, her previously dull eyes suddenly lit up. She was afraid of people. The secluded mountain forest, being empty, was actually a good place for her. Fearing that Jiang Wanning might change her mind and not give her the job, she pushed aside her fear and stammered, Ling Jie, I can do it. I'm not scared." Every word carried her determination. Seeing this, Jiang Wanning nodded in satisfaction. "All right. Then when it gets light, come find me, and I'll take you up the mountain." Aunt Yen, worried for her granddaughter and concerned she might be scared alone, quickly said, "Don't worry, I'll come with you later." Jiang Haifeng bit her lip, her eyes slightly red, and nodded firmly. It was as if she was encouraging herself and promising her grandmother and Jiang Wanning that she could do this job well. Before dawn, Jiang Wanning had no intention of going back to sleep. Instead, she went to the storage room and grabbed a large fishing net to catch fish in the pond. After casting the net, she gently channeled her energy and lightly waved her fingers, infusing a bit of energy into the net. A wonderful thing happened. The fish in the pond seemed to be called by some mysterious force and swam into the net by themselves. The once difficult process of catching fish became incredibly easy, saving her from the hassle of fishing one by one. Before long, all the fish she caught were gathered in a corner of the pond with her net. This way, the fish remained fresh and it was convenient for Jiang Yichen to handle them later, allowing for immediate preparation. However, after catching all the fish, she was pleasantly surprised by some unexpected finds. In addition to the lively big fish, there were also 7 turtles, over 10 eels, several pounds of loaches, and more than 20 pounds of crayfish. Images of various delicious dishes flashed quickly in Jiang Wanling's mind. Tender eel noodles, spicy and tempting crayfish, sweet and rich sugar-glazed turtles, and smooth loach stew with tofu. Jiang Wanling couldn't help but swallow, almost choking on her own saliva. Besides the fish kept in the pond, she packed the other seafood into buckets of various sizes. Before long, Jiang Yichen, rubbing his sleepy eyes and yawning, walked out of the house. When he saw the yard filled with buckets of different seafood, his eyes widened in surprise, and he almost shouted with joy. "Sister, there are so many delicious things." As expected, siblings think of food first. Jiang Wanling stood up and called Jiang Yichen over. "Chen, I have some things to do this morning. Can you take care of cleaning all the fish and vacuum packing them?" Jiang Yichen knew these fish were for the uncles and aunts, brothers and sisters who had helped them, so he puffed out his chest and confidently replied, "I can do it." Jiang Wanling let Jiang Yichen take the spot for cleaning the fish, while she went inside to get the vacuum machine and the plastic bags. Once Jiang Yichen finished cleaning the fish, she patiently taught him how to operate the machine step by step. While demonstrating, Jiang Wanling reminded him, "After packing, put them in that white foam box inside, with some ice to keep them cool, okay?" Jiang Yichen nodded seriously. "Got it. It's hot now, and the ice will help keep the fish fresh." Jiang Wanling affectionately patted his head and praised, "Chen is really smart." Just as she finished explaining to Jiang Yichen, she noticed Yen Sanchun and Jiang Haifeng appearing at the gate. Jiang Haifeng was still shy as she followed closely behind Yen Sanchun. But this time, she gathered her courage and called out, "Sister Ning, you're here so early. Have you eaten?" Jiang Wanning looked at Jiang Haifeng, noticing she was dressed in long sleeves and pants, clearly suitable for working in the mountains, which made her feel quite pleased. Yen Sanchun smiled and said, "We've eaten. We came right after our meal." "All right, Yen Grandma, Xiao Fun, I'll take you up the mountain now." Jiang Wanning put on a jacket and set off with the grandmother and granddaughter. Along the way, Jiang Wanning and Yen Sanchun chatted back and forth. Jiang Haifeng followed quietly behind them, occasionally looking up to sneak a glance at the scenery around her, her eyes filled with curiosity. "Ning, you're really amazing. You've cleared the paths on the mountain. Yen San-chun admired the neat and tidy stone steps winding up ahead, feeling even more respect for Jiang Wanning, and couldn't help but praise her sincerely. These long-abandoned mountain paths are not easy to clear. Even a strong adult would need to put in a lot of effort, let alone a delicate young girl. Jiang Wanning, however, seemed unfazed. I just tidy up a little each day. There's still so much mountain left to manage. Yen San-chun looked at the vast mountains and couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled, asking Ning Ning, have you really decided to stay in the village? Over the years, she had watched the village's young people leave one after another. Everyone believed there was no future in staying, and only by venturing into the outside world could they find success. Jiang Wanning nodded without hesitation. Yes. My grandma is getting old and wouldn't adapt to the city. Plus, our village is great. It's beautiful and the air is fresh. The mountains and waters here are not only her roots, but also her most treasured possessions. Every tree and blade of grass holds her future. Moreover, the air in the mountains is much richer in energy than in the city, which greatly benefits her practice and life. However, she felt it was not appropriate to explain this to Yen San-chun. Yen San-chun nodded slightly, feeling a mix of emotions. Yes, such a good place. Why has everyone left? A hint of sadness showed in her eyes as she felt helpless and regretful about the changes in the village. Before long, they arrived at the location of the oil tea fruit. Looking at the large wild camellia trees filled with fruit, Yen San-chun couldn't help but exclaim, these camellia fruits are really growing well, much better than what I found on the mountain in previous years.